92.5 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Hey Denver, it's Nate Kreckman. You've got Denver Sports Talk on the station where you get it all.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Are you ready? It's a Bud Light Football Friday.
I want violent block release. Go have a day. Ball, ball, ball.
Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
Well, Broncos.
Fourth and 1. This is your ball game right here. Sanford turns, gives to Kyron Williams over the right side. He didn't get there. Kyron Williams is stopped short, and the San Francisco 49ers win it in overtime. 26-23. A defensive stand on 4th and 1, and the Niners are 4 and 1.
Westwood one on the ball there. Shanahan's a wizard, dude. How does he just figure out, if you looked in the middle of that game, the amount of players that were out of the lineup that entered the game out of the lineup or were hurt and ruled out in the middle of the game, to beat the Rams like they did in overtime in LA is wildly impressive. I mean, you had Mac Jones filling in for Brock Purdy. The only real guy on offense that was usually a part of your weaponry, your ammo that was still out there was Christian McCaffrey. You don't have anyone that is, I guess, an all-pro level player on offense outside of him. And they just found a way. Now, I will say this. When that happens, you have to get a little bit lucky. And they got a little bit lucky because, I mean, Stafford almost twice drove them down the field for a game-winning drive because that's what Stafford does. I think he's 5th all-time in that category. So they had a lead. Stafford came down, tied up the game. San Fran gets a field goal, and Stafford immediately marches them down to like the 3-yard line, only to have Kyron Williams fumble. But even still, they were able to force a 3-and-out, get the ball back, and still get a field goal to send it into OT. The one thing I wonder is Sean McVay, if you're going to go for it on 4th down, because remember, they had the opportunity to tie the game up, so the Niners get the ball first in overtime, ends with a field goal, and it's 4th and 1 at the 11. McVay goes, screw it, we're going to go for the win, which I got no problem with. I love when coaches do stuff like that, especially when it comes to overtime. I'm not going for a tie. We're at the doorstep of getting a touchdown. Let's get the win. Great. Put the ball in Stafford's hands. He hadn't missed for like 4 straight possessions. He always made the right play. They went for it on 4th down earlier in that drive, and he hit somebody to pick up a 1st down. Put it in his hands. And you guys have heard me before. I am someone that is very much a Kyron Williams lover. Like, that guy, I think, is one of the most underrated running backs in the league. Can do everything. Run the ball, catch the ball out of the backfield. He returns kicks and punts, or at least he used to. He can do it all. So this isn't a slight to Kyron Williams. It's a compliment to Stafford that when he's put in these situations, he always seems to come through. Put the ball in his hands. They didn't, and San Fran gets a stop, and they get the win. Which takes me to this subject. When you win against a team like LA on the, it's a road game. I mean, San Fran fills that stadium out. You do that, and you get a win, like sort of an against all odds type of win. And make no mistake, we know how good San Francisco is and has been with the amount of injuries. I don't think there was too many people telling you that they thought that they were going to come out on top last night. I didn't check what the spread was before the game. Can't imagine. Well, there you go. 8.5. An 8.5-point dog. To get a win like that is considered a signature win. It is something that I think in Sean Payton's tenure, the Broncos are still searching for. That could very well be this weekend. Like, you point to a specific week that Sean Payton's been here that you would consider a signature win.
You don't think some of those wins from last year, like at Tampa Bay when they beat the brakes off the Bucs, you don't think that's a signature win? Beating the Jets in a torrential downpour during Hurricane Irene or whatever, you don't think that's a signature win?
No, not that one.
But
Tampa,
I'd argue Bucs is a signature win.
Tampa, you could make an argument, but it's week 3. It's week 3, and remember, the 2 games prior to that, you played really poorly. I don't know if that game was like a springboard into anything. I guess what I'm saying is it felt more outlierish than it did you've turned a corner. This one's actually a decent one. If you remember back in 2023, it actually says Buffalo in 2023. That one was a lot better and like a sneaky missed game that people don't think about all that often. The Broncos had that miserable start to the year. They gave up the 70 burger to Miami, and it felt like, Vance Joseph was going to lose his job, and the Sean Payton thing, it was like maybe we got excited over nothing again. And then they started rattling off a couple of wins. They went on a 5-game win streak, and sandwiched in the middle of that was a win at Buffalo against Josh Allen, which that one felt pretty big at the time because it felt like you were turning a corner. And it felt like you were on your way to being a playoff team. And then you blew it. You lost 5 of your last 7 games. The difference here is this. At all these moments that, Nelly, the Tampa game or the Buffalo game back in 2023, you didn't have the expectation of being a good football team. And in those games, it kind of felt like, when the Browns a couple weeks ago beat the Packers? Is that a signature win for Cleveland, or is that a bad team just randomly winning for a specific week against a team that's pretty good? I guess that would be my distinction. The difference between those games and one like this weekend is that you have the expectation of being a good football team now. You just don't know how good you are. And if you can beat a team like Philly in their own house in an early game on a short week with all of these odds stacked against you, it would just be different. It would feel like the Broncos have crossed into the territory of we're a good team to we can actually do some damage. We can get to the postseason, win a couple of games, and maybe ruin somebody's day, maybe compete for a championship if things go right. Like, I think that's the difference. They've yet to play a game in which when they play someone that you consider either like talented or better than you are, they've won. And that's why, is Tampa that team last year? Yeah, but then why do we still talk about it in that context? If Tampa was that game, then why are we still thinking whenever they play a good team, they're probably not going to win? That's all I'm getting at. This one would change it. If they beat Philly, in Philly, with all those odds stacked against them, later in the year they go on, they play at Washington. You think they can win that game now? Because I would if they get this win. When they play in Arrowhead, when they play against LA again, when they play Green Bay, when they play just the better teams that are stacked up on this schedule, do you think they can win those games after if they get a win this weekend? I think they could. And that's what I think changes. There is nothing that's actually happened with a good opponent that has flipped your mindset on where the Broncos are stacked side by side. The point of this season for me was make incremental steps. I'm not looking for a Super Bowl this year. Of course, I'd take it. But it's not like if the Broncos don't win the Super Bowl, then we all feel like they failed as a franchise this season. That's not where they're at. But I would like to have them win a playoff game. But if we go through the rest of this year, and once again, it's a game in which you're an underdog and you lose, you're going to feel like you're in the same kind of spot as you were last year when you played Buffalo in the postseason then. So that's the difference, I think, for me. A signature win is you're playing against one of the league's elite and you find a way to pull it out. So a couple texts coming through here. Boys, when you get a signature win, you feel it in your plums. I haven't felt it in my plums in a minute. True. Like, if I have to think about it, be like, if you're asking, is it a signature win, then I don't think that's up there. Another text, because I know this was coming through today. Texture says, please tell me you aren't going to freak out about the Avs at the Rams game wearing customized jerseys. It's not a big deal. We all know who their owner is. Yeah. I still think it's not a great look. I don't think it's a great look. Like, if they all just went, you know what the problem was, Nelly? If they all went to the Rams game as a team, nobody would care. It's the jersey part that bothered them. And I understand that they're custom-made jerseys by the same owner and the same guy who owns this station. If that was any other market, man, I don't know how many owners own different teams in different locations. Well, guess what? Isn't the Commanders owner also the 76ers owner, right?
Yeah, Josh Harris, same ownership group.
So if the Washington Commanders team, or how about this? How about this, Nelly? If the Philadelphia 76ers went to Washington and all wore custom-made Commanders jerseys, how do Philly fans feel about that? Yeah, it's not going to go over well. Again, it's not going to the game. That's no big deal. I think just wearing the uniform of another market's team is just probably ill-advised. Because here's how I think about this. We deal with this in radio all the time. Nelly, there's jokes that we want to make that would be really funny. And you have to do the mental calculus before where you say, all right, is this funny enough where the conversation I'm gonna have to have after this with somebody is going to be worth it? Because sometimes it is, and sometimes it's not. And I just don't feel like that was worth it.
Well, and I also think that, hey, Avalanche, you got a football team in your own city. They play like 1 mile away from your stadium.
And they all support, they are very supportive of each other here. They are.
They are, but I'm saying if you want to all get custom jerseys and go hang out at some football game together, you could do it for the Broncos, just saying. I know that there's a little bit of overlap. Every now and then you'll see Pat Surtain sitting ringside in an Avs game, or you'll see Cale Makar go to a Broncos game or something, but wholesale as a team, you could do something together in your own city.
I agree. It just, you know what the reaction's going to be. Is it worth it? And what you should do is just like, no jerseys. They all kind of walk out there in the field, take a team picture. That's all. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. A lot more Broncos to get into today. We'll have Katie Wingy join us from Nuggets camp in San Diego at 9:30 today. I had a question. On both fronts, the Broncos' team defensive numbers and the Eagles' team offensive numbers, through a month of the season, are they both fraudulent? I'll explain next. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Again, Katie Wingy will join us from San Diego at 9:30 today to give us an update from Nuggets camp. I got a lot more to talk about with the Broncos, and according to the text line, so do you. Texture says this. Brett, if the Broncos beat the Eagles on Sunday, God willing, I don't think it's going to be a signature win. A signature win is beating a team that is far and away better than you in every way, including stats and rankings. Nice little segue into this, but I tell you, this team's won 20 of the last 21 games. They're far and away better than anybody else in the league right now. Okay, numbers be damned. The team wins. Now, I agree with you. Are they gettable? The answer is yes. But make no mistake, they do the things that you don't. And that doesn't mean throw the football, run the football, stop the run, stop the pass. That's not what I'm talking about. Winning type of stuff. They don't make mistakes. You ever played ping pong against somebody who can just always keep the ball on the table? There's some of those guys that you watch that are in the Olympics or whatever that are standing 50 feet away and hitting the ball with a whole bunch of spin and barely catching table. And then you got the guy that just comes over to your house on the weekend and just... But he can just do that for 15 minutes and wait for you to make a mistake. That's what the Eagles are. They will wait you out and just be like, when are you going to mess up? Because we're not going to. They don't commit penalties. They don't turn the ball over. They don't make special teams errors. They're just a fully sound football team. And the Broncos aren't right now. Why do you lose close games late? That's why. Remember, this isn't some new thing this year. This dates back to basically, the entire time that Sean Payton and Bo Nix have been together. And I'm not saying that this is a slight or it's not something that they can't learn to do, but they can't do it right now. Or at least they haven't. The game's tight, late. You always seem to miss the thing that would put you over the top, and the other team capitalizes on it. Against the Colts, there were a number of different things that you could have done that you didn't. Against the Chargers, hit a deep ball, and the game's over. That's what the Eagles do. The Eagles were down 26-7 to the Rams. They stormed back immediately. They just make winning plays, and I think that's the difference. And so when I ask the question, are these numbers fraudulent? Let me explain what I mean by this. When you look at the overall stats and you put them side by side, and I tell you that all of these superstar players that the Eagles possess and how little production they're getting out of them. In yards per game, the Eagles are above only the Cincinnati Bengals, which look like the worst team I've seen in years, and the Tennessee Titans. They average 251 per game. It's by far the worst in the league. When you go to passing numbers, they average 138 yards a game. Only the Tennessee Titans are worse. When you look at rushing numbers, which is what they dominated in last year, they're middle of the road. They rush for 113 a game. One spot above the Giants, one spot below the Raiders. The Broncos, by the way, are fifth in the league in rushing yards per game. But then you look at this stat. So, Nelly, they are 29th, 30th in the league in total yards. They're 31st in pass offense, and I think they're somewhere roughly 15th in rush offense. You know how many points per game they average? 27. That is good for 7th in the league. That's why I'm asking, are these numbers fraudulent? All of the total yardage stuff would tell you that they can't move the football. Well, then how do they score so many damn points? Explain that one to me. If they can't move the ball, because I'll tell you this much, the other two teams that are in the that are 31st and 32nd in total yards, you know where they rank in points per game? 30th and 32nd. That checks out. So I think those numbers might be a little bit skewed. But here's the good news. You go to the defensive side. The Broncos this year, to start the year, are 8th in the league in total yards allowed per game. They're 8th in the league in passing yards allowed per game. They're, 10th? 4, 8, 10. They're 11th in rushing yards allowed per game, but they're 2nd in points allowed per game. The reason I ask, is that number fraudulent, is because the Broncos have faced the Titans, who are a terrible offense. They faced the Bengals, who are a terrible offense. And in games against the Colts and the Chargers, they've given up a combined 52 points. So is facing two of the worst offenses in the league skewing the numbers a little bit defensively for them? I think a lot's going to get figured out this weekend. Okay? But look, I'm a professional in the category of trying to warn you that a team that just continues to win isn't as good as their record says, because I did that for the Chiefs the entire year last year. And despite all that, the Chiefs just kept winning. Because sometimes when you're a winning and confident football team, you'll find a way by hook or by crook. And it might not look pretty. It might not be like the greatest thing to put on tape, but you'll find it. And when you see that the Eagles are where they're at on offense in all those different categories, but at the end of the day, they're still 7th in the league in points per game, it tells you something. A lot of it is probably that they can hit on a big play at any given time. You know, Jeff Lakewell talked about this with us yesterday. If you want to beat the Eagles and you want to stop their running game specifically, because even when, you know, they're on their way to a Super Bowl, and it's why I have a hard time evaluating Jalen Hurts, the amount of times that Saquon Barkley would have a 75-yard run for a touchdown to close out a game, they were super reliant on him closing out things in the end of the fourth quarters last year. Saquon Barkley has not done the same. He's had a slow start to this season. And with that, you need to make sure that you get a hand on Saquon Barkley, you wrap up. Every Barkley big run looks a little bit like this. He's got a one-on-one with somebody who looks like he's going to make the tackle. He breaks it, and then he's gone. So pursuit to the football, wrapping up, gang tackling, all that different stuff, like that is going to be a premium heading into this weekend. If I tell you the best way to win is to make Jalen Hurts throw the football, does anybody disagree? That's a strategy it's been for everybody else, and it's why they've been able to stay in games. But it's just, it's a weird sort of eye test thing that's been happening. That's really, really difficult to try and hone out, like, what's real? Is it the yardage numbers with that Eagles offense, or is it that they have put up 27 points a game through a month? High school football and Altitude Sports Radio continues tonight as Nate Kreckman and Polumbus are on the call for number 3 Valor Christian and number 4 Mountain Vista on 92.5 with a 7 p.m. kickoff. High school football is powered by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHSA. I watched a lot of baseball yesterday, and you had 3 different games that came down to Game 3 of these best-of-3 series. The home team won 2. The road team won 1. Now, the early one, I can't imagine what it's like for Cleveland to roar back to winning that division after being 12 and a half games back with a month left in the year. The Tigers, by the way, had the worst record of any team in MLB history the final month of the season to win their first postseason series. I think their winning percentage the last month was like 29%. Nobody's ever done that. So here's the situation. Detroit comes back and wins. They now advance to the next round. There's 2 things that happen, though, in the later games. One featuring the Cubs and one featuring the Yankees. The Cubs game, if you guys don't know, the MLB is going to go to a challenge system next year where there's a whole bunch of rules behind it. It's like only a pitcher or a hitter can be the ones to call for a challenge. Nobody else can on a ball and strike. But if you watch the first strikeout of the top of the 9th against, I think it was Bogarts was at the plate, it's a foot low in the zone and he gets rung up in a game where they're down 2 with a chance to try and tie to move on in the playoffs. If you want to see an example of why robot umps are going to take over, at least at that spot, there's your prime example. Because you can't have that happen. You know, it's one thing for a borderline call to ring somebody up on that. It's another thing when it's pretty obviously low, where everybody, including the announcers, go, oh boy, that's bad. But the other one is this. I know PhD were having fun with this guy's name yesterday, but it was a pretty historic performance from Cam Schlittler. So he's a 24-year-old kid. He gets called up mid-year, in July for the Yankees. And now he's starting in a do-or-die game. And this kid went 8 innings, giving up 5 hits, no runs, and striking out 12 while not allowing a single walk. Pretty remarkable performance. And I don't know if you guys have the same sort of like internal fight that I do whenever you watch the Yankees play against the Red Sox, where I don't know who to root for because I hate both of those teams with a passion. But it was pretty cool seeing that kid just shove the entire game. Again, to a historic clip. No one has ever had 12 strikeouts, no runs, and no walks in a postseason game. Forget rookies, because that's what he is, a rookie. No one has ever done that. And so all these teams now advancing, so the teams that advanced from yesterday, Tigers, Cubs, and Yankees, all moving forward. Something else real quick that I just noticed from yesterday that I think needs to be at least addressed. When you enter a weekend like this and a college football weekend like this, I was trying to think about what about this weekend in the college football ranks for the teams here in town. What's the most interesting detail about it? Because I got to be honest, I don't feel good about either game. I think both teams are going to lose. CSU to San Diego State. And if I had to predict, I don't think that CU and TCU is going to be particularly close. I think TCU is a really good football team. And when you play against Power 4 competition, at least so far this year, your offense really, really sputters. What's the goal here? What are we trying to get to? I mean, I know it's like a bowl game, but my question is, would it almost be easier if you just played Juju Lewis and said, we're playing for the future? Isn't that the easier thing to do? Because I got a feeling you had the chance to win that game against BYU last week. You blew it. And it felt like that game, with that game went the hopes and dreams of a bowl game. And now I just think you got to look towards the future. That feels like the next step. But I'm trying to find what you would consider to be the most interesting angle for either one of these teams, and I'm not sure there is one. I will still watch these games to find some sort of glimmer or ray of hope, but it feels pretty empty right now, and that sucks to say when it's October 3rd. Again, expectations are something that I think for both of those teams should have been had this year that feels like they've just dissipated. And so you're looking for something to believe in. And for me, the best thing you could do, at least on CU's front, is play the young kid, hope he makes a couple of plays that are eye-popping, and then build on that and carry it into next year. But it feels like this is going to be another Caden Salter game, and I don't know what to do. Like, I don't know what you get out of that. But if you can put Juju Lewis in and he makes some plays, and then you can have some sort of confidence moving forward, then I think it changes a lot of things. Again, a Bud Light Football Friday. Oh, one last thing, baseball-wise, that I forgot to mention. I'm super happy for Ryan McMahon. So he gets put in late in that game. So they're doing this thing. It's if a lefty, I believe this is the Yankee strategy. If a lefty is on the hill for whoever they're playing against, they put Rosario at third to start the game. And the second that they take that, they take the lefty out, they put him in McMahon. Or if they have a lead late in the game, it's for defensive purposes, they put him in. And it's for exactly what he did last night. Tracking that ball in foul territory, making the catch and doing the old flip over the dugout. I mean, incredibly cool. And that's for a guy that gave his heart and soul to this city and a Rockies team that was never truly competitive when he was here. And you could tell by the end of his Rockies tenure, he was kind of over it. And I'm just glad he's put in a position now where he can make big-time plays on a stage like that, like he did last night. Very, very cool for him. Again, Bud Light Football Friday. When we come back, we'll make Nelly sing. Stick around. All right. So we'll get to Brady and his bets in a moment. We have a chock full weekend of live sports on this Bud Light Football Friday, and it starts tonight, Mountain Vista at Valor Christian. On Saturday, you have Clemson and North Carolina on AM 950 at 10 o'clock in the morning. Avs and Stars final preseason game is going to be on 92.5 at 4. And then you look at Sunday, we have that quad NFL lineup for you again on Sunday, which is the London game, Vikings at Browns, is going to be at 7:30. At 2:25, it's Commanders and Chargers. At 2:25 as well on AM 950 is going to be Lions Bengals. And then the Sunday night game, obviously, with Patriots and Bills all coming your way this weekend. Now, there was a comment the other day that I loved, and I really like this kid. I think that Cam Ward has talent, and I like his demeanor. He's not afraid to say it like it is. When he said the other day, he was talking about how would you evaluate your play, and he said, ass. And then he said, what about your team? And he goes, I'm going to keep it a buck. We're ass. It's true. The team's 0-4, and they show zero signs of talent in life. Now, Cam Ward has flashed some talent. He has made a couple of plays that make you think whenever this team gets better, he could be in a position to really, really stand out and elevate their team. They just aren't near good enough right now.
You think you play person?
Pass.
Pass.
So his head coach, Brian Callahan, who is, I've seen some things around Tennessee, the way that people talk about him, they are not fans of Callahan. Well, he said this in response to it.
He's the number one overall pick. He's the face of the franchise, if you will. He's got high expectations for himself. We have high expectations around him. And we all want to meet those. And his ability to be in that spotlight in that moment, I think, is a growing process. I think he's growing up. I think he's starting to understand the weight of his words, what those things mean when he speaks and everyone's listening and watching. And then even though he says, he follows up commentary with a lot of the right things, it's the one-liner that gets taken. And, he's learning how to deal with you guys and how to understand how to have those conversations and still maintain the image that he wants to maintain as a starting quarterback. So growing up is not always easy, and I think there's some things that he's learning along the way, just like we all do.
Can I ask you a question? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with the way that Cam Ward responded? And does Brian Callahan only have a problem with that because he's the coach of the team that's ass? Like when he says he's got to learn how to be a professional, it's like, well, he took ownership for his own game. He said, I played poorly, okay? I don't know what that is to me being a professional. It's I stunk. And what stinks that we all have? An ass.
I mean, if we keeping a buck right now, we ass.
It's true, Moser.
It's too graphic.
What do you mean it's too graphic?
You're too graphic.
Everybody knows. I don't see the issue here. But just for the record, that's all he said. He took ownership and accountability saying, I played poorly. That's the translation. And Brian Callahan said he's got to learn how to be a professional. And then I had people yesterday saying that what Shedeur Sanders did by miming his words instead of actually talking was like, oh, gosh, you guys just don't get it. It's like, guys, you got to be so far outside the realm of reality to try and justify that that was an all right thing to do for a guy in his position. And this is the difference of the stuff that I'm talking about. Moj has more thoughts on that during the good show, he said. During the good show, he's got more thoughts on that.
Did you see, by the way, yesterday he rolled in wearing a custom shirt that had his dog's picture on it, and then it said his dog's name at the bottom.
Moj
did,
Yeah.
yes. Now he is wearing an identical shirt, except instead of a dog, it's his wife's face, and it says bear. Everything else about the shirt is the same.
Yeah, I think he's got another one with Rick on it.
Yeah, because it was Disco, the discount dog, yesterday, and now it's his wife today.
Correct.
That is quite a collection of T-shirts right there.
I'm going to have one with my face on it and see if he wears it. Point is, I don't have an issue with the way that Cam Ward was talking about that because he was taking personal responsibility. And I don't know why a coach would have an issue with that. What, that he said the A word?
Well, and also, I don't know if you caught it in there, Brian Callahan had to take a shot at the media where he said Cam Ward went on to say other things in his answer, but of course you guys only took that one part, so Cam also has to learn how to deal with the media.
Because that's funny. That's why. See, this is what's always hilarious to me. Whether it's the people that defended what Shedeur did the other day or Brian Callahan saying this with Cam Ward, it's not my fault that he said something that was abnormal or did something that was abnormal. For all the people, like, have you seen this one, Nelly, of why is everybody interviewing a third-string quarterback? I don't know. Because he gives you stuff. If Shedeur was boring, and every time he talked to me, he said this, hey, I'm just here to do my job. Hopefully I get an opportunity at some point, and I hope to capitalize on it. If that was his answer every time, you know how many Shedeur clips would be out there? None. You know how many times people would want to talk to him? Zero. I got a question, though. If Jameis Winston has something that he said, he's a third-string quarterback. Obviously he is. They started Russell Wilson. They went to Jackson Dart. Have we played audio clips this year, many of them of Jameis Winston? Yeah, because Jameis says stuff. It's not a hard concept. In the meantime, Nelly, are you warmed up? You okay? Come on, Moj. Come on, Moj. Everybody in your cars. Let's go. Bretty and his bets. Woo! Come on, everybody in your cars. Let's go. Bretty and his bets. Do it every single Friday to close out the appetizer. I give you my lock of the week and an underdog of the week. I do no research on these. I would not play these. These are just for funsies. My lock of the week is the highest spread of the week, believe it or not. I just got done telling you. I think that Cincinnati's one of the worst teams I've seen in a long time. And the amount of L's that Joe Burrow made up for on that roster is it's to the point where I'd almost give him the MVP for not playing. Because it shows how much different that team is with and without Joe Burrow. Well, they're playing at home this weekend, but they're playing against Detroit. Detroit just played against Cleveland, who actually has a really good defense, and Detroit played poorly on offense last week and still won that game 34-10. The spread here is 10.5. Keep this in mind. The Denver Broncos are the number one team in the league in sacks. They have 15 through a month of the season. Detroit has 14. They're second. They'll get pressure on Jake Browning. He won't have enough time to throw to either T. Higgins or Jamar Chase. I think that Detroit wins this game by, at minimum, a couple of touchdowns. So they're the lock of the week. Now for the underdog. It's an interesting game. The Chargers didn't play well last week. They're playing at home. After losing to the Giants 21-18, they take on the Washington Commanders. The Commanders are getting Jaden Daniels back. The Commanders have also suffered to a 2-2 record, a 500 record so far, 4 weeks into the season. I think getting Jaden Daniels back is going to make a huge difference. And I think that the Chargers might be on their heels a little bit after losing both of their starting tackles now without having Slater, without having Joe Alt. I think that the Washington Commanders, who are 2.5-point dogs, walk in there and beat the Chargers this weekend. Catch the Washington?
They got 2 McLaurin's out
Why don't you
there.
turn your mic on if you're going to do that instead of yelling things off
Okay,
mic?
Jaden Daniels is back, but he can't both throw the football and catch the football.
Nobody can throw the football and run the football is what he can do. He can do that.
You're
and again,
high. You're absolutely high.
the Chargers being without their 2 tackles looked a lot different against New York, didn't they? A lot different.
Well, they did, yeah.
So-
But I would also say, I think the listening audience agrees. You sound high.
Why?
You just do.
What's your lay it down
Does
record, by the way?
Does Brett sound high?
What's your lay it down
Got to pick
record
up the pace
this
here,
year?
Moshe.
What's your lay it down
Two
record?
above
500.
What's
2 above.
2 above 500?
Yeah.
Well, good for you.
Thanks.
Can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar of the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. By the way, you want to chime in during Brady and his bets, you sing. You don't criticize, you sing. Thank you. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
4th and 1. This is your ball game right here. Stafford turns, gives to Kyren Williams over the right side. He didn't get there. Kyren Williams is stopped short, and the San Francisco 49ers win it in overtime. 26-23. A defensive stand on 4th and 1, and the Niners are 4 and 1.
Westwood One on the call. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. So I had the old, I got those basement quad TVs rolling last night. So I had the baseball on one TV. I had the football on the other. I got to tell you, Kyle Shanahan, to be able to win that game is just unbelievable. The amount of guys that were hurt entering the game, guys that got hurt and couldn't re-enter the game, guys that got hurt and stayed in the game, and to beat the Rams is unreal.
Unreal is the word. You know what it made me think? Tell me if you guys think this. If the San Francisco 49ers can waltz into L.A. and beat the Rams as injured and battered and beaten as the Niners were, with a backup quarterback and backups at every position, why the hell can't the Broncos win in Philly?
Hey, Vic, you just stole that from right here in between my temples, and it exited your mouth because I thought the exact same thing.
As I'm watching that unfold, I'm saying, this team has every excuse not to be in this game right now. This team has every excuse to lose this game. Nobody would be upset if they lost. And they stole one. Why is it a surprise then to expect the Broncos maybe to pull off the same feat?
Because they haven't done that yet. That's the problem. You know, before we get totally into that, just real quick, little details on the game last night. So they put up the graphic late in that game that Matthew Stafford is 5th all-time in fourth quarter comebacks or game-winning drives. I forget which one exactly it was. He should have had another. I mean, Kyren Williams fumbles on the doorstep.
That's one reason why it happened.
Yeah.
The turnovers, Moj, the many times that the Rams actually gifted the ball back to the Niners in that game. And Kyren Williams was guilty more than anybody, which is why, listen, I love Sean McVay. I think he's a genius. That play call on 4th and 1?
Yeah.
Nah.
No.
Nope.
That goes in Stafford's hands 100% of the time.
100 out of 100 times.
Hey, listen, Kyren Williams, I think, is a terrific back.
He is. He's very good.
He also dropped a critical pass in his breadbasket. He had a bad game.
Yeah,
he had a bad game.
And it looked like he was going to have a great one. He got in the end zone twice, and then all the bad stuff started happening.
That's exactly right. And again, which is very un-Rams-like, the way the team, the way I think that team is, part of the upper echelon, just crazy, to be honest with you.
Too many mistakes. Too many. Again,
that's exactly it.
They fumbled the game
point?
away. Yeah. Yeah, they gave the game away. They're going to that one is going to hurt. It's going to leave a mark. And I get it. I like McVay going for it in that situation. Win the game.
Yes,
win the
I
game,
love the
right?
decision.
Yes.
I hate the call, the play call.
The call made no sense for two reasons. Number one, Stafford's your best player. Give him the ball. Number two, this is a kid in Williams who'd already fumbled once in the game, dropped a key pass. Did he fumble twice? Who fumbled that pitch? Was that him or Quorum? Blake Quorum earlier in the game.
I'm trying to remember. That was in the. I think that was the first quarter, wasn't it?
It was earlier in the game, but somebody else fumbled.
No, it was in the second quarter. Early in the second quarter,
fumbled in Niners territory. So the point is, let your best player handle.
No, it was.
That.
It was.
Well, they gave the fumble to Stafford.
That's correct.
But it was a pitch, and the running back couldn't catch the ball.
Correct.
Bottom line, boys, I don't care what you run there. It's got to be in Stafford's hands. It's got to be.
And Stafford earlier in that drive had a 4th and 5 and picked it up easy. Like, it's just Stafford's made for moments like that. He always has been. Like, late in the game, you need a score. Stafford just finds a way. Hell, dude, when they fumbled at the goal line, they had 3 timeouts. They got a 3-and-out, punted. What happened?
They got the ball back right away and
got the ball back, got in field goal range, went to OT. Like, he just always finds a way to do it.
How about, but also, how about another blocked field goal against the Rams?
They just keep happening every week now. Blocked field goals.
I don't know what McVay must just be seething
Has to.
The penetration, when you go back to that Eagles game, right? Oh, my Lord.
Those are two games. The Rams could be easily undefeated.
They could. Like
Easily.
the Broncos could be. But you're like, how does that keep happening? I forget who got through for the Niners, but that big old bear paw, and it barely missed, by the way. It almost went in. I'm like, you can't have 3 kicks blocked in the span of 2 weeks. You can't do it.
But to go back to what you were talking about earlier, Vic, I thought
3 weeks, I should say.
I thought the exact same thing. In that, man, when San Fran looks back at their year, when they get Purdy back and they get a healthier roster and after a 4-1 start, likely make the playoffs, they're going to look at that game and be like, that's the one. That's when we knew that we had a squad that's going to put things together and we'll just find a way to win.
Well, did you see how happy they were afterwards? They were grinning ear to ear, everybody on that team.
They were an 8.5-point dog. They had no business winning that game.
They knew They got Mac Jones playing on one leg out there, boys. He was immobile.
So when I take this over to a Broncos perspective, we all kind of talk about what's the signature win. And people point to the Tampa game last year. I don't think that counts. Because that game at that time felt a lot more like when the Browns beat the Packers a couple weeks ago. Like it was just, that's just kind of what the NFL does. A bad team just kind of bites a good team occasionally. It still kind of felt that way. I think of these wins as like, you get that one, and it spurs this confidence that like, all right, we can do anything now, right? The Broncos have been bad against good competition. They have not been able to close out games against good competition. They don't have that feeling that you just discussed, Vic, with the Niners last night after the game. The Broncos have not had that.
Yeah.
Despite being a good football team, they haven't had that feeling yet. This week would do it.
And last night's an example where complimentary football for a team that's as banged up as the Niners. Think about that game. Everyone's going to focus on Mac Jones, and he played a hell of a game, right? How about the Niners defense, though? How about the fact that they turned the Rams over in critical situations?
Yeah.
How about the fact that on 4th and 1, it was the defense that made the play? Sometimes, and we talk so much about the Broncos defense being, this is the core of this team. This is what they do well, their defense. Win a game. Make a stop in a critical situation, right?
Yep.
The Niners did. Win a game.
Well, we'll see. I listen, if the Broncos can do this will be the biggest win of the Sean Payton era, certainly the Bo Nix era, if they can get it done in Philly.
It'll be the biggest win for the Broncos in a decade.
Maybe. Yeah, you know what? Probably right because of what it represents.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're already a playoff team, but now this is one of those boxes that you check where you go, holy cow. Now they're pretty damn good.
Yep.
I think they're a good team already, but this, in my mind, and I think a lot of people's minds, it puts them in a different echelon. If you can go there,
it puts them in great team territory
or close to it.
Yeah,
exactly right. So there's a lot going into this game, man. A lot to prove. I think they're going to be fired up for it, and we'll see again what the Eagles throw out there. Where's their mentality? What's their mindset going into this one?
The other thing last night's game proved to me, we make so much out of, do these guys have enough weapons offensively? I mean, what about the tight end? I mean, do they have a wide receiver too? Do they have a slot receiver? Who the hell was playing those positions for the Niners last night? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. McCaffrey's
Christian
kind of both.
Okay, all right. Christian McCaffrey. And then what?
Yeah, no, you're right.
A bunch of dudes.
Jake Tonjes, baby.
A bunch of dudes.
Go Cal Bears.
And those dudes went up and down the field against the Rams. So I don't want to hear anymore, do you have the necessary weapons? If you got the game plan and you got the quarterback that gets the ball to those guys, you'll move the ball. So I don't care who the weapons are.
Kendrick Bourne has been in the league. This is his 9th season, if you can believe that.
His brother Jason's out doing things.
Yeah, his brother Jason's out stalking Pam Landy, right? The point is that, like, Kendrick Bourne.
He's in Paris, and he has no idea why.
Right. Luke Farrell is your starting tight end last night. Demarcus Robinson starting at the other receiver. Again, no more excuses.
Hey, Demarcus Robinson made a catch on the sideline, pirouetting and tiptoeing. I'm like,
I don't think he's a bad wideout. I think he's fine.
Okay.
In fact, that game right now, the more
if they were healthy, where would he be on the depth chart?
Well, he wouldn't be
Buried.
playing.
Okay, so exactly. So that tells you, Vic, you're exactly right. Hey, man, I don't care how much more talent the Eagles have than you.
Yeah, I don't want to hear it.
Deploy your boys and let's go get it.
I totally agree with you. I don't want to hear. Kyle Shanahan was able to take vanilla ice cream and turn it into sherbet.
Okay, first of all, it's sherbet. There's no R in there. And second of all, those are two totally different things. It's like he took a hot dog and turned it into steak.
And I'm not convinced that the sherbet, as you would say, is better than the vanilla ice cream. I'm not convinced on that
it's
either.
my analogy. I'll make it.
The point is, okay, look, let's walk into the city of brotherly stank and go get it done.
I like that. No, you know what I really like is a texture calling that guy Jake Tangus, to quote Baby Billy.
Oh, yes. Tangus. It's Tangus.
Well, now,
Baby Billy's Baba Bunkers.
it's Tane Jesus. Tangus.
I'll be playing Tangus.
Dude, I'm
Isn't
telling
he
you
supposed
right
to be
now.
a teenager? It's acting.
I'm telling you right now, I hope every Bronco watched that game last night, and I hope they got motivated and somewhat inspired by it, because we're making it sound like, oh my God, the big bag at Eagles. No, every team is beatable. Every team is beatable. Case in point last night.
Beatable, but the Broncos have an issue. They don't beat good teams, and they don't close out close games.
Well, maybe it's time to start.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. But to have skepticism going into the game, those are two pretty good reasons to be skeptical.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think, it's fair.
Do you know who's done that before? The Niners have done that plenty of times.
Sure.
They've beaten plenty of good teams, and they've had plenty of games that they've closed.
Is it coaching?
Those
are different players last night. That's Mac Jones last night.
Yeah,
that's Luke Farrell last night.
Yeah, but Vic, how about this for an example? You could say it's coaching. When the 7 freaking dudes game happened, how many teams in the league could do that? Not many. And I think you just instill a belief within your team that no matter what,
culture
stacked up against the odds, we'll find a way. Like, when you get that confidence, it's just different.
Yeah,
and I don't
it
think
rolls.
the Broncos haven't yet. I don't think they have it yet.
Yeah, it starts rolling. More important, though, I'm 56 years old. So it's not pronounced sherbet?
Sherbet. There's no R at the end.
You
I
mean
know.
to tell me that for 56 years on this earth, no one told me that it's not pronounced sherbet?
Are you
sure about
Are you
that?
sure, Moj?
I'm pretty damn sure.
There's no
Are
way
you
it's
sure,
pronounced
Bert?
sherbet.
Sherbet?
I'm not walking into a store and saying, where's the sherbet?
Yeah, the only time you're so right, Vic. I think you're wrong on this, Moj. There's a very famous line from a very, very serious movie called Super Troopers. Where he said, I'll believe that when my bleep turns into rainbow sherbet.
Sherbet is a frozen dessert.
You're pronouncing it
the base-
sherbet, though.
SHERBET, mother trucker. What do you want me to say? I'll tell you what.
I've said
tell you what, for
sherbet
you,
forever, too.
I will throw the extra R in there just for you if you get off my case, toilet face.
Well, let me ask.
No,
let me ask the
look,
listeners.
if you do a quick search, it's one of those things where sherbet is technically the proper and original word, but so many people use sherbet colloquially that it's kind of accepted, but it's not technically proper.
Well, you know me. I'm all about using the proper language on this show.
No, you're not.
Nelly, find the Super Troopers line.
There's no way that
And
it's
bleep
sherbet.
it.
There's no way.
I'm
People
kinda
aren't
with
walking
Vic. I don't
around the
think-
world calling sherbet. Nobody's doing that. I've never once heard that.
Sherbet or sherbet and sorbet are different. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, I'm not into your elite ice creams, okay?
Vic,
I'm not doing sorbet.
Here's the thing.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Time out.
You can't walk around Italy without Italian glacé. It's ice cream. Italian sorbet. My butt.
I actually think that you're right, Mo. Like, you're obviously right. There's
I'm
no R.
correct. I know I'm correct.
But I will say this. I ain't calling it sherbet.
I ain't doing it either. I ain't
just not.
This guy on the text line says, I am a speech pathologist, and it is sherbet. Well, let me tell you something, speech pathologist. Stick that in your hole. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, hey, speech pathologist. I'm a human being who talks to people. And I've never said sherbet
You
in my
can
life.
walk around calling it dog do. I don't care what you do.
Can you
Honestly,
imagine?
I'm sad I even brought it up.
Can you
I
imagine
blame
if you're in a
myself.
room full of people and you're throwing a party and you say, "Would anybody like some sherbet?" They'd laugh you. They'd laugh you.
How
There's
about
no
this?
way.
For those who know the proper word, if you go, "Hey, anybody out there want some sherbet?" Sound like a rube.
Yeah, these are some other ones. It's like caramel, not caramel. And it's like, all right, fine.
Yeah. English language is too complex.
Justin Herbert.
What do you think? Get your ass to break. We got a big show coming up, man. We're going to diagnose how the Broncos are We're diagnosing how the Broncos are beating the Eagles. This is a prove-it game. This is a welcome to the big boy club. That's what this is.
I'll believe that when turns purple and smells like rainbow sherbet.
There it is. Done. Next topic.
If the sheriff in Super Troopers pronounces it that way, Moj, then I'm going to pronounce it that way. Hey, are the Eagles' offensive numbers and the Broncos' defensive numbers fraudulent through a month? I'll explain next. That's great. You know what else is great? $520 million in the Mega Millions. That's pretty great, too.
Do you know how much sherbet you could buy with 520 million clams?
A lot. I mean, you could actually pay the U.S. government to change the name from sherbet to sherbert.
Vic, would you do that? If you won the lottery, would you say, all right, government, I'll give you $100 million to change it officially to sherbert?
No, I'd buy a plot of land and build a golf course in my backyard. That's what I would do.
You can do that, too. Yeah, you can totally do that.
What a great idea.
Well, the Colorado Lottery knows that it can be life-changing. And big wishes are right there in front of you with the Mega Millions jackpot, big enough to grant them all of your wishes. So get your lucky numbers ready, because Mega Millions is sitting at $520 million.
Can't we just have like a sherbet station at every tee box? Would that be okay, Vic?
I don't want to talk about that anymore.
Well, I do. Count me in, Brett. I'm playing the lotto.
You know what, Vic? Split it with me. If one of us wins, we all got to go in together, and then we build this golf course, and then we'll all make our own little arrangements. Hole 4 is a sherbet station.
Perfect.
That's what we're going to do.
I'm in.
Mega Millions of $520 million. Get your numbers ready and go get that ticket.
I don't want to hear. Kyle Shanahan was able to take vanilla ice cream and turn it into sherbet.
You know what's shocking, Vic? I had an ice cream truck come through our neighborhood a couple of times. Hadn't seen one in years. And the child in me came out so fast. I took baby Jamal Kale by the hand. I said, we're getting a SpongeBob popsicle.
I won my very first Emmy on a story I did in Austin, Texas in 1994 when the Dallas Cowboys were conducting training camp, and a ice cream truck used to come by the neighborhood. And all the Cowboys players, after practice, would line up at the ice cream truck.
Oh, that's cool.
This dude figured it out. This ice cream truck delivery guy. He said, forget the neighborhoods with the kids. I'm going to make some money. He went to Cowboys camp. And for the entire camp, he sold more ice cream than any ice cream truck in Texas.
I'm sure. Go to the place with disposable income. Yeah.
Exactly.
So here's the situation. We got a Bud Light Football Friday, of course. And I want to throw some numbers out at you and just see what you think. And are these numbers fraudulent? And I'll explain in a second. But here's what I'm getting at. So on offense, the Philadelphia Eagles, through a month of the season, are 30th in total yards. The only teams worse than the Eagles in yards per game are who?
The only team worse than the Eagles.
Two teams.
Is Houston one of them?
Nope.
Is Tennessee one of them?
Tennessee is their 31st.
Okay.
Well, I think any bad stat in the league could probably say Tennessee.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much.
So that's a freebie. That's a gimme. One more time.
Two teams worse than the Eagles in total offensive yards per game.
Okay. We've established Tennessee, and we're going to establish.
Not the Jets.
It's not Washington, is it?
Just played them. Cincinnati.
Cincy.
Really?
They're dead last. Wow. Dead last in the league.
Okay.
When it comes to passing yards per game,
yeah,
the Eagles are 31st in the league. The only team worse is Tennessee.
Okay.
In rushing yards per game.
Leggy had a great line yesterday. He said their passing game right now, their totals, Vic, that's like a service academy.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is.
I think they're, what are they, 27th in rushing yards?
They're 15th in rushing yards.
15th. Oh, okay. Much better.
So I give you 30th overall in yards per game, 31st in passing yards per game, 15th in running yards per game. So the other two teams, by the way, that were 31st and 32nd in yards per game, Tennessee and Cincinnati. Cincinnati is 30th in points per game, and Tennessee is 32nd. You know what the Eagles are? 7th.
Yeah.
Explain that one to me.
Why don't you do this stat? What are the Eagles in wins per game?
No, I understand. No. There's this is what I'm getting at, Vic. They are 30th in the league at just gaining yards, but they have scored the 7th most points in the league.
Opportunistic football team that knows how to win. Mike McGlinchey said it yesterday. He said, they are a team that every other team aspires to become. A team that knows how to finish, a team that knows how to win in every category. Knows how to win offensively, defensively, special teams, taking advantage of the elements, never fretting if they're trailing in a game. I mean, think about that Rams game. What was the score in that Rams game? I think they were down, 20 points in that game at home?
They were down 26. They were down 26-7.
Okay, they're down 19 points and did not flinch. Yep. How many teams do that?
And that was in the second half.
Not a lot.
That wasn't even like, hey, we got down early with a couple of bogus plays and blah, blah, blah. The second half, they came back in that game.
You know what's going to be tested this weekend? Where are the Denver Broncos, if you don't mind? You've got your trusty stats in front of you. Where are the Denver Broncos in red zone defense? They've got to be near the top, if not the top. Red zone defense, my friend.
Not
look
on this page.
That up.
I'll look that up.
Because that will be a huge factor in the outcome of this game. You start limiting that team to field goals instead of touchdowns, and I know the tush-push helps them score touchdowns because once they get in there, they usually find a way not only to knock on that door, but to get in. You start holding them to field goals, and it gives you a chance.
Well, can I back that up, though, real quick before you throw the stat out?
Sure.
Here's what's great about the Denver Broncos defense in that regard, Vic, that backs you up. It's hard to shut a team out in the National Football League.
Yeah.
But since 2023, since the start of 2023, no team is better, has more games where they've kept the opposition out of the end zone than the Denver Broncos. They've got 7 games where they held a team to field
That's
goals.
impressive.
Yeah, and they've already done it twice this year, right? Last week and then opening week against Tennessee, all field goals. They kept them out of the end zone. If you can hold, they're good at holding teams to field goals.
So
Brett.
this stat that you want, Vic, is how many times you give up a touchdown in the red zone?
Yeah, red zone defense. I mean, essentially it's.
What do you think they rank? Just out of curiosity.
I think they're top 3.
Got to be.
They're first.
Yeah.
Number 1 in the league.
Yeah, it's obvious. So,
do you know who's third?
The Philadelphia Eagles.
Philly.
Yeah. And I'm telling you right now, that is a huge number. That's a huge number because in this league, man, the way the kickoffs are designed, scoring field goals should be easy, right? Well, you watching that game last night, there's a field goal, you're like, well, they're already in field goal range. My God.
Did you hear Todd Bowles talking about what Vic Fangio said? Todd Bowles, Nelly, you do it so good.
Yeah, you sound like a robot. That ain't Todd Bowles.
I am Todd Bowles. I think that field goal balls are weird. No, but he was talking about it too because he calls all the defensive calls for the Buccaneers, and he's like, yeah, man. He's like, these guys. He thinks though, not necessarily the balls. He said, look, these kids are coming out of college, they're kicking it all over the place, and it's early in the season. It's nice out. Wait till we get into some weather. It'll be a little bit different. So we'll see.
So hang on a second.
He was saying, I don't know who handles the balls or who touches them or who's kicking them or rubbing them.
Good job, man.
Here's the other stat. So I gave you the Eagles' offensive numbers. So their points are skewed largely because they've had some special teams touchdowns. I think they've had a couple defensive touchdowns this year. It's the same sort of story, by the way, that the Broncos had on offense last year, where they were one of the top scoring offenses or scoring teams in the league, but they had a lot of help on defense and stuff like that. So what if I tell you this? The Broncos' defense currently sits at number 2 in the league in points allowed per game. The only team better than them is Houston. But the good teams that they've played, Chargers and Colts,
They both put 20-something on them.
they've combined for 52 points.
Yeah.
Which isn't crazy, but 26 points per game in those two is weird. Are the Broncos' numbers defensively a little bit fraudulent because you featured the 2 worst offenses in the NFL in 4 games?
I would say, I don't know if it's fraudulent. I think the Broncos defense played really well.
No, you could say that you have a hand in why their numbers are so bad. I mean, you could argue that, but I mean, it is something to keep in mind.
I don't know, dude. I think every game is different, and every team is capable of going off. Again, I hate to bring it up, but last night we saw a Niners team that was not anywhere close resembling a normal Niners team, especially offensively.
Yeah.
And they scored.
They did.
Kyle Shanahan must be some sort of miracle worker.
Dude's a good coach, man.
I reckon
Dude's
he
a
is.
good coach.
But Vic, you said it. If they can do that in L.A., why can't the Broncos? Again,
No, you know what?
Are the Broncos a better team than the Niners?
Well, presently constituted, they better because the Niners are half their team.
Half their team is gone. Right. Look. Damn it! This is what I need. Now, I was going to say this is what I want. This is what I need. And I think Broncos fans, are you with me on this? I think you need it too. If you're listening. You need a signature win like this.
Yes.
You need one. You know, screw this. It's year 3 of Sean Payton, year 2 of Bo Nix. It's about time that you start throwing in. Now, I'm not saying all the time because then you're a great team. But sprinkle in some signature wins that show that you're there and you're a force to be reckoned with.
What would you
problem.
consider? Let me ask you. What would you consider the Broncos' signature win under Sean Payton right now?
I don't think there is one.
I think it's a Tampa Bay win.
We said that Tampa Bay win.
But that was so...
Because they started out 0-2, then they go in there and they kick some major butt.
See, but Vic, what I said earlier, that feels a lot more like when the Browns beat the Packers a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
That felt a lot more like, hey, random NFL bad team beat good team game.
Last night's game has emboldened me even more. I'm going from I would be not stunned, not pleasantly surprised. I'm now expecting the Broncos to make some noise on Sunday. I've now moved my barometer. Let's go. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
They need one, man. They just need it. They need a game like this. They need a game that they can point to and be like, "Oh, you don't think we're good? Well, what about that?"
And you know
that's not what everybody thinks.
It's not unfair to ask.
What do you mean,
though, Vic? It's not unfair to ask it.
Hang on. What do you mean?
Not everybody thinks that way. If you listen to the rest of this radio station, there are those on this radio station that think this is just a bonus game and just treat it like one. And if you lose, they expect you to lose. Big deal. That's not the way I look at it. That's not the way I look at it. These games are too precious to write this off as, nobody expects you to win. No. It's not the way it works. Because you know what? There are going to be games that you expect to win and you won't. You think the Rams expected to win last night?
Yeah.
Well, you expected to beat the Colts. You already dropped one of those, and then you gave away that game against the Chargers. Like, you've got a couple already. You know, again, what the Broncos did last year, the reason the Broncos were a playoff team last year is they won. I think they were undefeated in games they were favored. That's already not happened this year. They were favored against the Colts, didn't win. So you need to make one up somewhere. And God, would you love it for it to be this one. The team that's won 20 of their last 21 games.
Again, let me get back to my point. It's not too much to ask. And for Broncos fans who are thinking that's too much to ask, it's not. Or other people on this radio station, it's not too much to ask. Look, I think they're going to lose. But it's not too much to ask a team that is a playoff team, supposedly on the rise, to go win a damn tough football game against a really good opponent.
All right, so you got a Broncos loss. I'm going to say it right now. Will Lutz wins it at the buzzer. 26-23.
It's 7:33 in the morning, Vic.
26-23. I don't care. I got my call in. Put it in. Go to the window. Moj, take this to the window. 26-23. Lutz at the buzzer.
Yeah. I would love for that to happen.
And the Broncos will do something they haven't done. Right. They're going to win the turnover battle.
I'll make you a promise. If the Broncos do that, if they win by that score, 26-23 in Philly, with a Will Lutz 52-yarder
walk-off,
I will kiss you on the mouth.
I'll take that.
Yeah. Hey, just quickly here.
But it's got to be that exact scenario.
How many times?
Like how? Where on my mouth?
Just a peck on the side.
How many times do you guys?
Moj, it better look like you're giving Vic CPR. You kidding me? You better pay off that bet, dude.
We all have moments in life where it's like, hey, I could say this, but I'm not gonna because it's not worth the headache. Or I could do this, but I'm not gonna because it's not worth whatever I'm gonna get afterwards. Kind of felt that way about the Avs picture last night. I know that it's a Kroenke-owned team and it's LA, and I think it's cool they all went to the game together. I think wearing the jerseys was a little over the top.
Well, I tweeted about it, and somebody said, well, you're going to get in trouble for doing that. We're in the business of offering our own opinions.
Yeah.
And you know my opinion about anything not Denver, right?
Yeah.
I represent the city of Denver. That's who I am. This is my city, my town. I'm born here. I'm raised here, my town. And I saw that picture. It's innocent. On the surface, does it really bother me? Am I going to cry about it? No. But if you ask me to wear that jersey, I'd never wear it. Not because I don't like the team. I wanted the Rams to win last night.
Mm-hmm.
I support the company like you guys. I'm just not going to represent anything outside of Denver. Not doing it.
I compared it to, doesn't the same group that owns the Commanders own the 76ers? Right? Is that the same group?
I think so.
Imagine, and I guess it's a little bit different because it's the same division that they'd be in, but think about if the Sixers went to a Commanders game and all wore Washington jerseys and how Philly fans would react. That's kind of how I think about it. I'm like, going to the game I think is cool, but you got a football team in town.
Yeah.
You got one here.
I'm not going to blame the players. The players were the players were allowed to go to a game. They had a good time. And, we have
custom
a great
jerseys
owner
with their numbers, yeah.
We have a great owner who shares that experience with everybody. I just think what wasn't taken into account is this. There are a lot of Bronco fans who are also Avalanche fans.
Right.
And that's the category of fan that looked at that and cringed.
Yep.
Not because the Rams are some sort of rival. That's not it. But it's like wearing some other gang colors. What gang are you in? Do we agree? I hate to break it down to that. What gang are you in?
That's what I'm saying. I thought about it like when they were doing that and then getting ready to take the pictures. I'm like, Moser, was there any part of somebody that was like, what's the response going to be to this? Because go look at the replies. It's exactly what you thought it would be.
Well, because people are territorial.
Well, there's a lot of people that don't have a problem with it. And I guarantee most of you that don't have a problem with it, I understand where you're coming. I will defend Denver sports to the end of the earth.
Yeah.
You may not be from here. You may be a fan of the team. You may not think it's a big deal to be a fan. See, like, I've never understood how somebody, and you see these people all the time, who are, hell, Brett, you're one, fans of teams from, like, multiple cities. Like, what is going on? Does that mean that you've been, what? You've moved from city to city all your life?
No, he didn't have any teams when he grew up.
No, but multiple cities.
He grew up as a hillbilly in a ditch. He had to just glam on to anything
a vagabond.
he possibly could.
But
yeah.
you know the kind. You know the kind. I'm a fan, and I see this on like Twitter profiles. I'm a fan of the Patriots, the Seahawks, and the Alabama Crimson Tide. What?
No, I am, Vicky, and you know this as well as anybody. I am a huge believer of if you move to a market, you become a fan of the teams within your community. And that's why I don't think there's any doubt. I love the teams here.
Yeah.
Correct? There's no doubt about that.
There's no doubt about it.
6118 writes in, as an Avs fan and a Rams fan, I loved it. Let me ask you, 6118, how are you an Avs fan? I mean, I don't understand the process there. How does that work?
on the way out.
How are you an Avs fan and a Rams fan, two cities? I don't get it.
Vic, I got a perfect.
I need you to, you person, explain that to me.
I got a perfect example here. So I'm watching the Yankees game last night. And the Yankees, they have that big inning where just everything fell their way. They hit the pop-up in the Bermuda Triangle. Nobody could get to it. They had the weird mid-hop to the first baseman that scored a couple of runs. The Yankees are taking a lead. And they pan to the crowd. And right behind home plate is none other than Jimmy Fallon. And Jimmy Fallon is jumping. He's jumping up and down like a schoolgirl. Yeah. And I go, wait, but the Yankees just scored. Isn't he some diehard Red Sox? They're playing the Sox. Isn't he some diehard Boston guy who made a whole movie about how much he loves the Red Sox? What's happening?
Yeah. Let me make a distinction here because I knew I was going to get this. Jeanette writes in, okay, Vic, CU plays Notre Dame. You went to both schools. Who you rooting for? College is different, and you know it. College is different. You invest your time and your money in those colleges, and you actually live there and take part. I'm talking about living in a city your whole life and being a fan of a team from a different city. I know a lot of fans that grew up in Denver, a lot of natives that grew up in Denver that somehow are Raiders fans. And for the life of me, I'll never understand that.
I just got educated. Agreed, Vic. I just got educated. Jimmy Fallon is from Brooklyn.
What's the Red Sox thing then that he did?
I don't know.
I know
the
a
movie.
guy who grows up in Brooklyn made a movie about being a diehard Red Sox fan?
Because the Red Sox sucked for a long time, I guess. The Yankees won 27
Guys, it's
World
a movie.
Series.
Calm down.
No. Matt Damon, Ben Affleck was playing, I forget which movie it was. He was playing a role where they said, you got to wear the Yankees hat. He goes, I will turn down the role if you make me wear that hat. That's how much he's invested in his fandom.
Here's a great example. These are the examples I'm looking for. On the text line, Eric writes in, my good buddy is a Buffs fan, Rockies fan, Nuggets fan, Avalanche fan, but his football team is the Packers. What?
Yeah, I don't know.
What the hell is that? I mean, what are you, part owner? What? How is that possible?
Well, I guess what the package could be. At halftime of tonight's Mountain Vista Valor Christian game on 92.5, tune in as we honor the Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Back after this.
Another summer is over. You may have noticed your energy getting lower. Workouts aren't as productive. Maybe you're not sleeping as well. You feel foggy all the time. Well, if you're experiencing some or all of these symptoms or many more, you might have low testosterone. If that's what's going on with you, do not wait. Do what I did. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today and get treated for your low T, because living with low testosterone is no way to live, man. These are experts. Guys start to lose 2 to 3% in your early to mid-30s every single year, and before you know it, it happens gradually. You're like, golly, I just don't feel the same. Do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. It's super simple. 10 easy questions. Yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. They're going to draw your blood, results within 30 minutes, and they'll tell you what is going on. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, so give them a call today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. They take care of your entire dude situation. You're going to love it. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday, and we have a lot more football to discuss. We'll talk to Katie Wingy as she'll give us an update from Nuggets camp at 9:30. We'll get into Lay It Down at 9:20 today. I have a question, though. I watched all the games yesterday in the MLB, and they're all pretty great. Gotta love do-or-die baseball. 2 big things, though. Well, actually 3. The first game between the Tigers and the almost said Indians, Guardians. Imagine coming back from a 12.5 game deficit with a month left in the season to win the division just to lose at home to the team that you overtook.
I know.
And by the way,
Anticlimactic, man.
again, this actually makes me angry for somebody who is starved for this baseball team in town to do anything of substance like the Guardians did this year. For them not to sell out Game 3 is unbelievable to me.
They didn't sell out that game either?
They had over 10,000 no-shows or whatever you say.
They deserved. I'm sorry, Cleveland. You deserve to lose.
Then go home.
Yeah, you deserve to lose. That's pathetic. If you're from Cleveland, you listen to this radio show. I have a lot of Cleveland trolls who have trolled for some reason.
Wait, what?
Yeah, trolled.
Hold on a second. Is Cleveland the Greece of American cities? Like you
I
get
don't know.
people,
I had this guy
you get
trolling me
people
all
from
year.
Cleveland wanting a piece of your bacon. That's what you're
I've had
telling
this guy
me.
trolling me all year, claiming that the Cavs were a better team than the Nuggets and blah, blah, blah. And look what the Cavs did. They choked. Your city, if you can't sell out a playoff baseball game,
it's do or
an
die.
elimination game, you know what you are? You're not a good sports city. You're not a good – Cleveland,
agree.
I'm going to say it right now, Cleveland, you're a bad sports city.
Let me just ask you something. However people feel about the Rockies, if the Rockies had a playoff game at 11 o'clock on a Tuesday.
Are you kidding me?
There's 43,000 people and not an empty.
Not only that, but Coors Field and every joint around it is packed.
So pathetic.
I mean, it would be like Rockies fans look.
In any sport, mind you, not just you.
Agreed.
If there's a playoff game in this town, and we've already seen it, it will be sold out.
Away, yeah.
It doesn't matter what time.
The game.
By the way, speaking of Cleveland, remember that tourism video that guy made back in the? I can't help but laugh every time I think of Cleveland and the guy that did that from Cleveland.
But
come on down to Cleveland town, everyone. Come and look at both of our buildings. Buy some food that's prepared near the street. Who knows, you might even see this guy. You should come on down to West 6th Street.
I will say
really
this.
Good.
I've been to Cleveland several times, and they've updated the area near the
waterfront.
Lake there.
Yeah,
it's nice.
yeah.
It's
It
actually
is.
nice.
It is.
It's not bad. It's nice.
A texter says it was a 1 p.m. game in the middle of the week. Baseball has to fix that.
So
Absolutely not.
no.
Absolutely not.
So what? No.
What do you want baseball to do, by the way?
Come on.
Because here's what happens.
No.
Why did they put Yankees Red Sox late at night? Because they knew they were going to have to compete with Thursday Night Football, and it's the only chance that they had to try and pull eyeballs
Stu,
away
if you
from it.
played a 1 p.m. playoff game in Denver, Colorado, would it be sold out? Yes or no?
I loved that it was on in the middle of the day.
Stu,
I loved it.
If you had a 7 a.m. playoff game at Coors Field, it would be sold out and
No
Lodo
doubt.
would be packed. Bro, this is on Cleveland. And by the way, Stu, it's not just Cleveland. Don't get defensive. Atlanta's the same way. Atlanta's terrible.
Terrible sports town. In fact, let's talk about the terrible sports towns in our country.
Let's not.
Just hang on. Because the next thing.
Hello, Utah.
Hello,
Salt Lake.
The next game was
Kidding.
the Padres and Cubs. And again, another good game. Cubs win 3-1, they advance. But they're implementing something new next year in the MLB. I don't think we've talked about it yet. It's this challenge system on balls and strikes that there's a whole bunch of rules to it. Only the pitcher or the hitter, I believe, maybe the catcher can call for a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
So all they have to do is tap their helmet, the hitter does, or whatever. And there's no more prime example of why they're doing that than punching out Bogarts on a ball that's a foot
That was
low.
larceny.
In the top of the ninth, down to you can't do it. Can't happen.
Brett, that was below his shins. Brett, anybody could have called that a ball.
Yeah.
That was such a bad call.
Did you see the umpires exiting the field?
Did you see the Padres players barking at the umpires? That
Barking,
got nasty.
They were trying to get to them.
Show the video that I sent you, Nelly, on the board behind us.
They were trying to get to them.
And we'll explain this to you guys. I've never quite seen a baseball team do this. So the umps have to walk through, hang on, before you hit play, they have to walk through the visiting dugout, which is the Padres dugout in this game. And because of that call, the Padres are so hot, they're trying to put hands on the umps as they're walking through. So go ahead and run this. So umps are walking through the dugout. They're heading down the stairs. A whole bunch of Padres people get right in their face, and then somebody jumps over the top and tries to grab somebody, and they're still in their face. They can't even make it into the locker room now. It was pretty intense. Now, I will say this. Missed calls, bad calls, they suck. We all know it. We've all been part of a game in which your team is featured and it's not ideal. Padres, you didn't do yourself any favors either. You put up one run, okay? And it's not like there was guys on second and third when that call was made. It was the first at bat of the ninth. But still, horrible call. But, dude, Texture says, it's playoff baseball, get the bat off your shoulder. Not if it's a ball, okay? You don't swing at bad pitches because you hope that the ref won't make a mistake. But that was the big thing from that game. And then I have a conflict whenever the Yankees and Red Sox play each other because I hate both teams. That game, and yes, everybody can laugh at the name, from Schlittler was unbelievable. That's a rookie who got called up in July. He's 24 years old.
Cam Schlittler.
To go 8 innings, no runs, first player in MLB history, by the way, in history, to have a 12 strikeout, no walk game in the postseason.
12 punch-outs is crazy.
Yeah, he was brilliant. Hey, if Jerry Jones was going to start Cam, how would he say it?
I think it'd be the exact same. I don't think you change.
Give us a pronunciation.
It's a great game yesterday by Cam Schlittler.
It's Cam Schlittler.
Schlittler.
Tell you what, I'd like to have one of those Schlittlers on the Cowboys right now.
Schlittler with the Schlitz.
Actually, hey, would you grab me an ice cold Schlittler? I'm really.
Is there a better beer name in the history of beers than Schlitz?
Schlitz.
There's no better beer name. Are we in agreement?
100%.
No, that's great.
Well, but people nicknamed it something else because it really wasn't that tasty.
Doesn't matter. The best name ever.
Oh, hey, those announcers, by the way, they were saying things that I'm like, I can't believe you guys are saying this on ABC, or I guess ESPN. But they were having some fun with his name in a way that I don't feel comfortable saying right now.
Yeah. Did you see that catch by Ryan McMahon?
Oh, and then Ryan Mac makes that play.
I'm happy for Ryan Mac.
Good for him.
So wait, why are you happy for Ryan Mac and so disdainful of Arenado?
Because he didn't force his way out and whine. And
Ryan Mac put in his time, man.
He put his time in. It just was a total pro, and they did him a good one. They did him right.
Yeah, for him to, so what they're doing now in the postseason, because Ryan Mac had a little trouble with his bat late in the year. I think he hit a little sub 200 for the final month, is when they have lefties that start, they play that Rosario kid until they get to the end of the game, and there's either a pitching change or they're making a defensive substitution. And that's exactly why, because that play last night was awesome. I mean, making the catch, foul territory, flipping over the benches, yeah, that's sweet.
Okay, so the 0750 from New Hampshire, I think they're referring to Schlittler, says, his father is my cousin's husband's boss.
Huh?
And my family knows him. His father is my cousin's husband's boss.
That's neat.
What?
My mom's electrician's toilet paper man's
daughter is an unbelievable swimmer, and I know her.
You don't get to, like, what is it called? The 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon, or what is it called?
6 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
6 degrees. You don't get to do that with
Schlittler?
Schlittler. No. Doesn't count. Sorry.
His father is my cousin's husband's boss.
Hold on. His father
is
my
cousin's husband's boss.
Wow, bro.
And by the way, I want to get back to football. Just one more thing. Let me go back to, I got to look it up.
My father is my sister-in-law's husband's dad.
Jordy Nelson is my cousin's husband's teammate in college. Was.
You know what? Screw Arenado.
He paused. He had a hot take, and that was your hot take?
Yeah, he hit 237. Obviously, he was injured. But he hit 237 this year with 12 total dongs. Woo-hoo! 12 big dongs, Nolan. Great job, buddy. You and your 237. I ain't never been loved before. God, save it. Just save it.
No, I was just thinking about this for a second. Screw Cody Barton. You know what I mean? Like, it's a really random thought you had there, Moj.
It's 237. I ain't never felt no love till I came to St. Louis.
All right.
Hey, man. You know what, Vic? I like the way you're thinking. You are starting to move me on the Denver Broncos this weekend. I'm excited, man. I can't wait for this game.
Okay, then let me ask this.
Vic is starting to physically and mentally move me in his direction.
Is this just being hopeful, or are you basing that off of real things? We'll get to it next.
This train is carrying jobs out of Cleveland. Cleveland leads the nation in drifters. Here's a statue of Moses Cleveland. He's the guy who invented Cleveland. Yeah!
They're doing a great job with the turnover ratio. I think they've only given the ball away one time in the first 4 weeks. They're taking it away. Their special teams, they have the blocked punt last week, the blocked field goal, blocked extra point against the Rams. So all three phases are doing a good job. And that's one of the reasons they're the champion.
Sean Payton from yesterday. Again, this is about playing a clean football game. You play a clean game, you have a very good shot to win against Philly. That's the truth. But, Mose, you mentioned something that Vic has gotten you feeling like better and better about this game as it's gone on. And I want to know, is that just like, hey, because this happens sometimes. You talk about something and you get towards the end of the week, you're like, I feel pretty good about it. What's tangible about why you feel better now than maybe earlier in the week?
The tangibility factor is I think the Broncos defense is really good.
It's my persuasiveness.
It is also your persuasiveness. It's also a little hope and a little I don't want to say whistling by the graveyard type of stuff because it's not like that. But why can't they do it? We've been talking about, it's going to be hard. Why can't they? I think the odds are against them. I don't even know what my little matchup predictor says. I got to look at that. It says 60-40, which probably is about right.
Sounds right.
That's 61-39. That's about right. But you know what? The Broncos are good. I've maintained even the 2 excruciating field goal losses. I've maintained that I think the Broncos are a good team. They just got to figure it out. They just got to find their way a little bit. They've got to get that chemistry. Vic, they were off time, just out of sync. I said, I think that's coming. Nix is going to be fine. Deep breaths, everybody. Everything's going to be okay. And they showed me a lot on Monday night. I mean, it could have been a lot more than 28-3, but nonetheless, it was a dominating win.
What emboldens me most about this game is the outrageous nature at which we're looking at this game. Almost as if a Broncos win would be audacious.
Yeah.
Like, oh, my God. Oh, what are you talking about? This is the National Football League. If the Niners can waltz into L.A. with half a club, half a quarterback, half an offense, and win a game, why can't the Broncos win in Philly? Why is that asking too much?
I asked a smart guy one time in hockey. You're playing a really good team that's lost 5 in a row. Right? Are you worried about, golly, it's a really good team. They've lost 5 in a row, man. They're going to be loaded for bear coming up tonight, right? He said, no, man. If they lost 5 in a row, they're playing crap. He goes, I'd like to stick it to them all day, no problem whatsoever, even though it's like a really good team. I say the Dallas Stars came in here, right, and they had lost 5 in a row. And so it got me to thinking about the Eagles and their lack of production this year and their overall sort of stagnation. They're finding ways to win because they're winners and they're pros. That's why. With total winners and total pros. But they ain't playing great football, okay? So they can be had. I'm with Vic. They can be had. And why not get them in a situation where they will play great football this year. They will. They're going to make a point to maybe win the division, but certainly defend their Super Bowl championship. But if they ain't playing great football right now, overall as a team, especially on the offensive side of the ball, then why not go there, use this as an opportunity, Vic, go into their joint and get you a dang signature win. You need one. Hell, you owe the fans one. Go do it. There's no reason the Broncos can't do it.
So you guys are
I'm
feeling pretty good.
I'm starting to believe. Vic's getting me starting to believe here.
I'm going to tell you why I remain unchanged from earlier in the week.
Well, you're a pessimist.
You don't believe?
Not a pessimist. I'm not. The way that the Eagles win is what bothers me. Because the way that they win is the way that you've lost. They win by not turning the ball over. They win by not committing penalties. They win by dominating you on special teams. They win by closing games out. They win by just playing smart and sound football. You haven't. And all of those things that are stacked up for what do the Eagles do well? Because right now it's not throwing the ball. It's not running the ball. So what do they do? All of those different categories, I think, are your weakest.
Yeah.
That's the issue. And so, to say, I'm not telling you they can't win this game. They obviously very well could win this game. But they would have to play in a way that's probably out of character in those categories.
And therein is the great neutralizer in football. The Eagles are +3. The Broncos are -2 in turnovers. And I hate keep referring to last night's game, but why did the Rams lose last night?
Yeah, they turned it over.
They turned it over. And you can't.
And they had another field goal blocked.
They turned the ball over. They had
Deflected.
special teams problems.
Yeah.
It's the same sort of story when you're playing against good teams. I talked about this when Dion first got to CU, is that when you have like teams facing off against each other, the smaller details matter, and that's where I think coaching really comes into play, is can you get your guys ready in situations like that? And so far, for the Broncos, they just haven't been good in those. They haven't.
Then my question to you, Brett, would be, when can we expect that win? When is it, in your eyes?
This weekend.
Okay.
No, they just got.
Well, then
me,
do it. Then you know what?
They just got to do it at some point.
Yeah, then do it. Go do it.
Because when is the next one on the schedule?
Yeah, no
If
better
not this
time than the
weekend,
present.
when is it?
Yeah, it's not the Jets. It's not the Giants.
It's not the Giants. It's not the Cowboys.
It's not the Cowboys.
Hell, it's not even the Ravens anymore.
No, it's not.
It's this weekend.
Yeah.
This is it. This is it. You win this game, 26-23 on a Will Lutz walk-off.
I will say, well, okay.
If not, maybe it's the Chiefs later in the year. Maybe it's at the Commanders. Maybe it's the Packers game. I don't know.
If they get smoked, which I don't see happening, what's the over-under on this game again?
I think it's 43.5.
I think
44.5.
Listen to me. All thought should be this, that this is going to be a defensive struggle for both teams. I mean, both teams are just going to knock the snot out of the opposing offense. That's what you think should happen and is going to happen, and watch it be just the opposite. But if the Broncos should get smoked in this game, I'm going to be pretty bummed. I really am. If the Broncos get smoked, I want to believe that they're the team I think they are. Does that make sense?
What do you believe?
Yeah, I want to believe that I'm not an idiot here when I think that they're a good football team.
There's one inexcusable outcome in this game, and it's them getting blown out. That can't happen.
No.
Cannot happen.
If
you lose a close game, I think we all kind of understand. You got a lot of things stacked up against you. It's short week, 11 a.m., East Coast, at Philly, good team. Like, we can kind of get losing. You can't get blown out. Can't happen.
What's your definition of blown out?
Oh,
well,
multiple scores.
Yeah. How about you lose by more than, upper double digits, 17, something like that.
And that also applies to where, like, you remember that the first Chargers game last year, where the final score was like a 7-point game, but they were up like 23-0 with 5 minutes left. You're like, okay, the empty points at the end, those are empty calories I don't care about.
Yeah.
Not those.
Hey, did you guys notice last night's game, late in the game, when Kyren Williams looked to score on a go-ahead touchdown, instead he got the ball punched out by the San Francisco D lineman?
Yes.
Did you see the manner in which he punched that ball? He hit Williams in the face mask, basically, before he got to the ball.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about this. These D linemen, look at their hands. They put all this, like their boxers' hands. You know how they tape up their hands for these games? What's to stop a D lineman just to take a big old haymaker every once in a while? It doesn't hurt them. They got all this padding, all this protection on their hands.
I'm sure it doesn't feel great.
Well, did you see that last night? Did you see that punch?
Well, it snapped his head.
It
knocked
him out.
It was a hard enough punch, Brett, where his head went snap to the side. Then the ball came out. I mean, he literally. I guess he could make the excuse, I'm trying to jump and punch the football. He punched him right in the head.
That's by the way. That's new.
In fact, let me show you what happened.
What do you mean it's new? Peanut Tillman did that for years.
No, but what I'm saying is there's I just heard people talking about this. I can't remember who it was, but they're NFL players right now. Or Chris Long is who it was. He goes, this new thing that guys are doing, which is basically you, especially if you're a defensive lineman, if you don't make the initial tackle and you're trailing the play, the first thing that you're taught to do, because they can't see you, is you find which hand the ball is in, and he goes, you just straight up throw the hardest punch that you can at the ball. He goes, they weren't taught that. Chris Long said he wasn't taught that when he was growing up, and it started entering the league towards the end of his career. But I'm on the blind side, I'm not just going to wrap around your ankles and get you down on the ground. I'm punching the ball. And you see people, well, God, guys, the new, it's not new, it's probably like 7, 8 years old. Have you seen the ones where the guy makes a catch and he falls to the ground and there's a defender right around him? And he will wait until the guy gets off the ground just so he can take a punch at the football? Like, he's not going to touch you because if he does that when your knee's on the ground, you're going to be down anyway. He waits a half second until you're kind of up off it, and they go, wham!
I guess I have not noticed that.
Yeah. They try and do that because it catches you off guard.
I don't know what happened. I do know Williams, he got punched in the head. That's how Vic is absolutely correct. And the ball came out. Was he partially concussed? I have no idea.
Bang! Bang!
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So quickly, a few other things here. I have this audio from Brian Callahan that I want to play. I don't know if there's enough time for this right now. Screw it. We'll do it. It's him in response. You guys remember when Cam Ward in the postgame last week said, how would you evaluate your play today? And he said, ass. And then he said, what about your team? And he said, ass. Here's what Brian Callahan said about that, head coach.
He's the number 1 overall pick. He's the face of the franchise, if you will. He's got high expectations for himself. We have high expectations around him. And we all want to meet those. And his ability to be in that spotlight in that moment, I think, is a growing process. I think he's growing up. I think he's starting to understand the weight of his words, what those things mean when he speaks and everyone's listening and watching. And then even though he says, he follows up the commentary with a lot of the right things, it's the one-liner that gets taken. And, he's learning how to deal with you guys and how to understand how to have those conversations and still maintain the image that he wants to maintain as a starting quarterback. So growing up is not always easy, and I think there's some things that he's learning along the way, just like we all do.
Hey, Callahan, shut up.
I have no problem with
I had no issue with what he said. I thought it was great, actually.
I think
thought it
it's
was
refreshing.
Awesome.
I love what Cam Ward has to say. He's saying what we're all thinking. What's the big deal here?
And what did he say first? It was personal accountability. I played terrible. I played awful. It's you know why he said that, Moj? Why Callahan said that? Because when he said the team is ass, who's responsible for that?
Callahan is.
Yeah, that's why he didn't like it. But it's the truth. Their team is terrible. And I'll tell you this much.
I'd take Cam Ward on my team any day.
The amount of people that have dropped this one on me because Shador's been in the news for the last week, because he did it too. Yeah, he's got to learn how to deal with you guys. This isn't a media thing. I know it's like the easiest thing that people can go to is go and blame the media for something, whatever. And I'm no white knight for the media. I think we do a lot of stupid stuff, okay? Dumb.
Name one.
When your quarterback, whether he's a third string or a first overall pick, says something like that, it's not the media's fault that he said something that was interesting, okay? Like, when it comes to Shador and what he did with the miming stuff, and people go, why the hell are you even talking to a third-string quarterback? Because he says some pretty wild and does some pretty wild things. Because I'll tell you this, guys, if Shador Sanders, every time they put a mic in his face, said, hey, I'm just here to work hard, hopefully I get an opportunity, and I hope to capitalize. If he said that every time, would people still talk to Shador?
No.
But can I give you another third-string quarterback who gets asked questions? Do people still talk to Jameis Winston in New York?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because he's a funny guy. He's an interesting guy.
Yeah, it's not hard.
He's an interesting guy.
It's not a media thing. It's your quarterback says weird stuff thing.
Don't you want to hang with Jameis a little bit?
Totally.
I do
100%.
too. You think he'd ever hang with us?
I think Jameis Winston would hang with anybody.
You think so?
I think if Jameis Winston said Kim Jong-un wants to hang out, he'd be like, fine.
I think he's going to be a television star when he's done.
He could be. I mean,
In what way? He can't do like color commentary.
You can be an analyst. You can be a studio analyst.
Yeah.
He can do your job.
Yeah, he probably could. I hate that that's the go-to. Well, Cam's got to learn how to deal with you guys a little bit better. I asked a basic post-game question. What did you think of your play today? And then he took it that way. Not me. I didn't goat him into saying something. Anyway, I don't know. I just think it's silly. And I think that Brian Callahan's pissed because his team's bad and his quarterback said so.
I mean, if we keeping a buck right now, we ass.
We are 1 hour away from laying it down.
Yes, we are.
My gosh.
And we're going to lay it down hard. It's going to be a good week.
Do you know that?
No more. Hey, listen. No more Utah State backdoor covers.
Yeah.
Okay. None of this crap. Vic, you weren't here when I said it, but it was featured by Van Pelt that night on a Sunday after the game.
You're lay it down?
Or Monday after the game. No, not my specific lay it down, but the backdoor cover by Utah State was on Van Pelt's Bad Beats.
Mm-hmm.
I had one of my Moj diatribes to Brett.
Yeah.
27 different Vanderbilt players registered a defensive stat. They had more guys than that in the game. They had third stringers in their Keystone Cops in it that entire final drive with no time left on the clock. That ain't happened this week. So 1 hour from right now, we're going to lay it down like we ain't never laid it down.
Can I have one lay it down and your lay it down?
Absolutely. The more guys laying it down, the better.
Brett Coin Lock of the Week.
The Brett Coin Lock of the Week.
Moshe.
Yeah.
Are you allowing me? Can I lay with you during lay it down?
100%. Love you, man.
Love you too.
Texture says Jameis can't be worse than Gronk. It is. Do you guys ever watch the Fox pregame show on Sundays? Gronk is really hard to take seriously.
He's just talking like.
Yeah, I'm playing with Tom, and Tom, you know what I mean? Like, that laugh that he has, it's like, I don't know what to do with this guy.
You know what's so funny, though, is I have USAA insurance. So every time he comes on, every time he comes on, pumping it up, I'm like, that's my boy. Yeah, I'm there. All right, good talk.
When we return, you guys are going to love this game. You're going to love it. It's the same game that we played before, but it's going to feel different. We'll get to it next.
Vic Lombardi here for Dan Caplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Why? Because Dan Caplis Law wins. Like those two teams, they win. Dan Caplis Law wins in record-setting ways. A serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help, write down the number, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Or hit them up, 3 Front Range locations to choose from. Go online at dancapleslaw.com.
Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios, the passion is justice, and we do so on a Bud Light Football Friday. So, got Lay It Down in an hour. We have Katie Wingy also joining us in an hour. But it's the return with a twist. Nelly?
Senorita Mamma Mia, yeah.
Who wants to play a game of más o menos?
Wait, what? Is this true or false?
It's bueno or no bueno.
Was this Buenos Dias?
Yeah.
Más o menos.
Well, Vic, Vic, you're the one who
Buenos
started
dias.
this because you're the one who
You didn't want the game more or less.
Yeah, you were so fixated on the proper grammar that you turned it into más o menos.
Oh, corazón.
Mi corazón.
Oh, míos Dios.
Bonix. Half a turnover. Más o menos.
Will he have a turnover? If you want to win the game, you have to limit turnovers, especially in this kind of game. So I'm going to predict the Broncos win, so I'll say, wait.
Menos. Just say menos.
Menos.
At Totes Menos. Totes.
Bonix is especial.
Damn right.
JK.
No, dude, I don't think Bonix is going to turn it over, man. I think that he's always, look, he has these little flurries. He's good with the football. He's protective of the football. Menos.
J.K. Dobbins, 99.5 rushing yards. Más o menos.
I talked about this earlier this week.
Menos.
I think he'll get close, but I don't think it's going to be back-to-back C notes for J.K. I think he'll get to about 86 this week, so I'll go Menos.
The leading receiver in this game, 80.5 yards. Más o menos.
Mas.
I mean, for either team?
Yeah, pretty
Correcto.
much, because it's not like they're tearing it up.
Si, senor.
I'll say Mas.
Yeah, but who's it going to be?
I think it'll be Cortland Sutton. I think they'll go underneath,
you know what?
underneath.
I'm
I think
going to
it'll
go with
add
Vic.
up.
Give me some, moss me out, man. Give me some moss. Yeah, more.
Longest Broncos play of the game, 49.5 yards. Más o menos.
Menos. No, it's going to be a slugfest.
So you're asking, can they break one? Can they have an explosive? I don't anticipate that happening in this type of game. So Menos.
Tush pushes.
Do that. No, don't call it. What would the Spanish translation be? What would the Spanish translation of tush push be?
We've got to have like a real Spanish.
There's got to be a Spanish translation for that.
Empujar is to push, so empujar el tush.
That's way too long.
Well, how do you say gluteus maximus in Spanish?
Hang on. Hang on, one second. Already stop. Empujar el trasero.
That's
Empujar el trasero.
That's too much.
2.5. Más o menos.
2.5. I think there will be 2.
I think there'll be 4. I'll say Mas.
I'll say Menos.
The Denver Broncos lead the league in sacks with 15 so far this year. Jalen Hurts has been sacked 9 times this season. Broncos sacks, 2.5. Más o menos.
Mas.
Saquon Barkley, 80.5 rushing yards. Más o menos.
Amado Martinez says, Pusha.
It's not Italian.
No. Yeah, good point. Good job, Amado.
Pusha. Yeah, we're not doing that.
It's a push, huh? Hey.
I like just how he said tush push.
Yeah, I like that.
All right.
Empujar el trasero.
Saquon Barkley, 80.5 rushing yards. Más o menos.
I'm gonna say Moss, man, because they're gonna try to feed him. He's not been running the ball a lot effectively.
I think he's gonna break one. I'll say Moss.
I'll say Moss.
Jalen Hurts, 179.5 passing yards. Más o menos.
I'll say Menos.
How much?
179.5.
Oh, man. I mean, it seems like it should be so easy to get to 180 passing yards for Jalen Hurts and the Eagles, doesn't it? The fact of the matter is, though, they ain't doing that this year. They just ain't doing it. I'm going to say Menos. No bueno.
Broncos defensive takeaways. Half. Más o menos.
They need to start forcing turnovers. That's what one thing this defense needs to start doing is turning the other team over. I'm going to say, again, I'm predicting a Broncos win 26-23 walk-off by Will Lutz. I'll say Moss.
I'll just go with the Moss. I'll just go with Vic is correct. I don't know if they can actually execute it and do that. Oh, man. No, Menos.
Broncos special teams mistakes. Half. Más o menos.
No, you can't do it. You can't do it. So I'm gonna say no bueno, menos, because you can't do it. If you do it, if you even have one screw up in special teams, dude, you're gonna lose the game. No,
like what?
No,
what
you gotta
qualifies
be clean.
as a screw up? Like, how about a penalty on a special teams play? Is that a screw up?
Sure.
Okay, well then.
Well,
Moss.
I mean, not like a holding penalty on like a kick return or something like that. It would be something like super impactful. Blocked kick,
like a muff
missed
punt,
kick, muff
punt.
punt. Yeah.
Yeah. If you even have one of those, dude, you're going to lose the game. You can't afford that against this team. No. So I'll say they're going to be really disciplined, and they're going to be studs, and they're going to be smart.
Margin of victory, 3.5 points, más o menos.
I think the Broncos win by 3, so I don't know what the hell you're talking about. But
no, just either team, margin of victory.
I say Menos.
Wow. 3.5? Moss.
3 more. Pissed off.
Long.
Yeah, this is a pretty long segment here.
Pissed off head coach cutaways. 1.5. Más o menos.
Well, I mean, these guys are both pissed off when they cut away.
They really are, aren't they? Yeah.
I'll say there's going to be at least 5 of those, so obviously Moss.
Yeah, I'm with Vic. I think the Moss. In fact, you know what? Here's what I'm rooting for Moss. I love the angry head coach cutaway, and they cut away. Again, if you ever watch the Chargers, they cut away to Jim Harbaugh a lot. He's got that.
Yep.
He's got that weird stare going on.
Where am I?
Yeah, he's got that weird with his big Coke bottles. Yeah, okay.
Upset A.J. Brown cutaways. Half. Más o menos.
Moss. He'll be upset at some point. Even if he's happy, he'll look upset.
That's a great point. Even if he has 10 catches for $173, he's going to find something to get grumpy about. I'll say Moss.
And finally,
because it's a big storyline going in, you know they're going to focus on it.
Grande Dame appearances. Half. Más o menos.
Dude, that guy's on television all the time. He got fined recently, so maybe they'll find a reason to bring him up.
Fat Dom.
Big Dom.
Big Dom.
Grande Dame.
Bagged on.
So that means that if he appears once, it's Moss.
Well,
so
no,
I'll go Moss.
hold on a second. Is it by accident, or are they actually pointing him out on the broadcast? Because you can't help.
He's center screen.
I'll say Menos, because I don't think they're going to seek him out, but the problem is you can't help but see him is the problem.
He fills the screen.
That's correct, yeah. You can't help but see him.
And there you go. There's Más o menos. I think the music really makes this game go.
I don't. Yeah, okay.
Es especial.
I love me some good flamenco, man. I love flamenco guitar.
Texter 1818, I don't always listen to sports radio, but when I do, it's altitude 92.5. Stay thirsty, my friends.
I like it.
Yeah, you know what I love about segments like this? 2 people absolutely can't stand it, and there's 2 people that love it. I like these. I love it. So anyway, we'll get to lay it down a little bit later in the show. Now, can we get to college football? We haven't talked about this at all, and I think that's the topic.
College football.
It's going to sound weird to say out loud. Do you find college football in this town interesting?
What does that mean?
It means exactly what I think it means. Are you interested at all in the games being played this weekend in this town?
At this very second, and by the way, the Rams play tonight. This very second, as we speak, at 8:34 a.m. on a Friday, I have about as much interest in college football in this town as I would be at an insurance seminar.
At this very point, to be totally honest and blunt with you, I have more interest in high school football than I do college football.
Yeah, totally.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Guys, it's
Coach
October 3rd.
Coach Sanford's Valor team's got to rally. They had a tough Friday night last week.
It's October 3rd. And I'm kind of checked out on the teams already.
What? Yeah, that's not cool.
So, is there a way you can change that?
Yeah, just win.
Well, I think beyond that, though, Vic, if you ask me right now, are the Buffs making a bowl game? My answer is no. And I think there's a good chance they get kicked this weekend by TCU. TCU's good. It's a good team.
You're darn right I plan on winning.
Remember, their game last week against BYU was a 6.5-point spread. This is 13.5 this week.
But you know what? Let me go back to my take on the Broncos and the Eagles here. And that is, you know what? Suck it up and win. There are other teams that suck it up and win. Hey, there are other teams that have been 13.5-point dogs and get the job done. I mean, Indiana was a tiny favorite over Illinois, and they beat the snot out of a very good Fighting Illini team. You know, I mean, prove yourself, Buffaloes. Prove yourself, man. Hey, Coach Norvell, you want to save your job? Win at San Diego State tonight. Just go win a damn football game. This is not brain surgery here. Win a damn football game. Make plays. Be smarter. In fact, we talked to Chad Brown yesterday, Vic. What he basically said was, you know what? They still don't even know how to manage the clock. The Buffaloes. Go win a dang football game and let's be done with this, man.
CSU
hey, Broncos, go win a dang football game in Philly. Do it.
That CSU game's on at 8:30 tonight on CBS Sports Network. Oof. That's one of those where I settle in and I'm raring to go, right? And then halftime hits and I'm like, okay, just don't close your, just come on. Walk around a little bit, walk around, come on. And then lo and behold, you wake up the next morning, oh, what was the score?
Mm-hmm.
Happens all the time.
God, do they need a win? They need something positive. I mean, anything. You know, and I kind of asked this in regards to CU in that, does this feel like you lose to TCU, it's time for the Julian Lewis show and don't look back?
100%.
Right.
Put the kid in, let him sink or swim, but give him some real college experience. Yeah, I'm completely down with that.
I know.
Make him ready.
Learn on the job, bro. Yeah. Like we don't really have anything else that's going to help us out here. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. Moser's going to lay it down at 9:20. We'll have Katie Wingy joining us from Nuggets camp at 9:30.
I have, and I'm going to go on record right now and let you know I've got 4 this week. I've got one that's going against the grain in a big way.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, it doesn't pass the smell test.
Mm-hmm.
It's going against the grain. It's like, Brett, if you go to the fridge and you're like, I'll give it a try anyway, right?
Yeah.
I've got one that you guys are going to go, that sounds really dumb, but I got a hunch.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
Because you guys are
What's the question?
Trending more and more optimistic about the Broncos' chances this weekend. Where do they possess the advantage?
They don't have one. I think they're a better defensive team as a unit. I think their pass rush is better. There, I got one.
Yeah, there you go. Good job.
Boom.
Vic.
So their pass rush over the Eagles' offensive line?
Yeah. I think their pass rush is better.
That's fair.
Yeah.
They have a better pass rush. I agree with Vic.
Yep.
Hey, man, the time for talking is over. Okay?
Let me ask you this question.
The time for hopefulness and wishing is over. Go get a quality win. Dang it.
Let me ask this question by asking you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Last night's matchup between the Rams and the Niners, where did the Niners possess the advantage?
Really nowhere, because they are flat out.
Yeah.
They are flat out a wounded animal, dude.
And who won the game?
Yeah, nowhere.
Sometimes you win.
Yeah, I understand, Vic. But I've seen the Niners do that before.
It's about time we start seeing it out of this Broncos team.
I totally agree with you. It's just I've seen them do that before. I have not seen the Broncos do it. Mm-hmm. I've seen Kyle Shanahan win a game with Mr. Irrelevant, who is an emergency start. I've seen him win a game with a third-string quarterback before. Like, it's just something that the Broncos are going to need to prove this one to me before they...
See, I don't even consider last night's game the most surprising win of the year because it's a division game between two rivals, and crazy things happen between rivals. You get games like that. They get crazy. What would you call the biggest upset of the year? Like the one that made you go, what? Was it Cleveland over Green Bay?
That was pretty big. That was pretty big.
Yeah, it was a big one.
I mean, the Giants over the Chargers is pretty big. That's a pretty big upset.
That's a big one.
I mean,
yeah, it's a pretty big upset.
That one, you know what? More so that one. That was a Chargers team that had not lost yet this year that was playing against a rookie quarterback in his first start. Like, Cleveland at least has a really good defense. They at least have that.
But you see where I'm coming from? I discount division rivalry games because that's its own animal.
True.
Those happen.
True. Yeah, I think you're right about that. Gosh, so how about this? If the Broncos win, what is your surprise meter? 10 being like Appalachian State beating Michigan.
That was a 10. Yeah.
So where is it on there?
Give me, if the Broncos win there, I'll say a 6.5. I would feel, because I don't think they're going to win. But you know what? Surprise me, Broncos. But as much belief as I put into you right now, play to that belief.
Yeah.
You got Vic believing. You got Moj on the Vic train. I'm in the caboose, I guess, because I'm late. I'm the last one on the train. But you got me believing a little bit here. Go do it, man.
It would be contradictory of me to believe in a win and then be surprised by a win. I think I have the Broncos winning. Not I think. I know I have the Broncos winning 26-23. But I also have them on the scale that you just proposed at a 10.
It's both. By the way, speaking of trains, I laughed so hard when I heard this promo. Did you hear what Kreckman said about our boy Vic?
What?
Because Mose has been begging everybody to jump on the 7-3 train or whatever you're trying to say. Mm-hmm. I want you to hear what Kreckman said in response to that. Go ahead.
Mose, I called they would go 6-2 in the next 8 games a week ago, my guy. So good to have you on the bandwagon, though. Somehow I didn't make the promo.
Yeah,
he hit you with my guy.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I've been saying for 2 weeks the Broncos will be a 7-3 football team. I've been saying it repeatedly. He's just mad that Marky put me in the promo and not him. That's why his panties are all bunched up. Oh.
Hey, Krecker, why don't you focus on your Cubs in the next round?
Moser, I called they would go 6-2 in the next 8 games a week ago, my guy. So good to have you on the bandwagon, though. Somehow I didn't make the promo.
Kreckman, my guy, me.
You did.
Gloves are off. Gloves.
When you get hit with my guy, them are fighting words right there.
Look, I actually have a lot of words that I call people, and I mean them endearingly. Like, I've been called out for this. I call everybody buddy. It's just something I always do. And I don't mean that in like, hey, buddy. I was like, hey, good to see you, buddy.
You're a buddy guy.
I say it all the time.
I'm kind of a baby guy. What's up, baby?
I mean that endearingly. There is no my guy that's endearing.
A week ago, my guys.
That the way you say that, there's no way for that to be even construed in a positive manner.
Yeah, but how you refer to people, if you don't know somebody's name, it depends on the climate and the environment you're in. Like, I could be among friends and say, "What's up, playa?" But when I was at Augusta National and I go up to someone I don't know, I'm not saying, "What's up, playa?" Could you imagine that?
I'd like to see it. Did I ever tell you? Okay, I gotta share this story. I might have told it before, but listen. So my wife, when she worked for her old company, if she had a sales number, we get to go to Mexico. And
yeah, I know she hit it all the time because you basically lived half the year down there.
Correct.
It's a great job. Why'd she stop doing that job?
I know.
A lot of things. So her boss there, don't say it. No, don't say anything. Her boss there, see, it's late at night. When I'm in Mexico mode, it's 8 a.m. to whenever I decide to pass out.
Right, it doesn't matter.
It's
correct.
Sun up to sundown, I have a drink in my hand. This is late. This is like 11:30 at night. Her boss sees us. He goes, "I'm going to take you guys to a party." I'm like, all right, cool. Let's go to a party.
Wait,
what time is this?
A party in Mexico?
Yes.
Isn't the whole thing a party?
Dude, no. But this is, I didn't pick up what was going on. We get in the elevator, and he hits the top button of the elevator. And I go, And I walk into this room that I think is like a ballroom. I thought like the upstairs was a ballroom because there's a bartender in there behind a bar. There's people walking around serving the little hors d'oeuvre trays and stuff like that.
Robert Redford offering you $1 million.
Pretty much. Yeah. So I'm like, oh, this is just a party. And then I look and I see through one of the doors, there's a bed in here. And I go, wait, this is somebody's room. Before I caught the bed, walked up to a guy, was introduced. Hey, this is, I don't know, Todd or something was his name. And I said, what the bleep's going on, bro? Give him a nice little bro hug. We're all hanging out in Mexico. Turns out that's the president of this multi-billion-dollar company.
Oh,
Todd.
What's up, player?
What's up, player? I pulled that on him.
What's up, player?
Let me tell you something. That guy talked to me for 30 minutes because I think I'm the only one that treated him like a human being and not somebody's boss.
Right.
I think he loved it.
Sir, it's very nice to meet you. My name is Brett Kane.
Meanwhile, my wife's face, she's mortified.
Right. Because she knows who it is, but you have no idea.
And I go, that's kind of on you for not throwing this is an important guy to me before I knew where we were at. So that's on you.
Moj, remember when we were in Rome at the papal quarters and we were trying to get an audience with the Pope?
Yes.
Can you imagine going up to the Pope and saying, "What's up, player?"
My man.
What's up?
What's up, homeboy? You living good?
His Holiness, what is up? Yeah.
Can a brother get some holy water or what?
By the way, they wouldn't let us pass. I never tried the Swiss Guard at Vatican City, but I wouldn't because they're badass.
It didn't work. We have an American Pope, and I walked up to the guards. I said, "I'm an American Catholic ultra boy."
I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
We tried, man. We tried.
It's like, come on, man. It's our first American Pope. Let me in the door.
Hey,
come on, please.
Can you just give me a little this time?
He speaks my language, please.
One for the flag. Come on, man.
Stars and stripes, man. Come on.
That's funny.
Rock flag and eagle.
Vicky,
Isn't this America?
I'm going back to this. Am I out of my mind to jump on your train? Am I out of my gourd? Why can't they go and win? It's a damn football game. Sean Payton has won 1 billion games in his life. Bo Nix has won 1 billion games. All these guys have won games their entire life. It's a football game.
I hate to whittle it down to
Not
this.
asking them to go like What's that movie where they go to the asteroid and try to blow up the asteroid? What's it called?
Armageddon?
Armageddon.
It's not like you're Armageddon on a space shuttle.
I'm sorry, Tola Def on Twitch goes, Brett just shows up to the party saying, I want an 8-ball and $2 million.
I'm just asking for an 8-ball and $2 million.
If you had done that to good old Todd, that might be a different story, right?
I hate to. You know what? By the way, that's why companies don't have Christmas parties anymore. Well, first of all, companies have gone cheap, right? Companies have gone cheap. We used to have one all the time. No company has a Christmas party.
Christmas parties are problems.
One of the reasons is because things get out of hand on how people approach one another.
Yeah.
Like HR gets too involved after Christmas parties.
Yeah. It's the whole thing. That company that my wife worked at, there was always one person that got fired every time they had a Christmas party.
Oh, my God.
Let me tell you something. That company was no longer allowed at Mile High Stadium because they had their Christmas party there for 3 years.
Bro,
really?
3 straight years, they would take people on tours of the stadium, so you had to walk down on the field on the sideline part, like the warning track part.
Right.
And every year, somebody would run out on the field and try and go goal line to goal line. That person gets fired, and finally, I think the Broncos are like, you guys are done here. I'm tired of dealing with this.
Anyway, you're not having Christmas parties for that reason, liability reasons anymore. I think
there's nobody around here. We used to have a gal, and we used to do the gift exchange too, right? We had the gal that pieced out. Remember, she went to lunch and never came back.
Yeah, that's right.
Remember that? You remember that?
That's so true.
I forget her name. Yeah, she was the receptionist gal.
that's right. She
pieced out. She's like,
I'm at the front desk.
Like, yeah, I'm going to Chipotle. Peace. Never came back.
Never came back.
But but that day that and you could steal the gift, and she jumped all over that 50 Shades of Grey DVD box set. I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
Moser, I know we have to go to break tonight.
Chipotle, peace out. 50 Shades of Grey. It was insane.
Took no box out with her. It was just the DVD box.
Dude, I swear to God, I'm not okay. That doesn't even matter. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Vic.
Moser, are you wearing a shirt with your wife featured on the shirt?
Yes.
Did your wife buy you that shirt?
No, she made it.
So your wife said, wear this shirt with me on it.
I would just love to poke the bear a little bit. I think it's a great shirt. Brett, you think it's a great shirt?
It's a great shirt.
It is a great shirt.
Well, Nelly, I gave Nelly the option yesterday
to have your wife's face on a shirt.
It was either Bear or Rick today, and he said Bear. Go with Bear. I said okay.
Just because I had to call Moser's bluff. You're telling me you have a shirt with your wife on the front. I needed to see it.
Your shirt. Your wife's a beautiful lady, but I think it would be funny had you shown up with a shirt of somebody else on your.
What?
Like a picture of John Bon Jovi's on the front. You go, hey, this is the bear.
I think it's even better is if you wore somebody like. She goes, who's on your shirt? It's like, it's Rachel. She's in sales at the office. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Every day, it's just a different lady on your shirt.
All right.
I think this picture makes her look like a babe.
Katie Winchie's going to join us in half an hour. We got Lay It Down in 20 minutes. Stick around.
Moj, I called they would go 6-2 in the next 8 games a week ago, my guy.
I'm not your friend, buddy. I'm not your buddy, girl. He's not your guy, friend.
He likes tempo. Tempo to the line. Certainly, last week I think we had 2 or 3 third down conversions with tempo. When he's at the line with 26 seconds now instead of breaking the huddle with 8. And so you adapt because that's something that a lot of these college quarterbacks are, and reducing the verbiage and getting to where we can call plays with just one name, one syllable. Those are some of the things that have changed.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. That is Sean Payton.
So he's saying he's dialed it down a little bit, correct?
Yep.
Which I think is great. I have a feeling when Bo Nix Vic is in year number 5, he's a 30-year-old. Let's say he's a 30-year-old quarterback in the National Football League, 29-30. I bet his brain is going to be just so loaded with awesome information. Yeah. It's like this for him. The game's going to slow down for him. I love that. I think it's great, dude. I'm getting there.
One thing I've noticed through 4 games, I think there are moments where the consumption of information, you could see it almost escape from his ears, right? You're like, okay, just play now. Have fun now. Go. I think that the first 4 weeks of the season for him, you're just trying to digest Sean's playbook. And then it helps explain what you gave it to us the other day. Sean Payton's record in September?
It's about 500.
Okay, it takes a while. Takes a while to read that study guide.
But then in October, it's super duper good, man. It's really good. And here we are in the month of October, so let's check it out.
We are
run the football to help him run.
J.K. Dobbins is good. He's a good back. Use him a lot.
Did you like what he gets 16 carries to R.J. Harvey's 15? Is that what it was?
I don't think Harvey got 15.
I didn't get 15. I think he got maybe 12.
Okay. Is that a good – you like that sharing?
The flow of the game felt right. Yeah. I'm not super concerned with the amount of carries somebody gets.
Oh, he did get 14. Harvey got 14, yeah.
Well, it's easy to say that after the fact. You win the game and you're milking the game late by running the ball. So obviously those carries are going to move up.
No, but they had it early in the game though.
Yes.
Like they had it was almost a perfect split. It wasn't 50-50, but it was almost perfect once you got towards the end of the first half, and then the numbers got skewed because you had to go on the 2-minute drive where it's all throws.
But Brett, what will you do when it's a close game?
Yeah.
That'll determine whether you're committed to the run game or not.
Yep. Like for him to just stick to when the game is close, run the football and continue to trust it. And here's the thing. I think Harvey's been so productive that it's like he's earned it. He's earned the right to be a featured player when the game is close because he's good. Like I don't think it's all that complicated. The question I had earlier today, this obviously would be the win of the Sean Payton tenure here if they got to win this weekend. Nothing else would even compare. Has there been one yet, though? Are we sitting at 0 looking for one? Because I think we are. People will point to the Tampa game last year. People will point to the Buffalo game that first year with Russell Wilson, where they went on the road in Buffalo and got a win. That was the 3rd of their 5-game win streak. I don't think there's one yet. Because when I tell you, if they won this game in Philadelphia...
That was pre-Sean Payton, though, wasn't it?
No, that was his first year. The last year of Russell Wilson, the first year of Sean.
Yes.
But if they won this game this weekend...
This is it.
There is nothing that even comes close to touching this.
No. The defending Super Bowl champions in their joint, who are 4-0.
Yeah.
That's
the Chiefs, if they closed out the Chiefs game last year, that would have been. I think if they went on the road at Arrowhead last year and didn't get the field goal blocked, that would have been it.
Vic, I would say this. There's not a football team in America today, including the Buffalo Bills, who I think are elite. There's not a team in the NFL that wouldn't want to go. If they went into Philly, I don't care how the Eagles are playing. I don't care how their offense is pedestrian right now or anything else. You go in there and you get a win, period, end of story. You come away feeling great about your team. That's it. You feel great about your football team.
Do you know the last time the Denver Broncos won a game in Philadelphia?
1986.
They still had that ridiculous turf at Veteran Stadium at the Vet that was basically a piece of thin carpet on cement?
When was it?
1986.
Were those the days, Moj, help me out, were those the days of Harold Cunningham and Wilbert Montgomery?
Harold Carmichael.
Carmichael, I'm sorry. I keep confusing Randall Cunningham. Harold Carmichael.
Harold Carmichael.
Did he wear number 11?
No, Carmichael, no, he wore 17.
17.
Yeah.
Big, tall, sleek receiver.
Yep. Wilbert Montgomery, he had the tearaway jersey, Brett. I miss a good tearaway jersey.
Who was the mustachioed quarterback?
Not Jaworski.
Yeah, Ron Jaworski.
Yeah, but he was gone by then.
Jaws?
I think Jaworski was retired by then.
Well, give me a box score of that game.
All right.
Elway was playing for the Broncos.
Wait, you want a 1986 Broncos-Eagles matchup?
Is that 86?
I'm pretty sure it was 86.
86 or 96?
Okay, the win in Philly is 33-7 over the Eagles.
September 21st, 1986.
Give me that Eagles roster.
Jaworski.
Elway had a touchdown pass to offensive lineman Dave Studdard.
Wow.
It was Jaworski.
Oh, it was Jaworski.
Ron Jaworski
he must
was
have
your
been at the very
quarterback.
end.
Was Wilbert Montgomery your running back? Is there a better name than Wilbert?
So the starting lineup for the Eagles was Jaws. Keith Byers was the running back.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Keith Byers? I thought he was a tight end.
No, Keith Byers played in the USFL as well.
Yeah, it's a whole bunch of names I don't recognize. Maybe you guys would.
I don't expect you to.
Well, Elway got
were
injured.
not born.
I mean, Reggie White, obviously.
Elway got injured in that game. Randall Cunningham threw 2 passes in that game. He was just a pup. Yeah, interesting. Mike Quick was in that game for Philly.
Now, before we get too crazy about that, it's because they don't play the Eagles.
Gerald Wilhite and Sammy Winder were carrying the football. That's cool, man. Good stuff.
That's my childhood there.
Yep.
Can I offer something? Because, Vic, you were talking about the game last night and the pretty remarkable feat that Kyle Shanahan with a MASH unit of players went into L.A. I know the environment is more of a home game than it is a road game for them, but still, you play a team in their home stadium at a total injured deficit and find a way to win against one of, I think, the best teams in the NFL in the Rams.
And listen, the Rams gave that game away with their turnovers and the deflected field goal attempt.
Twice. They must have given that game away 3 times. They gave it away on a fumble, on an extra point attempt, and on a decision on 4th and 1.
Yep.
That's exactly right. And the Niners, as you said, though, they found a way to win.
But you said they did all of that while being injured, so why can't the Broncos go and win in Philly? Well, let me give you something else. I'm not sure a Bronco's going to miss this game. They're pretty healthy. So, like, just yesterday, here's the injury report.
You mean of the guys who played, let's say, who played last week, because Greenlaw is still out.
Yes. No. I'm saying of the guys who were in the lineup last week. So Mims, Jonah Ellis, and Atkins were all limited yesterday. The only guy who did not practice was Quinn Miners, but it's because of an illness, not an injury. You're going to go in that game pretty healthy.
However, still missing Malcolm Roach, still missing Dre Greenlaw.
But you've been missing them all year.
I understand.
It's not like you had a guy and he's not going to be available that you didn't expect, right? You're going into this game very healthy, and you're going to be able to give them your best shot. You know, the Eagles aren't totally healthy either. They have guys who are missing time as well.
They've been banged up for a while.
Yeah. If there's ever a time to prove we're different, it feels like this week. This is the one. Go out and show the world. Mm-hmm. But more than that, show the fan base here that you're capable of doing this.
Let me ask you this. I'm trying to recollect here without Googling or looking at schedules. I'm trying to think, what was the last biggest win in Broncos history? Like a game nobody expected. And I'm not going to call it that Tampa win because that was early in the season and Tampa wasn't a defending Super Bowl champion. No, that doesn't qualify.
Yeah, Vic, during the non-playoff years, because they were non-playoff years, you might have
I'm trying to recall the game. The game at Dallas.
I mean, they had
remember that
some
game
wins.
at Dallas with Vic Fangio?
Yes.
And he was coaching. Remember that? And Dallas was pretty good that year.
Yeah,
they wiped them.
They had some pretty good. They had some pretty good wins.
I think it's that game.
But
I think that's the last one.
It might be. That might be the one.
God, I think you're right. What would be the game?
It's that one.
Yeah, I really think it is.
Yeah, the Fangio game at Dallas.
God, you smoked them.
And it was very surprising to me. Yeah,
Or you can even say this.
Great.
You can even say this. When's the last time you beat a defending Super Bowl champion? And again, the second game against Kansas City doesn't count last year.
Yeah, they had Nelly under center.
Yeah.
No offense, Nelly.
When's the last time you beat a defending Super Bowl champion? Let alone on the road.
Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, I guess this is right. No, we brought this up earlier. That Bills win in 2023 was pretty surprising.
It was.
To go on the road with Russell Wilson, and you were still at that time a far sub 500 team. Because they started that year, 2-5 or something like that? And they went into Buffalo and beat them. I mean, that's a big one. That one, too.
What was Buffalo's resume the year before?
2022, probably good. I mean,
okay. I want to know where they came from before. I mean, was that?
So that was in 2023 and 2022.
Okay,
yeah, they were 13-3 team.
Okay, yeah, that qualifies then. Yeah, that qualifies.
Yeah, that was
that catch by Cortland Sutton where it looked like he was out. There's no way he caught that. And then replay review was an outstanding grab, kept keeping 2 feet in.
Yep. Damn. God, the Bills have been good for a minute, haven't they? They've been really good for a while. But this is the one. This is the one that you need to go out and get.
Vic, let's go back when the season opener was, and you got in trouble for. What did you do to Joe Flacco at the time?
Defacing Joe Flacco banners downtown.
Did the Broncos won that game, didn't they?
Oh, did they win it?
They I'm trying
7 touchdown passes for Peyton Manning.
But the Ravens they were the Super Bowl champions.
Yeah.
So that was but that was here. So, but a pretty damn big win.
But that was not a big deal. In fact, I think the Broncos may have even been favored in that game.
Might have. Just trying to think, but I mean that you're talking about beating a defending Super Bowl champion.
Might be the last time.
Looks like of guys that aren't on IR right now, they're all going to play. And the injury report is always brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos.
You guys are so funny. Going back to our conversation about how you would greet the Pope in a colloquial term, you know. A couple people on the text line. Jake says, if you're with the Pope, you say, keeping that Pope hand strong, my guy. Referring to the Swiss Guard, Jeffrey says, hey, sick pointy hat, bro. Okay, Mo, you know how those Swiss Guard, they don't move, they don't flinch?
Wait, are those the same people as, what is it called in England, the people that stand out? Is that the same thing?
The Beef Eaters?
I know you're talking
it's
about.
Kind of like
is it the King's Guard? Is that what they call it?
Yeah, they call it the King's Guard. The Swiss Guard, by the way, they have new unis now.
Yeah.
Remember they used to wear those.
But are they the same people? Like they can't react, they can't talk, they can't move, they can't do anything, right?
Yeah, and these guys, I don't know about the King's Guard.
These guys have guns.
These guys will tune you up. These are elite, dude. I'm not even kidding you, Brett. I know it sounds funny. And
I don't
Swiss
know why
Guard,
it sounds funny.
They've given up their life for the Pope in the past.
Sure.
I mean, attacks on the Vatican and all kinds of stuff. These guys are bad mamma jammas. You don't want to mess with these dudes. Now, the fuzzy hat guys, those guys, I wouldn't mess with them either. They got. I mean, if you got a rifle next to you and you, at the very least, could hit somebody with the butt end of your rifle, you don't mess with them, dude.
All right, it's about that time. We'll talk to Katie Wingy here in 15 minutes. We'll get an update from Nuggets camp in San Diego. But Moj, what do you want to do next?
I would like to lay it down if that's okay with you, buddy.
That is okay with me. Don't call me buddy.
Is that okay?
When are we going to visit with Katie Wingy live from Nuggets training camp? What time?
Has it just said 15 minutes?
Is that what you said? I missed that. I'm sorry. I really don't pay attention to what you say.
It's almost like you're distracted by something. I wonder what that could be.
I'm reading about some guy getting inducted into the National Italian American Sports Hall of Fame.
Is he the only one?
That is the most Vic thing I've ever heard.
He's got to be like
life.
the only one. Like, hey, wait, hey. Jimmy Allegani. Hey,
really?
We just started it. He's
you're going to go there now, huh?
What did you? Hey, he scored 14 points for Holy Family back in '63, huh? Hey, put him in.
You know it's National Italian Heritage Month.
Well, I'd like to consider myself an honorary Italian.
Well, then shut up.
Okay.
Lay it down next.
Justin says, hey, Pope, want to taste my sherbet?
Sherbet.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how this got to be a thing. It was supposed to be a one-time thing. I was very excited about my games. I forget what they were even the first time we ever did this. But I was Vic, here's the problem. I got animated that day, and I feel like if I don't get animated, then it's not going to work. But I don't need to be that animated about my picks. I don't need to feel that good about them,
I think you absolutely do.
Vic,
That's the whole point.
Yes, animation works. That's how you sell your pick.
Okay, I lay my stuff down. Brett's got his Brett Coin lock of the week. That was awful last week. Vic, what are we going to call yours?
I don't have any. I don't have anything that I can guarantee.
The Lombardi lock?
No, that's weak.
Take that, Nelly.
Hey, picks with the Paisan. Forget about it.
Katie's coming up in about 10 minutes, so should we do it?
Nelly?
All right, here we go. We'll start off in the National Football League. Can you believe that Houston is a road favorite at Baltimore? -2.5. Can you believe that? The Texans coming off their first win.
Baltimore's in shambles right now.
Vic, the more I did some investigation, Baltimore they are a pig mess.
Mm-hmm.
They are a disaster. Do you know how many injuries they have on the defensive side of the football, too? Not to even mention that Cooper Rush is going to play. They're a mess. Even before all those injuries, they've given up 133 points through 4 games. They are a disaster right now. I'm taking the Houston Texans, who have lost 6 straight times to the Baltimore Ravens, by the way. 6 straight. The worm is about to turn. On the road in Baltimore against a just shambalistic Ravens team. -2.5. You know what you're going to do? Lay it down!
I love it.
I'm not sure the Cincinnati Bengals can score the football at all. Period.
Terrible.
I don't think they're... Hey, the Broncos defense, just punked them last week. What do you think the Lions are going to do to them this week? Big spread, -10.5 for the Motor City Kitties. If they get to 14, they could very well cover. I'm not even kidding you. The Bengals stink. The Lions are roaring. Amon St. Brown, 27 catches this year for 307 yards. He's already got 6 tutties. The Cincinnati Bengals have allowed a league-high 303 yards per game on the ground. David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs are going to go insane in the Queen City this weekend. Lions minus, is it 10.5 now? What is it?
10.5?
Lay it down!
Moj?
Yeah.
Not to jump in real quick. For all the reasons you mentioned, and the fact that the number 2 team in the league in sacks is the Detroit Lions going against a hapless offense in the Cincinnati Bengals.
Hutchinson is going to go insane.
Detroit covering 10.5 is also your Brett Coin lock of the week.
Yeah! Lay down! Damn!
Don't you wish you had something now?
I got a game if you're going to let me lay it down when you're done.
No, but you have a thing. I got my coin. Give me my coins again. It's my Brett Coin lock of the week. I want my coins.
I love that. I absolutely love it.
All right, go ahead, Moj.
Yeah, before I get to my college, go ahead, Vic, with your little Vic's thing, whatever you call it.
Vic's thing. My Vic's thing is college football, Navy and Air Force. Air Force is 1-3. All 3 of their losses have been by 40+. They're not very good. They're 12.5-point dogs on the road at Navy. But this is a rivalry game, and crazy things happen in rivalry games. Navy's undefeated. I get it. But you watch. Air Force will come to play this week. Air Force will play hard. They always do against Navy. The government is shut down. They can't monitor the game. Give me Air Force in an upset special. Lay it down.
It's me, Mario.
Okay. I love that. The Virginia Cavaliers are a good football team. They're coming off a beautiful win against Florida State. And their quarterback, his name's Chandler. Chandler Morris. Man, he's got over 1,000 yards throwing the ball already this year. The Virginia Cavaliers, I know this is going to be hard for you to believe, they are 5th in the nation. They average 540 yards of offense per game.
Yeah.
And every single one, they have one loss, but every single one of their wins is a much more quality win than anything Louisville has had this year. The Cavaliers are getting 7.5 on the road at Louisville. I love it. You got to have it. Give me the Cavaliers going on the road to Kentucky, getting 7.5. They may win that dang thing outright. Take your bread, get to the window, and lay it down! And here's the weird one. This is the one that doesn't smell right. It doesn't taste right. Everything about this is wrong, which is why I'm going with it. Who's the quarterback of the Cincinnati Bearcats?
Oh, I forget his name. Sorsby.
That's right, Brendan Sorsby. Vic, you like him, don't you?
Sorsbert.
Sherbert. I like Brendan Sorsby as well.
He's a playmaker, man.
He's a player. They average 480 yards per. Iowa State, dude, it blows my mind. They're 5-0, and they're a dog going into Cincinnati. Does that smell right to you? Have you seen Iowa State play some good football this year? And they beat the heck out of Arizona State, which I think is a pretty good team.
No, Arizona
State. Am I wrong about that?
I think it's Arizona, so they beat.
Nonetheless.
But they beat last week. They beat the crap out of them. Yes.
Nonetheless, the Bearcats at home. It's Parents' Weekend. I'm not there. Screw it.
But you're a parent.
Yeah, screw it. I went last year. And by the way, Vic, they ruined your Parents' Weekend at Cincinnati or at Kansas last weekend. Did the Cincinnati Bearcats? They were a dog and they went into Lawrence and won outright. Cincinnati Bearcats -2.5 at home against an undefeated Big 12 leading Iowa State Cyclone team. It doesn't smell right at all. But you know what you're going to do, Brett?
What are you going to do, Moser?
Lay it down!
And
there you go.
Is another edition of Lay It Down.
I swear, I cannot take another backdoor cover. I just can't. I can't do this backdoor cover thing on blocked field goals and meaningless drives with no time on the clock. You had a 27-point lead. You put every scrub on the roster onto the field, and you gave up a tutty with no time left.
Hey, how do you know when you're a football school? I'll tell you when you know. I called my daughter during that Parents' Weekend game you referred to, Kansas, Cincinnati. I said, the game started at 10 a.m. Kansas time. I said, honey, how was the game today? I don't know. I just woke up.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Perfect. Well, you know what? Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. Katie Wingy joins us from beautiful San Diego. Hello, Katie. How are you?
Buzz, I'm great. How are you?
I'm glad you're awake. How about that?
You know, I'm so honored that you guys would have me on to talk about the new Taylor Swift album that dropped last night. So that's why I'm awake, because I am listening to it on repeat over and over and over again.
So I'm assuming this is a 10 of 10 no note situation for you on this new
100%.
album. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Got it.
Actually, I do have one critique before we get into the Nuggets. I wish it was poppier. I wish it was boppier.
Wait, what is the vibe?
Is it metal?
Good.
Because maybe I'll check it out if it's metal.
No,
It's a rap
just
album.
Yeah. They were saying it was going to be a little bit like Reputation and 1989, which are two of her older albums, and I just think it's kind of got its own vibe. It's vibey and a little bit moody, and there's some pop songs that are really poppy, but a lot of them are still
metal.
Emotional Taylor Swift. You know?
Well,
Yeah.
you know what?
I know that's what the people are tuning in for right now.
Exactly right. Katie, the question I have is, now that our long national or international nightmare is over with Jonas Valanciunas being here, how often have you seen him and Jokic on the floor at the same time right now?
0 times. While playing against each other all the time.
Yeah.
But I have not seen them share a lineup together yet here in San Diego. But it's not surprising. the Nuggets have been so intentional about keeping units together. So the first unit, that starting group, and then the second unit, that second unit group, they're really working on building that chemistry and developing those relationships, getting to know those tendencies. So that has been very intentional. I'm not sure that they're like really looking to mix a whole lot of things up quite yet. They're looking at the basics and saying, okay, how do we work on getting those to the next level? Because this is the first time that a lot of these players are even interacting with each other.
Is there the vibe seems to be awesome. I mean, everything that I can glean, obviously I wasn't a media day, but it seems like everybody's happy with everybody. Everybody knows what they got, Katie, and that's part of the deal. They look around that room, they're like, oh, we've got more than we need, perhaps. The belief must just be through the roof.
The vibes are really great. I actually don't know what's happening with my computer right now. I got a new computer and it keeps like zooming in and out. So
Vix does that too.
Yeah,
Vix
it's
does
for
that.
dramatic effect.
Yeah.
No idea how to turn that off. It's wildly distracting.
Yeah, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah,
do this.
Hang on, no. Katie, we had Vic do this when his was doing it too. When you're about to make a point, when you're going to emphasize it, lean back and wait to nail the point when it zooms in. It's great.
Like really get after it. Oh.
Isn't that funny? It's great, yeah.
Okay, Moj, yes, the vibes are very, very high, very high. And one of the things that Christian Brown told me during media day, when I was talking to him kind of just about the upcoming season, was we have everything that we've asked for now in that locker room. We wanted, defense, we wanted shooters, we wanted depth. We have everything that we have asked for, and now it's time to take advantage of that opportunity. And that is a very real feeling amongst every player that we've talked to here in San Diego of like, wow, we're very excited because we know what we have and we don't want to waste any moment of this opportunity. So it's been fun to kind of watch the players get to know each other on a different level, but the coaches get to know the players on a different level because the coaching staff is all new, and this new culture really start to be established here. But they know they're good. That's one of the coolest parts is they know they're good. They know they have depth. Yesterday was scrimmage day, and they basically had 2 full lines, and it was so competitive because they could go hard against each other.
That's
and
rad.
There was so much talent on the floor.
That's
really cool.
Katerina, we're broadcasting tomorrow night's game on Altitude TV and 7 o'clock tip, correct, from San Diego. How much are the starters going to play? Have you gotten any intel there?
No intel on that yet. I'm assuming that will be asked. I will ask that at media availability today with head coach David Adelman. I don't know why they wouldn't. They've had a couple really tough days of practice. Like they've gone hard the past 3 days. Today will be a lighter day, like a walkthrough type day ahead of tomorrow's game. I just can't imagine them not getting at least a little bit of time together, especially the way that they, again, have kept those units intertwined and locked here in San Diego. So I think, the starters want to get some time playing together. And then the second unit, that might be mixed up a little bit more, but the second unit, they should play together too.
Follow-up question, and you've noticed this, and I love it. The fact that Bruce Brown is back and they've got some depth on the bench, one of the reasons why that's important is this. I love that the second unit pushes the starting unit, especially defensively. That's going to make them so much better. Have you noticed a bit more of an edge because of that?
100%. And I would even take it one step further and say, because there's so much added depth now, the third unit also pushes the second unit. Like watching all of those units kind of intertwine, and you think about, that third unit that's had like Jalen Pickett on it and some players that have had some very real NBA minutes already. So it's been fun to watch them go at it the last couple of days and really challenge each other and push each other in a way that is constructive, still conducive to growing a culture and a team and all of those things. Because at the end of the day, they know that they're making each other better. But it makes me giddy watching and seeing, okay, there's so much here and there's so many different options. And so far, all of the dudes have really been like, I'm here to make this team better. I have that. I'm not just saying that we have this selfless mentality. I'm truly acting like it. And I want that to be kind of the way we walk. And so seeing that come to fruition already has been really cool.
Katie, you've been to training camp for a few years now, and there's this thing where they fired their head coach and their GM, and then they hired from within on both of these. And people were like, oh, well, it's all going to be the same then. And then Ben Tenzer and John Wallace did a wildly different thing than what Calvin Booth has ever done, which is get veterans on the roster. How much different is Adelman in running training camp than Michael Malone?
It's a great question. Training camp is kind of training camp. You know what I mean? Like, you know what you're doing. You know what you're going in with. I will say I've seen more live action basketball the past 3 days than I had previously. David Adelman is so direct. He is so direct, straight to the point. Here's what we're doing. Here's why we're doing it. If you're not doing it right, do it right. This is how we're going to do it. Do it right. They have been implementing different defenses and having those assistant coaches. Jared Dudley is running the defensive side of things, so he's been kind of walking through some of those new coverages and what they're looking to do on that side of the basketball. Lots of communication in terms of what that might look like. Terminology might be a little bit different. So there is this added level of focus that I think everybody there knows they need because there is so much newness, whether it's just interacting from player to player or coach to player in what they're trying to do on the actual basketball court. So it's different because they're trying to do different things. They have different ideas. There's so much newness. But at the end of the day, it's NBA, very professional and veteran NBA players getting ready for an NBA season.
All right, right before you came on, we had our Lay It Down segment where we take our money.
I've heard that it's like award winning.
Yeah. We voted it the dumbest segment on the show.
They're talking about it on the interwebs.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Do they have a line on these preseason games, by the way? I noticed you missed basketball there, Moj. Do we have a line on the Nuggets tomorrow night? Let me see. There has to be,
I'm not,
right?
dude. If anybody, listen, there's two people in the world that bet on preseason basketball: Springer and total degenerates.
Yeah.
All right, so it's not redundant. Do you have a lay it down? Do you have any? You got a college football pick or pro pick this weekend?
I've been completely immersed in Denver Nuggets.
Oops only. Okay, then answer me this: who the hell is Kessler Edwards?
One of the extra guys on the Nuggets roster.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I got one for you. I got a question that is significant only because it's the only scary thing. You know, the Nuggets.
Insignificant.
Yeah, I'm done. Yep, I'm out.
The Denver Nuggets are among the favorites to win an NBA title. We're excited. You're excited. We all know what this means.
The Nuggets are favored by 2.5 points.
Tomorrow night? Okay,
yes.
Great. I am so excited about this season. I can't even begin to tell you. We all are. However, you think about things that could derail, things that could get in the way, things that, you know, I always think, I don't like seeing.
Why?
Because I'm a dweller. This is the way I go. I need to ask you this, Katie. I don't like seeing that ice pack on Joker's wrist after every practice. Is this a problem?
It's just going to be what it is, Vic. Like, I don't think that there's anything that he can do to fix it 100%. There are some days where it's going to flare up more than others, and I'm not even totally certain if they figured out why those days it hurts more. Every day he's going to ice it because it's precautionary, basically. And they're trying to make sure that he's in, you know, the best physical shape and healthy as possible. That's like as much precautionary as it is reactionary.
Gotcha.
So this is just something I think that is going to be around. I don't think anybody should panic if they see him icing his wrist. No one should be saying, oh my gosh, the injury is back. I think it's just one of those things that's going to linger and be around, and they're going to manage it. And they always have managed it. And now that they have all this added depth, maybe you can give them a little bit more rest here and there. And Jonas Valanciunas can start a couple games and Jokic can take a couple games, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
But I would not freak out at all.
Okay.
That was something he was asked about, and they were like, people were asking, you know, is the wrist okay? Like, is anything different about it? And he's like, no, it's just something that I have to keep an eye on.
I like that hoodie. Is that a hoodie you're wearing? What is that?
Yeah, where'd you get that?
Oh, that's
One.
nice.
Well, I can't show you because
the camera just keeps.
It follows you. Yeah, it follows your face. It's cool.
There you go.
Thanks. It's an old one from Altitude Authentics.
Awesome.
I was going to say, it reminds me of like when LeBron leaves the floor and he's got the NASCAR pit crew putting 80 heat packs everywhere. And it's like, well,
every player is walking off the floor with like shoulder, knee, ankle. Like you're getting back into a season. Your body isn't used to playing at game speed this regularly yet. that's very natural. They have a full recovery room at the hotel where they can go and do all sorts of magic to get their bodies in shape.
Do me a favor, Katie. When you see Jokic today, tell him he's a slow healer. See how he responds to that.
Is that a trend that I'm unaware of?
It's a very much an insult because I told Moser he was a slow healer once, and he acted like it was the worst thing I could have said.
Yeah,
to him.
I mean it's insulting. Because he meant it as a pejorative.
I
right?
did, and I did mean it that way.
Have you guys seen the TikTok trend of people asking very athletic people if they wish they were more athletic?
Yes.
That was the vibe that I thought you were putting down right there. Like turning to I don't even know. I've seen one with Simone Biles. Do you ever wish you were more athletic? And
Yeah.
she's like,
what?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Wish you could jump higher?
Do you ever? Yeah.
Yeah.
No. That'd be like, yeah. Do you ever wish you were better at basketball, Nikola Jokic? You'd probably be like, what do you mean?
Mm-hmm. Katie,
I'm not going to do that.
Katie, you're the best. Thanks so much for the time.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Katie Wingy joining us from Nuggets training camp in San Diego. Drunk Takes next. Thank you. Texter says, I literally turned this portion of the show on for my whole team at work, and this week I'm just not sure about it because of the Vic Fangio segment. Oh, you don't get to deny your coworkers of any of this stuff, buddy. I don't know if you own this business. I don't know if you're a boss. You will make these people listen to the show.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
What was the Vic Fangio segment?
Balls.
A lot of them.
Just a lot of that.
Hey, man. That come from Shotguns?
Oh, that'd be cool. If that was Shotguns, that'd be neat.
Anyway, the point is that it was all about former football. Never mind. Because I'm just going to start cracking up again. You and your Vector Cup.
Did you have it in your head when you did the read today? Did
no,
you have
I
it in your head?
No,
Are you sure?
A little bit, but I completely blocked it out.
Yeah.
Why do you have a trophy? Are you going to do something now? Because I got something to say.
No, you don't got to worry about anything. You just have to know that I won a Ryder Cup, and so I get a trophy. So deal with that.
Oh, you won your little thing that?
Yeah, he won his little thing.
Yeah, that little thing we dominated is what we did.
But that was a long time ago.
Yeah, the cup just got finished, though.
The cup just got finished, and it's mine.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
How's your game going now?
I'm as bad as Vic. I'm playing today, and I think I might shoot 90. I can't. I'm staring at the golf ball. I'm staring at the golf ball, and I go, I don't know how to hit this.
Yeah.
No idea what happens here.
I hope you cry on a driving range somewhere. Like
I actually might. You know what? I made fun of you for that.
Sit on a bench and cry at the
I might
driving
actually
range.
cry
You
today.
see what I mean? See, the
I've seen
worst
you swing.
thing.
I know you swing.
The worst thing golf does to a human is this. Sometimes you're good, and you think you're always going to be good. And then golf takes good away from you.
It makes me question. I'm questioning life right now. Because I'm like, no. I know how to do this, though. So why can't I do it?
But you can't. And now you cry.
So I have
that's
this.
What happens.
I have our Vector Cup trophy just as a reminder that I once used to play golf well.
Decently.
Yeah.
Hey, final thoughts here. Final prediction. I don't think the Broncos are going to win. I think the Eagles are going to win a low-scoring affair. It's going to be like a 21.
Wait, you tried to convince me all day that now's the time.
No, hang on. Like a 21-17 type of game. I think that's how it's going to go. That being said, you know what? Prove me wrong. It's about damn time you did, Broncos. Prove me wrong. Go get there and get yourself a dub against those guys. They can be had. Get a dub.
I'm going to be very specific with this game plan.
I hope I'm wrong.
I think I've got the Broncos winning 26-23. I think the Eagles will, human nature, will go out of their way to get A.J. Brown involved. PS2 will be covering A.J. Brown. I think PS2 will be picked on. And I think he'll emerge with a pick in this game, a big game-changing pick.
Hey,
and I see Will Lutz walking off the Eagles to have that signature win for the Broncos, finally, 26-23.
Jalen Hurts has not thrown a pick yet this year, so that would be a big deal. I like it. I like it.
I don't think the Broncos win.
Okay.
I think there's too much of the small stuff that they are not able to do that the Eagles do. I don't think they lose by a lot. I think the game's close, but I just think that Philly finds a way to pull it out.
I have to get this because we talked about it earlier. So much has been made of that photo posted by the Avalanche of the players wearing Rams jerseys last night, and it's I commented last night saying, "Man, I can't endorse it. It was no big deal. I wouldn't do that. That's fine." And now people are trying to say, "Oh, they're not loyal to Denver, or loyal." And I want to stress something that I've stressed all the time. And I'm going to use this as a classic example. Folks, I'm not going to tell you how to fan, but here's how I fan. I root for Denver teams. If they have Denver or Colorado on their jerseys, I root for them because this is my town. I'm from here. This is what I do. But I also understand that at the end of the day, players play, fans fan. That's why I root for the name on the front of the jersey at all time. Do I have players that I prefer, players that I love? Of course. But players come and go. Players are loyal to teams. Fans are loyal to cities. Or so I thought. That's my final thought on that. This is my town. I'll root for the town. The players don't have the same rules. They never have. They're players. They play. Fans fan. Do you understand the distinction?
Yes. And with that, our favorite part of the week, Drunk Take.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility. as a show.
Drunk takes.
Drunk takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered in L.A.
Are you from here? What's wrong with you? I got backdoored.
You just did a spit take. Oh my God. What an amazing start.
I got backdoored.
All right, what's next?
Brett, can you give me tomorrow night 2 good hours to come watch the Queen? But I just need 2 good hours out of you.
We take care of your wife for a full 2
Hey, I don't think that came out right. You know what?
I'll take care of her. Don't you worry about it. Next.
Moser's childhood crush. Moser's when he was Ethel Mertz from I Love Lucy.
What was that sound that you made?
That's his own
an
sound.
insane sound.
Oh my God.
What's next?
In years past, the officials would rub them down, or other people would rub them down, and you play with them. Now the balls are in-house all week, and they kick those balls that they've had, and nobody else touches them.
Thank you, Vic. Yeah, I have a feeling I know what's coming next. We go ahead.
We were having fun with old coach's comments a little bit ago about the kicking balls, but it's not funny if you're dealing with any form of erectile dysfunction, period, whatsoever. Brett, don't do that to me. You're a jerk. Look, it's serious. Nelly, roll it. We'll make it up. Good God.
Oh. What'd you say, Nelly?
We're not gonna top that. There's your walk-off dinger.
I thought the first one was the best.
I did too. I totally forgot you said that.
Are you from here? What's wrong with you? I got backdoored.
Damn Utah State. Damn it. Dude, you don't even understand what Vandy was doing at the end of that game. Do you even understand how ridiculous that backdoor cover was? It was so dumb. It was terrible. Everybody knows it.
I'm dead. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. That's where you can find the podcast. Have a great weekend.
I'm crying. Oh, man.
God, I had something else to say. Now you didn't give me time to say it.
Good.
Really,
Take that L on the way out.
Really backdoored you there.
Adios, amigo.
All right, see ya.
Are you from here? What's wrong with you? I got backdoored.
Mac Jones with the best game of his career last night, and somehow, some way, the San Francisco 49ers beat the LA Rams in overtime, a game you heard right here on the station.
KJ,
Welcome.
Did you make that?
Yeah, KJ just made that.
I did. You need to get a job in Vegas. Like, you need to be like one of those DJs that, who are those
One of
big
those
time
big
dudes?
clubs, like at the Sphere or something. KJ's just in the middle, and they got just like the soap
KJ's
bubbles,
talented,
the
man.
foam, like yeah.
I was feeling that on a football Friday right here. Go
Right,
ahead.
a Bud Light football Friday.
This time I'm gonna let you introduce the show.
Oh, okay. Let me do the whole thing. It's a Bud Light football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Welcome to the morning sprint. That is the head coach, Mike Sanford. I am Mark Bertinoli, filling in for Alex Reinemy, and that's KJ Granderson behind the glass, and we are the morning sprint. We got 2 hours to talk about football because it is a football Friday. I cannot believe that game. I guess I can because that entire game I was like, what are the Rams doing, man? What are they doing? And they just kept playing with their food, and the Niners made it eat, man. That game was kind of crazy.
Are you talking about the Colorado Ramalanche?
Listen, people, listen.
We had the Los Angeles Avarams.
Yeah, they caught some grief for that one on the social, didn't they? Let me say, as somebody who's worked for this company for a while, this isn't about them supporting the Rams or whoever it is. Like, I don't know if Kale cares about the Rams or whatever. This is about swag, baby. This is free gear. And Coach, you know, you're always rocking the Valley gear. I just want free. Like, if you give me a free jersey, I'm putting it on, brother. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is swag for me. Like, keep giving me free stuff. I'm here for it.
It's also about making sure that when you go to like the boss hosts a Christmas party,
yeah,
you wear whatever theme the boss wants you to wear at the Christmas party.
McGahee was there last night. I want to know if McGahee got a Rams jersey.
I don't know.
Because he is, he's the PA voice of the Broncos, and I'm wondering, was my man Connor McGahee rocking some Rams swag?
He'll let me know. Connor McGahee, he's listening right now. C-Mac, did you or did you not wear non-Broncos attire?
Yeah, because I saw him. He was down on the field. He was posting pictures on the Twitter of him down on the field.
Okay, I got a weird hypothesis about Kyle Shanahan.
Okay, what is it?
Kyle Shanahan's a better coach when everything is wrong.
Okay.
He does a better job coaching his football team when everybody's injured, when he does better with a backup quarterback or a third-string quarterback.
Isn't that so weird?
Because when it's almost like everything is right, you're like, eh.
He overthinks it or something?
Just watch. Look at the Super Bowls he's coached in with a fairly full quiver, at least at the time. I just don't, man, Kyle Shanahan, on one side, it is a major feather in his cap that he took a team, and I just look at that injury report. My word,
yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, it was dumb.
It was dumb. Brock Purdy, no first-round draft pick Ricky Pearsall from last year, no Brendan Ayuk, no Jawan Jennings, no George Kittle, no Nick Bosa. And you beat a healthy Rams team with Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua and a healthy Matt Stafford.
Yeah, Stafford almost threw for 400 yards and 3 touches, and somehow you found a way to beat that team. But it was
the Rams
mistakes.
freaking screwed the pooch, man.
Yeah.
How in the world did they have that 23-20 right before the end of regulation? They get that illegal hands to the face penalty. The ball's inside the 6-yard line. And you don't score a touchdown to win the game?
They can't score.
That's
man.
terrible. That is atrocious.
Yeah. I mean,
And then you get stuffed on 4th and 1.
Mm-hmm. It was crazy. And, I would never – because what do you think when you think Sean McVay? You think innovative offense. So I thought we were going to see something there. But instead, they just handed the ball to Williams and said, all right, it did not work out well at all. I am shocked that the Niners won that game last night. And I knew they were a good team. I knew they'd been putting up wins even with all these injuries. But that was crazy how they got that a win last night. Sean McVay, after the game, was also really interesting. He was really interesting because he took the blame. They asked him, did you think about kicking it? Or he was like, nope, not even once. Never even occurred to me. We were going to go for it the whole time. He was really brutally honest after that game and after that loss. But, the
This is the NFL, right? This is the kind of stuff we get in the NFL. You never know. You never know what you're going to see in this league. And I would have lost my house because if you told me to bet on that, I would have put all my money on the Rams on that thing. And somehow, some way. Is Mac Jones better than I think he is?
Mac Jones is playing great ball, but this is the Kyle Shanahan effect, is it not?
Yeah, maybe that's it. It's just Shanahan working at whatever magic
think
he's
about
got.
what Kyle Shanahan did in terms of elevating guys like Kirk Cousins. He was the offensive coordinator that got him going at the Washington Commanders. At the time, it was the Redskins. He got Trey Lance kind of going. Definitely got Jimmy Garoppolo going.
Yeah.
Got Sam Darnold going. Right? Sam Darnold was he's a really good evaluator of just enough talent at the quarterback position. Then he puts them in good positions to be successful. And then they have their temporary shine. Then they get the big contract somewhere else. And then they are absolutely cheeks. I mean, Kirk Cousins is probably the exception there. But and I guess Darnold's playing well. But Darnold really wasn't one of those that really was elevated at the 49ers. He was just there. I think he played a little bit, but nothing like Mac Jones is playing. But I go back, man. Mac Jones, at the tail end of the Bill Belichick era, there was a moment where Mac Jones looked like he was going to be that dude. And then it just all fell apart.
Right, but then I don't blame them for moving on for Drake May because he looks pretty good too.
He looks good, man.
But yeah, I don't know.
That dude's accounting for more yards, more percentage of total yardage than any quarterback in the NFL currently. Because he's running it himself. He's he's playing good football, man.
Yeah, so Shanahan is working miracles. Or what? I mean, what's the difference between what I would consider an offensive genius and a quarterback whisperer? Because they both seem to be key. Like, if you're one of those guys, then you can make a lot of money coaching in the NFL. But what is the difference in personality or style? But see, somebody who we consider a quarterback whisperer, and then somebody who's like Sean McVay, who we would think of as like, offensive genius.
Yeah, so I would say the guys that are offensive geniuses come more from the Gruden camp.
Ooh, okay.
So, right, the very schemy, very like, hey, look what I'm gonna do. What I'm gonna dial up right here.
Right. I'm gonna confuse them so much. I'm gonna get them going this way, and I'm going that way.
I'm gonna have Fred Warner just running around in circles.
See, that's you do a good Gruden, man. I can't do a good Gruden. You do a good one.
I'd say John Gruden and McVay and McDaniel are more in that camp. I'm not saying McDaniel right now is and I'm talking about Mike. McDaniels.
Right, it's Josh McDaniels.
I don't know which one's which. My brain doesn't allow me to do that. But those guys are more the schemy, look at me. Wait till you see this. And then I think there's other guys, and I'd actually put Kyle Shanahan. I'd put Kevin O'Connell.
Where would you put?
I think you have a young developing quarterback whisperer right here in Denver, Colorado.
Oh, really?
His name's Davis Webb.
Really? Because I was going to ask you about Sean Payton, because Sean Payton
schemy.
Yeah, he's a very schemy guy.
He's in the offensive guru category.
Okay. Yeah, I thought so. Because really, I mean, although he did have one of the statistically best quarterbacks in the history of the NFL.
Yeah, he's done a good job whispering to his quarterbacks, but I wouldn't put him in the category of.
You're right.
Like, did Sean Payton ever really long-term elevate somebody who wasn't an elite quarterback to begin with?
No.
So
it's not like there was Taysom Hill and
Taysom Hill. There was Jameis Winston. Who was his other? Oh, he had.
Yeah. See, Jameis Winston made him retire, right? Didn't Sean just be like, okay, you know what?
Yeah, I'm cool on that. Yeah. Apparently these prayers aren't working to pray away these pick sixes.
Pick sixes. Yeah, that's great.
And then I would put Kevin O'Connell, Kyle Shanahan. Those two in particular, I think they have a very clean, a very tight offensive system, and it revolves around the wide zone. It takes a while to get going. If you can see, Christian McCaffrey's numbers in the rush game are nowhere near what Christian McCaffrey's numbers are in the pass game. McCaffrey's he is a pass catching fool right now. But I think it's a tight offensive system where I think Kyle Shanahan, Brian Griese does a really good job. I think Kevin O'Connell, those guys are really relational with their quarterbacks, and they keep it tight and succinct with their quarterbacks, so they see consistent elevation of maybe even a mid-tier guy. Personally, for me, I like to consider myself more of in the, like, I aspire to. I don't want to, sound like I'm
right.
I aspire to be more of the Kevin O'Connell, type.
Okay.
In terms of relational with my quarterbacks, developing their skill sets, elevating maybe the guy that isn't supposed to be the big-time cat.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a year where I did that at Notre Dame where Deshaun Kaiser started off our spring ball that year as the third-string quarterback.
Oh, really?
With zero. I mean, I'm talking zero confidence. He couldn't even throw a hitch in spring ball in the spring scrimmage.
Really?
And then he turns into, in 2015, the all-time all-time leading passer in Notre Dame history up to that point in 2015. And that was it was fun because it was we started from the bottom as a third string guy. Malik Zaire breaks his leg in the second game of the season. Deshaun Kaiser now is elevated because Everett Golson had transferred to Florida State. So what was the third string quarterback? Hey, you got a really good team around you. You got to elevate everybody. And he did. And I love that because it's a relational thing. It's fun to get in the trenches with. And I think Andy Reid, quarterback whisperer. I would say he's both. Offensive genius and quarterback whisperer.
The only one in the NFL.
That's what I would say. That's what I would tell you. I think Sean.
Interesting.
Sean, if Sean does it with Bo Nix,
then he gets
the Denver Broncos.
Hop
I
into
will
that
give
category?
him offensive genius, quarterback
whisperer.
And I think right now it's an incomplete grade, which is fair.
Mhm.
It's young. It's second year, and Patrick Mahomes wasn't a complete grade. I don't think.
No, but you get. I don't know. You get 2 more. You get 2 more years. That if that to develop Bo, but that's the world we live in the NFL. All right, let's do this. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we're going to touch on the injury report. We'll also have a special guest from Philadelphia.
From the airwaves? From the airwaves in Philly?
From WIP there in
What do you know
Philadelphia.
What do you know about the Philadelphia airwaves?
I don't know. It's probably rough, man.
Oh, it's wild.
It's probably
out there.
rough on the airwaves.
Anytime
in Philly.
I've recruited in the Eastern Seaboard,
Is it?
I turn on Philadelphia Sports Talk Radio and just listen.
And it just goes.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm hoping that probably going to be very contrite knowing he's in Denver and everybody's so cool and nice out here. He's going to probably be chilling.
We'll see. We're gonna have on Jack Fritz from Ike, Spike, and Fritz in the afternoon. That is coming up next right here on a Bud Light Football Friday. Go get him, Leggy. Don't take that for an answer, Legwald.
Sean Payton dropped the old, I respect the question, but it's a silly question. So do you really respect the question?
No.
Because I don't respect silliness. Do you respect silliness?
I think he respects the idea that he knows that Jeff has to ask that question, even though he knows and Jeff knows that he's not going to answer the question. But you have to answer the question because you never know exactly what you're going to get.
What's the question?
What's the question? Sean. Although Sean hasn't gone full like cranky Sean this season yet, right? Not really. Not like he was last. I mean, you know what I mean? Like he's poked at a couple of media dudes, but not like full on Jeff.
Thank you.
There were a few.
That's it means.
That was this year. It was training camp.
Oh, you're right. That was training camp this year.
Training camp had a few. Luca, my guy Luca from the Denver Post, who asks hard-hitting questions. Asked some hard-hitting questions when he was covering USC of Lincoln Riley.
Listen, man, Lincoln Riley is the more and more Lincoln Riley.
He's got to win.
The
bottom line is whether you like him or not. I mean, he's a Texas guy, right? He's kind of a West Texas.
Yeah, but he don't act like it, man. Act like a man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but when you are on top of the football world at 31 years old, man, it's hard not to. Yeah. It's almost like the system did it to Lincoln.
Right.
It gave him everything. It gave him the world.
This guy.
It gave him the world at such a young age, and now he's got a USC football team in the Big Ten Conference losing to Illinois. Jeez, Pete.
Yeah, he's just making bad decisions. All right, let's check out the injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. And, I mean, the injury report is the injury report. It's not much different from what we had earlier, except for what you heard Sean Payton just talk about, and that is Quinn Miners, a massive part of the offensive line for your Denver Broncos, did not practice yesterday due to illness. We don't know what the illness is. We don't know we're going to learn more today, but is he going to be able to go on Sunday against the Eagles? Ooh, that would be a large loss. The three players who were limited in practice, Nate Atkins, Jonah Ellis, and Marvin Mims, but all still expected to play come Saturday. For the Eagles, Jalen Carter, who was limited yesterday. I guess that's the only big one is Carter. Limited yesterday was full. No, limited 2 days ago. He was full go in practice yesterday. So the hope that he might not be able to play against the Broncos is gone.
It appears that you're going to have healthy football teams facing off. I mean, Malcolm Roach, not back yet, right?
No.
I think this is his final week on the injured reserve list, the IR.
And then he'll be back?
I think so. That's what it sounds like. I think he was eligible to return to practice, but I don't know if that allows him to be cleared if you were on the IR and were able to elevate somebody from practice squad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, their Philly is pretty healthy, at least at the starter position. I mean, Dallas, hold on. I think he was just listed as limited. He's not going to out, though, right? Yeah, Dallas was listed. He did not play on Wednesday or did not practice on Wednesday, but was limited yesterday. But once again, I don't think that's going to be I'm sure they're going to have their starting tight end when they play the Broncos on Sunday. But
so the way that I see it here is that, and this was a report here from Eric Trickle of Denver Broncos on Sports Illustrated, that two players are eligible for the Denver Broncos defensively to come off IR this week, but there's been no official announcement or anything whatsoever yet, and that is Malcolm Roach as well as Drew Sanders.
When can Greenlaw come off? Is it next week?
I think it's next week. Might be the week after. Gosh, I feel like that guy just hadn't been a part of things since.
It's tough.
Feels like day 5 of training camp.
We talked about him so much.
And rightfully so, because when he was healthy, he looked very different.
Right, and that's one of the weaknesses of the Broncos' position right now. Like, if he was playing, I'm not sure. I mean, that might be a plus position for the Broncos.
It would be a plus, and it would be very impactful against a team that's going to want to line it up and run the rock.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't give up those extra yards, man. It's like when he meets a ball carrier, he meets Jalen Hurts in his 600-pound-plus squat as a college junior or sophomore. He doesn't give him up, man. He hits a human, and they stop or go backwards.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens. But right now, unfortunately, his hamstring, his groin, his quad, whatever the heck it may be, it also is leaky.
Yeah. I would much rather have Greenlaw healthy at the end of the season than healthy right now, but at the same time, you want to see it, man. It was so exciting when you make that signing. But you got to see it. You got to see it. You got to see what's up.
Gosh, I would love to see Malcolm Roach. If there's any way to see Malcolm Roach elevated, he had a calf. I mean, I would be fired up because you want to talk about that's what he was brought here to do, to stop the run.
Yeah. Well, it's not like the Eagles are running all over teams.
They're
or at
not,
least
but they're
Saquon,
still committed to it, man.
They will try to do that against the Broncos. But once again, we've discussed this all week, and we'll ask Jack when he joins us, is that, I mean, and I'm assuming this is the game plan for most teams that take on Philadelphia. It's just like, all right, let's see it, Jalen. Let's see how elite you are. You beat us with your arm. And is that what the Broncos are going to do? Yes. Because you do not want Saquon to go off, right? Because if Saquon starts doing that thing where he's 7 yards, 6 yards, 12 yards, 42 yards, then it's a long day. Then you get to the fourth quarter and you're down by 2 scores and everybody's upset. At least if in Broncos country. Now, I'm more scared of Saquon getting loose than I am Jalen. But once again, I'm not gonna disrespect the dude who's undefeated. They've won 10 straight games and just won the Super Bowl. Nah, I'm not going to do that. You got to pick your poison with the Eagles.
Dre Greenlaw is eligible to return week 7.
Week 7. You know what?
So you're in week 5.
So he's not going to be back for the Jets game, but he might be back for the Giants game here at home in the middle of October, right before Dallas. So New York, the Jets come to town. Oh, wait, now the Jets don't come to town. That's the game overseas, right? You're overseas.
London, baby.
You're overseas with the Jets, even though that's
calling.
considered a home game for you. Then you come back, and the Giants come to town, and the Cowboys come to town. And if Sean Payton's past record is anything to go from, the Broncos should have won three of those 4 games. Philly, the only loss? I don't know, man. Dallas still is kind of weird. Dallas is scary.
They're scary.
And Jackson Dart and the Giants might be able to figure something out.
Never know. Kind of scary, even though Malik Neighbors, my fantasy football team, is basically done for the year.
Poor Malik, man.
And Marvin Harrison Jr. also.
I liked his whole explanation where people were like, man, how come you're so angry all the time? He's like, that's my face. That's how my face looks. It looks like I'm angry all the time. Stop looking. I'm not angry at anybody.
He's got the RMF, the resting mad face.
That's exactly what he said. That's exactly what he said he had. He's like, stop giving me grief, but how I look on the sideline, that's who I am, man. That's
Speaking
my face.
Of RMFs, resting mad faces, City Philadelphia in their sports fan community has a pretty good reputation of having some resting mad faces, don't they?
You know what's crazy is, and we'll ask Jack, is I wonder how much Philly fan is giving their team grief. Because last week, not this week because the Broncos won, but last week people were jumping up and down on Bo Nix, and that's because the Broncos caught 2 tough L's in a row. But I bet you Eagle fan is still coming at that team even though they're undefeated just because of how they've won these games, right? Compared to how they won them last season? Because last season, the Philadelphia Eagles were probably the most fun team to watch in the NFL. You know what I mean? There were long passes, crazy runs from Saquon, wild defensive plays. I mean, it was huge offensive play after huge offensive play back last season. This year, they're not having that. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't look like Saquon's going to go for 2,000 or Jalen's going to throw for 7,000 or something ridiculous like that. And Philly fans is asking themselves, what's up and where's that at? And I'm like, man, I wish we could complain about stuff like that. I wish we were complaining about a 4-0 football team instead of 2-2. But we'll find out. I want to know what's more exciting is in Philadelphia right now, what's going to happen tomorrow with the Phillies or what's going on with the Eagles. Because the NFL is king, but they got the Dodgers coming to town tomorrow in a massive start to the NLDS. So game 1 tomorrow afternoon, baby. So I wonder which has got Philly fan more excited. Phillies, the playoff baseball, because once again, I just have to appreciate what they got in Philadelphia with the baseball team right now. You know what I mean? We got nothing here. But is it Dodgers Phillies or is it Eagles Broncos?
That's a good question. We'll have to find out about it. I would say probably the Phillies. Their last World Series was
Fighting Phils
win. They haven't won one since 2008.
Okay, although that's not as long back as I thought it was. But yeah, no.
And they've only been to 1 in the last 15 years, 17 years.
Man.
So they went to one in 2009, and then 2022.
But we
they
talk
lost.
about the Eagles too, man. It's the Eagle. Well, we'll just ask Jack. Let's go to the Ramos hotline. The Ramos Law Hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor, attorney. Go to ramoslaw.com. And joining us right now from the city of Philadelphia, he's part of Ike, Spike, and Fritz in the afternoon there in WIP. It is Jack Fritz. Jack, thanks for joining us. And the first question I have for is, what is the talk there in the city about more? What's going to happen tomorrow with the Dodgers, or what's going on with the Eagles right now?
Yeah, thanks for having me. So, early in the week, it was dominated by A.J. Brown conversation and wondering if we have a situation here with the receiver and coaches or quarterback. Who knows? But certainly right now, this city is geeked up about Red October, and I think most of the attention is tomorrow night at 6:38 against the Dodgers.
Can you do a favor for all of us here in Colorado, all of us in the West Coast that despise the Los Angeles Dodgers? Can you just put some good vibes out there and take the negative Philadelphia, Philly, and Eagle fan and make him a little bit optimistic about their chances against the Dodgers? That would be great for all of us, and we would appreciate that.
Yeah, listen, I think the city feels really confident in this team. Last year, heading into the postseason was a totally different feel. You know, they collapsed in the second half of the year. They backed their way into the postseason. This year, they are riding high heading into the postseason. It really feels like these are the two best teams in baseball. Unfortunately for us, it happens to be in the NLDS, not in the NLCS or in the World Series. But I think the Phillies, they've kind of been building for this moment. It could be this core's last run together, and I think that they're ready to meet the moment. So it's going to be tough. I mean, the Dodgers are ridiculous, and unfortunately, they snapped out of what seemed like a season-long malaise in the last, 20-some games. I think they won 9 of 11 to end the year. Destroyed the Reds, which is essentially an FCS opponent. So people are excited, but I think there's a proper amount of respect for this Dodgers team and what they can do.
Jack, speaking of the Philadelphia sports fan, just generally speaking, not an easy fan base to please, and you have the privilege of being able to communicate with them on a daily basis there on WIP. Tell us what the feel is right now with your 4-0 reigning Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles, and what the mood is around how this team has won and maybe some of the deficiencies that are out there on paper.
Yeah, I know it sounds insane. They've won, 20 of 21 with Jalen Hurts as the starter. They've won a Super Bowl in pretty convincing fashion over a team going for a three-peat, and people are frustrated. I mean, people are annoyed with the offense, and you look at the stats on offense, and it backs up what we've been seeing. For a team that has a $55 million quarterback, $60 million in receivers, $100 million offensive line, they gave the running back a $35 million raise in the offseason. For this offense to be as pedestrian as they are is currently causing a lot of frustration. I think mostly frustration from the standpoint of, we should be flying high. You kept some continuity within the building by not hiring an outside offensive coordinator. This is a core offensively that's been together for a while. We're not sure what the excuse really is. And when we're evaluating whether or not this team can win a Super Bowl, with the way that this offense is currently going at it, I don't think that anyone feels like that they are good enough to win a Super Bowl. So I think on Sunday when they win the game, people are happy they win, but by Tuesday or Wednesday, they kind of take a step back and say, I'm not sure this is right.
What was the consensus on the A.J. Brown conversation? Because, when it happened, that's probably not ideal to send those kind of tweets out. But then he seemed to own up to it this week. What was that? So what did the conversation end up being around A.J. Brown?
Yeah, so it's actually a double-edged sword. I think every fan understands why he's frustrated. This is a guy who by his own admission, believes he's a top 5 receiver in all of football. Thinks he's the third best receiver in football behind Jefferson and Chase. And for the last 21 games, he's essentially been turned into a blocking receiver where, the Eagles run the ball a lot, and Saquon Barkley and he was a good soldier last year because the team was winning all the time, but this is someone who has a lot of pride in what he does, and he feels like he can dominate a game in the way that Saquon Barkley can dominate a game, and he doesn't feel like he is being used the way that he feels like he can be. So I think on one hand, fans were like, I get it. I would be frustrated too if I was A.J. Brown, because the reality is he's 28. Yes, he has a Super Bowl. Yes, he has all pros. Now it's the time where he has to be putting together a Hall of Fame resume. And with the way it's currently going, I think he still will have a chance, but he is a Hall of Fame talent that has had to put it by the wayside because of the Eagles turning more into a running team rather than a throwing team. So I think on one hand, fans get it, but on the other hand, there's also fans that are like, dude, we're 4-0. It certainly could be a lot worse. He came from Tennessee. It could be a lot worse. And I think people just don't want to. I think a lot of people just don't want to ruffle the feathers and have any problems even with them winning games, because you can go all the way back to 04-05 with T.O. Sure, but you could also go back to 23 when something fell off the entire year, and then they ended up losing 6 or 7 to end the year and getting blown out by the Bucs. So I think that there's a healthy amount of fear of something happening like that again.
We're joined on the Ramaswala hotline by WIP 94 out of Philadelphia. This is Jack Fritz. Jack, I'm curious to know, from an offensive coordinator standpoint, Nick Sirianni has had a ton of turnover, and it's been a kind of a mixed bag of unbelievably good with Shane Steichen, really bad with Brian Johnson, unbelievably good with Kellen Moore, and then now Kevin Patullo. He finds himself in that position without really having had his own room at any point in his coaching career. I mean, he's 44 years old, and I look at his bio and I see a lot of graduate assistant wide receiver coach. I guess he was a wide receiver coach for a couple of years in the Colts, and then he had all these weird titles like pass game specialist, pass game coordinator, and then this year's the first time where he's in charge of something. What do you see from this offense, and does it seem like either a rerun of a Brian Johnson offense, or does it seem like he is trending in the direction of a Kellen Moore?
Oh, it's Brian Johnson 2.0. It's not even close. He has been Sirianni's right-hand man for a long time, and I think Sirianni felt like off of the Super Bowl was the appropriate time to give his buddy a shot. I struggled to put it all on Kevin Patullo, because I know you said that Kellen Moore was unbelievable last year.
Yeah, no, you're right.
They've kind of been stuck in quicksand a little bit offensively ever since Steichen left in 22, where the passing game hasn't really ever, in my opinion, looked right. It looks great in the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl. Awesome. But for the lion's share of the last 2, even 3 seasons, the passing game has not been where you wanted it to be, and that might be a quarterback problem rather than an offensive coordinator problem. But at the same time, a lot of the experts that we bring on, the people that break down tape, it seems like the receivers are running the same routes over and over again. There's no creativity from that standpoint. There's a lot of tells, like when they're in shotgun or whatever, the amount of times that they're going to run the football. So they seem very, very predictable, and that's an indictment of the offensive coordinator. Kellen Moore is definitely an upgrade, and I think if we look back on the season and they don't end in the Super Bowl and it's because the offense never really figures it out, we're going to look back at the Kevin Patullo hiring, which they didn't even interview anyone for the job. It was just Kevin Patullo. And we're going to look back on that decision as to what could have been this team's shortcoming.
Well, Jack, thanks for giving us a little bit of your time and talking a little Philadelphia sports. Good luck to the Phillies, and we'll see about the Eagles. Thanks for giving us a little bit of time, Jack.
Of course. Good luck this weekend.
Yeah, that's Jack Fritz from Ike, Spike, and Fritz in the afternoon there on WIP, breaking down this Broncos-Phillies game. We'll dive into it a little bit more next segment. That's as we roll on here on the Morning Spread. At halftime at tonight's Mountain Vista Valor Christian game on 92.5. Tune in as we honor the Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Big game, Coach. You got a big game tonight, Coach.
Big game.
But, how's that atmosphere at Valor? Do they bring it are they going to bring it tonight? Do the students bring it?
It's homecoming, man.
Oh, it's tonight homecoming.
I'll
I
tell
didn't
you
realize
what,
that.
one thing I've learned, high school, across the landscape here, haven't been a part of it for a long time. Homecomings, there's a lot going on.
Yeah, they do a lot
Like
of stuff.
it's like, hey, where the show's got to be the game, right? Like the show is the game.
Yeah,
like
the show's the game.
The game, right, boys? Right? We good?
No. They got all kinds of stuff going on.
Yesterday, our freshman team been so good, and they got the brakes beat off them yesterday because they were just out they had no energy. They were just
they were putting work for homecoming.
They were getting into that homecoming. Yeah, guys, the production that goes into asking a date to homecoming nowadays.
Oh, is it a little? It's over the top. Do you have to get a video and set it up?
You have to have a massive poster that's all decorated with a theme. And I'm like, guys, can you just be like, "What's up?
Right?
You want
You're
to go
just
homecoming?
yes, that's
Let's
exactly
go.
what you do.
You good? Let's do it. That's how we doing it, right, Berto?
Right.
What's
This
up?
is weird.
How you doing?
I have no arts and crafts skills. If you were waiting on me to make you a poster, you could be waiting your whole life because I don't think I could get that done.
But they all have want to make a splash, and then you bring some type of energy drink from Dutch Bros, and you give it to them. Like, come on, guys. Can we just
true love, man? It's true love, Coach. Don't hate on it.
That's not
That's not true
It's
love.
for the gram. It's all for the gram. Everybody wants to post their picture of getting asked on the gram.
So what'd you think about what Jack had to say? I don't think he said anything crazy over the top, but once again, it is crazy to me that
it's a disgruntled fan base.
That city is upset
about 4-0.
At about 4-0. But it's how they're getting to the 4 or how they got to the 4-0.
It feels a little bit like they're just dreading the line it catches up to you when it catches up to you, and they're just not playing great offensive football. It sounds like a lot of the negativity surrounding the Eagles is yet another offensive play caller that is linked to Nick Sirianni. Did it feel almost as if this thing ever spirals out of control quickly, could Nick Sirianni ever be like the Ed Orgeron of pro football? Where he wins a title and then he's fired a year or two later.
Right. And then he's just in a parking lot, hollering at fitness instructors, where are you going? You want to go get dinner? Remember that was the Orgeron was just hitting on random people.
Did you see, I saw Ed Orgeron recently. That man has had some serious facelifts in the last.
Yeah.
And he's on.
He looks like beef jerky, right?
Now.
Yeah. It's just like that. Those dudes who they look red or whatever it is going on. Yeah, it is kind of freaky. It's kind of freaky. All right. The Denver Broncos and the Philadelphia Eagles. So once again, we're going to talk about PFF. Not how much they hate Bo Nix, but how much they love the Broncos offensive line. So I'm always talking about how do you weaponize your best weapons? How do you weaponize the best parts of your team? So if the best part, and I think the defensive line is probably, I don't know, man. What do you think is better on the Broncos, the defensive or offensive line?
They're both really good. I'd say the offensive line right now is performing at a higher level in the combination of run blocking and pass blocking than right now on analytics that the defensive line is performing in both pass rush and run stuffing because of the Jonathan Taylor performance. And really the Chargers ran the ball a little bit. Amari and Hampton got it loose a little bit. That's the question that has to be answered from the defensive linebacker edge group for the Denver Broncos. Can they stop a team that is a run-first unit?
Yeah. We talked about what the Broncos game plan should be against the Eagles. What do you think the Eagles game plan should be against the Broncos? The Broncos are like, all right, Jalen, we're going to make you beat us. We're going to make you beat us with your arm. If you're the Eagles, you're like, all right, Denver.
Probably do what they do, which is run the football and run Jalen Hurts. Because when you run Jalen Hurts, it gets your numbers in the box back to a place that is at least even. The Broncos should add an extra element into the box and get their numbers in an advantageous position. And then the chess match back and forth against a guy like Lamar Jackson or a guy like Jalen Hurts, those two players, the math evens out because you will then say, okay, we'll read somebody in the box and potentially run our quarterback, or we'll use our running back or tailback or even a fullback as a lead blocker for our quarterback. But I think that's what you want the Broncos to do, or the Broncos want the Eagles to do, because then you get extra hits on Jalen Hurts.
And that's what you want.
And then if you get him off schedule, then you do force him to be a passer. And you force him to potentially have to make some pocket decisions with the pocket that probably is going to be compromised a bit because of how good this pass rush unit is for the Broncos.
Yeah.
I want to see Vance Joseph, man. I want to see Jalen Hurts get blitz back to the Stone Age.
Super aggressive. Just bring it, man. I want to see Benito hit that dude 3-4 times on Sunday. You know what? How about this question? Every time we start talking about Bo Nix, we get on the text line from the crowd that doesn't believe in Bo, that this is what we saw last season, what we saw at the start of this season, that is his ceiling. That's as good as Bo's going to get. Let me ask you this question. Is Jalen Hurts at his ceiling? Can Jalen Hurts at 27 and a Super Bowl champion and just got paid?
It's a pretty good ceiling.
Is this it, or can he get a little bit better?
It's a pretty good ceiling.
Yeah, I know. I'd take it right now. But the Philadelphia Eagle fan doesn't seem super stoked about it.
Which is correct. But the Philadelphia Eagle fan hates everything.
Yes, they do.
They're gonna hate the Phillies the first run they give up against the Dodgers.
Kick puppy dogs. They hate everything.
It's just like every other year. What are we doing? This place. It's how the Eagles and Phillies fans are comprised, man. Listen, I'm such a believer as a sports fan and as a quarterback enthusiast. I'm such a believer in Jalen Hurts' game because it wins. It's not the prettiest. It's not always the most effective. And I hate to say it right now, it kind of reminds me a little bit of Patrick Mahomes.
You mean
Mahomes' regular seasons haven't been all that dynamic statistically.
No, he hasn't had an MVP type season in
not even
3,
close.
4 years.
He's like not even a hot commodity in fantasy football.
No.
And that's where a lot of people are getting their worth and value from these quarterbacks. I take worth and value from quarterbacks if you win games like this.
Yes.
And this is where Bo Nix, I want to see you win this game. And I think anything short of that I wouldn't say it's a failure, but it's falling short of the standard of being the potential next great quarterback for the Denver Broncos organization. Just to win a game like this. And I don't think that Bo has to play 10 out of 10 football. I think Bo has to be good.
I think you know what? I agree with that statement. I think if Bo is good, they can win, but as long as he doesn't turn the ball over. You know what I mean? Because you do that against Philadelphia, and they will make you pay.
Like on Monday, we have to come back and say, Bo Nix played well. It doesn't be oh my gosh, Bo Nix, what? Could you believe?
Right.
Now, if that happens, obviously we're all going to be.
Stafford had a ridiculous game last night. That was a stupid game from Stafford last night. Was it 400? It was almost 400 yards and 3 touches, something like that. It was like 390 something and 3 touches. And he caught that L, man. And he caught that L against Mac
dang it,
Jones.
man. How about this passer?
Did you see what Mac Jones was wearing last night? What kind of fashion is that?
Not great. But it's winning fashion.
Yeah, it worked, man. Although I do not believe, because gambling has so influenced the NFL lately that these players in these post-game shows keep getting asked about the spread. And Mac Jones was asked about the spread of the game. Like they were like, is that disrespectful that the spread was so big and you ended up winning the game? And Mac Jones is like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like he said Kyle Shanahan was aware of it and mentioned it. He's like, look at this spread. They raised the spread on us, man. They don't respect us. And Mac Jones is like, I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean. I've never gambled on anything in my life or whatever. And I was like, I don't know. I think Mac Jones probably is aware of what a point spread is, right?
I think so.
Right? Because he played it off like, but it's still insane to me that these players keep getting asked about the point spread.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, man.
I keep telling you what drives a lot of the narratives around these players. It's about prop bets and it's about fantasy football. And if anybody thinks that those two things aren't correlated and the players themselves, I'll tell you this is the craziest thing. A decade ago, I didn't even know it was legal to have any tie-in betting-wise to an individual player in college athletics. I had no clue. I thought it was illegal. I'm like, it's an amateur.
Right.
I was like, Deshaun Kaiser, my next-door neighbor comes up to me and he's like, hey, do you think Deshaun's going to go for over 225 this week? And I'm
like,
like,
what?
What are you even talking about? I'm like, we're just trying to beat. We're trying to
money
beat
on
Georgia
Deshaun.
Tech. I don't care how we beat Georgia Tech. And he goes, and I go, hand me your phone. What is that? And it was like there was basically a fantasy DraftKings type whatever around Deshaun Kaiser hitting 225. And I'm like, and then I find out Deshaun knew what his number was. And I'm like, this is what are we doing?
That is crazy. That's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. But it's
And
the world we
when
live in
guys
now.
like DMac say nobody cares about your fantasy football team as it relates to sports coverage, I'll tell you who does care about those fantasy numbers. Those players do.
Yeah.
Because they know.
They're hearing about it.
They know. They
constantly.
hear about it. People are in their ear.
Yeah, it's insane.
I work with Bo Nix's wife, and she has pimply-faced freshmen in high school that play for me come up and say, "Oh, your husband didn't help my fantasy team this weekend."
Like,
and I'm like, "Boys, shut up."
It's crazy. It's a crazy environment. It's crazy. But I love it. I love it. Let's do this. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we're going to talk about hostile environments. Can the Broncos win in Philadelphia just because it's Philadelphia? We'll get to it next. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint with Mike Sanford.
Speaking of enjoying responsibly, how do you slow down over there on this Football Friday presented by Bud Light? Take a breath.
Yeah, take
before
a deep
you
breath.
ingest. Don't,
just relax.
Don't breathe in your barleys and hops there.
I'm Mark Bertinelli filling in for Alex Ryanemi and KJ Granderson behind the glass.
I like to call him KJG.
On this, is there listen, do you have any other person in your family who's athletic outside of the one that played in Major League Baseball? Is there any other Granderson who's got game? Or did he get it all? Because that's a lot of talent he had, man.
First off, in my entire family, the majority of them play high school football. A couple play college. Not really, man. Not really, dude. Again, Curtis showed us that it is hard to make it professional, man. It is hard.
Yeah, man.
Curtis Granderson, what a stud.
Yeah, he was great. He took all that talent.
Is that uncle or is that cousin?
Cousin.
Okay, all right.
Did you know that?
Yeah. We talked about it before. Yeah, we discussed it previously. Broncos
44 years old, man. I don't really he's a little older than me.
Yeah, he's probably. He could probably still swing it. Broncos and Eagles. Okay, two things about this that I don't know, or how do you feel about it as a coach? Because it's almost like that kind of nebulous, weird football gods kind of conversation that I don't know how many coaches want to get into. Ooh. And that's simply what is it about this is the kind of game the Broncos lose. And I'm not just saying it's because of the Eagles. They could be playing the worst team over there in that conference. But if it was an East Coast early morning game, they're more than likely to lose it. It's history. It's history repeating itself. These are the games that the Broncos struggle with. These games on the East Coast that start early in the morning, it messes up the Broncos and they find a way to lose these things. Now, as a coach, even if the numbers say that historically that's what happened, how do you deal with it as a coach? And then also, how do you deal with the atmosphere, the likes of which you're going to get in Philadelphia? Because they will come at you. It's just like when the Broncos used to play, in the black hole with the Raiders and stuff. You just got to deal with it. But as a coach, how do you address it, or do you address it? Do you even bring it up? Do you go to the game early? Anything to try to do something different than catching all these L's in these early morning East Coast games?
Well, if you look at Sean Payton's record with the Denver Broncos in the 11 a.m. Mountain Time kickoff, which is 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, Sean Payton's 2-3.
All right, so not his hump,
It's really, he's 2-3, and this is our hump. This is an opportunity for him to get to 500 in what is one of the more challenging things, being in either a Pacific time zone or a Mountain time zone team. And those games, I think the way forward, obviously, you win the game against the New York Jets in a monsoon. I think it ended up being a hurricane. You beat the Buccaneers 26-7 at an 11 a.m. kick, Mountain time in your body clocks.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, the games that stand out to you the most are two atrocities for Sean Payton, and that was the Miami Dolphins game, the 70-burger, 70-20 in 2023. And then the Baltimore Ravens game last year was bad.
Yeah.
And that was also an 11 a.m. Eastern time zone kick. So I'm not buying this narrative that the Broncos just go out to the Eastern time zone and get the break speed off them. It's not facts. Mm-hmm. Because if you look back 5, 7, 10, 11, 12 years ago, that's not this team. This team has a quarterback. It has a plan. It has a defense. It has a top 3 supporting cast offensively for a second-year quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a coach that knows how to make big-time decisions with how to travel and how to, go and stay at the Greenbrier. I think it was the Greenbrier that changed everything for old Sean last year.
Is that what it was?
It was back-to-back, man.
Sean Payton doesn't have a signature win. He has a signature stay.
He has a signature resort.
That's Sean Payton. KJ asked,
do you think the Greenbrier is kind of the equivalent of when you go play in an Arnold Palmer course like Arnold Palmer didn't design that course.
No, you're right. You're right.
I played one in like Cancun, Mexico. It's like
and you're like, he didn't come down here.
Arnold Palmer was never here, man.
I don't know. Like I've never played an Arnold
But
Palmer course.
It's a signature
Tiger's got
course.
Some courses, right? Yeah.
I mean, I think people just pay him to slap their name on
right,
there.
like John Elway Chevrolet or whatever. Just like John Elway ain't selling you a Chevrolet.
Should the Greenbriers just pay Sean Payton to slap his? This is the Sean Payton signature
here's what's
resort.
crazy. I think they did. Basically, didn't they pay Sean Payton when he consulted with them about what they would need, what facilities they would need to host teams like this?
Well, it was also the training camp for the Saints. The Saints had training camp there.
Sean Payton, I think he's part of that whole thing, man. I think he's part of it anyway. KJ wanted to know what you thought Sean Payton's signature win as a Bronco head coach was. Is it a game from last year? Is it the game against Cincinnati? Is that his signature win? Because we can't say
this
Kansas
game
City.
against Cincinnati and Jake Browning.
Well, then who was it? It wasn't the win over Carolina last year, right?
It had to have been the win at Tampa because that was the first.
That was a year ago, Coach. Well, okay.
It's a 3-year sample size.
You're right.
I don't think that you can call anything in the Russell Wilson twilight
we don't
era.
Want to touch. Yeah, you don't want to touch
that because
yeah.
the best wins of Sean Payton's career, without question, in terms of quality opponent on the road, are your two road victories that Russell Wilson and the defense and Justin Simmons kind of spearheaded.
Yeah.
And that was
at Buffalo. Yes.
And at Kansas City. I would say last year's victory at Tampa Bay was unlikely. Tampa Bay proved to be a really good football team that was a winner in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
It's a team that organizationally has made positive strides. And you did it when it looked like Bo Nix was not going to be the one. You remember? I mean, there were two games that were at Seattle. Not great.
Yeah, there was a lot of questions.
Against Pittsburgh at home. It's not good. It's not good at all.
Mm-hmm.
You remember also 2 years ago, Green Bay Packers were a good football team in 2023. Remember the Packers came and Russell Wilson beat the Green Bay Packers in 2023 under Sean Payton.
Well, that was right in the all those wins. Wasn't that when they went to Russell and they were they tried to get him to something to do with his injury bonus or whatever, and he's like, "I'm not changing my contract," and then it turned into like, "We're gonna bench you," and then it turned into a whole he said, she said, all kinds of.
And then he started winning games.
Yeah, and then he started getting wins, and they had to keep starting because they won like 5 straight that season.
This isn't working. This isn't the plan.
And the whole time, Sean Payton's like, "Get him out of here! I hate this guy! Hate him!" But I will say this: so yes, signature win probably is the win. And
DMac last night we were on Altitude After Dark. You can check out our episode on either the YouTube page make sure you subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page and check out Altitude After Dark. It's in the live section of content. We were talking. He said the clear victory that is a signature win is against Tampa last year at Tampa.
Okay. All right. Well, you held them to one touchdown the whole game or whatever. But, you didn't let Cincinnati get across half field after that first drive on this. I guess
Cincinnati's just so flawed, and that Tampa team last year wasn't
bad.
as – now, ironically, that Tampa win came against a team that was missing a couple of their key pieces defensively. Vita Vea, one of the best interior D linemen in pro football, wasn't playing. They had a secondary player, and I'm just drawing a blank right now. That was a significant piece of that significant cog in that machine. But who cares? You take it however you can get it.
Yeah.
It looks like you're going to be playing the Eagles' best.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to be playing against a 4-0 Eagles team that while there is some drama externally and the fan base isn't quite pleased with how the offense looks and how Jalen Hurts is throwing the ball, they keep finding ways to win games. And they're on a heater, man. What did he say? It was like
they've won 20 of 21. And they've won, including the playoffs last year, they've won 10 straight games.
That's crazy.
Can the Broncos stop a 10-game winning streak from the Super Bowl champs? I guess is the question.
Extinguish the 10-game win streak, right?
Yeah. Because you want to see, because not only would it be great for the Broncos, and that would be the signature win of the Sean Payton era, is if they can beat the Eagles this weekend. If you can take down a team that had won 20 of 21 and 10 straight, I think that means something. But I also think that the how you won against Cincinnati means something as well, because I feel like if Sean Payton could carbon copy that and bring it to Philadelphia, he would, right? Because everything, the running game was working, the passing game was working, that's how you want the Broncos to play, right? At least I think that's how Sean Payton wants the Broncos to play. Or is there something else that he wants to add to that mixture that we saw in Cincinnati?
I think he wants even more. Gosh, it's hard to say because Bo Nix was so productive. I think more flash plays offensively. I mean, they had a lot of good chunk plays, but they didn't have the explosive touchdown pass with regularity that I know Sean Payton wants. But this is a different defense, man. You got to take it out you can get it against this Philadelphia Eagles defense. They don't give up 31 points. One of my hot takes that a couple people thought that was pretty wild is I don't think right now that the Denver Broncos offense, tit for tat, is capable of scoring 30 against this Philadelphia Eagles defense.
Right.
Unless you're aided by a pick six, a turnover or two that give you plus territory. And even then, you realize that the Philadelphia Eagles are number 1 in the NFL in red zone offense, touchdown percentage, and number 1 in defense in the red zone.
See, that's the thing that
they are
scares
a bit
me
of
the
a
most.
Ben Bedell break outfit.
Like, I'm not too worried about the Broncos' defense, at least holding the Phillies' offense down a little bit, especially how they played through the first 4 games. But I am scared about the Broncos' offense trying to convert touchdowns in the red zone because the Eagles just don't give up a lot of those. I mean, their defense, I kind of bend it but don't break, where they'll allow some yards, but once you get into the red zone, they're like, nah, you're not scoring a touchdown. You might be able to kick a field goal here, but we are certainly not going to allow you to get. And the Broncos need touchdowns. They need touchdowns if they're going to beat Philadelphia, especially if it's a close game and when the fourth quarter comes around, which is how the Eagles have been handling their business so far. Maybe the Eagles will let you stay in this game, and then you can get them a knockout punch. Bo can throw a knockout punch in the fourth quarter. How about, like, Jake, will you give me a guarantee like you did last week, Coach? Will you give me a guarantee like you did last week where you said, if J.K. Dobbins carries the ball 15 or more times, I guarantee you the Broncos will win. He carried the ball 16 times. He had a great game, and they did win. Will you give me another guarantee?
Yeah, I'm going to up the ante a little bit because the Eagles are different. They're a different outfit than the Bengals. J.K. Dobbins, if he carries the ball 17 times and the Broncos have 1 or fewer turnovers,
okay,
you win the football game.
Ooh.
Do you like that?
Yeah, I like it. But here's Philadelphia is scaring me now. They didn't earlier in the week, but the more you look at them,
they won the Super Bowl. They're playing at home.
The
they
more
have Jalen Hurts that wins games. They have a defense that Saquon Barkley's waiting to have his game where he comes out and he watched that Jonathan Taylor tape against this Denver Broncos defense and said, it's my time to eat.
How do you, as a coach, how do you handle a player like A.J. Brown after he basically...
It's funky.
How do you handle it? Because I'm sure Sirianni and him had a conversation about it. But we've had this conversation the last couple of weeks with all these diva wide receivers popping off. Just like Jamar Chase said, I'm not going to get mad if you get upset because you're not getting the ball. I want somebody to be mad because you're not winning. I want you to be that emotional about these things. But how do you handle A.J. Brown if you're the coach? If you're Sirianni, and do you do guarantee him more touches this week against Denver?
I think you just have to
keep him happy.
You probably do get him some early guaranteed touches because that's the hard part with receivers is that if you run a pure progression-based pass game, it's not like I am throwing to that guy hell or high water.
Right.
Because guess what? He might be bracketed. There might be a 2-on-1 on him, or he might be clouded, which is a cover 2 version where you have a flat defender over the top of him at corner and a safety playing the deep half above that corner. It's hard to guarantee touches for receivers, especially when you don't want to have to chase that as a play caller. And this is a very inexperienced play caller, offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo for this.
Until you read his resume, I had no idea. I was like, where is this guy from? And it's just
it's funny. I saw a picture of him, and you can never judge a book by the cover, but he just looked like a guy that was like the grinder, the analytics nerd that was in the back.
Right. Well, listen, man, there are some coaches you see just pass you in the hallway, and you're like, that's a strength and conditioning coach. That's a strength. You know exactly what that guy does for a living, man. But you're right. Offensive coordinator, they all look a little bit different. Oh, yeah, put him up on the board.
Kevin Patullo.
Let's see him. Because right now, this guy's like enemy number 1 in Philadelphia.
They hate him.
They hate him.
And they think he's just he's Nick Sirianni's little buddy. Hey, little pal, you want to come be the coordinator now?
Yeah,
Well, I won a
yeah.
Super Bowl.
Yeah,
Now it's time.
Now I get to hire my buddy.
Now I get to hire somebody who's incapable of doing the job, but give him his first chance. But we're going to keep winning because I'm the best.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Patullo.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not
Look at
just...
this, man. South Florida, 2 years, graduate assistant. Arizona, 3 years, graduate assistant. Kansas City Chiefs, 2 years, offensive quality control. Buffalo Bills, 2 years, offensive quality control. Buffalo Bills, offensive assistant wide receiver coach. Tennessee Titans, assistant wide receiver coach. He had a 2-year run in the New York Jets in 2015, 2016, where he had the title of quarterbacks coach. Fired. All bad. Goes to Texas A&M as a senior offensive analyst. All right? And so you're 15 years into your career, and you've really had one job where you've been communicating directly to a group of players. You've always been the guy behind the guy, or the guy that's behind the guy that's behind the guy that's behind the guy.
Right.
And all of a sudden, he's the guy in the front. He was a wide receiver coach with Nick Sirianni, who on paper had the offensive coordinator title when Frank Reich was the head coach for the Indianapolis Colts for 2 years. And then he was a pass game specialist. What the frick does that mean?
Yeah.
Pass game coordinator. What does that mean? Pass game coordinator, associate head coach of the Eagles the last 2 years. Okay. Have you ever been in charge of anything tangibly? Well, guess what you are now? Now you're 4-0. So that's something to say, but like the look and feel of this Eagles offense right now does not look like it is being run by somebody who is
competent.
I would say that is
he's
confident
They've won.
and commands the room.
Oh, okay.
And that's probably why A.J. Brown is where he is at in a headspace, because this guy probably is a bit of a wet paper bag.
I'm sure.
From a leadership standpoint.
Well,
and that stuff matters.
No, I agree with you. I agree completely with you. And it does feel like I mentioned, like last year, the Eagles' offense was so dynamic, and I mean, they were so exciting to watch. And this year, they're anything but. And I think Eagles fans are now like, that dude looks like he should be working at Geno's, not working for the Eagles.
Just
right?
wait till you see this picture, his actual bio picture there, because that one he had is he is this looks like a guy that he's working.
And it's not
there
just
he is. There he is. Looks like he's stared at his computer screen, cranking analytics for the last 23 years of his life.
Why is it just me? And he looks high as hell right there, right?
You know what he's high on?
Lying, man? Look at his eyes.
You want to know what that man's high on right there?
High on life.
He's high on blue light. Because of those screens he's been staring at in the back. Somebody shoved him in the back of a closet and told him that, hey, can you find out what these guys do on 3rd and 2 to 3?
Right. It's crazy.
Predict it with exactness.
Look at him eyes, man. It's not just me, right? That dude is phased, right? That dude is racked up. Because it's not just A.J. Brown. Like Devontae Smith has some issues. Like they're not getting Devontae in the offense either.
Devontae Smith, yeah, you're right.
It's like, so what's
the
going
pass
on
game's
here, man?
non-existent, and then Saquon right now is a sub 100-yard rusher every game.
Yeah, absolutely insane.
And it's Saquon freaking Barkley.
Yeah, I know. He's the man. Last year was probably the greatest season I've ever seen from a back ever.
Felt like Barry Sanders or Walter Payton last year.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. NFL news and notes next. It is time right now for KJ's NFL news and notes as he gets you inside the National Football League. All right, KJ, what do you got first?
Well, let's head back to yesterday as Sean Payton, he stepped up to the podium because, with everything getting pushed back a day, yesterday instead of Wednesday was coach and captain's day. Sean Payton talked about what makes the Philadelphia Eagles so good in one-score games.
Listen, we just talked about it. They're doing a great job with the turnover ratio. I think they've only given the ball away one time in the first 4 weeks. They're taking it away. Their special teams. They have the blocked punt last week, the blocked field goal, blocked extra point against the Rams. So all three phases are doing a good job. And that's one of the reasons they're the champion.
I'd be interested to know what Sean Payton's record is in one-score games. You know what I mean? Like his win percentage is just over 600 as a head coach. It's like 609. But I would like to know. We'd have to go through it like I don't think there's an official stat for that, like on Spotrac or something. Like I think you'd have to.
Would you like for me to make that a homework project this weekend?
Nah, man, bro, take the weekend off, man. You've been working too hard. Don't do research for us chuckleheads during your weekend, man. We'll figure it out, right? Don't worry about that. But I'd be interesting to know, like, because how much of it is the coach and how much of it is the team when it comes to one score? Because a lot of it is game management when it's a one-score game like that, and a lot of that is the head coach. But, players win games, so I'd be interested. I would like to know. Because Sean, it would seem, my guess would be is he has a pretty good record in one-score games, right?
ChatGPT is working really hard right now.
You got artificial intelligence working on it?
Man.
Right? Like he's got a 600 win percentage all-time as a coach. He's 9-9 all-time in the postseason. He's won 181 games and he's lost 116.
So we should probably just guess it's a dead even 500.
Maybe. I'd just be interested to know exactly what's going on with that one. But it's the Eagles' signature. If it's a close game, we'll beat you. That's Philadelphia's signature, I think, at least right now, is that guess what? If it comes down to a close game, when it comes down to winning time, we win. And that's how they do. That's how they won the Super Bowl. That's how they do it, man. I don't know, but one-score games. Is it a quarterback stat? Just like wins is a quarterback stat? Like
it's a combination of the defense the Eagles have employed. And it's also a combination of I think Jalen Hurts makes the right play at the right time, gritty, tough, moves the sticks, game over.
Yeah.
Game management, so good.
Yeah. All right, KJ, what's next?
I don't know who PFF is.
One thing that we kind of got into this week was the tush push. And Sean Payton, he stood behind it 10 toes down. But one of our fine media members, and I want to make sure that they understand that they are one of our finest media members. They did a great job of asking about if the Broncos have ever thought about running the tush push. Here's Sean Payton talking about that.
Yeah, there's teams I just finished watching Baltimore run a version of it against Philly, and we'll look for ways at times to run quarterback sneaks. I think it's really more of a philosophy in your quarterback, and then the time you want to. So they've been effective at it, and I said what I said the other day, just relative to the reasons that I wasn't against it, and I think a lot of people maybe misunderstood that, but it's a well choreographed quarterback sneak with a real strong athletic quarterback.
Mm. You got a strong athletic quarterback too, Coach, right? Yeah. Bo can do that thing.
I've always kind of wondered why the Broncos haven't leaned into it, because there are aspects of Bo Nix that do remind me of Jalen Hurts.
Yeah,
they do.
Yeah.
He's thick. He's a thick-legged dude. He's a known heavy squatter from his days as a high school and college quarterback. He was a dual threat guy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't understand necessarily why. And you got some good white-knuckled, forward-leaning, big offensive linemen that you could lean into as well.
Right. That's why I say weaponize your best weapons. And if your offensive line is one of your best weapons, do it exactly like Philly does. Hit them in the face and see how they respond. Hit them directly in the face and see what happens. All right, KJ, what's up?
I don't know who PFF is.
Well, what should have been an absolute blowout, unfortunately, ended up leading to what was an upset victory by the 49ers last night. The 49ers won 26-23 over the LA Rams in LA on Thursday Night Football, which you could have heard right here on the station. Kyron Williams, the running back for the LA Rams, he took full responsibility for why they lost. Quote, "It sucks." More colorful language there. Quote, "I don't know, for me."
Stinks?
Is that what it was?
Well,
just say it, man. Look, everybody's out of here. There's
Yeah, we're
nobody in
good.
the
Hey,
office.
we're
There's nobody's
good.
listening. Go ahead and say it.
I could use a good curse word in my life right now. I'm just kidding. There it is. There it is, KJ. Way to let it fly, man.
I don't know. For me, I just got to hold on to the ball. I feel like I let the team down at the 1-yard line, not securing the one thing that matters and scoring the touchdown. So for me, I put this all on me, honestly, and I just know that I have to be better. And quote, was last night's win for the 49ers more so because of good 49ers or bad Rams?
Ooh, I'm going to go bad Rams, but that's just because the whole game I was thinking, I was like, they're going to lose this thing. They're going to lose this thing. They're going to lose this thing. And I never thought they were going to. But I don't know. You tell me. Is it just the Niners working some magic,
Well,
man?
let's just call it like it is. Going into the season, what did we say about the NFC West? It's drunk.
Yeah.
It's wide open.
It's going to be
Seahawks. Who are they? I don't know. They have a good record. They're playing good ball. Rams and Niners. They got good records, but you're like, are they good?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just,
I'm not. You know what?
It's just that's gonna be a division almost like the old Big Ten West with like Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin,
It's all up for
Illinois,
grabs. Anybody.
Northwestern, Nebraska, where it's like it's gonna come down to who plays less bad football. Who's gonna it's more games are lost, not won, and the 49ers just they didn't make the plays that lose you the game, whereas the Rams
did.
But
I'm not sure Williams was conscious when he dropped that ball. Like, I think for just a flash, he was knocked unconscious by that punch. You know what I mean? Because I know he was wearing a helmet, but, man, his head snapped, and the next thing you know, that ball comes loose. Although I'm here I was like, man, that dude took a punch directly to the face, and I'm not sure he was conscious. I think for just a moment, I think he might have lost consciousness with that punch, and then the ball comes loose, and it all like yes, it is his fault, but at the same time, brother, he got punched in the head. I'm not sure. I'd never hold on to football if that happened to me. I mean, but this is the way you teach football nowadays, right, Coach? You teach defenders to punch the ball out.
Peanut Tillman. Remember Peanut Tillman?
You don't tell them to aim for the helmet though, right? For the ball.
Sometimes the helmet ends up getting in the way just because the body's falling at different angles that you don't anticipate, or it gets, you get a ricochets. You're punching the ball and you get the helmet. Bah!
Yeah. All right, KJ, what's next?
I don't know who PFF is.
Well, coming up this Sunday, you can listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We have Vikings and Browns live at 7:30 from London. Because this is another NFL overseas game. And when we look at this game, it shouldn't be that important, right? Well, it could be. J.J. McCarthy is scheduled to be out again, which means Carson Wentz is back up as the starting quarterback. This is also the first game we will see Dillon Gabriel. Kevin Stefanski, head coach of the Cleveland Browns, stopped by 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. And let's just say Dillon Gabriel is he may be the new version of Tommy Boy.
All these guys are different, and with Dillon, he's unique and he's very mature, but also his college career was like no other in terms of experience. So he can lean on that experience in these situations, but he's not all rookies are the same in terms of their experience, whether they come in. We have some guys that were 20 years old when we first drafted them, right? And then you have some guys that have been in college for 6 seasons like Dillon, and he's like Tom Callahan's son. But he's got a lot of experience that he can lean on in these moments.
Yeah, I don't. What? I don't know exactly what you're trying to say there, my man.
Tom Callahan's son is Brian Callahan. Oh gosh. I don't know. Tommy boy.
The craziest thing about the Cleveland Browns and who they're starting at quarterback this week is the fact that since 1999, Cleveland has started more quarterbacks than any other team in the NFL. And this guy, Dylan Gabriel, will be the 41st starting quarterback they've rolled out in the last 25 seasons.
And Shador's going to be 42.
Yes, he will. Yes, this is crazy, man.
Especially when he does press conferences where he just gives his mouth with no words coming out.
Yeah, that was great. That was great.
That was crazy.
I'm sure the front office
Did you like
loved
that? Did you like that?
Listen, man, I like it, but then I like madness. You know what I mean? I'm here for. I like a little crazy in my quarterback. Let's go. But this is 41st.
Does it look disgruntled though?
That list is ridiculous. Yeah, kind of.
Does it look disgruntled?
Little, yeah.
Does it look like you're petty? You're not making the main thing the main thing?
Ooh, yeah.
Does it look like you're trying to be the story instead of just being a pro? And
yeah, but once again, we're talking about a kid. Like, I judge kids less than I like. If you're under 30, man, go ahead and act the fool. You know what I mean?
Man.
Yeah, no.
These guys are. Have you ever made the money that these guys are making?
No.
I mean, with that comes great responsibility.
No, I get it.
Even in the
like
college game.
We just mentioned
Shador's 23 years old.
We just mentioned Callahan and Brian Callahan. Like, Cam Ward came out and he was like, "We cheeks," and they were like, and then Callahan was like,
"I actually thought that was honest."
Yeah, I did too, and I love it.
He was
And
talking
Cam
about
was
himself.
like, "I'm completely honest." And then Callahan basically went to Cam and was like, "Hey, man, when you talk about that, you're not talking about yourself. You're talking about me. You're talking about the front office. You're talking about the ownership. Right. You're talking about all your teammates. You're talking about the fans. You're talking about everybody. So you got to watch it how you say those kind of things. But I'm with you, man. Cam. Just keep being Cam because he is brutally honest with the media, and I love it.
And he's also over.
Yeah.
He might stay over.
But Dylan Gabriel against the Vikings in London, man, this is not ideal for your first start. He's going to get wrecked in that game, isn't he?
Yeah.
Vikings defense is good.
Although I don't love the Tommy Boy reference there from Kevin Stefanski.
No? You think he's
I think more of Van Wilder.
Okay.
Remember he's in college forever? That was Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, that was Dylan Gabriel.
What was he?
Does have some
started
Ryan
out-
Reynolds in him, too.
Dylan Gabriel is one of the, it's like he's like almost where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
Yeah.
Hawaiian, goes to Florida, plays at University of Central Florida, ends up transferring to Oklahoma, then to Oregon, and now he's in Cleveland. I get it, but that's over the course of 4 years.
That's a quick.
Sounds like my life.
That's right. It's like an assistant coach somewhere, man. I don't know, man. What do you think about Dylan Gabriel? Do you think he can be successful as a quarterback for Cleveland?
I don't personally, but count me in the camp that could be surprised. I am rooting for Shador to get an opportunity. And
I want to see it.
I think Coach Prime is going to come out yet again smelling like roses because he was
right on.
He was the possessor of the crystal ball just a mere 10 days ago.
Yeah. All right, KJ, what's next?
I don't know who PFF is.
This segment is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. This Texans-Ravens game that everybody's been talking about since the beginning of the week is just losing more luster by the day. Lamar Jackson did not practice today, and multiple reports are confident that Lamar won't go this weekend. But that's not the story that has gained the traction out of that game coming out of over the last 24 hours. Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud was asked about how can he improve his explosiveness this season. And here's what he said, quote, "I feel like I'm getting old. I'm not as quick as I used to be. I was watching my high school stuff a couple of days ago. I was like 180 and I was rolling," end quote. How confident should we be in C.J. Stroud's ability to just turn this thing magically around like everybody keeps thinking the Texans are going to?
His birthday is today. I'm pretty sure CJ's birthday is today. You know how old he turned? 24. He's like 2 years younger than Bo Nix, and he's like, man, I'm feeling old. Like at 24, he's like, I'm feeling old.
It's weird.
It's absolutely crazy. You know what? Did you see that CJ Stroud had to come out and address an absolutely ridiculous story going around there in Houston? So my man CJ, when he's out and about in Houston, is rocking different kind of styles and fashion, but he loves to rock New York Yankee and Seattle Mariner caps. And all of a sudden, Houston Astro fan is coming after him, so much so they're like, how come you're not repping the city, man? How come you're not kind of like how the Avs were catching grief for wearing those Rams jerseys yesterday? He was catching all kinds of grief for wearing a Mariners hat, and he had to come out and address it in a press conference. And he was like, man, he's like, I'm not being disrespectful for anybody. I'm not being disrespectful to the Astros. I'm going to wear what I want to wear. This is how it's going to be. But I mean, it's so crazy to me that a professional, like an NFL quarterback, had to get to the microphone and talk about what kind of hat he wore around the city Monday through Friday, which is, it's just wild to me. Or do you think, are you on the opposite side of that? You're like, yo, man, you're in this city. You better rep my teams. Like, you're the starting quarterback for the Texans, which means you better rep the Astros and the Rockets. And that, you know what? I don't know. You tell me. It's just like you're taking time out of your day. You're getting ready to play the Baltimore Ravens in Baltimore, and you got to address the fact that you're wearing a Mariners hat on the street. I don't know, Coach. It's weird to me.
Yeah, CJ's been in a weird space, man.
Yeah, you're right. It might be how he's playing and not what he's wearing more than,
But both.
Yeah.
And even what he says, like, you're 23 years old now, you're 24 today, and you're calling yourself Unc.
Old.
You're calling yourself Unc. Like,
yeah.
I didn't start calling myself Unc until I turned about 42.
Yeah, there you go. That's probably about right. That's probably about right.
Yeah, going down the stairs, it doesn't feel like you used to.
All right, KJ. That was KJ, NFL news and notes. NFL. All right, I said NFL football. It's high school football on Altitude Sports Radio. It continues tonight as Nate Kreckman and Tyler Polumbus call the action between number 3, Valor Christian, and number 4, Mountain Vista on 92.5 with a 7 p.m. kickoff. High school football is powered by Sport Clips, proud sponsors of CHASA. Welcome back to a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Last segment of the morning sprint on this Friday, October the 3rd. Coach has got a rather large game tonight. Broncos have a rather large game on Sunday.
You know who else? I know we ain't talked a lot of college football.
Yeah, we're about to right now.
Because frankly, there hasn't been a lot of great things
I'm
locally,
nervous.
man.
Yeah,
there hasn't
I'm
been too good.
CU and CSU both might get
Air
housed
Force
this
is
weekend.
playing bad ball again this year. UNC, not bad. They're doing some good things. Mines, okay. Keep your mind. Keep the ore diggers. Keep doing your thing. But
Listen,
here's
man,
the
I
deal,
love
man.
the-
Here's
I
the
love
deal.
the
Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Mom mater. It's going to a place that I coached, and I left Boise State, my alma mater, to go coach at Notre Dame. They meet up this Saturday.
Yeah, Notre Dame's favored by 20.5, Coach.
It's going to be closer than that.
You go guarantee me it's closer than 20.5?
I'm not going to guarantee anything. I've been told I'm the best fade on the radio.
Okay.
I don't know what a fade means. I think it means that bet opposite of what I said.
Yeah, I think so. Right. Whatever you say, Springer bets the exact opposite and makes money.
Well, good luck with that, especially when I'm typically really accurate in college football. Pro football is hard to bet, man.
you think-
Pro football is a hard bet? Would you agree?
Oh, yeah. No.
Because there's
No,
so
no,
much
no.
parity.
Yeah, I have no
They all
idea.
come down to like, I don't know, they're like 2.5-point games.
Yeah, like I have no Bama and Vandy this weekend, right? And that game could swing 30 points one way or the other. You know what?
Good.
I have no idea.
Yep.
No clue. CU and TCU going at it, and CSU and San Diego State. Coach, CU and TCU, I mean, TCU is just a much more, they just have much more talent. So how you feel about this game, Coach? Because
I don't feel great.
Yeah.
I do not feel great. At TCU, which has turned into actually a really good stadium and environment. You remember TCU Stadium about 30 years ago?
Yeah, it was trash,
It was kind of
Yeah.
small. I went back and worked a camp there, like one of those huge satellite camps.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking around like, this looks like an SEC stadium now. When they do this?
Yeah, they got some. Listen,
They got bread.
all those privates, SMU, TCU,
Yeah, they got
they all
bread.
just floating in
Now,
cash.
SMU Stadium's still kind of weird, still kind of small.
Yeah.
But TCU, it's going to be loud. It's going to be a big environment. They have talent. They've invested well. They do have some injuries right now. Eric McAllister, former Boise State receiver that transferred there, 6'5" kid. He's not going to be, most likely he's not going to be up for the Horned Frogs. TCU right now, they took the 3-point loss at Arizona State. They beat SMU, which was a huge win for the program. And other than that, obviously, they had the opening game where they embarrassed Bill Belichick.
Yeah, I remember that.
So certainly TCU is this season of TCU. They're not afraid to shut down any of these kind of media infused narratives of famous people coaching college football teams. I'm worried about Caden Salter.
Oh, are you really? Because
I'm
I was
worried
about
about
to ask you about the quarterbacks. Because
I'm
some
worried about
coaches
his
believe if
demeanor.
you have two coaches, you don't have any. If you have two quarterbacks, you don't have any quarterback. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You need a starting quarter. You need a number one guy, and we still don't know who that is. Even though Caden's getting the start again, right?
Caden's starting. I'm like 90% sure. But there were some things like post-game press conference, and I think he's listening to a lot of these things. He's paying attention to people that are saying that he can't throw the football and that he's more of just a quarterback-driven run game guy.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're concerned with the wrong things and not just worried about just getting this team to continue to get first downs and then be in position that you can execute game on the line to throw to win, and that's the question right now. Can Caden Salter and the CU Buffs currently throw to win? Like the run game got better, certainly in the first half against BYU because you designed it around Caden Salter's legs.
Yeah.
But the problem is when all of a sudden your defense is starting to give up points and your defense is a little gassed. Can you actually keep pace by throwing the football?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that Caden Salter is that guy right now.
How about CSU and San Diego State? Like, if
doesn't look
if
good,
you're
man.
Jay Novell, like, you have to know that that it's coming unraveled, right? That it's starting to go sideways. As a coach, are you aware of that when it's happening, or are you so into like we're moving on to San Diego State? Are you so involved in that you don't realize that it feels like everything's going? Oh,
you
feel
feel
it. Yeah,
you feel it. Jay Norvell clearly felt it. He probably had some conversations with higher ups, and that also happens. I've had a few myself.
like, hey, coach, what's going on?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it's going too well.
And I think that's what ultimately led to Jay Norvell giving up his play calling responsibilities, at least publicly, is what's been conveyed.
Mm-hmm.
That might have come from John Weber athletic director that did not hire Jay Norvell, mind you.
Right.
And giving those responsibilities to the son of, the inventor of, the air raid offense, Matt Mumme. Hal Mumme. Remember Hal Mumme from Kentucky, and where else did he was at New Mexico State?
Yeah, just one of those like legendary dudes who's been around the game for
so his son, Matt Mumme, good buddy of mine, he's going to be calling the plays, at least on paper. But it's funny because the air raid, Fort Raid is that, I think they were called it Fort Raid.
Is that what they were calling it?
It just never really materialized. The first year, there was a lot of production. Even Braden Fowler-Nicolosi threw the ball a ton. And after a year where he turned the ball over nearly 20 times, it was a lot. I mean, it's like 16. I think Jay Norvell said, okay, for us to get to a bowl game, we're going to play behind a sound defense, and we're going to run the football, and we're going to be almost playing Big Ten West football, which is be okay with not losing games and let the other team hopefully lose the game for you. And it worked last year. They were competitive a year ago. They went to a bowl game. They got beat pretty convincingly by Miami of Ohio, not the Hurricanes.
Can you run the air raid if you don't have the talent necessary? Like, can you just take any random, group of dudes off the street and be like, all right, we're going to run the air raid? Or do you have to have this particular type of talent to do it? Or to do it well, I guess. Because I guess anybody could do it, but it's just going to look bad if you don't have that. But I mean, you tell me, could you take DMac, Polumbus, and Hastings and then turn them into an air raid offense?
No.
Who's the wink link there? Who's the wink link in that group?
For the air raid?
For the air raid.
All of them. I need speed and space. And I don't know if
You're not getting any of those dudes.
I mean, Tyler,
You
he
could
play
some
offense.
strength from Scotty.
Tyler would be a great offensive tackle. But if we're trying to run the pass game air raid, and those are my three of my 5 skill players, it's not going to go great.
It's not going to go.
It's not going to go great.
It's not going to go well at all. But all right, so we got college football kind of. There is no like super outstanding game this week, right, KG? There's not a game that I have circled that in the top 25 that I'm like, I gotta watch. Like Vandy and Bama maybe. But outside of that, there's no game that I'm just like, ooh, you got to watch that one.
No,
that one's locked in.
No, not this
like
weekend.
Texas, Florida, or something like that. Nah,
no, not really. I will say one team that I got on upset alert. And I promise this is not a homer pick at all.
Oh, who you got?
Mississippi State, Texas A&M.
Oh, you think Mississippi State's got something for Texas A&M? Texas A&M's like favored by two and a half touchdowns, something like that. Right?
Trust me when I say this. Mississippi State.
I mean,
when
they're
that offense
4-1.
gets rolling, like it's something.
Okay, all right, man, I'm ready for it.
He's all about that sip life right there, man. Living that sip life.
Listen, man, if
what
I'm a
do you guys call the state again? Is it Magnolia State?
Yeah, the Magnolia State.
Yeah, how about
that's
that,
it.
man?
That's it. There it is.
What you know about the sip, Berto?
I don't know about the sip. I don't know about the sip. I've never been down there, man.
What? I've recruited the sip, man.
Yeah, no, the only places I've been down south is, Texas, Florida.
Tell you what, man.
New Orleans.
I loved recruiting the SIP boys.
Yeah.
They, you know what they were?
Well,
they were humble, hardworking. They'd hit you. They would smack you. And they would. They're tough, awesome kids.
All right. You know what time it is right now, KJ? Let's pop some tops. Time to pop some tops. Colorado football is back, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Buffaloes. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. Okay, Coach, what you popping a top to?
Oh, I got the best pop to be topped right here, and it is Sinister.
Oh, okay.
We talked with our guy from Philadelphia there.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're looking at.
I'm going to pop the top for the Dodgers. I hate to say this because I hate the Dodgers to beat the Phillies.
Ooh, in game one of the.
On Saturday night, you know what that would do to the Philadelphia Eagles crowd for the next day?
Well, what? Oh,
pissed off, negative. Boo birds start coming out when they go 3-and-out against the Denver Broncos. And then all of a sudden, you know what, the Eagles football team is playing against their own fan base because they can't help themselves.
Right.
So I'm popping the top.
You know what? That would
to
be
the Dodgers beating the Phillies in Game 1.
I'm with you, Coach. Having the Dodgers beat the Phillies on Saturday, have the Broncos beat the Eagles on Sunday, and then have the Dodgers beat the Phillies again on Monday in Game 2.
And then
the
just city might burn down.
Yeah, just
the city might burn down.
That'd be great. All right, you know what? I'm gonna go chalk. I was gonna just go with the Broncos game, but listen, we'll do it again. Do I need an excuse to start drinking at 7 in the morning? No, I do not need an excuse, but I will. Let's go Vikings and Browns. Hey, what's up, Dylan Gabriel? Let's see. I might actually get to see Shador on Sunday. Like if Gabriel comes out in the first half and just looks like the worst quarterback in the history of this sport, if the Vikings get at him, I might get to see Shador. So let's go with that. I'm popping the top. Vikings, Browns at 7 a.m. on Sunday.
Give me all Florida State, Miami. I'm calling Florida State for the upset.
Are you really?
Yeah,
Florida
State. Yep,
over the U.
The U's gonna. College football is gonna be chaos this year.
You know what? You know what Monday Night Football is? It's the Jags hosting the Chiefs, and I don't know how to feel about that game.
That's a weird one.
I don't know how to feel about that Monday night game. Jags hosting the Chiefs.
You know what though? As of right now, though, on a Bud Light Football Friday, Berto, you know what time it is, right?
Is it popping top time?
No, we already popped our tops.
We got to put them back on.
It's about Friday Night Lights tonight, man. It's 7 p.m. Friday.
I didn't even think about it. You know, I'm popping the top. Valor Christian.
Don't put any. I don't want a hex or a reverse hex.
You're right. Don't put no voodoo on it.
Yeah, just we're popping tops to everybody who's kicking off tonight at 7 p.m.
Friday Night Lights.
Friday night,
popping
baby.
tops to Friday Night Lights. Let's go. Let's do it. All right. For the coach, Mike Sanford, for Alex Ryan, for KJ Granderson, I'm Mark Burtnell saying, enjoy your weekend. Thanks for tuning in on this Bud Light Football Friday. PhD is next. 4th and 1, overtime, 3.5 minutes to go. What do you do? Down by 3.
I'd probably go for it.
What do you do?
Probably do the same thing they did.
Yeah.
After the game, Sean McVay said it was a bad call, it was a bad decision. Obviously, it's always a bad decision when it doesn't work out. It's a great decision when it does work out. Yeah. I don't think it was a bad decision. I think that it just sucks at the way it went down for him.
Man, it's
I couldn't figure out. I get so confused. My family emotions get so confused when I watch Sean and Kyle go off against one another. I'm like, who am I supposed to help here? Who am I supposed to support? I know they need my rooting interest here, or else they're not going to win the game.
Critical.
I always default to Kyle, but then I feel guilty, like I'm turning my back on Sean.
And Sean, I know you were with him in Washington. What was his what position did he coach?
Tight ends.
Tight ends.
Then, so he was tight ends coach with Kyle and Mike. And then when Mike got fired, Jay Gruden got there, and he made Sean McVay the offensive coordinator. Sean McVay is like 8 months younger than I am. And so he was the offensive coordinator, and he was younger than I was at the time.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What was your relationship with him like?
Oh, tremendous.
Yeah.
I've got a really deep relationship with him.
That's awesome. Yeah. He seems like a good dude, man. He seems like he cares. You know, it's funny, going back and watching the Rams, and there's no real reason to watch the Rams except for the fact that they're playing the Eagles, and just kind of curious. Watching these guys and watching them last night, they are letting things slip through their fingers, man. They are just giving away opportunity after opportunity. I mean, they should be undefeated. They really should be undefeated.
Yeah, and on the other end of the spectrum, though, this might be the best year of coaching Kyle Shanahan's ever had.
Oh, my God. What they're doing is ridiculous.
You want to talk about a team that not only has been decimated by injuries by guys that are currently on the team, but if you go back to the offseason, they let everyone go. They just started firing the whole squad because they had to reset that salary cap.
The guys they didn't let go got hurt.
Yeah.
Right? The guys they kept are all hurt.
The guys they kept got hurt. Yeah. And Mac Jones, goodness gracious, welcome to Kyle Shanahan rehab camp.
That's pretty cool. Here's the receivers.
That dude was lights out.
I tell you what, watch that game, though. Here's what struck me. Both of them are good teams. Those are good, solid teams. I don't know if they're great. Good, solid teams. Well coached. We saw last night. I got a chance to call a game one time between Norm Stewart, who had 800-plus wins at Missouri, and Eddie Sutton, 800-plus wins in his career, Oklahoma State versus Missouri. And I'm calling the game right at center court for ESPN. And I'm like, I'm watching a chess match. A chess match. I got that sense last night.
I totally agree.
I'm watching a chess match between two unbelievable coaches.
Would you have gone for it? 4th and 1? 3:23-ish to go? Kick the field goal. I mean, you're probably setting yourself up for a tie, but it's not a loss. And you never know. You get the ball back. You never know. It's the NFL. We kick 59-yard field goals like it's nothing.
Yep.
You extend the game right then and there.
Well, at the end of the game, they went for the game right there too, right? That's the one you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about overtime.
Yeah,
overtime.
But there's still a few minutes, like a minute and some left, right?
In overtime, there's 3:23 or so to go.
And first of all, I'd say this. Maybe the worst play the Rams called all day. I thought that was just a horrible play.
You know what's ironic? They called almost the same identical play and got stuffed against the Eagles the week before.
Yeah, I thought that was I don't like that. I'll say this also, by the way, Stafford can still play.
Oh, Stafford.
God,
Stafford's a gang. That dude's a gangster.
Hall of Famer?
Stafford,
yeah.
I think he is, right?
Well, he'll have the passing yards because his passing yards are ridiculous, and he has a Super Bowl. So, yes.
He plays like Jay Cutler, but he doesn't make the mistakes that Jay makes.
He'll have the longevity, too. He already does. He's a Hall of Famer.
I think they had to go for it 4th down because if you don't, you tie it up, and then it's a tie game all day in L.A. They're saying blah, blah, blah. Now they're saying, what kind of
there's
play?
3:23.
Why are you running it up the middle?
I'll just be a devil's advocate. There's still plenty of time left. I mean, if you stop them, you could get the ball back. Hey, listen, in this NFL, with the way these kickers are and what's happening, I don't know, man. If there's less than 30 seconds on the clock, you got a shot at a field goal.
Yeah, but I mean, devil's advocate, you're devil's advocate. That means all the 49ers have to do is get the ball to about the 40-yard line, and they're going to win the game with the field goal.
Well, that's true, too.
Well, and didn't they do that right before the end of regular season? Didn't they have the ball down on the 2, and they drove it down to kick the field goal? That was where they took possession, like on the 2-yard line, wasn't it?
Yeah, the 49ers, I thought the 49ers were going to march all – no, that was the Rams. That was the Rams that marched all the way down and settled for the field goal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
But
crazy
the 49ers at the end of the game to tie it, I thought that they started on the 2 and got it in the field goal range.
The crazy thing is, a couple crazy things. I guess in the NFL, you can just punch a dude in the head that has the ball. Which is crazy that you're just allowed, like, that's fine. If a guy's going down or it's whatever, why bother with the tackle? Just
swing at the ball, and if you hit him, oops.
Right. Or, eventually a punch to the head will go downwards, I suppose, right?
Towards the ball. It was a hell of a play.
Hell of a play.
I mean, my gosh, dude.
But he really did just punch Williams in the face, though.
Yeah, but he finished on the ball.
All right. Is that the rule? You can start with the head as long as you finish on the ball?
Maybe. Maybe that's what the rule should be.
Yeah, I'm not arguing about it. I'm just like, damn. Like, that was like,
I tell you what, the Rams also got away with I thought, roughing the passer. I think it was late in regulation where the one guy, it was a curse. The one guy, Zero, basically took him and then put his whole body weight on when he landed him. They even had their referee expert dude say, yeah, that should have been roughing the passer too.
Yeah, the Rams are
they had to punt on that series.
I heard what Sean McVay said too. Like, listen, we keep playing. Like, basically, he said we keep playing like we're playing. We'll be fine because we'll just turn these things around because they are just giving stuff. You realize that was
I couldn't believe at the end of regulation. I think that's what you were thinking of, Scott. You just merged the two. But at the end of regulation, when the 49ers get backed up on their own 2-yard line, a chance to go win, all you got to do is go solidify the game, flip the field, whatever, and they get backed up. They got to punt it back to the Rams. They punt it back to the Rams. They get field position. They get a great return on it. They probably should have the ball on, what was it, like the 30-yard line, something like that? And then there was a holding penalty on that, backed it up, and the Rams still did their deal.
Yeah, this NFL, man, is pretty exciting.
Thursday night games have been pretty good this year.
Yeah, that was a banger last night for sure.
Yeah,
it was fun.
But for me, like I said, I got in and I felt like I was watching two chess masters, and I don't think you get that every NFL week.
Well, you got to give a nod to Kyle Shanahan. That's the biggest upset in the league this year, 8.5 points. The Rams hadn't won a game like that, or Niners rather, in forever, like where they were such heavy underdogs. That was the biggest upset of the year last night.
My buddy was at the game, so I was messing with him during the game. He's a season ticket holder for the Rams, and we were talking about this summer. He said, "Yeah, it's always another team's home field every time we get there." And that San Francisco crowd was so loud.
You think there's a lot of Broncos fans in L.A.? Yeah. San Francisco was insane.
Dude, I went and I text him and go, by the way, where are they? Is the Rams home or on the road tonight?
Right.
He goes, yep, typical, every week.
It was exciting.
Yeah, that was a good game. Fun game to watch.
But the Rams should have won that. The Rams should have beat the Eagles.
You got to go for that 4th and 1. You can't knock the guy for going for that 4th and 1.
Pretty lame call though, don't you think? Though, like that's as good as you get with the call.
I don't know. You trust your O-line or not? If you trust your O-line, that's about as simple of a play call as you can get.
The running back was hit about a yard on the wrong side of the line when he was hit.
I tell you what, man, that tush push, first of all, it works. Second of all, it's wild to see the Eagles do like other things off of it. It seems like so old-fashioned to see a play like that was called. Like that just seems like such a, I don't know, uncreative, old-fashioned.
You know what I was thinking?
I don't know. Feels weird.
Here's what I was thinking in that situation. And I only saw it done once, but it was done great. You got a quarterback that you never expected to do it. And that was that naked boot with Manning. It was against Dallas.
Yep. And DeMarcus Ware was the one that crashed down on it.
On like a 4th and 1 or something like that. Same type of thing. He fakes it in there, guy jumping. All of a sudden, slow-ass Peyton Manning's run out there because they're not expecting Peyton to run there. You probably ain't expecting Stafford to run it in there either.
No, but
that's the play I was thinking.
They weren't at the goal line either. The Manning play was right there at the goal line, and they weren't in that.
This is a 2.5, 1.5.
Oh, that's another play. This was they were like at the 11-yard line or something doing this one last night at 3:23.
You guys are confusing the hell out of me right
too.
now. I can't figure out what the hell you guys are talking about.
I was talking at the 4th and 1 on the 1.5 line.
So there are a couple of 4th and 1s. There's the goal line.
Are we talking about the final 4th and 1?
I was talking about the final 4th and 1.
That's
the final 4th and 1 was an overtime.
Yeah, fine.
But by the way, that was not a QB sneak.
No, I didn't say it was a QB sneak.
You did just a minute ago.
I said it was just a boring handoff that got stuffed.
No, you said it was the tush push.
No,
I
he
said
tried-
You guys are confusing me.
Tyler,
He's
Tyler.
common.
I said I understand why the tush push is so effective.
Okay. Yeah.
And the
Okay.
Rams didn't use the tush push.
Okay.
They just called a boring
And
play.
that's
like
what
you've
I
seen a
said.
million
I was
times.
hoping they'd do that Manning naked boot play because you wouldn't expect Stafford to run it there.
And then I said, well, it wasn't really at the goal line. Boy, this is all the things that we said.
Really.
Yeah.
I have no idea what's going on.
How about Schlittler? Holy Schlitt.
Who won last? I didn't see any of the baseball.
No, the guy Schlittler was unbelievable. It's just funny saying his name. He grew up in Massachusetts, thrown for the Yankees, 8 innings, 10 strikeouts, no walks. He was
that's a good game.
Yeah, there was a 1-inning game. The
And
Yankees,
did they do the stupid baseball pop the champagne and beer because you
yeah,
you
they
won
always
a
do
playoff
that.
game?
They always do that.
That's
yeah.
the dumbest thing in the world.
Yeah, well, we've established that.
Were they wearing goggles too?
When you get champagne poured on your eyes, if you don't wear goggles, it's going to hurt.
Yes.
Oh,
That's the beautiful
embrace
thing
the
about it.
pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wimps.
Yeah, whenever they start putting
jerks.
although I think somebody's making money because I think Oakley always sponsors it.
All right, so last night, good game. How you feeling? You guys feeling ready here to predict what's going to happen with the good old Broncos and the Eagles? You guys ready to rock and roll? I was listening to the boys in the morning, and the boys in the morning sprint, everybody's got a sense of optimism about this game so far on
Did
the
they
station.
pick him to win? It's only optimism if you pick him to win.
I don't know. I just heard
other than that, you're covering your tracks.
I guess I didn't hear any final picks. Everybody was just like, hey, man, this game's going to be, this, that, the other thing. We can circle back, Dan, maybe ask if everybody who picked who to what, do what. I'm picking them to win. But I was clear about that yesterday. How are you guys feeling?
Scotty?
I think they've got a great opportunity, but I'm not sold that they will yet.
I believe do you want me to break this all down right then in the segment? Or do you want to
We don't have to. We can wait a little bit if you got some
I'm happy to, but I was going to kind of break down my thought process on it if that's what you want.
Hang on to it then. But that's what we're here all about here today on a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. So, yeah, let's take a quick break. Come down, break it all down. Make sure I don't want to scare you. I know I scared you yesterday.
Yeah. When you're hard one way, I red flags, horns, and buzzers are going
All
off.
right, I don't want to scare you.
Yeah.
By the way, the kickoffs. Seeing last night. You got to kick these kickoffs like you got to put a knuckleball on them. You got to be able to figure out this knuckleball thing. It's too much
when
of a
you do the
beneficial.
knuckleball in overtime, you accidentally
Screw
kick
your
it short.
team. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
so you got to do that, D-Mac? You got to do that?
I think you do.
Because you just gave him the ball on the 40-yard line.
Or both teams also said,
screw it
so
up.
what, to get on the 35, they just kicked it to the end zone.
But when these teams are using this knuckleball kickoff, and it's unbelievable how good it can work if you can figure it out. I mean, I think it's worth trying and figuring out. I mean, it's unbelievably effective if you can do it. But yeah, there's penalties to it. The kickoff has been great, actually. It's changed the entire game. It's changed everything.
And kicker balls.
And rubbing your own balls at home. The kickers, footballs.
You got to oil them up.
It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, time for the injury report, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Mims, Ellis, Atkins all limited yesterday. We'll see what everybody's doing here today, but I'm not all that worried about those dudes. Meanwhile, Benito and Singleton full. Miners has got a little bit of an illness. Hopefully it's nothing too bad. And that's kind of it where they stand. Thank you to Ramos Law.
Why are you so tan over there? You.
Soccer games.
Soccer games. You sleeveless dad? You bro tank guy at soccer games?
I think I broke the bro tank last Saturday.
Yeah. Are we going to bro tank Friday through the winter? I think we just got to. I think it's our thing. I think we got to bro tank Friday through the winter.
I'll have to get me some more.
It'd be so fun if the whole show did it with us.
Yeah, well, they were supposed to.
Yeah.
Well, you guys never asked me to do it.
Yes, we did. Many a times.
I was on vacation when this whole thing started.
You
want me to join you in bro tanks?
I would love for you to join us on bro tank Fridays.
Right.
Scott, you really want to see my pencil arms in a bro tank?
Roll these up. I got the.
These called farmer's tan. Where I grew up, it was called a farmer's tan.
I don't take the shirt off.
And then it became a golfer's tan. But I had outdoor soccer game on Saturday and Sunday.
You're pretty bronzed over there, buddy. Looking good.
That's the white hair. It makes everything look darker.
Contrast.
Yeah, contrast
Sexy.
everything. Pretty good.
Cool.
Cool.
I'm sorry.
Do we wake you?
No, I'm not sure. So we do have predictions of what everybody else had to say. So this is the guys in the morning here.
It's not too much to ask. Look, I think they're going to lose, but it's not too much to ask a team that is a playoff team, supposedly on the rise, to go win a damn tough football game against a really good opponent.
All right, so you got a Broncos loss. I'm going to say it right now. Will Lutz wins it at the buzzer. 26-23.
It's 7:33 in the morning, Vic.
26-23. I don't care. I got my call in. Put it in. Go to the window. Moshe, take this to the window. 26-23. Lutz at the buzzer.
I would love for that to happen.
And the Broncos will do something they haven't done.
Right.
They're going to win the turnover battle.
I'll make you a promise. If the Broncos do that, if they win by that score, 26-23 in Philly, with a Will Lutz 52-yarder
walk-off,
I will kiss you on the mouth.
I'll take that.
Okay.
Fascinating.
Looking forward to that.
That goes in some interesting directions there.
Make sure we get video.
So did we ever get Brett? Did we ever get a call from Brett, where he's at?
He thinks the Lions going to win.
Lions
are going 4-1.
Vic's got a W. Mark's got himself losing, but hopefully kissing Vic on the lips. We'll look for Berto and Coacher. So here we are. Go ahead. You got time.
Yeah.
Let's go. Lay it out.
So here's how I see this thing unfolding. I think it's going to be a great game. I really do. And there's going to be plenty of reason for optimism the majority of the game. I'll be shocked if at any point it feels like the Broncos are out of this football game. I do think the Broncos are going to represent well. If you can get to the end of the first quarter and you've got a lead, I might feel differently about my prediction. I do have the Broncos losing a heartbreaker, and I think it's going to be like a real heartbreaker. You're going to play well in this game. You're going to be right in this thing. The point spread on it, depending on where you look, is either 3.5 or 4.5 points. Okay, I've got the Eagles winning this game, something like 24-17. And here's how I think it's going to go down. Broncos are probably going to have the ball last. They're probably going to have a chance to march down the field. They're probably going to have a really successful drive even. And then they're going to get down there to the red zone. They're going to go up against the number 1 ranked scoring defense, or the number 3 ranked scoring defense in the red zone in the entire NFL. You probably got a 4th and 2, and you got to go for it. You're already in field goal range, right? But it doesn't matter. You need 7 points, and you get stuffed on 4th and 2. You get stuffed on 4th and 1, something like that. You had an opportunity. You could taste it. You could see it. You represented well. Even at the end of the game, you had a nice-looking drive. But then what do you trust more? This is where I keep struggling predicting a Broncos win. You've got the number 1 ranked scoring offense for the Eagles, and you've got the number 3 ranked scoring defense for the Eagles, both in the red zone, right? What do you trust more? The Eagles' red zone defense or the Broncos' red zone offense? And I have a hard time predicting a victory specifically because of that.
All right, 24-17 Eagles.
Heartbreaker, though. You had a chance right there at the end of the game.
They are mighty tough in the red zone. That's where they killed the Rams, just going back a couple weeks. I mean, the Rams just could not finish off drives, and it was just field goal palooza. And then the Eagles blocked 2 of their field goals. So the Rams were constantly getting it in the red zone. And, yeah, think about how many points that is. I think they were 2 for 6. So you're giving away, 6. Like, you're giving away 4 points left and right. You're giving away, 16 points there, and then you had 2 field goals blocked. Well, that's another 6 points. So the Rams gave away theoretically 20 points to the Eagles that they could have had that were reasonable. That's tough. If you just get stopped in the red zone, it's going to be pretty brutal. And apparently, if the Eagles get in the red zone, it's 7 points.
Not this week.
Okay, let's talk about it.
They lose their 11 for 11 streak. We'll have to settle for a touchdown. Settle for a field goal.
Okay.
But that means on first, they're going to get it like on the 19. That means on first.
Even you don't believe your take right now.
No, well, I'm just trying to make something up.
You think the Broncos can win?
I think Philadelphia scores late. I think Denver has a lead late, and Philly scores late, and you lose. I think it's going to be a lot like the Indy game and the Chargers game.
Ye of little faith.
But I really do think they can win. I think if they jump out on them.
Eagles have been dodging bullets all year.
Listen, if they jump out on them and get up.
You ever seen Keanu Reeves?
I have.
That dude can dodge a lot of bullets.
He's Matrix-like.
Yeah. If they can get up 17-6, 17-7 early, and then you're going to force Philadelphia to completely get away from the run game and now have to pass, then I think Denver could win this thing 27 to like 13.
Yeah, I was having that vibe too. Like, I'm picking the Broncos to win, but I think if they go +2 and give away takeaway, they could win by 17.
I think if they get up 2 scores and you force Philly to be a passing team, then you can beat them.
The Rams were killing them. They were killing the Eagles in Philadelphia. It was fun going back and watching.
But then the third most accurate long ball thrower in the league kind of made some great plays in that game.
He got one long pass to A.J. Brown, and he hit Devontae Smith a couple of different times.
Scott, number 1.
Oh, number 1? I thought it was third.
Not third. The guy that DMac says can't throw a deep ball is number 1.
Number 1.
Number 1.
Deep ball accuracy, efficient quarterback.
Yeah.
I want to see that against Denver.
I am dying to see Jalen Hurts throw the ball deep against the Denver Broncos. I can't wait to see
What
that.
are you saying if all of a sudden at the end of the week it's in the, 2 o'clock Sunday afternoon and Denver lost the ball game 34-10?
34-10?
What are you saying?
I'd be really disappointed by that. That'd be a bummer. That means the Broncos probably have a bunch of penalties, undisciplined. That means they lost the giveaway takeaway battle for sure. No doubt about it. And they probably screwed up, like muffed a punt, did something stupid on special teams. 34-10, it's kind of like that. It's like a disaster game from the Broncos. Which, hey, it's the NFL. Anything can happen.
My biggest concern is the running game. And
Who's running game?
Phillies.
What running game? Look at what they're not doing, Scott.
I understand.
Why do you do it like that?
Yeah,
Why do you do it like that? Do you not know who their running back is? Do you really think Saquon Barkley is going to have 3 straight games of less than 50 yards?
Oh, I think the Broncos are going to stuff Saquon Barkley. Yeah, I think they're going to dare. I think they're going to dare Jalen Hurts to beat him over the top.
I think that's the plan.
Yeah,
and if they can do that, they can win the game. But I just that scares me because I thought Indy was crushing them on the run game, and I thought the Chargers early had a great running game. You couldn't do anything to stop them. So.
Yeah, all I know is that they are struggling in the running game the last 2 weeks, but that team ain't going to struggle for long running the ball. That's who they are. That's their identity. Now, what's the Broncos' rush defense? Do you happen to know?
Yeah.
You've usually got that there.
You want defense against the rush? 11th against the rush in the league, 99.3%.
Okay, so pretty dang good. Not elite, but pretty dang good.
Yeah.
Top third in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I worry Saquon's gonna bust one out.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
If he doesn't bust it out, then I think Denver wins.
Sorry about that.
Well, listen, I just think the if you're gonna
why is Dan already clipping?
If you're gonna be beat, like who do you want to beat you? This is like a basketball thing. Like,
I want Jalen Hurts' arm to beat you.
I agree with all that.
Me
not
too.
Jalen's legs and not Saquon's legs.
If Jalen can beat you over the top with Devontae Smith and AJ Brown, then so be it. So be it. Good for him if he can get it done. But that isn't how they've been doing things. He likes his clutch guy right now. It's not like he can't throw to AJ and Devontae Smith, but like when he's got to have a go-to guy, he goes to Dallas Goedert. That's like his security blanket. That's his whoopee right now. But hey, man, you can throw touchdown passes, 20-plus yard touchdown passes to tight ends. They're open in the middle. That's a tough beat. They are ruthless in the red zone.
Looks like, by the way, the 49ers got a young tight end that's going to be pretty good. And same thing with the Rams. Both had young tight ends look pretty good last night.
49ers are balling, and they're about to get their guys back. Gosh, how is Kyle doing that this year?
He gets to coach.
He's a quarterback whisperer, isn't he? Mac Jones looks a little bit different. Dan Orlovsky has kind of a famous little clip going along right now because he said a couple of years ago, if you put Mac Jones and Kyle Shanahan, he'd be a great quarterback. And he got laughed at by guess who? Rex Ryan. Said, oh, stop, Dan, all this stuff. Well, Dan's having some fun reposting that video of when he said that. Kyle's pretty good in that department. And Mac Jones looked pretty good last night, that's for sure.
Dude, I love Mac Jones in college. So.
That was a horrible suit, though. I mean, that was one of the worst suits I've ever seen.
Mac Jones said, you dress for your job. I'm going to work.
Yeah. Are you going to the clown show? Are you going to an ICP show?
49ers colors.
ICP.
Remember, no pub.
ICP.
Bad pub is still good pub. There's no such thing as bad pub. People talking all about that jacket, putting pictures all over social media.
Okay.
Stylemonger, Mac Jones.
He's a bigger guy than I
you like that St. Cloud posse.
I did. I'm trying to think of that the drink they used to splash on all their idiot fans.
Kamikazes?
No, there's a whole word for it. This is the ICP thing. Yeah, I got some flashbacks right there. I used to be inundated with ICP stuff.
Did you ever go to a concert?
Hell no. Oh my God, the Juggalos and the Juggalettes. Oh my God. God bless my guy Willie B back in the day, but his connection and he was the Jealous J or whatever his name was. He was good friends with them. I mean, he'd be hanging out with them. I would hear nothing about what is the drink? It's some sort of drink they throw on their fans. It's got a name.
I actually have no clue what you're talking about.
No, I swear to God, there is somebody on the text line will know. The ICP has a type
everybody's texted in Fago.
Fago, yeah, there you go. That's what it is.
What is that?
It's it's a drink. It's some sort of drink. It's some sort of thing. They put it in bottles and fire hoses and just spray the idiot juggalos and juggalettes. That fan base may be the dumbest fan base.
Wow,
of
we
all
are getting
time.
Lots of Fagos.
Yeah. I say okay.
So what you're saying is with all the people,
I'm laughing at Tyler's joke. Actually, that's what I'm doing because if you want to talk about the dumbest thing ever, you would make an ICP reference. So what Tyler said was actually really, really funny. I'm sorry. I'm laughing internally how funny that was.
He just called the dumbest fan base, and you just said about 50 people came in right away. So it must be
they know
they all love our show.
They know
it's rolling in.
Oh, the ICP fan base knows how stupid they are. They know.
Then was there something on the membrane? Was that
no? That's
they had one song that actually kind of.
You would never know any ICP
they
song.
They had one song that crossed over.
ICP.
Hold on, Dan. I need an ICP song right now.
I don't know if you could play.
Now everybody,
ICP
keep your finger on the dump button.
Yeah, I don't know if you can play one. Oh my God, Willie was in love with these guys. Jealous Fred or whatever they were, and they were all wearing their makeup. And I'm hearing about get them.
Dirty Danny.
I can't even believe you know ICP. How do you know ICP?
I don't know.
Everybody
knows ICP.
Everybody knows ICP. Yeah, but I knew they poured drinks on fans.
I did not know that. So you one-up me. Congrats.
I got that going for me. All right, so Scott, you are not picking the Broncos. I guess that's where we're going here, right? Tyler's not picking them. You're not picking them. I am picking them.
I do think it's going to be a good game. I think it's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be a heartbreaker. Like this one's really gonna sting because you could taste it, you could feel it.
I think they're either going to lose a close one, like Tyler's talking about, or they're going to blow Philly out.
By the way, Philly is not a 60-minute football team. They are spurts. They are not a consistent team through the game. So I'm gonna guess it's gonna be like kind of a crazy roller coaster.
So what was your score?
23-20. 23-20. You got to force them just to kick field goals.
Well,
You cannot allow, and you cannot. I mean, there's a lot of things that have to happen for this to happen. You can't lose giveaway, takeaway. You cannot do something stupid on special teams like get a kick block. You cannot do that. Other than that, the pass rush should get to Hurts. The Rams got to Hurts. The Buccaneers got to Hurts. And I think the Broncos pass rush is better than both those teams.
It is a bit surprising to me that Hurts is going down because I really respect those two tackles. I think they're two of the best offensive tackles in the NFL. I don't know if it's coming from in the interior or what, but either way, man, I mean, we've got the Defensive Player of the Year as of right now, Nick Benito.
Yeah.
And Jonathan Cooper, honestly, ain't too far behind.
Nope.
Better pass rush, Broncos, Bucks, or Rams?
But here's the problem.
I'm asking.
Would you say this
Broncos.
guy is a running capable quarterback?
Of course.
And what does Vance Joseph tend to do with running capable quarterbacks?
Oh, there you go.
Don't put a lot of pressure on him. That scares me.
That is true. Historically, that has not played out very well for us.
No.
He's an interesting running type of quarterback. I'm not disagreeing with you because he's a big, strong, tough guy. But it's not like he's, fast. It's just that he's strong. So he kind of lumbers more than everything. He doesn't really move that great, but he figures it out.
Our boss just texted me.
What?
The only ICP song to ever hit the Billboard chart is a song called Santa's a Fat Bee.
Yeah, I remember that one. It's a Christmas song.
Santa's a Fat Bee. Now I really want to hear that song.
The ICP wormhole is really something else because it's not really about the band. It's about a culture. The culture, though, is the dumbest culture of all time. The culture is rooted in nothing except we're a pack of losers all hanging out together. I don't know how else to put it.
It sounds welcoming.
It's very welcoming. I've seen, actually that, I'll give you that. They're actually really nice people. That is true. They're not bad people at all. They just like to hang out together.
They kind of look like bad people.
They're not. I swear to God, they're not. It's not like a bad thing. They like to smoke weed. There's a lot of weed, but it's not like harder drugs. It's not violence. Actually, the guy's name is Violent J, which is ironic.
I'm sure
ICP, nah. It's just about being a big family, being a bunch of
degenerates.
Well, it's just a bunch of dummies. I mean, it is the dumbest crowd of all time.
Dan, do we not have a song yet?
I don't know if you can play an ICP song. I swear to God.
Well, I'll keep our finger on the dump button.
I don't know. Okay. All right. Well, here we go.
What's this called?
The Boogie Woogie Woo.
Mine says
Woogie Woo.
E on.
Yeah.
Exactly. Keep going.
Uh-huh. It's about the boogie woogie man.
Scott's taking his headphones off.
No, I'm sure.
Scott's taking his headphones off.
Little Jimmy Jimmy! Oh, this is good.
All right.
That is classic music.
ICP Friday. Here
Now, if we're going to play that, we need some Baba Yaga.
Boogie, oogie, woogie.
It's PhD on 92.5. All right, when dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. And if this is another weekend of just being let down, all right, you can straighten things out with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Research has shown that men can draw apart from their partners when ED impacts their sex life, so let's go. They have treatments, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. They've got a spiffed up new location there in Castle Rock, 4 other locations up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and Colorado Springs. So they're easy to find. Ain't hard to find. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Front Range for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult. That initial visit is only $99. You get a T and a PSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So hit them up today, 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I did listen to Santa's a Fat Bee
How
during the
was
break.
that? How was that?
It was pretty clever. Yeah, pretty clever. ICP, Santa's a Fat
go.
Bee. Scott had a good take on it.
Oh, really? What's your take on Santa's a Fat Bee?
Well, more on ICP as a whole.
Oh, ICP? Yeah? What's your take on ICP?
I think they're just dirty, want to be Beastie Boys.
Yeah,
They are kind of like that.
Yeah, they're like harmless because you can't take anything serious about ICP. They're harmless. They're fun. They're just stupid.
I always thought they were like a heavy metal band.
No. They're like hip
I did too. But they're like dirty wannabe Beastie Boy kind of stuff.
Well, they are from Detroit. So it's probably more like a Eminem sort of wannabes. I mean, they're terrible rappers too. Like there's nothing really good about them except they put on a lot of clown makeup and people like being stupid together. That's it. It's a community. It's a weird community. It's a dumb community, but it's kind of like a harmless fun. Like, I don't have any. They're not bad people or anything.
Someone says the Juggalos are classified as an actual gang.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's
all right. I mean, harmless fun. Harmless fun.
That would be the most harmless gang, the most fun-loving, you would be unintimidated. That's the gang that you feel free to go charge their battery at midnight, like if they're in a weird car. And trust me, if they're a Juggalo, they're in a weird car.
Yeah, if that guy got out of that car was wearing leather and clown paint, you stopping?
Well, he was wearing a little bit, but the guy I stopped was more like a Rancid fan. He was like a pink-haired mohawk, leather wearing.
Yeah, I'd have more worries about him than a Juggalo in clown makeup.
Whoa. What are you so easy on the Rancid fans? Relax on the Rancid fans here.
I'm just saying there's a chance that they're more dangerous than the Juggalos.
Rancid's all about the love.
Okay.
Ruby Soho.
Well, are Rancid fans complete morons?
No.
Okay. Well, they got one up on the Juggalos.
I am not a moron.
Okay. You're not a Juggalo either. I don't know if anybody here is a Juggalo. It's kind of like porn, if you see
I bet Dan's got an ICP shirt somewhere.
No way. Dan's too chill for that sort of thing.
Tyler, I listen to reggae. You think I listen to ICP?
Did you guys notice how emo Dan's looking today?
No, I have not noticed that.
Oh,
is there an emo
looking
look?
real emo. He's got the black t-shirt on the black jeans with like not like the Vans shoes, but Vans looking shoes. Real emo looking.
You got something going, Dan? You got a look going?
I wasn't on purpose, but You
feeling all right?
No.
Oh, what's wrong? All right, what's wrong?
He's lonely and backed up.
Yeah, what's wrong, Dan? Is there really a problem?
No,
is there something we should hash out here?
No. I'm just feeling a little, teenage angst in my mid-30s.
You want to play a little Dashboard Confessional?
It's a My Chemical Romance.
Sure. We can play a little Black Parade if you want to get going. What Chemical Parade? What is it? Something about a parade?
No.
Something we're having a parade.
My Chemical Romance.
Did Black Parade, Sad Parade?
Yeah.
Something about a parade.
Yeah, there's Mayday Parade.
Okay. All right, Dan. Well, hopefully, what would make you feel better, Dan? How can we improve your mood?
You know what would make me feel better?
A hug?
No. You
want Moser to kiss you on the lips?
God, no.
What a weird thing for Moser to say.
No.
The Broncos beating the Eagles would make me get out of this emo phase I'm currently going through.
So you admit you're in that phase?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Who was that comedian that was an emo?
Emo?
Well, his name was Emo
Phillips?
Yeah.
Emo Phillips was pretty emo. He was a weird dude.
Yeah, go
he
watch some Emo Phillips on YouTube and maybe lighten your day there, Dan.
Strange guy. Tonight, Tyler, you got double dipperoo tonight.
I do.
You got this and you got a game to call.
Got a big Valor Mountain Vista game to call. Mountain Vista rocked the Valor Eagles last year.
Yeah.
But it's a new year. I heard there's a new coach at Valor.
It's not Coach Sanford's hump.
People are saying he's on the hot seat. And
who's saying that?
The people.
They
are saying it. They are saying there's a lot on the line here against Mountain Vista.
All right, well, you and Kreck are on the call. 7 o'clock kickoff. Right down here, right, Valor?
Valor High School.
I'm pointing. They're right there. It's powered by Sport Clips.
No, it's actually,
like that way.
Yeah, DMac's right. That way.
Yeah.
That way.
Proud supporters of Chassa.
470, aren't they on the other side of 470?
You're drunk.
No, you're behind. Yeah,
470 is that way.
Yeah.
470's right over there.
You are so drunk right now.
I come 470 every day. You go out the front door,
470's
take a right, you run into 470 right there. Now it goes around.
Exactly.
Yes.
Now you finally pointed in the right direction.
Scott, if you walk out the back of the building, you will see 470.
Dummy. I drive it every day. I understand.
No. You don't get to call anybody dummy on this one.
Yeah, it's like 470
No.
just past Quebec.
You are pointing due north.
You literally
Right,
just have
that's
to.
right, like right there.
Scott, when you walk upstairs and you look out
I
the
think
back
I'm
of the
right.
building, you will see 470.
What does that mean, D-Man?
That
That means it's that way.
Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. The back door, it faces this way, and guess what? 470's on your left.
What are you talking about right now?
If you go out the back door, 470's a little bit to the left of
No,
you.
it's directly in front of you.
It's directly there. You can see it from the back door. You just have to walk up the stairs. You can see it from the back door.
Walk out the door, and it's in front of you.
Yeah.
Well, because the road curves.
Well, okay,
But isn't Valor like at
No
470?
matter what, it is not north.
It's
470 in Colorado or Quebec or whatever.
It's
that
it's
direction.
Highlands Ranch Parkway.
That's where I'm pointing.
No, you're not. You're not.
Well, he's closer.
I guess.
Now he's actually pointing. Now he's actually pointing southeast. You
You
need
know,
to go a
you-
little bit further
Quebec,
southwest.
you realize Quebec is like directly behind you right here. But if I drew a straight line over your head,
Scott, out this way is Park Meadows. Out that way is 470.
Out that way is 470 that goes meanders.
No.
Like this conversation. My Lord.
Go to Yosemite
Really?
and take a right and watch straight. And what are you going to run into?
Yeah, after you curve and go the opposite direction.
And 470 curves.
No.
You
Okay.
think it's straight?
So that'll be Tyler and Nate on the call.
Are you bro taking the game?
I'm going to get there going the right direction.
Are you
I'm
gonna
not
bro-
going to go north.
Yeah, you come out the parking lot, take a right on the Yosemite, and take a right there on
Would you just shut your mouth?
470, and you'll drive straight there on some windy road.
You're getting dumber by the second.
I think I might go tonight. I think that'd be a fun high school game. I love going to high school football games.
Honestly,
man.
it should be a great game.
Yeah.
It's number 3 versus 4.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
I
Yep.
didn't mess that up.
Yep.
Number 3 versus number 4 should be a great matchup. Mountain Vista has been rolling on folks.
Vic Lombardi showed up last night or last Friday and did a little video of the huge upset from Valor. So go from there.
He got Andy Lame sit in for a little bit.
Yeah. Cool. All right. We got a little AG. We got time for a little AG. What was AG talking about there, Dan?
He was talking about the defense and how it's going to be better this year. I just got to pull up the.
I know
the
Scott's
real quick.
not going to be going to the game tonight because Scott is going to.
I'll be on an airplane.
Get on an airplane and
Yep.
go to San Diego.
Yep. We'll fly that way. Fly right that way, west.
I don't mean to be a jerk, but do you realize where the mountains are from where you're sitting?
Oh, right there.
They are.
I can't do this. It's like playing cards with my brother's kids.
Okay. Let's hear from AG about the defense a little bit.
I think there's going to be not so much gray area. You know, obviously there's things that happen throughout the game that are random at times. But for the most part, we know what we want to do. We know what we're going to try and force them into. And I think we're going to rep that, and we're going to be a really good defense.
Better defense this year, you think? Who knows? I don't know. It's the NBA. Who knows what
Put
they
my
do?
last bite of sandwich in.
Good timing.
You were so out of control right now.
What are you doing?
Well, I didn't know you were going to ask me a question. Not right thing.
I know it's a shocker.
I don't know. They've preached defense forever and ever, but I thought they got too static in what they wanted to do. It was the same thing every single night, and I think you've got to be and have a defense that's capable. And I think this is what David wants to do. I think you got to have a defense that's capable, a personnel that's capable of changing up if you need to.
Well,
if you need to play a zone, or if you need to be a heavy pass rush, or if you needed, you got to be able to move to what strengths other teams have. If they're, killing you inside, maybe you got a zone. You want to rest guys.
Well, I'm looking forward to watching the game tomorrow night. See the crew. Who's
Are you going to play a hard hedge coming out on high pick and rolls, or are you going to play go under and get through?
What are you going to do?
Because all different. They would switch everything, and they became.
I thought you said Adelman had a different viewpoint on that than Malone.
He does.
Yeah,
and that's why I think they'll be better. But I thought they got too predictable because they did the exact same thing every time they played. And I think people game plan, just like the NFL. People game plan. This is their defense. They're only going to rush 4. And they're going to rush 4. We'll keep 5 in all the time, and they'll never get the quarterback. Here we go.
I don't know if Katie's out there.
I know that.
Yeah. But the new Taylor Swift album is out, so I don't know if she's going to, where her focus is going to be. She's going to be in just La La Land.
Tay, a little bit more risque on this photo.
Do you got a little review?
No,
Are you got
I was
anything
just
to say
talking
about
about the cover art.
Yeah?
Well,
The Confessions of a Showgirl or something like that?
They all grow up.
I'm not a big Taylor Swift guy. I don't know much of the music. I can't say. I just know that I know people took work off today because they wanted to listen to the record. How about that?
Can listen to it on the way to work.
Oh, that's where.
Or you can do
I am
like
not kidding you.
That explains a lot.
Or you can do like half the people in this building. Just put your headphones on while you're at your.
I
desk.
couldn't believe it, but I know for a fact there are people that took the day off of work because this album came out
Well,
today.
let's be honest.
Who's they?
I can't say specifically, but
Someone here.
I got a good source.
Someone here.
I got a very good
Whoa,
source.
whoa. Someone here?
I cannot reveal my source, but I got a good one.
Wow.
I know of people back in the day when Halo or Call of Duty or the new Madden came out would take the day off.
Well, that's different.
They'd get the middle, the midnight run.
It's not.
Get the
that's happening.
And then boom, you get right there and you just play video game all day. Take the day off.
Scotty. That is happening in America today with some people who love Taylor Swift. That exact thing is happening.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. There's a movie out.
Movie out.
We got invited to a sneak peek.
And we did get invited to a sneak peek tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. You won't be there.
I wasn't invited.
We'll get back
Yes,
to the
you were.
Broncos. We'll hear from Pat Surtain, Bo Nix, Sean Payne. How you stop Saquon Barkley's PhD on 92.5.
Well, you learn a lot. First, you see, how competitive you're going to be against a team like that, and I think we're going to have the team that's going to go out there and do whatever we can. We're all going to play with great effort. We're going to compete at a high level, and we're going to hopefully give ourselves the best chance to go out there and get a win. But it's going to be, a tough environment, tough opponent. So by no means is it going to be easy, but I think, as a team, we're going to give it our best shot.
Just a reminder, at halftime of tonight's Mountain Vista Valor Christian game on 92.5, called by Kreckman and Polumbus. Tune in as we honor the Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. All right, that's a little bit of Bo Nix. Tyler has the Broncos losing in a heartbreaker. Scott's got the Broncos losing by a little bit. I got the Broncos winning. Vic has them winning. Moser says if the Broncos win, he'll kiss Vic on the lips. I assume he doesn't want to do that, so I'll take that as Moser picking them to lose. I have no idea what Brett, Berto, Coach, or Andy, or Nate think, but we'll figure it out throughout the course of the day. So a couple people on board with the Broncos victory, but this is probably the most divided we've been as a we'll see who else thinks positively about this, and we'll see if you guys change your mind over the course of the show. But
like I said, I think they're either going to lose a heartbreaker or win by double digits.
Well, I mean, just, which one are you leaning
pick
towards?
a lane.
Yeah, I mean.
No, because I think they're either going to blow out Philly or lose a heartbreaker.
Yeah, but you can't, pick them to win and lose. I mean, I guess you
Well,
can.
I'm just telling you the two different outcomes that will happen.
Can't go northbound on a southbound train.
All right, so Scott's got them Broncos
Face
either.
south on the northbound.
Scott them winning or losing.
You're real snarky today.
Am I misrepresenting something?
I'm just being real snarky.
No, I'm with DMac.
I think you guys are missing big picture. Twice already in the last 15
What's
minutes.
the big picture?
The Valor's over there.
Okay, I'll take that. What makes the Eagles so good in one-score games? Here is Sean Payton. Sean?
Listen, we just talked about it. They're doing a great job with the turnover ratio. I think they've only given the ball away one time in the first 4 weeks. They're taking it away. They're special teams. They have the blocked punt last week, the blocked field goal, blocked extra point against the Rams. So all three phases are doing a good job. And that's one of the reasons they're the champion.
Well, it wasn't an extra point. It was another field goal attempt, but, mile long.
How about the Rams have had 3 field goals blocked already in 4
Is that right?
in 5 weeks.
Who was the other team that got them?
2 against Philly, and they got 1 last night.
Oh, last night. Right. That is terrible.
I mean, think about
that is awful.
My daughter actually was watching after they blocked it, blocked that one, and then even the one they hit to tie the game up, that guy got through there pretty good. I mean, that was closer than you wanted to be also. And my daughter, 11-year-old, not a football watcher or anything like that, goes, whose fault is it when a team gets their field goal blocked?
Well,
and I went,
that's on the head coach.
That's really good. I said, depends. Could be some sort of scheme the way they're blocking it. Maybe they blocked it wrong. Maybe they're too predictable. Maybe the one guy's, too soft.
I will know the Broncos will insta-lose if in the first quarter they get a kick blocked. Any kick of any variation getting blocked, I don't care what the score is, we lose. I don't care what first, possession, whatever, they get something blocked, it's over.
Well, our special teams has not exactly been special.
It's terrible.
It has been
bad.
Special, but not special.
He's already pre-writing the wave down.
I know how they'll lose.
Did you put a score in yours? I can't remember.
23-20, Broncos
23-20.
And if the Broncos are +2, they win by 17, 30-13. Is that 17? I got to think about that.
Do I need to put qualifiers on mine also? Like,
You can.
okay, if we're +2, you got a pretty good chance of winning the game.
Well, there's a prediction and then there's a hot take.
What?
There's a prediction.
The
and
hot
then there's
take
a hot
is a
take.
prediction.
Hot take can go either way. Hot takes are
So
just
I just gave you my hot take.
Yeah, hot take's a hot take.
I gave you my hot take.
I like hot takes.
They're either going to blow them out double digits. Big
All right,
time.
you know what? I changed my
Like
mind.
17.
The Broncos are either going to lose a heartbreaker where they march all the way down the field in a 2-minute drill, they go for it on 4th and 2, and they get stuffed, or they're going to win a really emotional game where they go for it on 4th and 2, they actually get it, and then they score a touchdown on the next play.
All right.
So you're saying basically what your hot take is, the game's going to come down to one play for either team to win it.
Yeah.
Hot take.
Thank you.
Here is, what's Johnny P talking about? Oh, Evan Engram. Does Evan Engram get involved in this one? Do you guys see
Not really.
him doing anything? Here's Sean talking about it.
No, listen. I think a lot of it is the script, and no, there's times where you definitely look to involve them, but we don't come off a game like last week and then look at who got touches. We're not playing the fantasy game. We're trying to win, and so sometimes I can recall over the years big wins against tough teams, and maybe a player like Graham or Mike Thomas didn't, and it's not intentional. Like, these guys are going to cloud Cortland. They're going to put their best corner on him at times, and so some of that is how that game unfolds.
I guess you don't scheme, make plans for Evan Engram. You don't put him in the game plan.
Well, he said you do. He said a lot of that script, which means that he is not scripting him for involvement. Yeah.
Why don't you just script him?
Maybe they
also
got him here and
calling
they
BS.
realize he's not as good as they expected.
Yeah, I think that's probably where we're going.
Definitely calling BS on we don't look at the touches after the game. So you're telling he told us just like 2 days ago the first thing they do is they look at the total snap counts.
First
right?
thing he said is the first thing.
Very
they do.
first thing they do is look at snap counts.
Yeah.
Which I don't really get that. I don't understand why that's the first thing they look at.
Well, that stat doesn't come out until the next day for whatever reason. I don't know why. It's not like instantaneously out with the rest of the stats. It takes a while for that to process. Don't know.
Oh
why.
no, they probably got that internally like the second the game's over.
What can I tell you? I don't know.
Maybe not individually, but at least how many plays you got.
He's
right?
telling you they don't. He's telling you I don't
He
know
said it's
until
the first thing they look at.
the next day. Yeah.
Was it the next day?
Yeah.
I missed that part?
Yeah. The next day, the first thing they look at is snap count.
Oh, okay.
If you actually watch, if you see an NFL stat sheet, you don't have total snaps after the game. However, our good pal Mike Kliss, like religiously, the next day will post the snaps. That's how you kind of know what's going on. So I'm going to guess they have the same access to the stats as anybody. They find that information out the next day. All right, who played what? Let's see. Oh, Jahdae Barron barely got in the game. We should fix that, huh?
Don't you think there's some coach up there keeping numbers?
Yeah.
Right?
I do.
Of every single player and every single snap that they're part of? Like the total amount of numbers?
You've got a whole analytics department.
I don't know. What can I tell you? You're
We're
not wrong. He said that. He goes, the first thing we look at is the snap. The
We're
next
not
day.
talking about the Rockies. They have an analytic department there.
They got that covered.
I bet they know right away.
Don't change that, Rockies.
We got 82 snaps. They only got 46.
Well, of course.
Well, they know that.
Stuff like that.
Because that's part of the play sheet. That's yes. What they don't have until later is the specific snaps of each individual player. But they certainly would know if they got Evan Engram involved or not.
SP.
What's that?
SP.
SP what?
SPEC.
Special teams.
No.
Spec.
Pacific is an ocean. The Pacific is an ocean.
Let's
You said specific?
That's DMac's one word. He
Dude,
says,
I feel like
he
we're a
says
little loose
Pacific
today.
instead of specific.
Let's get on to Sean Payton. He's talking about the running
Spayton.
back. The Spayton. Here's the running back situation.
Sean, with you guys going more series for the backs last week, was that just indicative of how RJ's coming along to you? Was it just
Well, and listen. I think both of those guys we're super excited about, and so, and I think you can. I've said this a million times. I think you can feed two and feature two, and I think both were exceptional the other night.
Is that something you plan to want to continue?
Yeah, I'd like to do more of that. Yes.
Do you think you'll see a balance between these two, or do you think it's just going to go back to Dobbins and RJ is going to be kind of left behind?
I like the balance right now. I think it's pretty healthy balance. So do you consider this balanced? I do.
I do. Do you think it'll stay that way?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Harvey will continue to grow, but I think Dobbins will always going to be looked at as your main guy. And come on, kid, don't do this, do this. I think you'll see some blow-up games from Harvey. I think it's going to be Dobbins. You'll have more.
I mean, they were almost the same amount of carries last week.
15 to 13, I think.
Yeah.
16 to 14.
I don't think it needs to be that balanced, but if you want to
make numbers up,
you want to bet? I'll put a week of coffee on it. You bring me a week of coffee, I'll bet you anything. It was 16 to 14.
Week
a
coffee
week
or a week.
How about
long?
this? How about this? If I'm wrong, I will bring.
Will you kiss me
I
on the
will bring
lips?
you
Will you
3.
kiss me on the lips?
I will, if you want. I will bring you 3 weeks of coffee, and if I'm right, you bring me 1. That's how certain I am about
Why
16,
not make it
14.
6 weeks?
6 weeks. I'll do it for 6 months. I'll do it for whatever. I'll do it infinitely.
I think you should take
To
that.
1 cup of coffee.
I don't-
Infinitely.
I mean, that's 6 to 1.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't want to be relying on having to stop and get coffee every day.
I'll make it even lighter. You'll just have to say, DMac.
What if you said coffee the rest of
You
your
don't
life?
have to bring. I'll give you
For as long as we're doing the
a
show together.
year of coffee, and all you have to do is say,
Dude, you got
DMac,
to take
you're
that
right.
bet.
Oh, I'll take that bet.
Okay, look it up. And Dan puts it up. And 16-14.
Oh, but it's got an asterisk next to RJ.
It does not have an
It does. You see that right there? It's right next to it.
Scott?
Hold on.
What do you mean, hold on?
He's going to check a different source.
My source.
Check the Wikipedia source.
Oh, you're going to see what they say?
Yeah.
Try
check
Grok.
Check out they.
Yeah, I got they.com.
They.com. They've been saying.
How many carries did Bo Nix have?
Oh, I have no idea. 7 maybe? What do you
Pretty
have?
close. 6.
DMac, you're right.
Thank you. And that's all I needed. That's it.
They added carry for each one of them.
I don't know who they are.
I knew it was 2 different.
It is 2 different. And I don't mean to be nitpicky, so I apologize.
I really did thought it was 15-30. That's why I said on Monday that I said you still had 28 runs between your guys and 42 passes. And you guys
Don't act
think,
like you can remember what you said on Monday.
Well, I do actually. Because I thought it was 15-30, and I said 28 run by your 2 main guys.
Mm-hmm.
Ma'am, you want to put in there a 29.
Sure.
And you let me go with that number. So all week long, you've helped lead myself astray.
Listen, Scott, we got to stay in this
You know
thing
what?
together. We
DMac
are the close
called.
enough brothers, okay?
Yeah.
It's just close enough. If we don't bond as the close enough brothers, people like Nate Kreckman will rule the world, and we cannot allow that to happen.
So you're saying 1 inch deep, 3 miles wide type stuff?
Exactly. Close enough. We need to make sure we keep room. I called a Dory Jackson a Dory Smith in front of Nate Kreckman the other day.
Oh, he
and
killed you.
He didn't kill me. He very calmly corrected me by using a Dory's full name like 30 seconds later, talking about something else.
Oh, that's worse. Like I'd rather just be corrected,
right?
Than you prove a point by using the right name.
Now, was Nate well within his rights to correct me on that? Sure. And when I looked at Schlittler's name, did I dare Nate to say it right? And he did the first time? Because I was just dying for somebody to screw that name
Scott,
up.
I just have an interesting fact that was brought to my attention. I did not. This is not from me. This was brought to my attention.
Uh-huh.
There's no way you said that on Monday.
Tuesday. Hey, let me ask you this.
I'm proud of you for connecting the dots.
I actually let that slide.
Let me throw this out here at you. I just realized this too since it's staring at us. Tell me how you do this. Bo 6 carries, only 7 yards. 6 carries. He was not sacked, right? Look up there. Was not sacked.
Tackles for loss. If he runs and he gets tackled, it's a TFL, not a sack.
Or you just
Yeah,
average
and
1.2
his longest run was 6 yards.
Yeah, some TFLs are in there.
So he had to have 5 carries that gained him a yard?
Yeah, I mean, you can lose yards. As long as they establish that you're running with the ball, it's not a sack if you get tackled behind the line of scrimmage.
Even if it comes as a pass and then the guy starts breaking?
It's NFL stats, man. You know, it's weird, like what they count, what they don't count. But yeah, if you're running with the ball, if you've established yourself as a runner, as a quarterback, and you get tackled behind the line of scrimmage, it's just a loss of yards.
I did not realize till that thing was looking at that Bo Nix had 6 carries for a total of 7 yards.
Right, with a long of 6.
That's weird.
It
But
is,
isn't that a weird
yeah.
stat?
It's very weird. But no sacks.
Yeah.
No sacks. Broncos are the least sacked team in the NFL. They make shizzle happen. Sean had a fun moment yesterday. He was talking to Bruce from Fox 31, who's a good dude. And Bruce asked some question that Sean didn't like, and Sean gave us this classic.
I respect the question, and yet it's a silly question.
That to me is a keeper.
I respect the question, and yet it's a silly question.
I think we could
No
use that.
offense, but
Yeah.
I respect the question, and yet it's a silly question.
How could you say?
How can you both?
How could you respect something that was silly?
I respect the question, and yet it's a silly question.
How is that possible to do both of those things at the same time?
That's a good question.
I respect the question. and yet
That right there should have
it's
been a
silly
dumb question.
Exactly.
How do you make this work?
That's a respectfully silly question.
We'll go around the NFL coming up next.
Hey, happy Friday to you guys. I know a lot of you out there go shopping for cars over the weekend. Well, I don't want you to waste your whole weekend driving all over Colorado. Go to the best dealership with the best inventory and the best prices. It's one-stop shopping at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience over there. You'll probably become a customer for life, just like I became one after I bought my first car my rookie year. It's the only dealership that I ever need to deal with. They're going to respect you. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. You're going to get the best price, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Because at Phil Long Ford, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking new or pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at the best price at Phil Long Ford. And keep in mind that Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love that ride for a very long time. Let them know that I sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
All right, boys, let's take a look at some of the games going on. We appreciate you listening wherever you're listening to us to. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Raiders at the Colts. Here is a little of Geno Smith, who's been emotional, talking about Ashton Genty getting involved in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we want to get Ashton involved any way we can. As you guys can see, as we've been saying all along, he's such a dynamic player. He's only, growing as he goes along, and I think we all are as an offense. But I think what he showed and displayed is what we've always seen from him. And, if we can get him going in the passing game, that's great. If we can hand it off to him and let him do his thing, that's great as well.
Indy 6.5-point favorites.
Scotty? I don't know what's up with the Raiders. I thought they were going to be better than they've turned out to be the first 4 weeks. I'm still not a full believer of the Colts, only because I think Denver should have beaten them. I think that's a game where you're like, do I have to watch it?
Yeah, I'm not overly intrigued by the game, and I'm a little bit bummed out that the Raiders have not been more intriguing this year. I guess it's a good thing for the Broncos, but I just thought from an AFC West perspective, I really thought all these teams were going to be pretty dang competitive. So I got the Colts probably by 10 points.
It's in Indy, right?
It is in Indy.
Yeah, I think the Colts win it. Although the Raiders got to win a game too, don't they?
I was going to say, are we just packing our bags, and is it the end of the season for the Raiders? Is that a wrap on the year? Are they got any fight? Are they going to do anything this year, or are we done?
Unless Geno starts to figure it out, they're done.
If they don't beat Indy, then they're going to be fighting for New Orleans for the first, second pick of the draft.
Let's see how the Colts play after a loss too, because sometimes
they came down to earth.
Yeah.
All right, we move on to the Commanders at the Chargers, and Jaden Daniels has been back at practice. I'm not exactly sure if he's going to go. It's trending in that direction. Here is Harbaugh on his guy, Omar in Hampton.
Just watch him getting the rhythm of the game special. In so many ways, just continues to grow, get better. But yeah, it's just outstanding player. He did so many great things in the game.
Chargers favored by 3.5. This would be a nice one.
Jaden Daniels plays, I got the Commanders. Jaden Daniels does not play, I got the Chargers.
Seems like it's a bit of a coin flip here, so.
Well, it's a little bit like Indy. You got to see how they respond after a loss. I think the Chargers win the home game.
God, I don't know, man. Probably. I guess if you lose to like they did to the Giants, right? You got something to prove. You got to bounce back. You're playing at home. Yada, 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 right? Like, it shapes up well for you.
I'm going to go with yada.
Or the shine might have come off of the Chargers also, and they're not as good as they were pretending to be for a while.
We move on to the Lions at the Bengals, and I don't care where they play this game. It should be a blowout. Jamar Chase talks about how he actually talked to the team. Jamar Chase addressed the team.
If I'm being honest, I don't mind when the players get mad. Like, I don't mind that because that means they care at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? And I want guys to play with passion. I want them to play with anger. You know what I'm saying? Because you never know how guys may respond. And I told my guys that recently after the game. I just want them to play with a little more fire and anger underneath them. I mean, I gave a little speech after the game. Don't want to really say what I said, but, I spoke up to the guys after the game about how I felt about what's going on.
Oh, I'm sure the guys loved hearing that. Hey, everybody, our diva wide receiver who makes like $35 million wants to have a word with everybody. I'm sure the offensive lineman, Tyler, just dying to hear what Jamar Chase has to say.
Who else are you going to listen to?
I have no idea. It's a train wreck.
But I bet he actually is the leader.
I was going to say, if not him, who?
Oh, I have no idea. Well, Trey Hendrickson? Maybe? I don't know.
I was talking about on offense, but.
On off? Well, it's not going to be Jake Browning. Noah Fant?
Trey Hendrickson he's renting time until he's out of there too.
It is a woeful situation there in Cincinnati. It's 9.5. Now, last night was 8.5. And that was the upset of the year so far. Is there any chance for the Bengals?
No.
Let's move on then. Bucks at the Seahawks. Here's Baker Mayfield, who was part of that famous 2018 draft class with Sam Darnold.
Yeah, Sam and I are really close. I'm just happy for him. It's just, from going a couple different places that weren't great for us to having a good opportunity elsewhere. It's fun to see. And I knew he just needed that opportunity, another chance, and so he's thriving now, and it's good to see, but hopefully not this weekend.
Seahawks by 4.5. I think I might like Tampa in this one.
If it was in Tampa, I probably would as well. I'm a little bit surprised the Seahawks by 4.5.
Mm-hmm.
Does that not seem surprising?
Seems a little high.
I said I'm taking Tampa. Yeah.
What are the records?
I mean, are you saying it a win, or are you talking about with the points?
I'm saying a win. A win.
Okay.
Tampa with a win.
Yeah.
Money line.
What's the Seahawks record?
The Seahawks are a
3-1,
impressive
I think.
3-1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Second in the NFC
Tampa
West.
Bay, 3-1 or 2-2?
Tampa Bay is, well, they just lost to the good old Eagles. They're 3-1 as well. Good game. Really good game.
Yeah. I think I'm going to take Seattle. I had to pick Darnold up for my quarterback.
By the way, you should know they're honoring the 50 greatest players in Seattle history. Tyler.
Oh, you ain't flying out tonight?
I didn't make the cut. It came down to the wire. I was 51.
I know this because Chad Brown was on with the morning show, and he did make the cut.
Oh, he would.
That's pretty awesome.
So
that's a hell of an honor.
Good for Chad, right? Did you just finish at 51, or just?
Did Chad have his name over on the good side of the stadium in CU?
Was he a consensus All-American?
Yeah, there's
so.
there's qualifiers. There's something you got to hit.
There's not all of them are qualifiers.
No, well, it depends where your name is.
They're not all qualifiers.
No, if you give it a good fight and have a slightly above 500 record at the Alamo Bowl.
Chad's in the CU Hall of Fame, so probably.
Yeah, but his name, I think it is up there. But Tyler's right. Like if you had, there's an academic thing and just an All-American thing, right? Like
there's no academic thing in the.
Oh, there's
stadium.
not an academic thing. Okay,
not in the stadium.
So it's just.
But the names on the West Side are consensus All-Americans.
Okay. Well, Chad has to be there, wouldn't he? He's got to be there.
I don't know. He's in the Hall of Fame, so it seems like he should probably be up there if you're in the Hall of Fame.
And I think he's in the College Football Hall of Fame, isn't he?
He is not.
He's not in the College Football Hall of Fame?
He is not.
Did he not win a Butkus?
Oh, man. Good question. I don't know.
Oh, Chad was a second-team All-American as a senior.
Oh, so his name's not up there.
Yeah.
His name's not up there then.
Yeah.
Well, what was Shador last year?
It's just our boy Alfred that's checking all those boxes.
That's the East Side, Scott. The East Side is we do what we want.
Shador's, yeah. I mean, that's like.
Is Shador on the East Side?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a bit nebulous what the qualifications are. Apparently being sired by the coach is one of them. All right, the last game, Chiefs at the Jags. Trevor Lawrence, they're on a roll, those Jags. It'd be a nice one to knock off the Chiefs. Here's Trevor Lawrence.
I shouldn't say pretty sound. They're very sound defensively as far as, especially for all the different pressures they bring. You know, a lot of times when teams do that, you feel like there's kind of holes everywhere, but they do a good job of, you know, matching different route concepts and playing different coverages that, you know, give them some flexibility in what they can bring. So they do a great job, always have. You know, it's always a big week as far as game plan wise of what we're going to do and having a plan going in.
That is your Monday night matchup, Kansas City by 3.5.
I got the Jacksonville Jaguars pulling out the upset 24-23, something silly like that. And guess what happens? Pick 6 for our man Travis Hunter. You know what Jacksonville's doing really well? Obviously, I'm playing a little bit there. But you know what they're doing really well, extremely well, the best in the NFL well? They've got 13 takeaways, leading the NFL, and I actually think that they've got a really good chance of pulling down an upset against Kansas City.
I don't know.
Is it an upset, actually? It's not an upset.
It would
not
be, yeah.
this year.
Oh, it would be.
It would be, yep. KC by 3.5.
I'm still not big on Trevor yet. He still hadn't completely brought me back to his side.
They're off to a good start. Off to a good start. It's the best start they've had in a long time.
Yeah, I'm going to take Chiefs.
Okay. You know what? I'd probably take the Chiefs too. You know, it's annoying. Like when the Chiefs just sort of figure things out and then just start clicking off the wins. And this to me feels like the moment. Hey, listen, if Jacksonville can handle the moment, then cool. But there's going to be a lot of attention. When's the last time Jacksonville was featured on national TV? Like, hey man, look at the Jaguars. So here we go. This is their coming out party. See what they're all about. It'll be interesting. Meanwhile, other games, Buffalo's favored by 8.5 over the Patriots.
Yep.
That's a Sunday night game. I think Buffalo is quietly going to cruise to like a ridiculous good record. Why? because they're not really playing a lot of other good teams. And this will be on Sunday Night Football, and you won't ignore it. But I think nobody's going to be surprised when Buffalo just keeps on winning.
No,
you're going to turn around. They're going to be like 14-1 or something.
Well, but can they do that? 14, 15 wins, and then not stink in the playoffs. Their whole thing is whether you do it in the playoffs.
It's likely they'll have the easiest number 1 seed, right? Like, okay, so now we're hosting some slug team that got through a wild card game here in Buffalo. Could be. That's exactly what I think it's going to be. I think no, because I think Broncos are going to be a high seed, so they'd be taking on probably the number 2 seed, not the number 1 seed. Who do you think a lesser wild card? Who's going to win the AFC South? Indy, maybe? I bet it's like Indy at Buffalo in that particular game. And I bet it's Broncos.
I bet they're hoping for Denver.
Broncos at Pittsburgh. God, do you think Pittsburgh's going to see this all the way through?
Yep. Look at their division.
Oh, my God. Do you think Pittsburgh might be the number 2 seed?
They could be. I mean,
my Lord, they might be.
They don't have a challenge inside the division. That's got to be the worst in football, right?
Yeah.
So,
not expected though.
Well, they won't have a bye. They'll have to play somebody. Yeah, we'll see how it all turns out. But Buffalo's going to have an easy path. They're going to have they have a weak record. They have the number 1 seed. They'll get a low seed playing them. Period. Right. It'll probably be like the Colts, something like that, and then they'll be hosting an AFC Championship game.
Let's see how long Lamar's out. But I mean, if Lamar's out any serious amount of time here, they'll cruise through that thing.
Don't you think? And I bet the AFC Championship game is Bills-Chargers. Something like that.
Wow.
But that doesn't that smell like a 20-point win for the Bills to go to the Super Bowl? I don't think anybody has listen, they've earned it. They're the best team in football. Josh Allen is arguably the MVP again. But I don't know if the path could get easier for a team to get to the Super Bowl than the Buffalo Bills have now this year. But they did have to get over the Ravens in week 1. They had to figure that one out, and it wasn't easy, and they did. It was a remarkable game.
They hosted a game. Didn't they host the AFC Championship last year, didn't they?
No, they didn't get there. Last year, the AFC
Kansas City beat him in the second round?
Yeah, another heartbreak.
Well, the point being,
they
lost a home game in the playoffs.
Who was the AFC Championship last year? Chiefs against help me. Who was it? Was it the Ravens? Was it the Ravens? AFC Championship game last year, folks. What was it? Chiefs against somebody.
Had to be the Ravens.
I think it was the Ravens.
Yeah.
Well, and here goes back to you said the weak division.
It was the Bills. Oh, it was the Bills?
Oh.
It was Chiefs Bills? Okay.
So they lost so the Bills lost the AFC Championship game at home last year.
No. Oh. No. The Chiefs would have been the number 1. No?
No.
Bills were the number 1 seed?
I think Bills were.
Oh, our memories, seriously. We got to stick to
What do you mean we?
We got to stick together.
What do you mean?
What other games have you? Let me go through them real. Oh, do you have any what's your interest level in watching Dylan Gabriel quarterback tomorrow against the Vikings in England?
I'll check out the lowlights on Monday.
They play Sunday morning or Saturday morning?
Sunday morning. Well, 7:30 a.m.
Not setting an alarm, I'll tell you that much.
I'm flying out at 6:30, so.
Perfect. Just fire that bad boy up.
We're going to pay $38 for Wi-Fi on an airplane.
All right, never mind.
You guys don't get free. Oh, you're not. Never mind.
Then you got New York at New Orleans.
On the charter flight, though, you do.
No.
Right? What? Really? We got free Wi-Fi.
Well, there you go. The NFL schedule. But the Broncos at the Eagles, for us, this is the signature game. Give me a bigger, tougher game for the Broncos on their schedule this year.
Right now, nobody. There isn't one.
Right.
I mean, there was a handful that you wondered about, but this is the marquee game right now, I think, left on your schedule.
What do you think this is for the Eagles?
I mean, and I say that knowing that if Kansas City gets on a roll,
it would be pretty cool if Christmas Day we came down to the AFC West Championship.
That would be big.
That would be awesome. That right. For the Eagles, to me, this is just another game. This is not a big game on their schedule.
No
biggie. They've actually had they've had some doozies already. This is another reason why I think the timing of this is perfect. I don't think they're taking the Broncos lightly. I just think the NFL season is a bit of a grind, and you can't get up for every game the same way. And you've been dodging bullets left and right. It's going to catch up to you. Eventually, it's going to catch up to you. You can't win them all, as they say. So, and in terms of other Broncos games at Texans, no, that's not as big. I don't even count the AFC West games as signature wins. You always do good in your division.
Yeah.
Teams in the division, it's not an upset if you beat a team in your division.
If Denver continues,
Packers is going to be a big one.
Packers will be a big one for sure.
And if Denver can continue to roll when the time you play the Chiefs, and if they continue to roll, that could be two teams, and that both those games, as Tyler just said, could be fighting for who's going to win the AFC West.
Do you think the Packers, a win against the Packers deep in the season at home is as much of a signature win as at Philadelphia?
No. I mean, at Philadelphia is still that's unique. I mean, you're talking about champs.
Well, what did we find out yesterday? They hadn't won in Philly since '91 or something.
Yeah,
86.
I mean, you take it with a grain of salt because they only play there every 8 years. Right. So it's not like it's happening all the time. But yes, it hasn't happened in a long, long time. And the last time they did play in Philadelphia is one of the most humiliating losses in Broncos history.
Why don't you ever talk about Justin Fields anymore?
With Fields, I mean, he's been hurt. He hasn't really been playing, and the Jets suck.
He played.
Well, I mean, he has been hurt, and the Jets suck. What is there to say about Justin Fields?
I don't know. You find a way to talk about him all the time.
Oh,
I'm surprised you haven't been talking about him of late.
I think the Broncos are going to go in there in England and wax them. I think it's going to be a
best thing
demolition.
for Justin Fields is next year he signs a 1-year deal in San Francisco.
I think Fields' career is over. I think you only get so many grabs at the ring, and if either you figure it out or you don't figure it out. And I think at some point the bad football and the bad experience just wears on you.
Well, Jameis Winston seems to have been able to hook on to saying, "Oh, I'll be a backup quarterback. Give me a couple starts here and there." Could
but
Fields
Jameis
be that guy?
But Jameis was a pretty legit starter. Like he did a lot of good things as a starter.
I've never seen somebody play good enough to win who has lost more than Justin Fields for the teams that he's been on. It's pretty wild. I don't know if you remember the Broncos game. The Fields was unbelievable in that game against Russell Wilson.
He didn't
and they
have
lost.
an incompletion until like the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it was unreal. They still lost. He had no defense in Chicago. None. Pittsburgh, he was 4-2. He actually did all right.
I don't remember anything, but I do remember that one because I remember he didn't have a drop pass. He didn't have anything.
He's had a couple games like that this year where he's played all right, and I don't know, man. Sometimes some guys, there's just a cloud over some guys. How did Brandon Marshall, the receiver, never get to the playoffs? Ever. Like, how did that not happen?
That's amazing.
There's some dudes like, Barry Sanders. What big games did he ever play in?
Are you putting Justin Fields in the same category as Brandon Marshall and Barry Sanders?
I'm saying Justin Fields has just had this career where I don't know if there's any more sunshine on the horizon. I know why you're asking me about him. You're trying to give me a hard time about the Surtain thing. But that's neither here nor there. The whole point of my argument there was if you don't have a QB, you got to go get one. You heard what Vic Fangio said about Bo Nix. They've been looking one for years, and they finally got him. He believes. And, until you got one, look at the pit of misery you're in. So if you're not taking a shot at having one of these guys, what are you doing? What are the Raiders doing right now? Seriously, what are they doing?
Well, Geno Smith had a couple good years in a row in Seattle. What you expect him to carry it over?
I absolutely thought the Raiders got the better end. Like when the Seahawks traded Geno and they went out, they got Sam Darnold. I'm like, what are you guys doing? Why are you trading out one average QB for another average QB? Boy, were they right.
Well, I tell you on ESPN, you know what one of their topics was today? When is Shedeur Sanders going to start?
Told you.
But they had it a little bit deeper. They had it like week 14, 15, something like that. Not quite the...
See, that's what I think it'll be also. You want to know why? Because I think after Dylan Gabriel fails, which might be epic. I don't know. Maybe he'll do great. But maybe it'll be so bad that he gets benched after 2 games. They're going to go back to Joe Flacco. And then Joe Flacco's going to have to fail again before they go to Shedeur.
And then they'll start Ryan Staub. And then maybe Shedeur.
It's actually Bailey Zappi.
Can you imagine if there was somebody else? Can you imagine if there was somebody else that got in there?
Can you imagine that you're a team that you could question the depth of talent and you're carrying 4 quarterbacks?
Do you guys remember the season where the Broncos started 4 different quarterbacks in 1 year? That was the Brandon Allen year.
COVID year.
4 different starting quarterbacks in 1 year for the Denver Broncos. Not a great year, that's for sure. All right, we'll get some no dumb questions coming up next. All right, DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T can cause all sorts of issues. Low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, lousy workouts, brain fog, whatever it is. Because it's low T, man. Low testosterone. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've been dealing with this for years and years and years. So if you're just not on the right track, have the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic get you there. And it's simple. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple minutes. Schedule a consult and away you go. They draw your blood and have the result within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider is going to review the results with you, discuss your options, and you're going to make the decision together with their medical team. Cost, it's $99. T and a PSA test, there you go. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free, and with 5 locations, including a spiffy joint down there in Castle Rock, you're going to be fine. You're going to find it easy to find. North Denver, Fort Collins, Central Denver, Colorado Springs, and yes, that beautiful spot in Castle Rock. Call today at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I got no dumb question on Twitch. No dumb question. Worst quarterback of all time.
All time?
All time. Worst quarterback.
Wow. Marcus, gosh. I mean, it's really the question's biggest bust, right? Because
I'm sorry. Did I say I'm sorry. Worst Broncos quarterback of all time. My bad. I'm sorry.
Are you looking at statistics or are we just going Paxton?
You can do whatever you want. My bad on that. Worst Broncos quarterback of all time.
Good luck defending not being Paxton.
Yeah.
Tim Tebow?
Oh, no way. I mean, he won a playoff game. He had a winning record as a starter.
Yeah, terrible.
Couldn't throw the ball, but he was able to figure out how to win games. Can't be the worst of all time if you
He's Philadelphia. He's Philadelphia.
What can I tell you?
I mean, should we qualify it just like a titch further? Like he was actually like a starter, right?
Just you can if you want. Yeah, I mean,
because otherwise we're going to go down this wormhole of like Tommy Maddox or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, throw out like Mark Sanchez in training camp. I mean,
like dudes that were legitimately named starters.
Sure.
Kendall Hinton.
Yeah.
No,
right.
that would not count.
Right.
He was technically a starter.
He was not technically a starter.
Phil Lindsay
Phil, that's right. You're right.
Dummy. Dan's so dumb. Go back to being emo.
Don't be bumming out Dan on his moody day. Dan's having a moody day. Yes, Kendall Hinton was a starter, Dan. Very good.
If we're going legitimately named starters, I'm saying Tim Tebow.
Oh my God, you think he was worse than Paxton Lynch?
He was never legit a starter.
He started a game.
Paxton Lynch wasn't a starter?
No. When was Paxton Lynch a starter?
He beat Jacksonville.
He played like 3 games and fill in.
He started against the Raiders.
No. You missed my whole qualifier. Why are you ignoring the qualifier? The qualifier is like legitimately named the starter, not like you fill in.
Oh, okay. Oh gosh, I think you got to expand it then a little bit because I think you got to have Paxton Lynch in that conversation. I mean, he's a first-round draft pick and was supposed to be the guy. So if we're going by that, you got to throw a caveat that Lynch could be involved and included.
He started 4 games total.
Yeah, but
in 2 years it was one.
But this is
if we're including Paxton Lynch, then you got to include guys like Tommy Maddox, like who played 3 games.
I would include Tommy Maddox. He was a first-round draft choice. Sure, I would throw Tommy Maddox into that mix. Definitely. I would throw out guys like Tom Brandstater. Not guys like that. Kevin Hogan, I wouldn't count, even though he played a couple games for the Broncos. But guys who are starters or intended to be starters. How about that?
How about that? What a wild fact. We have 2 quarterbacks drafted in the first round that only started 3 total games. Tommy Maddox and Paxton Lynch.
It's hard to consider Maddox, though, a bust because he went on to actually play.
He played pretty good.
Yeah. He actually had an all right career. He was just a weird pick by Dan Reeves because Reeves at the time hated Elway. Very strange pick. I mean, if we would expand just a little bit to starters or intended to be starters, it'd be hard to not say Paxton Lynch because he didn't do anything after the Broncos either. In fact, not only did he not do things, he tried to do things and he failed in other minor leagues of football. Like he couldn't.
Yeah, he went to the XFL.
But he didn't even start there. Like he had a hard time making teams, period. And he's a first-round pick. I mean, I don't know how you do worse than that. And the context of it.
All right, pick the worst legitimate starter.
That played like significant amounts of games.
He was named the starter.
I don't know, man. It feels like you want to dog on Tebow here a little bit.
Well, I would challenge you to find one that was worse.
Would you rather have Tim Tebow start for you or Trevor Siemian?
Trevor, 10 out of 10 times.
Kyle Orton or Tim Tebow.
Kyle Orton, 10 out of 10 times.
Ooh.
Orton's record wasn't very good here. I don't know. There's something about Tebow getting stuff done and winning games. He did. Orton, I never felt like we had a chance. Siemian, I know. I mean, he won some games, but did you really feel like you had a chance with Trevor Siemian?
What was Tebow's record as a starter?
I think it was like 8-6.
Okay.
I'll give you one.
Including a playoff win.
And again, don't you have to look at how they did here?
I mean, if you want to say Tebow sucked, I mean, I get it, but he did win a playoff game as a starting quarterback.
Yeah. How about Case Keenum?
That's a good one. He sucked. He was terrible.
And you gave him big free agent money.
He was real. How about Joe Flacco? What was Joe's
Joe
record?
Flacco here.
Joe's record.
Oh, Joe would be in that category.
Joe's record was terrible.
He was a legit starter.
He gave us a great press conference on his way out. What are we doing here? But he was a legit starter. He only made it through 8-9 games? 3-6, something like that. He was terrible.
Okay, you got
Keenan wasn't any better.
The rest of this season, you got to start one of these three guys: Kyle Orton, Case Keenum, or Joe Flacco. Who you starting?
Joe Flacco.
Kyle Orton.
God, I hate it.
Flacco does. I mean,
he's playing better in the last 2 years than he did the year with Denver.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it wasn't all Joe's fault. Like Joe said in that famous press conference, what are we doing here? I mean, the team was a mess. Joe won a Super Bowl. Who am I taking? I'll take the guy who's 6'6" with big, huge hands and it was throwing the ball around when it was minus 100 degrees and wasn't wearing gloves.
Kyle Orton was 44 and 43 in his career.
What was he here?
I don't know. Not as good. He was 1-4 when he got pulled for Tebow.
I don't know. You can't have a guy that's a good quarterback if Tebow beats you out.
Okay. I wouldn't take Kyle Orton because Kyle Orton always just figured a way to get close and somehow would lose. Yeah. You know, but he had talent, and his attitude on things too was. Everybody says he was a nice enough guy, which is fine, but he's not somebody.
His pressers were weird,
dude. He didn't. You don't rally the wagons around Kyle Orton.
No.
So
he had a Jay Cutler nonchalantness about football, but without being a jerk. That's best way I could explain him. That's he was a very cool, relatable dude, but had a nonchalantness that I could see why that was off-putting.
I'll tell you this: he was a nicer guy to be around than friggin' Jay Cutler. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So that was a slight improvement.
Is that not identical to what I just said?
Just about.
Well, I just wanted to reinforce it.
I appreciate it. It was a good take.
Brian Greasy, ? Brian's a fascinating Broncos case, isn't he? Ah, man.
Did he make the Pro Bowl 1 year?
Yeah, I mean, what was Brian's record as a starter?
I'll look it up.
It's hard for me to think that he was one of the worst of all time. He had a very controversial run here because he got involved with all sorts of weird stuff. Turns out he's like the greatest guy of all time, by the way. I don't know if people know that about Brian Greasy or not. The guy's awesome.
Super dude. I love him to death.
He's awesome.
No, I don't know what his record was here in Denver, but I do.
11 and 17.
Is that what you see? I see something different.
Oh, no. 12 and 21.
Okay.
What do you say?
Well, I see he was 45 and 38 on his career.
Okay.
And then it says with Denver specifically, he was 27 and 24 across 51 starts.
Wow.
No, that's not right. Kyle Orton in 2010, he was.
No, we're talking about
Brian
Greasy.
Brian Greasy.
Brian
Greasy.
Kyle
What is
Orton.
wrong with you?
I was still looking at Kyle Orton.
Yeah, Brian Greasy.
Oh, I thought Brian Greasy was fine here. He was fine.
I think the thing that Brian faced was, and Mike has said this, he needed to just let Bubby play it out for a little bit. And then if they were to go to Brian, then fine. And when Mike sort of supplanted Bubby with Brian right away, it just didn't make sense to anybody.
No, they did it too soon.
The whole conspiracy plan I love, though. It's a great one. And I don't know how true it is. You probably do know more about this. So let me.
Well, Bubby said it on our show.
The whole
what you're going to say.
That Bubby would start. He would take him to a certain place in the season, and then Elway would come in on this white horse. And
like week 10 or 11, then John would come in and finish the season and then playoffs.
Because the team was good enough to go to the playoffs no matter what.
And win 3 in a row.
Yeah, because when Bubby filled in for Elway, I think he was like 6-0.
Yep.
Like he was great. So that was that was just sort of their idea between the two of them, I think, or Mike didn't get on
Bubby
board.
said they were all in. It was a done deal.
But Mike started
in
Greasy.
Like the third game. He had a bad third game of the playoffs, and he benched him.
Wouldn't that have been fascinating, man? You want to talk about like what ifs?
All right.
Bubby plays in what would be 2000, I think 2000, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, because I think they went 6-10 after winning the second Super Bowl. But then they went to the playoffs the next year. Like the Broncos did stutter a little bit one year, but they went to the playoffs again.
Is Russell Wilson in the category?
Well, you got to be right.
Holy cow, he is.
Yeah.
How are we forgetting about Russell Wilson?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
He was just waiting for you to bring that
Oh,
up.
my Lord. How did we forget Russell Wilson?
I don't know if he's the worst, but he's up there. I mean, if you put it all into the big picture of the financial investment
Like
of
what
the
it
draft
costs
picks
you,
that you gave up,
it's
I mean,
clearly the worst.
Yeah.
Well, if you put
it is the worst.
If you put it with see, listen, he set this whole thing up so that he wouldn't bring out Russell.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about Russell.
Now he's a good guy.
He's been waiting for you to say it the whole time, so I couldn't say he's in your head.
That is a genius take.
But I'll say that the two quarterbacks we've mentioned, Russell Wilson's one of them. When you talk about big expectations and financial commitments, it's Case Keenum and Russell Wilson. And Case Keenum wasn't as big as Russell, but they paid him pretty good money for the time, right?
Big question of the day. Who's going to win, the Eagles or the Broncos next? What is your prediction and what is your hot take? How about that? What's your prediction? What's your hot take? So you get to say a couple things here.
Scotty kind of helped me come up with my own hot take, so shout out to Scott.
There you go.
I think this game is going to be fun. I really do. Broncos fans feel like you got a chance to win this game the entire game. It's going to come down to which team's better in the red zone. Unfortunately, the Eagles are phenomenal in the red zone, both on offense and on defense. And the way I see this thing unfolding is I got the Broncos losing this game 27-24. Actually 24-17. 24-17, more than a field goal. And it's going to come down to the Broncos might even have the ball with the last possession of the game. And you know what? When you play Vic Fangio defense, you usually move the ball pretty well between the 20s. So you're going to get excited. And you're watching this team march down the field, and you're going to get down there in the lower red zone. Field goal's not good enough. You got a 4th and 2, you got a 4th and 1, something like that. You got to go for it. And the number 3 ranked red zone defense probably gets a stop, and the Broncos lose a heartbreaker. But it'll be close. And so the hot take off that, though, would be that it's going to come down to a play. It's going to come down to a 4th down. It's going to come down to something silly down there in the lower red zone. And if the Broncos can convert on it, then they can beat the defending champs.
I might change my hot take.
Oh, okay.
Somebody gets blown out.
That's a good hot take. That is actually my hot take, but go ahead.
Really?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, somebody gets blown out. My prediction, I think they lose 2017.
Okay. Got a hot take? Somebody gets blown out.
Somebody gets blown out.
All right. We share somewhat of the same hot take because I think the Broncos are going to win 23-20. I think defensively they're going to put a ton of pressure on Hurts. I think Marvin Mims is going to be a star in this game, not only catching, and I don't see a lot of receptions, but I think he could have some big dynamic ones because the Eagles have proved that they give those up. And it'll probably be some sort of scramble, Bo's just making something happen, just like Baker Mayfield did. So that's my prediction on that. They do come up with a win, which will be huge. My hot take would be if they're +2 or better and giveaway takeaway, they win by 17. It's a blowout. And that's how that happens. And let me tell you, the Rams should have blown them out. They should have blown them out. I don't know what's going on with the Rams, Tyler, that is a good team with a good coach, but they're figuring out ways to, I don't know, screw things up. It's weird, that they've done that now in a couple games in a row.
I don't know. I'd put last night in that category, though. I don't think they did anything.
Fumbling at the 1-yard line?
Oh, that's true. That's true.
When you're about to put the game away?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Getting stuffed at 4th and 1 when listen, you got stuffed. I'm not saying it's a bad call or whatever, but you didn't get that first down when you needed it.
Well, Sean McVay said it was a bad call. So if you want to believe the coach, he thinks it was a bad call.
And against the Eagles, they were 2 for 6 in the red zone. They were giving points away left and right, and they got two field goals.
Sean said specifically it wasn't so much they went for it on 4th down. He said he never even considered kicking the field goal there, but what he regretted was his play call.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought the play call was horrible. It doesn't feel like the Rams are dynamic in the run game. Maybe that's...
They got a couple of good guys.
Yeah, but...
They got Williams and that kid from Wisconsin or Michigan who's his name's escaping me real quick, but him. I don't know. Who knows? I think the Rams are going to be somebody to contend with, though. I think they're going to bounce back and have better games coming down.
Oh, that's a good football team.
Yeah. They just a couple games in a row is just
But saying that, they gave that game away. As banged up as San Francisco is, you can't lose a home game.
You cannot
in that situation.
It was the biggest upset of the year. They were 8.5-point favorites. They had nobody. They're their backup quarterback, no receivers, no starting tight end. No, Bosa's out for the year. There's no way they should have been in that game last night.
Mac Jones was dealing, though.
He was. Kyle's,
Didn't Stafford have over 400 and Jones had 349 or something like that?
I believe you.
So.
All right, so when we walk in here Monday, what are we saying about the Broncos-Eagles? As the Broncos jet off to
the Jets.
To England.
Dang, that one hurt.
That's
what I think we're saying, yeah.
Not the end of the year, though.
It was just so painful because you could taste it. It was a signature win. It was right there in front of you. You just had to finish the game, and it came down to a moment, and unfortunately the moment didn't go your way.
Well, that would be the third game like that of the year. So that would be painful. Dang, that hurt is the Colts and the Chargers, too.
You're right.
Stafford 389, Jones 342.
Yeah.
I mean, those are kind of games when you don't have a dog in the fight, though. I mean, running's fine, and that's great. And
I'm with you. I'm with you.
When you're having over 700 yards of passing, it's kind of fun to watch, isn't it?
To me, that game is so much fun to watch because there's a lot of ties that we have with a bunch of different things there. And listen, man, I still love watching Christian McCaffrey play football. I've enjoyed watching Christian play since he was in high school. Loved him at Sanford. There is just something about watching that guy play football that is just awesome. So,
of course.
I love it.
Shoot, I felt like I was watching my dad go up against a stepdad or something, trying to pick between Kyle and Sean. That's an emotional roller coaster for me.
The Rams are a really likable team too, man. Like, there's a lot of cool things about the Rams.
Well, the Avs like them.
Yeah, the Avs really like them.
You guys got any thoughts on that?
I didn't even know what was going. Somebody sent me that picture. I go, what's the big deal? And then I read that's the Avs. I said, are they playing in San Jose or are they playing the Kings or something?
Trying to get me in trouble or what?
They are not playing them. They are playing Dallas tomorrow night. They played Vegas a couple nights ago.
So they just flew from Vegas over there.
They flew from Vegas over there.
Gave them a little vacation trip.
Little team bonding. Little KSE team bonding right there.
There you go.
Do people know that the Avs and Rams are owned by the same people or not?
I think a lot of people know and a lot of people do not.
Okay. If you just take it under they're all coworkers, it makes perfect sense,
Not
right?
really. I gotta
No.
stop. See,
Logically.
now you're trying to get me in trouble.
No, I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble. But they logically work. We all work for the same company. It's like we're going to have a retreat. We're going to do something fun within the company.
Yeah. And we get a free suite.
You get that's what you get when you work. Listen,
and
if you didn't,
cool
well,
jersey.
you know it's going to be really fun.
If you didn't
it's going to be
understand-
awesome when we've got the Rams football team at an Avalanche game and the crowd's going to go nuts for them.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know if that's going to happen. But it's not like the Rams are like some sort of hated enemy of the Broncos. I don't know. When I saw it, I didn't think it was that big of a deal at all because I understand we all work for the same company. I'm not trying to kiss anybody's ass here, but it makes perfect sense.
You told me
to
earlier that you were. Never mind.
Have you seen Joker wearing Rams gear?
No.
Yes, you could find photos of him wearing like T-shirts with the Ram stuff on it.
Really?
Yes. Were you guys
Show
bothered
me
by it? I'll leave it alone. Were you guys bothered by it? Yes or no?
You're trying to get me in trouble here.
Or say no comment, and we just move on. We can easily move
It
on.
didn't bother me either way. Whatever.
It was not a good look. It was definitely it was a very unusual look.
You're saying that because you want them to come in there and wear Bronco stuff.
I'm just saying you don't go as a.
You don't have to say
why
anything.
are you doing? Like
We
you
can move
brought
on.
this whole thing up to try to get me fired.
I didn't bring it up. Scott said something.
You brought it up.
I did not
How's that
bring
going to
it
get you
up.
fired?
Oh, Scott brought it up.
I did not bring it up. Scott brought it
There
up.
are a lot of people unhappy that a Colorado-Denver team, Colorado Avalanche, would be there in support of the Rams. Most of them probably don't know that their owners is the same guy, and it was a little side trip from Vegas. Just a perk. They got cool jerseys, blah, blah, blah.
Well, I'll give you this. If you didn't know they were owned by the same group, it would be the most confusing thing in the world if you
Right.
didn't know that.
Well, if you didn't know who they were, you would. I mean, when I just saw the picture and didn't read the captions, I go, "Why are you sending me?" And I'm like thinking, "Is it somebody I know? Is it somebody?" And then zoom back out, and I went, "Oh, that's the Avalanche." Oh, okay,
All right.
cool.
On Monday, we're talking about.
Would, if they took us to LA, do a show, and they put us on the field, and gave us Ram jerseys, would we wear it?
I would, sure. But I also don't. I'm not a current professional athlete in Denver.
if they flew us to SoFi to spend the weekend and we got treated like VIPs to a Rams game,
I also happen to love the Rams because I love Sean McVay.
yeah,
I do too.
I'd proudly be wearing a Rams jersey if all that was the case. That sounds like a fun weekend, by the way, Scott. When's that happening?
Well, why not?
Well, I'd be fine with it.
How many times can I ask you the same question before you can actually answer it?
Moving on. So on Monday, we're in a pretty good mood on Monday, relatively, with the Broncos. One way
My heart's broken.
Okay, so if your heart is broken, is it?
My heart was broken after the CU BYU game. I didn't feel good the next day.
Oh, well, I thought that was an indicator of what's to come with CU. We haven't even got into that.
Well, but I could make the same argument that it was a very similar circumstance other than the fact you're not on the road, but it's a signature win. It was a signature opportunity. You played great football the entire game, and you let the game slip out of your hands.
Do you think it will be an indicator of like, well, I should ask you, where do you think things are going with CU right now? I'll just
it's going to be real
quick.
tough. Real tough. I mean, bowl game seems like an impossibility. I'm just, you got 3 straight games coming up here that are really, really tough. You got 2 ranked opponents, and then you got Utah on the road. Good luck.
The over and under now, I thought it was changed
4.5
to like 4.5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, 4.5.
I don't know how they get
4.5 over under. What are you taking?
I'll take the under. I don't know where the wins are in their schedule. Look at the schedule. Tell me where the wins are. At West Virginia?
Yeah, they're not very good.
Okay. Arizona.
But you got to travel there.
You got to travel there. TCU this weekend, they're 13.5-point dogs.
Oof.
Utah?
Well, they got a quarterback. Listen, everything
Do
we
they
said.
have a quarterback?
No. That's the problem. We said it before the season. When you got a team with 3 quarterbacks, you ain't got a team.
I actually think.
TCU's not ranked anymore?
They got beat last week.
They lost in a squeaker to Arizona State.
Oh, okay.
But it was like down to the wire. It was a hell of a game.
But now Arizona State is ranked.
Correct. They're 25. So it's like you
just swapped out.
Yeah. That was a hell of a game. And Arizona State's Arizona State's at Folsom. That's later in the year. Kansas State, how are they going to do against Kansas State? How are they going to do against Iowa State?
I don't know. I mean, I do think they probably come up with 4 to 5 wins.
You know what the bigger question with CU is right now? What is the future for Prime after this year? What does he do? That's actually the big question.
I don't think he's going anywhere, if that's what you're saying.
Okay.
I don't think he's. I think he's either done coaching or he'll be here. I don't think he's going anywhere else to coach.
Okay.
Oh, for sure.
Let me just
listen. He's got a sweetheart deal. I'm watching NFL Network, and they got Prime up there wearing his CU Prime stuff, advertising that gear. Looks cool.
Yeah,
doing a sunglass commercial.
Like we do talk about it like he's just willing to walk away from $25 million.
Right.
I don't know very many people that are going to walk away from 25 mil.
Okay. I think health-wise he's struggling. I think he misses his kids. That's my impression a little bit. I think his endorsement of the Shadur thing was silly. I mean, seriously, what would he think if one of his players were to do something like that?
I agree.
I think the backup quarterback should have pulled that this week. Because I don't think they ever let anybody do interviews anyway at CU either. So they wouldn't have ever had a situation. But I think a player doing that sometime would be funny as heck.
He was asked, what has he learned about himself this year? And he goes, I can't go through a whole game without peeing. And he didn't say it in a funny way. I mean, it's kind of a funny thing to hear, but it was said in more of a, I can't believe what my life is amounted to right now. I really am. I feel bad for the guy because of his health stuff. He goes on a walk every day after practice and before his press conference. He can really barely survive that because his feet are still killing him, which is not connected to the other problems that he has. I don't know, man. We'll see. I hope he stays around. I hope he's the coach. I want to see him succeed. I don't want him to go anywhere. But I wonder if the money is worth it, frankly, if it's worth all the hassle. How are they going to get better? And I'll leave it here. How are they going to get better?
Get rid of Chuck Sherman.
Well, Juju is what he's built to be. It's not complicated.
But who's
if
developed?
If Juju Lewis is what he's built to be, then you're going to be in good shape.
And they have the right staff and the right way to develop him. They have the right plan, you think? You believe in it?
I don't love Pat Shurmur, and I don't think it's guaranteed that Pat Shurmur's here next year.
I called him Chuck Sherman. Senator.
Tonight, you are with
Nate
Krecker, right? So it is Valor Christian, Mountain Vista, right here on 92.5. Student of the Week is presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing. What?
Right over there.
Oh, God. Are we back to that? Can we just get done with the show? We have Let's Football Go coming up next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, you don't have to do it any longer. Whether you've got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love your experience at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment, and the best of the best are going to be working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. And guys, what I love about Advanced Hair is that they believe in what they do so much, they're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
All right, we are doing Let's Football Go with Dan Buds Quinn Tanner, and Maverick does bring you Let's Football Go today, giving away a $50 gift card Text FREE, F-R-E-E, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Dan, what's our first story?
All right, fellas, big game coming up for the Broncos this weekend against the reigning Super Bowl champs. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. Where is Pat Surtain going to be lined up? Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown. Here is PS2 yesterday talking about the challenges of guarding A.J. Brown.
I think he's got all the physical attributes. He's very physical. He's got great hands. He runs good routes. He's solidified himself as a top-tier athlete at the position. So, I like his game. So it's going to be great competition out there for sure.
Guys, if Pat Surtain is primarily matched up with A.J. Brown, can you guess A.J. Brown's stat line at the end of the game? What do you think PS2 will hold him to? And will he send a tweet out in frustration after going up against Patrick Surtain?
If he is on him the entire game, I'll give him 4 for 35.
Oh my God. I was going to say 4 for 36, something like that, along those lines. Nothing big, nothing huge, just a bunch of underneath stuff. Something like that, yeah. No tweet, by the way. He already had his little hissy fit. He's not going to do that again.
On.
2 for 17.
2 for 17? That it?
Well, that's basically what he got last week against the Bucs. That caused a little hissy fit.
Here's what I know. I'm not saying it should be this way, but when wide receivers throw hissy fits, it generally works. So watch out for them to throw the ball A.J. Brown's way quite a bit.
All right, hey, how about this? If you're Surtain, and does this happen in the NFL? If guys know you've had a little hissy fit during the week, or they know a little personal stuff, do they get in your head a little bit about, what's going on? Hey, man, they're never going to throw you the ball. You really should catch more passes. I mean, is there stuff like that happens during the game?
Yeah, I don't know if Pat's the type of dude that would do it, but absolutely. I mean, Pat apparently talks trash according to his podcast.
right.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it with my own eyes. He's a pretty quiet dude.
He was saying he talks a lot of trash. At least that's what he said.
Yeah, he doesn't rub me as that kind of guy, though. Honestly,
can it get guys off their game?
I think so.
Trash talk get guys off their game.
I think sometimes trash talk is it's a dangerous game to play because if you're trash talking the right guy, they mentally fold. If you trash talk the wrong guy, you just pressed the wrong button.
Yeah, just ask Rory, right?
Yeah.
What do you think, Scott?
Well, I know this, and I always talk about Willis Reed. When he told me the story, and I said, tell me the difference between Jabbar and Chamberlain. He said, Jabbar, I'd try to get under his skin from the first time it jumped. I said, you ain't got no game. I'd hit him with elbows. I'd talk smack to him. I did whatever I could because if he got mad, couldn't play.
Gotcha.
And that's true. There's a lot of guys when they
see red.
When that trash talking gets them red, they can't play. I said, well, how'd you handle Wilt? He goes, nice shot, Mr. Chamberlain.
Yes, sir.
That's a great pass, Mr. Chamberlain.
That's so
Boy,
funny.
I couldn't stop that, Mr. Chamberlain. He said because you did not want him mad.
No.
So you did not talk trash to him.
Yeah, but Wilt wasn't melting down about not, getting this or getting that during the week. A.J. Brown did.
Yeah, well, let's see.
A.J. Brown's already shown signs of weakness.
Agreed. And if Pat Surtain just keep his mouth shut, play football, help him up, boom, boom, boom. And, don't.
How about reverse trash talk? Just like, AJ, you're so right. Man, I cannot believe they're not getting you the ball, man. Like,
I've done that.
How does that go over?
You do it all the time.
Does it work,
and you get certain guys who
Dude,
will
what
go
is
away with
wrong
you.
with
You
your
are too
coach?
good for this team.
Yeah, man, why are you here?
Why ain't they getting you to rock, man?
No, you do that.
I said, I'm guarding you. Why ain't they getting you to rock? I did that.
Can't they see that I'm guarding you?
I said, dude, you was open right there.
Did you ever get like you're right?
No, then they just get PO'd, and then you see them walking back to timeout.
No, I'll tell you.
That's pretty funny.
The most painful trash talk that ever happened to me in my entire life. Like I wanted to curl up in a ball and fold. I was playing DeMarcus Ware. We used to play him 4 times or twice a year. So I played him 8 times over the course of my career when I was playing in the NFC East. We're down there in Dallas one time, and he gets me on this ninja move, and he swats both my hands down, and we had a big gain on it. It was like a 20, 25-yard gain. I got lucky. Ball got out of the quarterback's hands, right? And we're like slow jog, halfway walking down the field, and he just walks up right next to me, hip to hip. gets in my ear. He's like, hey, man, you got to bait me with that outside hand. You can't just give me that outside hand. And I'm like,
That sucks.
He thinks I'm so bad. He's giving me advice right now.
So how about the
that
next?
was the most painful. He wasn't trash talking.
Yeah.
He was trying to be
He's
a friendly
instructional.
person. But it was the most painful thing that anybody has ever said to me on a football
Now,
field.
what would have been worse is if he
That's
would have
a
shown him
riot.
that left hand, and then DeMarcus goes, "That's it. That's how you do it."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
When you guys were teammates, did you ever have that conversation with him? Did you ever say, "Oh my God, dude"?
No, he pulled one very, very similar. Like in a DeMarcus is the nicest dude on planet
Right,
Earth. So like
right.
he would never intentionally talk bad about somebody.
Right.
But the first time, my first game with the Broncos,
Yeah.
I'm in the elevator. It's just me and D-Ware. And I'd been there for like 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
You know, I hadn't really had a chance to interact with him.
Okay.
And so it's just me and D-Ware. And I'm like, he's got to know who I am. I played against him twice a year for 4 years, right? Like 8 years.
Right.
But I'm like, I don't know if he knows who I am. And I'm
Right.
like, hey, man, Tyler Polumbus, I was Redskins right tackle for the last 4 years. And he's like, oh, yeah. When we used to play against you guys, I used to line up against the right tackle. I'm like, you son of a, like, what, really?
A reminder, wear your black and gold Buffs gear on CU game day, and all you need to do for a free fountain drink of any size is walk into any Maverick convenience store location. That's it, no catch. Wear CU gear, walk into a Maverick convenience store, get your free drink. Go Buffs! Dan, story number 2.
All right, fellas, let's hear from Bo Nix. Vic Fangio defense he'll be going up against. Here is Bo on if he agrees that he'll have to be more patient against a Vic Fangio defense.
Patience is good, but at the same time, there are several times throughout the game you're going to be aggressive, and it's our job, my job as a quarterback, our job as an offense to pick those times and pick them wisely. And when we have them, we got to be able to hit them and execute them. And then when we don't, not there, either run, scramble, find an outlet, whatever that may be, not get a negative play, don't take a sack. Throwaway's good in this situation. Live to fight another day. But, patience is good for any offense, but at the same time, eventually you got to attack them.
Okay, so Bo said there, you got to be patient, but you also have to attack him. So if you could choose, what do you want to see more of, patient Bo or aggressive Bo on Sunday?
Winning Bo.
What gets you a win, Scotty?
Well, but I love what he said, and maybe this we talked about a while ago. There's going to be 1 or 2 big plays on Vic's thing.
And there's going to be opportunities when he's scrambling, working off the game plan a little bit. So I don't know what that is.
You have to recognize it, though. You got to hope he grows up. Listen.
Can you be patient and aggressive at the same time?
Do you guys remember?
Okay.
Sure.
And I brought this question up to Leggy on Wednesday. And as he mentioned, his red zone defense, teams are copying Vic's defense in the red zone all across the league. But there was a time, and I think it was we first came to light when he was coach here, that his record against quarterbacks that he faced for the very first time defensively, like his teams were like 30-2 or some stupid like this. I don't think Bo's faced Vic Fangio before. So I flash back that thing. Is he going to have a lot of different stuff dialed up? That there's still a youngster, right? I mean, Bo's still a youngster in the league.
No doubt.
Is he going to be able to pick that out?
There you go, optimism.
Bo is a youngster, but it's still a 22 starts in the NFL.
Yeah, but again, as I said, go that record that somebody had brought that out a couple years ago. When Vic Fangio plays against young players, they don't beat him the first time.
Listen, if Bo is stupidly aggressive and does some dumb stuff, of course nobody wants that. He doesn't have to be, Tyler, I think, a superstar in this game to win. But that being said, there probably will be some opportunities to take some chances.
It's tough to push the ball down the field on a Vic Fangio defense. It's what he does. He takes that away. He's going to play that cover 2 shell, and he's going to give you the underneath stuff. He's going to say, okay, you can move the ball between the 20s, and then it's going to get tough once you get down below there. So I think based off who you're playing, you don't really have a choice but to show pretty good patience.
Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas, saw the Niners beat the Rams in overtime last night on Thursday Night Football. Mac Jones, after the game, was asked if he views himself now as the starting quarterback of the 49ers.
I think, they brought me here to play as a backup, and that's my job. And Brock's the starter of this team, and right now he's dealing with something. And for him to go out there last week and play when you know he probably wasn't at full health, like he cares about this team. So I'm just trying to get some wins for him so it helps us down the line. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Like, I've been in his position, I've been a starter, and you want your backup to go in there and win, because at the end of the season, that could be the hit or miss between a playoff or not.
So in 2 games, Brock Purdy has 586 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, an 85.8% passer rating. Mac Jones in 2.5 games, 723 passing yards, 6 touchdowns, 1 interception, 111 passer rating. Do you guys think Kyle Shanahan will consider benching Brock Purdy for Mac Jones at some point?
No. There's too much money in Brock Purdy. Boys?
I'm thinking.
I think when Purdy's healthy, Purdy will be your starting quarterback. But you know you've got something that you can trust. Listen, they're going to have to get Purdy in sooner rather than later with the way he acted on that knee. That knee ain't 100%. So the greatest thing for them is that Brock come back healthy, be able to play straight on and get their backup quarterback healthy.
So before I even answer the question, somebody take that sound bite and send it to Shedeur Sanders. That's how you answer the question. It's not that tough.
All right.
It's really not. I mean, it's not that difficult. We don't have to play games. We don't have to be a mime. Just be respectful, know your role, and you can maintain confidence while being respectful of your peers as well. I don't think he would bench him to the degree like Mac Jones doesn't get to go back. Mac Jones will Brock Purdy will get another crack. But if you look at Kyle Shanahan's history, that dude gives up on quarterbacks pretty quickly. He does. And if you know you've got a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo, you know you got a guy that is sitting there behind him that is playing good football, it's much easier to move on from Trey Lance when you've got Brock Purdy. It's much easier to move on from Brock Purdy when you've got Mac Jones. So Brock Purdy will get another crack at it, but I don't think Kyle's the type of dude that would avoid playing the hot hand.
5-year contract, $265 million, guarantee of $181, average a year, $53 million. Has Kyle Shanahan ever moved on from a guy like that?
I don't know.
I mean, it's one thing to move on from Trey Lance, and yeah, it stings. You moved up, first round pick, the whole thing, but sinking that kind of cash into a dude, has he ever moved on? I mean, I don't know, man. I think it's just Purdy's job. I mean, unless he gets hurt again, he would have to be so bad.
I would put RG3 in that category. I mean,
Yeah,
I know
he didn't get the contract though.
Yeah, but you gave up the farm to go get him.
I got you.
It was the biggest trade in the history of the NFL at the time.
I got you.
Mac Jones 2-year deal, $8.4 million, 4.7 guaranteed. So again, 53, 4. And then you bring that up the other day, right? Kind of tough.
Well,
right?
we really had it crazy with Burrow and
Browning.
Yeah, because Browning's making $1 million and Burrow's making 50. I mean, what other job in the world can you make 50 times less than the other dude and you're supposed to do his same job?
Radio?
Yeah, buddy.
50 times? 50 times. It does. That's the funny part about the NFL. It literally doesn't exist in the world. There's no other job in the world where the next guy to do the exact same job makes 50 times less than you. I mean, what'd you say Mac Jones is? 8 per? Is that what you said?
No, 8.4 for 2 years.
Oh, so $4 million?
Yeah.
So was 4 into 53. Well, I mean, it's not 50 times less, but it's
almost.
Oh boy, I really should be able to do math on that. 1, carry the 13, 4. I don't know. Almost. I'll just go with you. I really should be able to. I really should be able to divide 4 into 53 pretty easily.
It's like 12 something.
Nailed it. Hey, I got a quirky Taylor Swift factoid for you. I'll tell you what it is coming up. Trust me, it will not be long, but it's a weird one. It'll be quick. And our final thoughts about the Broncos and the Eagles coming up. All right, what banger is this, Dan, from the new Taylor Swift record?
I believe it's called Ophelia.
Ophelia.
I think that's how you pronounce it.
All right.
Downloaded on my.
You guys want to play a quick round of Like It or Spike It and listen to this for a second? Say,
Spike it.
Spike it. All right, Tyler?
Love it.
Like it.
Love it.
I'm still waiting for Baba Yaga.
Which daughter of yours will like this the most?
My daughters are anti-Tay-Tay.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Good for them. Why? Any reason? Or
I offered to take my daughter Lydia to the Taylor Swift concert. And she said, Dad, I don't want to go to that. All the kids that go to the Taylor Swift concerts are so spoiled. I don't want to go.
Wow.
Oh. Why don't you just put your
As if you're not spoiled daughter.
Put your daughter's business out
As if
there.
your father who's offering to take you to it.
Your daughter may want to take a look at, certain things, but that's cool. That's good. She wants to feel like that. That's good. That's the right feeling. Just to let you know, my wife, who works in HR and was listening to the show, Scott, which is really unusual. She has an article in some HR manual. 4 million employees are expected to have a PTO day for today because of the Taylor Swift
Well, it's
album
also
release.
a Friday, so you get a 3-day weekend.
What can I tell you? So this was such a big deal. They're writing about it in HR journals.
I thought about doing it, but I thought you guys would make fun of me.
Wait, obviously, Kim's listening. May I talk to her real fast?
Sure, go ahead. What do you want to say to her?
Hey, Kim. How you doing?
How you doing?
She is a big friend, a fan of Friends.
4 million.
That's true. 4 million people expected to take today off because of the album.
That's a lot.
There's a nice.
What do you do when you take a day off for an album?
I don't know. You
Do
listen to this song
But don't
repeatedly.
isn't she doing a bunch of other stuff along, like releasing
She is. There's a whole thing.
social media stuff? And
Yeah, like every hour there's like some other something.
I know that she did write a song about doing the dirty with Travis Kelce.
A little less of Tay-Tay at the NFL games with the Chiefs this year. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, they're not doing as good. So bring back the Tay.
You think that's the magic?
Yeah.
Somebody's got to make money in that family. Congratulations to our Maverick winner, Eric, with a K, like Eric Johnson Ball. Eric Ball. Boy, so many jokes. But way to go, Eric. Thank you for listening. And
enjoy your day of listening to Taylor.
Hey, can Dan finally play my Baba Yaga song for you guys?
Sure. I don't. Are we?
Wait. Can you just remind me what this was in
I don't even
reference
know what
to?
it is. And
The stupid clown posse thing.
it's a clown posse conversation.
Yeah.
What is Baba Yaga?
Are you ready? Just listen. You tell me.
Is this a German band?
Russian.
Turn it up. Let it breathe.
This had drum though.
No. Hold up. Let the sucker go.
Yeah, I mean, let it breathe. Let's hear it.
Hey, this is squat day for you right here, Tyler. Makes them fly. Huh?
That's a good song to murder people by.
Might be cussing the Russian or something. We don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
So like it or spike it, Baba Yaga or Taylor Swift? What would you rather have?
Baba Yaga.
Baba Yaga is pretty legit.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's weird.
Oh, come on.
Lord.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, I'll
hold
take
on.
Baba Yaga.
But I am kind of feeling this. Yeah.
Can you play drums like that, D?
Oh, hell no. Some of those heavy guys are some of the best drummers in the world. I have so much respect for dudes that can do that. Playing beats like that is really hard. Really hard.
They got pedals now, though. That you hit them, and it's like a double thing and stuff in it, right?
I mean, there's a lot of double bass pedal stuff, but those guys are legit. They just do it. There's ways to train to do it. I can't do it. Those guys are unbelievable.
Yeah.
They're unbelievable. They're playing blast beats on the snare while they're doing the same thing on the bass. It's ridiculous. Taylor Swift is like a drum machine. There's no musicianship with Taylor Swift. It's all.
Well, that's why you can do a concert and have
Watch
50
your
people
mouth.
out there, and there's not a big band or anything going on.
I mean, like anybody can play Taylor Swift music. Seriously, the unique thing about Taylor Swift is Taylor Swift. Man, and she writes songs that have good hooks, but the musicianship, and I'll tell you this, the musicianship in Baba Yaga is 10,000 times better than the Taylor Swift. But it's Taylor Swift. Like, who's Taylor Swift? She's
a billionaire.
she's Joe Burrow, and the lead singer for Baba Yaga is,
Browning.
Yes. That's the truth. And nobody cares how good your drummer is. Having a great drummer is like, hey, check out our right guard. Who cares?
Don't you talk about Quentin Nelson like that.
It's Quentin Nelson. He's a left guard, actually, technically.
You get the point.
Okay. No,
talk
seriously.
about Quinn Miners like that.
Quinn Miners. He's been ill. He's been sick. Not like ill. We should look for that, Dan. Is there a practice?
Not ill?
Like, not like ill and no, actually, there should be some Broncos media stuff going on now relatively soon. So Quinn Miners has been sick all week. How big of a loss is that, by the way? We really don't go into the offensive line stuff all that deep. Is Quinn Miners, how critical is a guy like Quinn Miners if he can't go this week?
Brutal.
Yeah. I mean, he's your best offensive lineman.
Okay. Like brutal, like game-changing brutal? Like this is,
Can be. Sure. Can be. I mean,
how was Philadelphia up the middle?
Offensively or defensively?
They got Jalen Carter.
Yeah, he was dinged up, but he's okay. They give up a sneaky amount of rushing yards, though. I'm telling you, man, they're just kind of like average all over the place. They don't do anything like spectacularly well. They don't rush the passer well. They don't stop the run all that great. They don't stop the pass all that great, but they do everything kind of okay. They're just clutch. They're clutch and they finish games.
Let me ask you this. So would you say the Rams are okay, but they're proven right now early in the season they're not clutch?
They're definitely not clutch.
Yeah.
They can't finish in the red zone. They get kicks blocked. And they can't get a first down when you really need one. The Rams are a very good team, but they're not a clutch team.
I felt bad for that running back, man. Gosh.
Williams.
Dude, I mean, that was a hell of a play by that defensive tackle. I mean,
are you talking about when he got punched in the head and fumbled the ball?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was something else, wasn't it? Hell of a move, though.
I mean, regardless of the punch in the head, that ball was coming out. I mean, that was just a perfectly timed punch on that football.
It's something. I mean, good for him. Great technique. Like
he's going for the tackle at the same time as the punch. It was perfect.
Yeah, it was a great play. Collins, I think, was the guy that did that. It was an unbelievable play.
And really, the only thing he could have done, because he was late on the tackle, he was going to score.
He was going to score, yes.
And he just reached in there. The ball was a little low.
Fumbles at the 1 or half yard line are amazing to me. Like the amount of like clutchness or like I cannot believe that happened is mind blowing.
Was I the only one that on the final play of the game on that not on the final play but on that fourth down, the 4th and 1? Did you think it was the final play? Did you think that they called that really quick? Like there was no review, there was nothing?
Oh, the officials?
Yeah. I was just shocked at how quickly it was just game over without anybody going to the booth.
Yeah, but it didn't even look like he was even. You
know what?
I don't even know if he got to the line of scrimmage.
Scott, you're right. When they showed the replays, you're right. But watching it in real time, I thought he got it.
Well, they do institute that automatic replay stuff. Nobody even has to ask for it, which is such a great rule. So I know what you're saying, but that probably goes to show you how short they really like how just terrible of a call it really was by McVay. It felt like a boring. I don't know, man. I don't know how else to explain it.
It was a very anticlimactic ending to how the game. I mean,
they had plenty of time to think about it. They had a timeout. They were talking about.
There was 2 timeouts.
Right, that's
Fourth
right.
and 2 to win the game. 4th and 2 to win the game, and then it was like, let's go off the 3-hole, and you're like, they didn't even get to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, it's something about learning how to win or being clutch or not clutch. The Rams don't have it right now. The Broncos don't quite have it, do they? They don't have it yet.
Not yet.
Not yet, no.
They'd be 4-0 if they were clutch.
Correct. They would be 4-0. So would the Rams. Or they'd be 5-0.
Broncos got a tight end going on the IR.
Oh, what are you seeing? IR.
Yeah.
Adkins?
Per Mike Kliss, no. Lucas Kroll learned yesterday after practice that he suffered a cracked bone in his foot, going on short-term IR.
Wow. So that's a month. What's Adkins' health? Because he's coming back from a concussion.
I don't know.
Damn, that sucks, man. Oh, hey, all right. Are we elevating Loner then? Is our basketball player getting? How about that? How about that for a fun part of the game this weekend?
There's no way they activate him.
I agree, Scott.
Well, wouldn't he be next up?
I don't know, but
yeah, I think you'll see a middle linebacker activated before.
Why? What was Kroll doing that was so critical?
Nothing. That's what I'm saying. They'll activate a linebacker for this game.
Scott's just reading the tweet.
No, I don't read tweets.
Did you really guess that? That's a hell of a guess.
Why? What do they do?
Because it says inside linebacker Garrett Wallow figures to be a strong candidate for the 53.
Well, but he was elevated last weekend too. That's all that's insinuating.
I know, but it'll replace him.
Did you know we had a guy named Garrett Wallow on the team?
I had no idea.
Right.
No, I'm just thinking you got a team and you want to make sure their run game isn't special and you know, the third tight end hasn't done anything. Heck, the second tight end really hasn't done anything for you. Why not run it?
It's Bud Light Football Friday. Wow, we're just coming in with play sheets. Coming in, look at all the work. Wow, you just have assistants, Tyler, doing all your prep work for you?
All I know is I'm coming out the gates with triple right Cali slam strike, wax left Cali slam strike.
Oh, who wouldn't?
Can. No, that's a can. Is that what the slash is?
No.
What's the slash?
The slash is that I have basically the same concept, two different formations that I can run it.
Got it.
Thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health. Visit them at revitalized-health.com. Coach, you have time for this today? Really?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yeah. I wanted to hang out with my guy Krecker and see Tyler Polumbus' triceps flared up.
I thought you were taking Mountain Vista seriously.
Oh, okay, guy. All right. How about I take all my jobs seriously? All right. Is that good, maybe? Huh?
Okay.
I don't see you producing 11 by 17s that are laminated, Darren.
You know what's kind of bothering me
That's for sure.
I don't know your lingo. I don't know what a lot of this stuff is.
Hey, I've been saying that for the last 3 years.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Yeah, the game tonight is Nate's on the call. You feeling good? Feeling good for your prep? You feel like you good to go?
My prep is terrific. My voice, not so much.
Oh, what's going
you a little
on?
sick there, buddy?
We shall see.
Oh.
Yeah, I got a case of the October gunk going on.
Are you
right
feeling
now.
schlitty?
Schlitty. My guy.
Hey, congratulations, by the way, for your Cubbies.
Do you know how many pitchers have ever thrown 8 shutout innings with 12 strikeouts in a postseason game?
I thought that was 0.
That is none. Schlittler was the first.
How about that?
Yeah.
Against his hometown Boston Red Sox.
Cam Schlittler. What a game for him last night. How about the Padres accosting the umpires on their way?
Oh, that was pretty good.
Off the field last night.
You know what? They deserved it.
That call was terrible.
That was absolutely. I mean, are you kidding me?
That pitch to Xander Bogaerts was 8 inches below the zone.
No, all I could think was rigged. Like that thing's rigged.
Good. Yeah, it's about time the Cubs got a break. So I'm thrilled with it. No complaints here.
I had no idea baseball season was still happening.
Oh, it's the best time.
Really? Actually, I like football. Okay, I like talking about the Broncos.
We had 3 game 3s yesterday.
Nothing better than a game 3
in the wild card round, and we'll get it going tomorrow in the National League. So
they should do them all best 2 out of 3.
To get it over quicker.
It makes it fun.
Just get to the football a little quicker.
No. I mean, nothing to do with that. I'm just being dead serious. I think it's exciting. It makes the game freaking count.
Next round is
best
of 5. They go best of 5 and then best of 7 the rest of the way.
Can we get your picks for the Broncos game? With Tyler and Scott got them losing. I got them winning. Vic's got them winning. Moser has them losing, and if they win, he will kiss Vic. Don't know why. Don't know about Kaner. Where are you guys at?
On the lips.
Yeah, so we just talked with the executive producer of the WIP in Philadelphia.
That's a big time sports talk station.
Yeah, so we had him this morning.
It's not the WIP.
Whatever it is. I don't really care. Okay. All I know is that it's a station where they just are negative all the time and scream at each other.
It's awesome.
Nature of Philadelphia sports.
Yeah, and they talk about your mom.
Zaskin on that?
Yeah, all that. But he came on. The executive producer came on part of the afternoon show.
And?
The feel in Philadelphia is that they hate their offensive coordinator.
They hate him.
They despise him.
They hate him.
They think he's the worst thing ever, and that he is actually just Nick Sirianni's little boy band member that he promoted, and he was waiting for the perfect time to promote him so he could take care of his guy, Nicky Patullo.
They hate him.
Yeah, just a couple Italians, man, taking care of each other, right?
They don't run RPOs.
Dude, it's the craziest.
They don't
thing.
run RPOs. What are you doing? It's you won a Super Bowl that way.
Have you seen the Bash Brothers celebration whenever they do something well, the two of them?
It's not a good look. Because they hate the fan base there hates him, and so I had a theory about how the Broncos beat the Eagles.
What's that?
They capitalize on negativity in Philadelphia. And here's how it goes down.
Self-loathing?
Is that I am, for the first time in my life, going to be rooting for the Los Angeles Dodgers to beat the Philadelphia Phillies.
Oh, just
in Philly.
Get them ticked off.
Get them all angry.
Yeah.
And then they're like, oh, now we got to watch this stupid freaking offense.
Not
freaking
bad.
Patullo is just Sirianni's guy.
I told you so.
Yeah, I like that. That's pretty solid.
Just get bad vibes going into Lincoln Financial. Just right across the parking lot from Citizens Bank.
Somebody let Santa show up,
That place is so negative.
Dude,
what is it about Philly that's so freaking negative? Like, Boston's pretty negative.
Oh, it's you know what it really has become, though, a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like it whatever, they booed Santa, that whole thing. They booed Kobe at the All-Star game. They do all that, but then it became wow, they really boo a lot in Philadelphia. Those guys are really kind of jerks. And then they just leaned into it as hard as they possibly could because they're like, oh, this is our cute thing, is that we're raging a-holes.
The way they were booing their team at halftime of the Rams game when the Rams were dominating them was unbelievable. But they find a way, the Rams or the Eagles. They do find a way.
I'll tell you this, though,
so
guys.
Who are you guys taking then?
I firmly believe, though, that Denver as a football town, I don't think we do this for any other sport, as a football town, we've got some Philly vibes.
I agree.
We
do.
Yeah, we do.
I agree.
No, hotter people, but we definitely, the rage thing, I've seen Peyton Manning get booed in that stadium before.
I was there.
Yeah.
Just broke the all-time passing record, by the way.
And he was getting booed. Like I have heard the Broncos getting booed in their own building plenty of times.
Oh, and don't think that fan base wasn't ready to boo Bo Nix had he not had the performance against the Bengals that he did.
Yeah.
It was starting to turn that way, and everybody was starting to think that DMac was full of all kinds of things.
Yes,
on draft night. But you know what? DMac saved by the Bo Nix Bengals performance.
Oh, wait till this weekend.
He's going to have a good game.
I think so.
He's not going
to
be great. He's just going to be above the line.
It's all he has to be.
Amen.
That's all that he has to be. There's the can we stop with the weekly is Bo Nix elite discussion? He's not. But he can be a good NFL quarterback. That the dumbest thing that has unfortunately happened to football discourse in the United States is that it's, oh, are you the capital E elite? Are you one of the top three? If not, you suck, and I hate you. No, you don't have to be that. Bo Nix just has to be the 12th best quarterback in the NFL. And if you couple that with this defense, with the quality of coaching and play calling that they get, and with a run game that you actually commit to, this is a team that can go really, really far and maybe even win something cool.
That's the blessing for Bo Nix of being in the situation, personnel-wise, that he's surrounded with. Would you agree?
It's the situation to you.
Situation? Who says that? Who's this?
Sean Payton.
That's right. He's a situation. Is that he doesn't have to be in a situation like Cam Ward is in Tennessee, where it's showing that Cam Ward has to be unbelievable for that team to even have a chance to compete. And he's not. So then it's like every other first pick of the draft quarterback that ends up being a flameout because immediately they're looked at to cover a multitude of sins for a franchise.
And that's just it. But all the Bo Nix has to do is go out and be the guy that Sean Payton wanted, the guy that avoids negative plays, a guy that, you know what, he's going to hit some, he's going to miss some, but that's okay. As long as you don't kill your team with bad turnovers and taking sacks, which generally Bo Nix does not do, given the quality of this defense, this should be a double-digit victory team easily this season.
Wait, but have either one of you given your official prediction for this game?
I think you guys are going to wait till the end of your show, but me only being a short-term member of this show, I'm going to say it's going to be 20-14 Broncos.
Okay.
Low-scoring affair.
I think it is going to be low-scoring. I got the Eagles winning this thing. I think Fangio is going to is going to make it tough on this offense. I think the Broncos defense is going to show out. They're going to do their thing, but there's some dogs in that secondary in Philadelphia. I think it's going to be tough to get the passing game going. And I'm concerned that if Denver finds themselves down in this game, they're not going to be able to pass their way back into it. I got a 23-17 Eagles win.
DMac always keeps pressing me till I give the exact crystal ball prediction. A score isn't good enough. I got to have the situation. How does it break down? Who's got the ball at the end of the game? Who messes something up? So my hot take on it, I do think the Broncos are going to be in this thing. I think that the Broncos fans are going to have every reason to be excited watching it. At the end of the day, what it's going to come down to, you're probably trailing by a touchdown. You got to go win. You might have the ball. And you know what? When you play Vic Fangio defense, you can move the ball between the 20s.
Yeah.
So you're probably going to have an exciting drive. You know what? We got a chance to go win this thing. And then guess what? Philadelphia has got the number 1 ranked red zone offense and the number 3 ranked red zone defense. Yep. Probably comes down to a play. Probably comes down to a 4th and 2 that you got to convert, and you just don't get it done. Philly's just too freaking good in the red zone.
Something you just said, though, and this is a good strength on strength, because you're right. They're the best red zone offense in the NFL. 100% of the time they go, they score. They 11 for 11, scoring touchdowns from inside their opponent's 20.
Which in the National Football League is ridiculous, right?
It's
how
absurd.
hard is it to score touchdowns in the red zone? How hard is it to run the football in the red zone?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
The Rams lived in the red zone last night.
Flip side of it, Broncos have the best red zone defense in the NFL. Opponents have only scored 3 touchdowns in 11 trips.
And you know what that
so
really
far.
came down to? That Colts game.
Mm-hmm.
When they had 6 red zone opportunities, you held them to a field goal on 4 out of the 6.
Huge. Yeah. That's phenomenal.
And then they really didn't let Tennessee nor the Bengals in the red zone, right?
Right.
The Bengals had 1 trip.
Yes, they did on the opening
drive,
opening possession. That was it.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Other than that, they got across the 50 once.
One time,
and
then didn't do it the last 9 drives.
What are you guys doing? What are you doing? What is happening?
Don't you have a job?
The team is terrible.
Nate, I'll see you tonight, Coacher. I don't know if you heard me, but I told the world that you're on the hot seat. You got to pull this game out tonight.
That's great.
So
awesome.
Just good luck.
Funny.
I
Really
hope you're
funny.
I hope
Good-
you're not
good
on the
humor.
hot seat for real.
Really good humor.
Hot seat time.
Yeah, good humor.
Hot seat time.
Awesome.
Let's go.
I tell you what, man.
Big game against Mountain Vista.
Yeah, Mount Vista's good, man.
Highlands Ranch Sports Talk Radio is roasting Sanford right now.
Good. Really good.
Yeah. Blake and Skylar in the afternoon, and those two, man, they're letting Sandman have it.
Who's Blake and Skylar? Just some arbitrary names from Highlands Ranch.
Braylon and Tegan in the afternoon, just crushing you. How you feeling, buddy?
I have a lot of Ashers.
I bet
tons
there
of
are.
Ashers.
Are any of them a real pain in the Asher?
I see what you did there. I'm doing good, man. I'm excited for a good weekend of football. All kinds of football.
It's going to be a good weekend of football. Obviously, conference play is opening up in high school football tonight. Sandman's Fowler Christian Eagles against the Golden Eagles of Mountain Vista tonight. We'll have that game for you on Altitude Sports Radio. And then let's do this thing. By the way, we got CSU in action.
Where are they at?
San Diego State.
Are they? They're not. You didn't mean that as if they're playing currently at 3:07.
No, they're playing at 8:30 tonight.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. I didn't know it was a Friday night game.
8:30 this evening.
The only way I knew is Marty Cesario, my buddy and neighbor, is posting pictures from the beach, and
it's
I
good.
hate him right
It's good
now.
life right there.
Snapdragon Stadium out there
I
in San
still have
Diego
yet
State.
to attend.
I've not been
Snapdragon.
there either.
It looks very sunny, and it looks like the grass is always fighting for its life.
For its life.
It always looks dead.
Yes.
I don't know why. It must be below the water table like Stanford was.
Good-looking stadium, though. San Diego State CSU tonight, so that's a big part of our football weekend. Obviously, we got Buffs tomorrow, 5:30, Andy, 5:30 on the road to TCU, I believe. Yes.
Yeah, not at home. Oh, I can't complain.
Are you going?
They finally gave us 1:30.
Are you going? You probably would
already be there.
He would be there. He is.
Where
he
is
here.
TCU? What city is that in?
It's in Fort Worth.
Fort
Worth.
Amon G. Carter Stadium.
Welcome to the Amon, bro.
Maybe I should have gone there instead of Houston, but oh well.
Should I give the pukiest broadcast that I can tonight for you, Sam?
Lean all the way in.
Welcome to Valor Christian.
I would say no, don't do that.
I don't know.
Whatever you did last week, just do something different this week just to change it up for me.
Hey, how happy are the Valor parents going to be to see you
I know,
back in the
right?
building?
Hey, it's that jerk
You
again.
didn't bring the other guy, did you?
You kept yelling when the other team scored.
Yeah, I had a bunch of parents asking me, who's the guy that said he's your friend? He's a flat bill wearing ska looking. Who is that guy, man?
No, you did. You had a parent mean mugging us.
I was
getting mighty close to going, look, dude.
I think they were mean mugging you because they knew that you're friends with me and they didn't like me.
Either way, I was going to look, man, all we can do is call the game on the field. You want the story written? Tell a different story.
That's what I'm saying. That's there you go. Go get him tonight. Hey, good chance to bounce back though for you. Guys, the Broncos are in Philadelphia on Sunday at 11 a.m. By the way, you mentioned a baseball connection there before of you are now a Dodgers fan so that they beat the Phillies. Okay? Let me give you another little baseball connection in this game. Do you guys realize that the Philadelphia Eagles have won 20 of their last 21 games that they have played?
Do you know how hard that is?
It's
at any
unbelievable.
level.
Meaning,
hold on, isn't that Rockies like?
Meaning, if they win one more
they tie the
Sunday
Rocks.
against the Broncos, they would match the Rocktober 2007 Colorado Rockies in winning 21 of 22.
Who knew there was something you wanted to compare to the Rockies in? Who knew?
And of the positive variety, nonetheless.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
the craziest thing.
There was a time when this town had Andy, we were here that year. It was unbelievable.
Oh, it was fun.
This is why, again, I go back to the argument of like running the Rockies. It is a good opportunity because they will love you if you win. They will love you and if you lose, they'll still go. They just won't like you.
You've seen a lot of that national narrative that's surrounding how this is a very, very exciting job for people in baseball.
It can be.
Because of that very thing.
I very much believe that this can be a great job. Caveat if the owner gets the hell out of the way.
As it is always said in sports and coaching and general manager roles, you never want to replace the guy. You want to replace the guy that replaced the guy. Or in the case of the Rockies, you just want to replace the guy because there's never been a guy.
You just want to be the guy.
Yeah,
they
because
really
there's
haven't had
never been a guy. Like, how good is that?
Yes, Hurdle's the closest thing you got,
Dan
right?
O'Dowd was the guy.
Yeah.
Like now that we look back on it, and boy, did we complain about Dan O'Dowd at the time, but he and Kelly McGregor were the guys.
And that was a while ago.
Sure was. It sure was.
Yeah, Hard Baylor were a fun
19 years ago?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Is that the last time that...
Oh, 26.
No, but I'm saying the last time they were a part of this at all.
Oh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, they were in the post, and 18 was the year they went and...
But they didn't do it the way they're doing now.
They played the Brewers and scored 2 runs the entire series.
If they'd have done a Cubs-Rockies 3-gamer like they do now, would the Rockies have advanced?
Well, I mean, the Cubs didn't hit in the one game, so...
What about the D-backs the year before? So they went to back-to-back wild card games, which to me, the wild card then, when it was a one-game thing, that almost doesn't count as the playoffs. But
it
they
is,
made
though.
it. They made it to face the Brewers.
163 is not the playoffs, but
playoffs?
A wild card game is. Last week, second half, Buccaneers-Eagles. I want to take you guys back. Bucs played a lot of man coverage in the first half of that game,
which is out of character for the Bucs. Big zone team.
They went nothing but zone in the second half.
Bad call.
No, it was.
It worked out good.
First half, Jalen Hurts 15 of 16 for $130 and 2 tutties. Second half, he was 0 for 8. He did not complete a pass against nothing but zone coverage in the second half last week against the Bucs. Okay, you're Vance Joseph and Sean Payton. You have now broken down where Tampa Bay had a whole bunch of success, okay? You're the Broncos. You are a man identity football team. You have Patrick Surtain and Riley Moss. You man the bleep out of those dudes, and you take them out of that game. But you also know you're going up against a quarterback in Jalen Hurts who can have some success against man, but is cheeks against the zone. All right? How do you play this game? Do you give Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia the same game plan you gave Jake Browning and the Bengals last week?
They've been saying that Vance has been playing more zone. That was a talking point on ESPN this morning. He's zoned up a little bit more than we're used to. When you got the corners that the Broncos have, they're not afraid to go man. I would say, here's the thing. Remember last year, and I was told Sean Payton influenced it. When they went against Baltimore, they zoned up.
Yeah.
And frankly, the first drive, Coach, when we saw it last week, I was like, are we going to do this again where you just kind of don't play to your identity and then we throw up a game because we're not doing what we should be doing? I'll be curious to see what they do this week. Here's my thing. I don't care, man or zone. You just have to have an answer. You brought it up yesterday, Nate. I didn't really think about it. It's now been in my nightmares. You have to have an answer for Saquon Barkley as a pass catcher out of the backfield.
Right.
You have to have an answer for that.
And that's been the deficiency of the Broncos' pressure-based man coverage outfit this year.
So
because
you tell
they don't
me who's
have,
doing it.
Yeah. And that's where Saquon is getting his this year. It's kind of like Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey's not getting his as a put the ball in his belly and tell him to go run power outside zone and counter, and he's going to go get it. The two of them have found their production through the air. I think they're going to have answers for that. I think that you're going to use your edge players at times as peelers when you free release a Saquon Barkley, which is okay because Jonah Ellis can cover the flats. He's shown it. Nick Benito is dangerous in space.
Mm-hmm.
He does a good job. But you got to stay with your identity because I go back to that year, that game a year ago, 2024. You're playing against one of the hottest players in football, and that's Lamar Jackson. And clearly, Sean Payton said, he went into Vance Joseph's office and said, whatever you do, keep eyes on Lamar Jackson. And the way to do that is play split safety coverages and play zone. Because when you're in man, if that guy runs past you, what do? You run with him and you lose eyes on the quarterback, right?
Yep.
How did that go for you? Well,
not well.
Not well whatsoever because you played in that game, and I'm pulling up some insights right here from pro.nfl.com, is that Lamar Jackson, who finished with a perfect passer rating of 158.3 in the Ravens win over the Broncos, he threw it against a high volume of zone coverage, which was the Broncos had played the third highest percentage of man coverage going into that game, of man coverage, and in that game they played nearly 70% zone.
So
they are not good at zone.
Okay, so then the flip side of this is for Vance Joseph to say they can kill man defense. We're going to try and do it anyway because we think we got the horses. This becomes a Jimmy's and Joe's matchup more so than a schematic matchup when you look at that.
Well, don't you just have to ultimately fool them into what they're looking at? Let them think it's man, then your zone, vice versa, things like that. Can't you mix it up? Remember, Peyton Manning talked about that on the Manning cast, the very first game of the year, where he goes, well, they fooled me. I thought they were in man. Turns out they're in zone.
Disguise the looks as much as you possibly can, and then the question is, like, okay, is Philadelphia then going to have an answer for that and actually lean into their RPO game and force you to show your hand more? That's what we got to see. We have so much to do today on the show. It's a Friday afternoon. Mike Sanford is with us for hour number one. Kreckman and Lindahl, dude, we're getting ready for the Broncos and the Philadelphia Eagles on Sunday. The measuring stick game. Keep it here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Scott Friday on a Bud Light Football Friday. The Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Jeff Legwold coming up 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Mark Johnson will join us from the Dallas Metroplex ahead of Buffs and TCU at 4:45. 5 o'clock, high five. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL going into the NFL weekend. 5:20 Broncos-Eagles drinking game. We're going to have a fun one today. I think you're going to be buzzed on Sunday. So lock in Kreckman and Lindahl, getting you all set for your football weekend all day long. By the way, our football weekend started last night, and it was a killer for me, all right? Now, I know I had Kyron Williams in fantasy, and he put up 27 points last night, but if he scores that third tutty and puts that thing away and the Rams get that victory in regulation, I think that is a hole that the Sanford prison experiment would not be able to climb out of. Instead, coughs the ball up. I mean, I say coughs the ball up. That's one of the great forced fumbles you're ever going to see in the NFL. I mean, he's got the end zone, and just that D lineman's arm, that thing's a tree. That's like it's just a club goes swinging through there and knocks the ball out. You can see Kyron was just absolutely crushed. And then the Niners going to win that thing in OT. What a coaching job by Kyle Shanahan. He had nobody last night, and he goes and wins that game on the road. Unbelievable.
All right, I got a question. How long before you regret the $50 million a year you gave Brock Purdy?
Immediately.
Serious.
Is this not the same thing that's happened with Jimmy G and Trey
Over and
Lance
over and over again.
and Kirk Cousins
Yeah.
and RG3? This is I think that Kyle Shanahan legitimately has a commitment problem. And he always finds just the sexier female in the case of his quarterbacks.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. If I were Kyle, I'd have been doing the old, you might be more Mrs. Right now than Mrs. Right with Brock Purdy.
And that's kind of what I said. Why pay him?
I don't know.
Because Kyle Shanahan's proven time and again that he can make chicken salad out of chicken, you know what?
See, but I always looked at it and said, pay Brock, but the Baker Mayfield contract.
Right. What was that, 30, 40, not 50?
Right.
Not that high.
The 50-plus thing, NFL owners and in general managers and just the industry, I suppose, haven't they kind of screwed themselves with it's either 55-plus or it's we'll find a retread. We'll go get Sam Darnold or Geno or whatever it is. And
or Mac Jones.
Where is the middle ground in all of that? Where again, you can have a quarterback that is just fine, and you pay him like he's just fine, because I think Brock Purdy's ceiling is fine.
No, I'm with you. We have no quarterback middle class anymore. It's
right.
Because they know, and you know what was the start of this, in my opinion, and maybe you could pick up an earlier example, but in my opinion, it was Andy Dalton. Okay, Andy Dalton was a good quarterback.
Yep.
They were going to the playoffs with him.
Every year.
It felt like they had things on track. And for those who don't remember, there was a 5-6 year period of the start of his career where he was a pretty good quarterback.
Yeah.
Okay. He wasn't necessarily. He was he a Pro Bowler? He might have been like a Pro Bowl replacement or something. But listen, he was a good quarterback. They were winning games, and you don't necessarily want to shoo that out of the building. And he knew that there was some team desperate enough with the ballyhoo and hype would give him some money. But sooner or later, these NFL teams have to circle back around and just go, look here. We view tiers the way the media view tiers, and Brock Purdy, you ain't in the $50 million tier. Why are we doing that? Why are you doing that? Because you know what else is pointed out about what Mac Jones did last night before people think I'm making too big a deal? He was down Kittle. He didn't have Deebo Samuel anymore. He doesn't have Brandon Ayuk. He didn't have half the weapons available to him that Brock Purdy has actually made function. I don't know. And I know I heard PhD on my way in talking about how they don't think that he'll that Shanahan would bench Brock Purdy because of the money. I don't think Kyle Shanahan cares. That's a John Lynch problem. Are we winning games? That's kind of what Kyle's like. Hey, what do you mean my second round, the guy we traded half our picks for isn't playing well? See ya.
Here's the one thing that Kyle Shanahan's got going for him when it comes to that decision. I think the decision will probably get made for him because Mac Jones got obliterated a whole lot last night. That their offensive line is not stopping anybody. So chances are, by the time Brock Purdy's ready to return, Mac Jones is going to be
they
hurt
may
too.
carousel this thing the whole year. Every 4 games, it's someone else's turn because they can't block.
But in evaluating just what we've seen from Mac Jones, do you guys remember in that preseason game with the Broncos and the 49ers, Mac Jones looked fantastic.
No, he came out and threw darts everywhere.
And it reminds me that sometimes what happens in the preseason
isn't always an illusion.
No, not always. And that's why I still come back to this Jarrett Stidham thing, not about the Broncos, not about a quarterback controversy, because Bo Nix quieted all of that with a great performance against Cincinnati. Not a great team, but he went out and did his dang thing. I know you can get something for Jarrett Stidham for one of these teams that's quarterback.
Don't you need to keep him around just in case Bo gets hurt?
I love Sam Ehlinger, and he played great in preseason football.
You and Scotty really want good old Stiddy out of town.
I want return on investment. I want to be able to get something back for a player that you are handsomely compensating.
But Mike, let's be realistic about the situation. I don't disagree with your contention. Go and trade an asset for something, because we've just got done blasting the Rockies for never doing that. Right. And now there's an article in The Athletic making fun of him for it. But my thing is, here's the one thing Mac Jones has going for him, or guys like that, high pick that people had high grades on. I feel like again, the Zach Wilson thing. One of the reasons why you and I had talked last offseason about maybe you try to shop the guy, people had the second round or the second pick grade on him in the first round. Stidham never had that. I don't know that you have somebody that has some book somewhere going, man, I really thought this guy was the guy. Let's go try to make a value deal here.
Yeah. No, you're right about that.
Okay, but also isn't one of the whole keys here is that in Stiddy, don't you have a backup quarterback that, quite frankly, much like your starter, does not have elite physical traits, but he is going to have a good working knowledge of the system. Sean Payton knows the difference between real and a fraud when it comes to, do you know my system and have this thing mastered? That's why he brought Jarrett Stidham back and put him on the team this year. This is why I think he thinks as highly of Stiddy as he does, is it's like, okay, I know this guy can go out onto the field and run my system. And again, think of how Denver is built. They're not built to win on quarterback play. Not here in 2025. And so
Sean wants them to be.
He wants them to be, but I think he also knows he's got a developing quarterback right now, and that's why he says things like, hey, a defense in a run game is a quarterback's best friend. So I think he looks at it and says, okay, should something happen to Bo Nix, which it very well could. Quarterbacks are hurt all over the damn NFL, that Jarrett Stidham could come out and muddle you along and give you a 1-2 or a 2-1 stretch over 3 weeks, and your defense wins football games for you. And by the time your starter returns, your postseason hopes aren't torpedoed. I don't take backup quarterback play for granted in the NFL, because we have seen it before. Hell, we saw it in 2015 that backup quarterback play can be the difference between being a playoff team with a dangerous seed and home field advantage, or flunking out and finishing 7-10.
And even though Bo Nix is great at protecting himself, Bo Nix what I love about Bo and his awareness of his value to the system. He's not going and trying to take people on. He doesn't get all cocky about that, like I'm going to run you over. He just gets down,
generally,
gets back to the huddle. And
he doesn't Tebow it.
Right. He doesn't try to take bad hits. But we've all talked about it. He does need to run a little bit more. And when you run, you may not always get the hook slide in fast enough. That's why you got to have the guy you trust. Now, I would say this. For a game, I want Stidham in there for a game. If Bo were to have something to happen where we're talking about multiple weeks, I'd be intrigued to see what a Sam Ehlinger could do over the long haul. I just don't know that that's the way that they would go.
Sam Ehlinger's skill set wise is more comparable to Bo Nix than Jarrett Stidham is. Both were deemed to be dual threat quarterbacks coming out of high school, whereas Jarrett Stidham was a pro style guy. I recruited and evaluated all these guys back in the day. I remember going to see Sam Ehlinger at Lake Travis High School down in Austin, Texas, at Westlake High School in Austin, Texas. Same high school as Drew Brees. Yep.
Maybe they'll get lunch next offseason. I don't know.
Well, it also Sean probably can't help but no. You went to Drew school, right? Oh, okay. I like you.
High school football on Altitude Sports Radio continues tonight. Nate Kreckman, that guy's the best.
That
and
guy
Tyler
sucks.
Polumbus.
That guy's buff.
Tyler Polumbus. They call the action between First off, this says number 3 Valor and number 4 Mountain Vista. I'm going off the CHASA composite rankings. I got number 5 Mountain Vista, number 6 Valor Christian tonight.
Whoa,
on 92.5.
Wow. So who gave you those rankings?
With a
We
7
have different
p.m.
rankings?
kickoff.
A lot of different.
Get your damn act together.
A lot of discretion.
There's a lot of different
Discrepancies
polls, Andy. You got your AP, you got your coaches,
Right. Well,
you got your Harris poll.
We got multiple for high school football.
You got your Sagarin computer rankings. Actually, no, they literally, I think it's a composite between the Max Preps rankings and RPI, which CHASA runs. So anyway, it's
you know what I love? Mike Sanford's going to walk into the locker room tonight and he's going to go, boys,
we're dogs.
One of my coworkers just said that we're the 6th best team in this state, not the 3rd.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I'm just, again.
It's time to go out there and show the world.
You know what's weird is
we're
that
number 2.
when we got the break speed office by Ralston Valley,
we
actually went up in one of those polls.
You did.
It was really cool. I was like, gosh, should lose more. This is really fun.
What did Ralston Valley do?
Strength
they
of
was
schedule.
number 2.
Yeah, they
'cause
bounced.
It's a strength of schedule at 5-0.
Mm-hmm.
5-0, and they've obliterated everybody.
High school football powered by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHASA. All right, here's a question that I have on this Eagles team, the 2025 Eagles. And tell me if this sounds like any football team you guys know, okay? Right now, Saquon Barkley is at 3.1 yards per carry, 22nd in rushing yards per game, 59.3. That doesn't sound like a guy that went for 2,000 yards last year. The Eagles are the second team over the last 90 years to start 4-0, despite being offensively outgained in all 4 games that they have played. They have outscored their opponents by 20 points this season, tied for the 5th lowest point differential by a team to start 4-0 in NFL history. Are the 2025 Eagles just the 2024 Chiefs?
Yes, I've been thinking that. I have been feeling that way for the entire week as you do a deep dive.
Yeah.
Last year's Chiefs, there was nobody that you were wanting to sign up for your fantasy football team that was creating a lot of production. Right now, that's kind of what the Eagles feel like.
Right.
It's a good defense. It's a solid defense, but it lacks a little bit of the punch that they had last year because they had to pay the championship tax and part ways with some of their front players because they were good. I mean, that was scary good defensive front a year ago.
Are the Eagles just the team that's not that good, but they just figure out how to win every week because they've just got that thing and they have the advantage of the tush push? There's no 3rd and 2 that they're not going to convert no matter what. It's what it looks like. Sure, what it looks like. That's why right now, if you talk to people from Philadelphia, they're like, we're 4-0 and we suck.
Oh, well, yeah, when you said, does this sound like any team we know? This sounds like Vic Fangio's Teddy Bridgewater Broncos, does it not? Remember, they started out 3-1. Everybody hated this team. It's the most winning we'd seen in a while. People could not stand it.
Yeah.
Now, I think the Philly offense is better than what Vic was dealing with Teddy Bridgewater, and I think Jalen Hurts is better than Teddy Bridgewater.
Mm-hmm.
But nonetheless, what you're describing is a team that's winning and the fans are just waiting for it all to crumble. You and I, from the moment that Teddy Bridgewater year started, the text said, it's not going to last, it's not going to last, it's not going to last. And we got on people for not just enjoying the first month of the season, because guess what? It didn't last, and none of us were shocked, and then you were grumpy at the end of the year. If they have a bad game against the Broncos, they being the current Eagles, the current employers of Vic Fangio, could this whole thing just kind of crater like paper mache?
Nick Sirianni's felt like he's been on the hot seat even when he's coaching in a Super Bowl.
This is silly to say, though, because remember, they've won 20 of 21.
It's
but
crazy.
I'm with you.
It's
and not
insane.
even just that. Their wins this year are against Dallas, who scores like 50 every week. The Chiefs, who, even though I think they're frauds, are the Chiefs. The Rams, that's a good team.
They're a 3-2
Super
team
Bowl
now?
contender.
And Tampa, who's legit good.
Off to a hot start this year. One of the fun teams of the start of this season has been the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Baker Mayfield.
That was their first loss last week.
So,
yeah,
they're not just beating up on the Jets and Giants,
right?
Or the Titans and the Bengals without Joe Burrow.
Yeah, this is one of the toughest schedules in the NFL that these guys have played so far this year, and look at where this team's at right now. Now, this is what's so funny about this game is in so many ways. This is the get right game opportunity for Philadelphia. Like you would be You're going up against one of the very best, if not the best defenses in the NFL, certainly one of the best pass rushes in the league. We know that for a fact, and quite frankly, secondaries, because we know how good that secondary is. And you're going up against an offense that did score 28 points last week. Again, caveat of we know what the opponent was, but hey, 28 points, and Bo Nix just threw for 326 yards, which is a career high, and they found a run game, and it was consistent, and it wasn't one of those, boom or bust kind of run games. It was like we're actually having a success rate that is respectable and getting 5-6 yards on first down. And so, like, this opportunity right here is either like Philadelphia is fine or Philadelphia is the paper tiger. But how is this team going to respond if Denver comes out and plays well and smacks them in the mouth and has a lead at halftime?
I'm going to give you a reason why I'm picking the Broncos this weekend. It's nothing but trends. I can't really – look, I'm very worried about Bo Nix against Vic Fangio for the first time. I would be worried about Bo Nix against Vic Fangio, period, because Vic Fangio seems to break good quarterbacks. You and I laid out yesterday. He laid out the plans to stop the Jared Goff Rams.
Yep.
He's the one that gave everybody the blueprint against the Chiefs. Now, nobody has the patience to play it. They all got to go blitzing after Mahomes.
Yep.
He sat there the whole Super Bowl and said, hey, take a look at these four.
Well, and he could rush those four.
And he can rush
those
with
four
those
were
four.
pretty
Fair
good.
enough.
And he has got a defense that can man you up this year, which is Bo's kryptonite.
But at the end of the
Still
day,
loves zone, though,
I'm
doesn't
going
he?
with the trend of October Shawnee. October Shawnee's a different deal, and we
Okay.
just hit October, so I like that.
And you got your boo hat on. You got your ghost hat on.
I got my ghost hat on, so it's look. I got Pat Patriot.
Oh,
I
let's
got the
go.
Headless Horseman snapping his head.
You're October mode.
Oh, it's
October
it's
Lindahl
all
series.
You got to come over to the house.
Oh, it gets weird over there, huh?
Yeah. Well, that's not an October thing. Look, and the other trend is the main thing is that Sean gives us surprises, but I just think last year when Bo got a game, remember it was the Tampa game. Bo got that game because look, Bo looked like crap up till the Tampa game. Let's not kid ourselves. There's a month of us going, what's going on here?
Looked like
When are you
crap
gonna
up
open
until
this
the
thing
Bengals
up?
game, right?
Then he shows and then he just kind of went on his own little
Got
run.
going.
Kind of got the confidence he needed, and things got going. I'm hoping history repeats itself. Okay, I'm not going to be shocked. Would you guys be shocked if it's a blowout? I'll be a little shocked if this one's a blowout.
I will be shocked.
Look, if it's a blowout, I said it before, I'll say it again. If it's a blowout, then nothing's changed from a year ago. They cannot get blown out.
I don't believe that Patullo, the offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles, is capable of blowing anybody out.
What about Pituitary?
It's a good gland. Keeps you going.
Power rank
Keeps
the
you growing.
glands.
It leads to puberty. I think so.
Really?
I believe it does.
All right.
Where do you come down on the duodenum?
Yeah.
Kreckman and Lindahl show on a Bud Light Football Friday. Getting you ready for Broncos and Eagles on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, we hope you're having a lovely Ska Friday. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Bud Light Football Friday as we get you set for the weekend that will be. CSU in action tonight. Buffs tomorrow. Don't forget Air Force Navy tomorrow as well in Annapolis.
CIC on the line.
That's for leg number 1 right there. Boy, Air Force's defense.
So bad.
I thought they were going to be a better team this year, and they're offensively they've been fine. Their defense is oof.
What was that? Like 11 of 13 third down conversions were successful for Hawaii.
Yeah. Mighty Micah Alahado and Hawaii. By the way,
Bishop Gorman product.
Are you bros with Timmy Chang?
Yeah,
he's an all-time great dude
and a great degenerate better too. Clearly,
former
knows every point spread for every game.
Former Broncos camp hand. Timmy Chang, he was once in camp with the Denver Broncos.
We were once whack rival quarterbacks when I was at Boise State, and he was the starting. I was the backup.
Yeah,
watching him throw
when
for
he was
a
at
gazillion
Hawaii.
yards for Hawaii.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know if we were really rivals.
Well, you were out there.
I wasn't out there. I was on the field.
Well, that's a version of it.
I was on the playing surface, but not on the actual game field.
That's a version of it. It's important.
I was in uniform.
Guys, when we're here doing this hour on Monday from 3 to 4.
Caught Anne Marie's attention. Anyway.
Hey.
It was the mutton chops I had back then.
What do we got to do? The mutton chops.
That's what I'm saying.
I had some serious sideburns back then with the backward hat. Nothing screams 2003 like backward hat and big old sideburns.
Nothing screams Cooter from... What was that stupid town? Hillberry? Where the hell did Andy Griffith live?
Mayberry,
That's what that sounds
Andy.
like.
Yeah. So no Davey O'Brien.
You were a mechanic with the Charlie Brown hat on.
But
no
you
Davey
did fine
O'Brien.
for yourself. Who's the Bronco we're going to be talking about on Monday? Who's going to be the guy?
Good or bad?
Good or bad?
If it's bad, Alex Singleton. I really hate picking on Alex Singleton because I really do like the guy.
Also,
I think
covering
he's tough.
Saquon Barkley's hard to do.
I get that, but
Yeah.
I'm worried that's what's going to get isolated.
Mhm.
Because here's what I worry, Coach. How do you? Because here's the thing. To me, you want to stay big in the middle so you can counter the run if that's what they choose to go with. But that also leads to the type of personnel that's going to then have to go figure out how to cover him out of the backfield. Like in a perfect world, we were talking about this. Maybe you bring up Hufanga to that dime backer spot. Put a Jade Barron or somebody back at the safety spot, whatever you got to do. PJ Locke, I don't care. But let maybe Hufanga worry about that cover responsibility. But then I don't know if that makes you a little too light to cover the run game if they were to get that thing going. Because it's not like that. We can't just rule out that they may actually, find their identity and go back to playing some quality offense. They could be bored with they're the Super Bowl champs, man. That hangover is a real damn deal. Whether you win or not, that first month of the season just feels like everything's like, how is this already this right now? So I hope they don't wake up because September ended. Cue the Billy Joe Armstrong.
Can I give you guys a little insider information about throwing to running backs?
Please.
Whatever looks good on film, like really good against the team and your game planning and formations, like, we're going to have the running back on this. They didn't cover the running back this time. That's the one thing that always gets fixed by defensive coordinators at every level. High school, college, they fix within that formation. They all of a sudden emphasize the fact that the running back was just cut loose. So I don't think that that's going to be a problem because there were some schematic issues that happened in that Indianapolis Colts game. Happened a little bit even in that Charger game. I don't think that you're going to have that.
Where are you making me feel better? It didn't happen against Cincy, but they also don't have a Saquon.
They also suck.
Yeah, but
they got Chase Brown.
The problem in
who ought to be a country
I would say
singer.
this: the Colts game felt like it was just, busted coverages. Nobody's responsible.
Jonathan Taylor only had 2 catches in that game.
And they were big.
What was different was when they got to the Chargers and then Omari and Hampton just kept converting first downs out of the backfield and killing you.
Well, look, the other problem, though, is both teams had tight ends you had a problem with.
Yeah.
Remember that? We thought the starting tight end for the Chargers going to being out was a big deal. Tyler Warren also ate him up. They got a guy named Dallas Goedert, who, by the way, I think is clear off the injury report.
Yeah,
how about this, too? Lucas Kroll. This hit the injury report today. Get your Ramos read ready. Lucas Kroll discovered a broken bone in his foot last night.
Ow.
It looks like he's going on IR.
Like
and he will not play. He's out.
Like he just found it?
He was feeling around. He's like, wait a minute. There's a hole there.
Am I right in saying that Evan Ingram had not one appearance on the injury report this week?
He did not.
That's good, right?
And we didn't see. Do we have any idea what's going on with Malcolm Roach? We'll have to ask Lake.
So eligible for this game.
Eligible to return.
But I haven't heard any whispers about it.
And again, Kliss wrote earlier this week that he has witnessed what Peyton's MO generally is on the soft tissue stuff is practice for a whole week, play the next week.
God, but how much would you love to have Roach?
It
This
would
is
help.
where you really wish you had Dre Greenlaw, is it not?
This
would solve everything we're trying to talk about.
This is a Malcolm Roach, Dre Greenlaw game, is it not?
It is, but also, like, you need Malcolm Roach against the Jets. You really do. Like, something I heard, by the way, on the Jets, this is wild, okay? Just going off success rate. Like, did you stay ahead of the sticks? Offensively and defensively, the Jets are the only team in the NFL that is top 10 in both of those metrics
That's so
right
crazy.
now.
And they're what record?
What are they, over?
I thought they were an 0-4 team.
Yeah, that's what's wild about it. But
it's weird. Every time I look up, there's a Justin Fields or Breece Hall highlight.
I know. The Jets are kind of one of those teams. By the way, the Jets play the Cowboys on Sunday.
That's going to be a drunk football contest.
I tell you what, man, if Broncos-Eagles wasn't at the same time, I might just sit and watch that entire 3 hours just because that game is going to be hilarious. You're absolutely right about that. I think it's going to look like the Steelers game did in week 1. Final score of that game is going to be like 38-34. It's just going to be something silly that's going to happen in that game. But the Jets can really run the ball. Like, that's Breece Hall's had a great year, and when Fields is out there, he can crush you with designed runs. So you need Malcolm Roach. My overarching point being, you need Malcolm Roach for that game.
Okay, did you hear anything about Benny and the Jets?
Santiago?
No.
Okay.
A lot of time passed before I could slip that one in.
Wait, what happened?
Was that a joke?
Benny and the Jets, you don't know the song?
But I know the song, but was that a joke?
Yes, it was a joke.
Sorry, Dad.
Trying to keep him on his damn. Yeah, it was a bad dad joke.
I didn't
It was
know,
a
Dad.
Nate Kreckman level dad joke that I slipped in way too late.
I'm so sorry.
Hey, look, the window closed. Dad forced it in there. I didn't care the DB was standing right next to the guy by that time. I threw it anyway, and it didn't work. Give me the Kelsey one. You can double Kelsey me for that one. That's fine.
Dad, do I still get my allowance for not laughing at that joke?
No. Nor do you get your Happy Meal. What do you think about that?
That's the worst.
Huh? What do you think about that?
Oh, man, I love October Happy Meals, too. They're always so fun. Halloween
Yeah,
themed.
you get the little Halloween bucket.
It's so good.
Have you ever done a sports-themed Halloween costume?
Yeah, 2 years ago, I was, I don't know.
I meant as a kid, but
I
okay.
did all the time.
I was, does aerobics count as sport? Because I was Richard Gere 2 years. Not Richard Gere.
Richard Gere.
Hamster's optional.
Wow.
Gerbils optional.
Whoa, that's
Simmons.
not a
I think you were
movie.
going for Simmons.
Simmons. Richard Simmons.
Richard
Simmons.
Simmons.
And also a very similar breath.
Well, a lot of neon spandex and a headband, you're saying?
Yeah, and I had the hair and the whole deal going. It was pretty good.
Did you perm up the hair and then frizz it out?
It was a wig.
That's
it was a good wig, and it had the skull kind of.
If you went to Sport Clips, they could have given you that haircut.
I could ask for the Simmons.
Do they have curlers at Sport Clips to perm out our guy?
I'm sure they do somewhere.
It's
a requirement.
Yeah,
you're a salon, are you
Benny
not?
and the Jets, man.
Yeah, get yourself a nice perm. Sure.
Is that going to be on next week's copy? Get yourself a nice perm.
Get a nice perm.
And an MVP.
Like our friend Mike Sanford.
While the rollers are in, they'll give you the massage.
Guys, I think we're going to be talking about Nick Bonito. I think when we get back here on Monday, I legit think that this is a massive Nick Bonito game. And again, I don't know if Denver wins this game. I'm picking Philadelphia to win it. I still think Bonito has a massive game coming up this week because I just think he's doing it week in and week out. He is destroying opposing defenses. By the way, and with all of our Nick Bonito love that we are giving out in this town, and it's well deserved. Do you guys realize who is number 2 in pressure rate in the NFL after Bonito?
Isn't it Zach Allen?
No, it's Jonathan Cooper.
That's insane.
Mr. Cooper.
Their edge rushers are the top 2 pressure guys in the entire NFL. So again, like, all right, what is going to be Patullo's answer to what is going on right now? That's what I cannot wait to see. And if Philadelphia bothers to get back to their RPO game in the slightest bit, which they're not doing it anymore, they're running the ball from under center, which is weird.
RPO not great versus true man coverage. because it's tightly contested. There's really nobody in conflict.
Mm-hmm.
It's good against zone coverage. It's good against their own defense. And seeing Fangio's quarters. So I don't think it's going to make a triumphant return unless out of nowhere you see Vance Joseph playing a bunch of it.
Defenses are playing zone on 75% of Jalen Hurts dropbacks so far this year, 10% higher than last year.
You know who they need? First off, we need to hear J.K. Dobbins. We need to be talking about him again, I think, if this is going to be a win, because I think you got to stick to that thing.
Yeah.
But if I think we need to hear about Marvin Mims again. I don't know if we will, but I think we need to. You need a Marvin Mims game. Would you take a Marvin Mims game?
Well, I would, because the kickers put him in the lineup this week against the Sanford prison experiment. So I need a big-time Marvin Mims game right here.
Yeah, right now he's looking a little better than my starting ex-receiver, Malik Neighbors. I just realized that when you brought up our matchup.
You should probably change your lineup, guy.
Probably need to check that.
Listen, if you saw the crap people I'm trying, I might go sign Ricky Bobby to play quarterback for me in this fantasy league at some point. You know how many guys are gone?
Uncle Rico is probably a better option.
Than what I got on the waiver wire.
I would
hate
go
this
Uncle
league.
Rico.
I'm never doing a
it's a
14-team league
ever.
again. There ain't nothing.
Once you get a guy
on
hurt,
the waiver wire,
you get a guy out for the year, you're done.
You're done.
You are done.
Especially the only good pick you had, 14. Yeah.
I got Malik Neighbors. He's gone.
Oh, I feel really bad for you.
It was
Are
going
you
good.
resorting to Tommy Cutlets as one of your options? I had to go. Who's the Danuch? Who the hell's playing for Baltimore? That was one of my options.
Cooper Rush.
Danuch, Rush, same guy. Both played for the Cowboys.
Both Benny and the
Both
Jets
bouncing
guys.
around. Although I guess Danuch gave it up and went to broadcasting. Remember that?
Danuch?
Yeah, he announced it on Twitter. He said I quit and then got a CBS college job or something.
That's so good.
Nice job by the Danuch.
The Danuch. Hey, man, he made a
Was
lot
that
of
the
stops.
tweet that he had, the airport beer?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
Nothing
Good for
hits,
him, man. He
nothing
had a
hits
career.
quite like I just
He
got
saw
laid
the
off.
world.
I just got laid off by my fourth NFL
He just
team
said I
kind
got
of beer.
fired on my day off. I like the Danuch.
I like that he said he got laid off by an NFL team. That's a great way to put it.
Well, at least he didn't announce his retirement. You don't get to retire until you've been established.
You know what sucks about that airport beer though is when they put the bill in front of you and you realize you just paid $13 for that beer and you're like, I don't have any income.
I'm out of a
right
job.
now.
I didn't make it to the regular season.
This wasn't a good idea.
I didn't get an actual regular season paycheck.
Call the owner of the franchise. Say, hey, is there any way you could
Hey,
give me an
could you,
advance?
yeah, hey, could you Venmo me a beer? I'd Venmo me $20.
Hey, we got Mountain Vista Valor Christian coming up tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio
Brought to you by who?
92.5, powered by Sport Clips, proud supporters of Chassa, Mike Sanford, and the Eagles on our air tonight. Kreckman and Lindahl, we keep rolling next. Kreckman and Lindahl, Ska Friday, Bud Light Football Friday. Jeff Legwald coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Then we'll go down to Tejas, and we'll check in with our buddy Mark Johnson as Colorado takes the act on the road this week against TCU. 2 touchdown dogs are the Buffs out on the road. Plus CSU is in action tonight. We're getting you all set for that one. It's all happening this weekend.
What's going on there real quick?
With CSU?
I want to real quick you. After
Quick
Sandman
me.
did it yesterday. I
Mhm.
ain't loud. What's your vibe on that? You're my Mountain West guy.
It's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Is it like a lame duck team out there waiting for something to happen? Does it
Jay's
feel
giving-
like they're just going to go ahead and ride this season out? What do you think is going to go on?
Jay's giving up play calling duties. Sounds like Matt Mummy is going to get back into the play calling role. We've had Matt on the show before. Awesome dude. He's going to retake the play calling duties over, and
we'll see.
Exactly.
Is this one?
I mean, you're going into conference play now. You got smacked by Washington State, who's in your conference as of next year. Like, you had to have a better showing at your own place. San Diego State is they're not a bad team. They're not a great team. They got the standard San Diego State problem where they have a problem with their quarterback play. But they shut out Cal a couple of weeks ago. Like, this is a tough game for CSU out on the road. They're a 5.5-point dog on the road at San Diego State. It's the Rams got to have this one, though. You're playing a Mountain West opponent. Again, another team that's in your conference next year. You got to have this one. You got to start winning games. Otherwise, it's just going to get uglier, and the attendance is only going to get crappier. You got to win games.
Yeah, dude. Man, it sucks. I like Jay so much. He's
Right.
always a fun conversation. You learn a lot. He's had an interesting background, but it's the life of a coach.
It is.
And he knows it.
Tough
I'm
biz.
just curious. You tell me. You've told me 1,000. It's weird for me because, again, I feel like this time of year, I say it all the time. Like, what are you really going to improve by getting rid of a coach at this point? You and I even kind of talked about that. But, again, it's about the optics of getting ahead of the job search. And college football is so messed up with its calendar right now. This is, again, another example of where I wish you could not hire a coach until after everybody's seasons are done. Period. And if you and you know what? Well, it doesn't give us a lot of time. Well, then don't fire your coach. Be better at hiring. I don't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe open a window. I mean, the playoffs. How long before the playoffs just start right after the season, and this thing's just a mini NFL?
It's only going to get bigger, man. It's all only going to get bigger.
By the way,
Yeah.
Texter sends it. I did not know this. According to Ben DiNucci's Instagram, he's coaching quarterbacks in Denver.
Really?
We got to find this guy.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm looking at Mark. Mark, get in the car.
Yell at
Go
him.
hit all the high schools. By the way.
Hold on.
Yeah, hey, Mark, maybe don't.
Back the car up a little bit. Proverbially speaking.
Yeah. Oh, he's over. He's working with a kid from Heritage.
All right. Way to go, Danucci.
I live in that end of town. I'll go look at the high schools. They'll let me in.
There's a guy out front with a Mustang.
Yeah, it's obnoxiously colored. Yeah, that's some old guy. Don't worry about that. By the way, Mark Springer,
Yeah.
you're not a TikTok guy.
Okay.
Pop open my TikTok. I don't even know why today. And there's Mark running in the park,
Training.
eating a burrito.
Training.
The Taco Bell 50K is happening.
We have got a full preview coming up at 5:45 today on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Before we get out of here, we are previewing the Taco Bell 50K tomorrow.
DMac heard it. He goes, a 50K. I go, yeah, 50K.
Oh.
Yeah, he said it like 9 times. I go, yes, it's a 50K.
50K.
He goes, that's like 30 miles. I go, well, apparently that's how long it takes to run to each Taco Bell.
It's a lot of them.
Uh-huh. Challenge him.
It's a lot of them.
Challenge him. Wrangle DMac into this somehow. That's your next deal.
Hey, I read 2 really fun Broncos stories this week that I want to bring up here on the show. First one, great piece about DJ Jones in the Denver Post this week. Luca Evans wrote this story about DJ Jones and kind of what DJ means to the culture of this Broncos team. Andy, you and I, we have a job in the afternoon, so we can't go cover open locker room anymore. We both have spent far too much of our life doing that. I did not know this about DJ Jones. He has his own corner of the locker room. He operates his own corner. He's sort of tucked in the back a little bit. He's got a cork board up there. and he has christened his area, and excuse me, but I'm going to read it exactly as it says, the Ugly Kona.
Okay.
The Ugly Kona, spelled C-O-N-A, the Ugly Kona. And as DJ Jones says, we grimy over here, this ain't the corner to come to smiling.
Wow.
The irony being that DJ Jones is a really pleasant guy, and like most people enjoy his company. But he's kind of a stabilizer on this team. He is a guy that is consistent week in and week out. He's beloved by his teammates. He is a dude that does what is often a thankless job in the middle of a defensive line, eating up blockers. Like he had some like big time early plays last week against Cincinnati, but like that's kind of not the norm for DJ Jones. He's there to take up space. That's what they pay him to do, and he does that job really, really well. But yes, he's a massive culture guy with this Bronco team, and everybody gravitates to him. And again, he calls it the Ugly Kona. But everybody seems to have a good time when they go.
He does seem like a good time.
Yep.
And look, he's been, I don't know how this free agent class is going to grade out. We just don't. But he has been one of the better free agents that they've signed. Look, this is one of the things, and I know people get all in their feels about George Payton, and I get it over the Russ contract and on. And frankly, the Randy Gregory contract wasn't great. You've had some free agent misses. But this one, DJ Jones isn't it. Zach Allen isn't it. You've got a few guys you've signed to second contracts again. That's pretty good. Don't always get that. Sometimes a free agents are a guy you sign once, then you let him walk.
I get the Broncos dark web wants to hold every miscue by a general manager in the NFL against them. But give me a friggin' break, okay? The guy was trying to slap a Band-Aid on something when he showed up here. Since then, the organization is stabilized, and he continues to put good pieces in place.
Listen,
and draft well.
I am confident if Russ had gone somewhere else first, they would not have traded for him. They would not have signed him. He would not have come here. But we got to be the ones that found out the real Russ and show it to the rest of the league.
Exactly.
Now, hey, you can bag on Peyton all you want. You're going to say something about Pittsburgh and New York for continuing to go along with this thing?
More people made the mistake.
Changed.
More people made the mistake. Okay.
I can fix them.
There's another fun story about a Bronco this week. And our buddy Jeff Legwold wrote this story all about Brandon Jones.
Tell me this story didn't make you just love him.
I didn't know this about
Nor did
Brandon
I.
Jones. Okay. So we learned this. Brandon Jones, based on the reporting of Jeff Legwold, in addition to, being a professional football player and being in the weight room and doing the conditioning and going to practice every single day, every little thing that he does, Brandon Jones, somewhere in the metro area, I'm assuming the south suburbs near the facility, has a rec center membership, goes at 5 a.m. every day and swims in the pool.
I know where the rec center is because I actually played some indoor lacrosse there.
Okay.
It's a nice rec center.
So
I'll just say that.
So he's doing laps in the pool every morning at 5 a.m. Then he leaves and he goes to his job.
Actually goes to work.
As a pro football player and keeps exercising all day long. Listen to this clip. Talanoa Hufanga, his fellow starting safety, was talking about Brandon Jones earlier this week and the way that this guy is built different.
First people, but when I tell you he's 4 a.m. first person, he's swimming before he gets to the facility. This is during training camp, like a guy that goes above and beyond. And I would love to give him his flowers because I don't think a lot of people, nobody sees that kind of stuff, right? And so, he's teaching me, what work ethic really looks like. And a guy that just runs around, he can run a marathon. I think anybody on the team knows he just runs for fun. And you're just like, dude, just relax and chill. But that's a testament to the character that he has and a guy that I got to trust when I'm out there, and he trusts me too.
Runs for fun. Swims every morning at 5 a.m., runs for fun. Brandon Jones, exercise freak and pro football player, Andy.
Yeah, and
built different.
I just got this. I just got the image reading the story of, because it's funny because like you said, everybody walks in and like, what's this guy doing here? And he goes, half the people probably think I don't swim properly because they're the hardcore swimmers.
Yeah.
And I know that crew that show up at 5 a.m. Right? I used to know a few swimmers that it's like you're getting up to go swimming at 5. You really love that deal, right? And that's what he talked about. But can you imagine a pro athlete like him rolling? I'm sure he's got the cap and the goggles at least, right?
Yep.
You don't want to water anywhere. And he's jumping in lane 9 and just swimming. I don't care how good or bad he is at swimming, dude. It's still got to be a bit of a sight to see him roll into the rec center. Now, the question is, you think he's going Speedo or board shorts?
I bet he's going Speedo.
Yeah, you got to be a board short guy.
Why would he want the drag? He's out there swimming.
Because he's just looking for the exercise. He may want the drag for his purposes.
Board shorts are for fat old guys like us. Pro athletes, they go tight. All right, Andy.
Does he do full shorts like the Phelps?
Oh, the torpedo?
Yeah, that thing.
Let's power rank the Joneses on the Broncos. DJ, Brandon, Savion. Power rank the Joneses.
Savion we haven't seen, although he did get active last week.
He's number 3. We'll love him one day.
Man, I love, what are we doing? On field, I've got Savion, Brandon, DJ. Off field from this story, I think I got to go Savion, DJ, Brandon. Although DJ sounds pretty fun too.
He runs the ugly Kona. This is a good Jones team right now. How much la 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 is there in this song?
There's a lot, dude.
A little too much.
How many Jones have they had in the history? What if we went historical Jones?
Historical Joneses?
In the Broncos organization.
All-time Joneses. There's been a lot of them. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show on a Friday afternoon.
What is your ranking? You didn't rank it with me.
I'm with you. I got the same ranking you do.
Both ways?
On field, DJ. Off field, Brandon. Guys, also, he's swimming at the rec center at 5 a.m.
I know.
As somebody that works out at the rec center, I have respect for fellow rec center guys.
Yeah.
When you're out there with the blue hairs.
He's got the card.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, here I am.
Yep. Yeah. They
Cost him $1.50 a session.
Got the pickleball game going on.
Yeah, it's really intense.
Exactly. I know that life.
Oh, man.
Been there. We'll talk to Jeff Legwold all about Brandon Jones and so much more next.
When you hear smooth sacks, there's only one name you think of in this market when we're talking Broncos, and that is Jeff Legwold, and he joins us as he does every Friday here on Kreckman and Lindahl. Our guy Jeff driving around, looking to get out of town, I imagine, pretty soon. Jeff, how are you, first off?
I'm great. How are you guys?
You know, we're doing well. The other question I had for you, so let's just start off with this because, you know what? I want to get into your Brandon Jones story. Nate sent it to us, and it was a great story today, and we just got done talking about our man getting in that good swim time at the rec center, which just has got to make you love the guy even more. But before we cover your work on ESPN for the big ESPN.com today, Lucas Kroll, were you surprised by this? All of a sudden, he's on the injury report, has a broken foot, and it looks like he's headed to short-term IR. What's the story with Lucas Kroll?
Yeah, I mean, that's, my understanding is it was yesterday he reported the injury or the pain he was feeling after practice yesterday to the trainers, and they went and sent him for an MRI and all the rest of it, and he wasn't on. They didn't move him to IR today, at least according to the transaction report. So I would guess in the next few days or so he moves to IR at least for the 4-week window, maybe a little more. But he is not making the trip to Philly, and then the team's leaving from Philly to London, so he is not making the trip. He'll be here, taking care of the injury.
Jeff, let's ask another injury-related question. And by the way, thank you for being everybody's frontline worker and standing there and asking Sean Payton injury-related questions like about
Despite
illnesses and other things that may be going down with Quinn Miners. And actually, if you have any extra information on the Quinn Miners illness, we would love that. But also Malcolm Roach, who is eligible to come off IR, start practicing this week. What do we know about his availability, if any?
I think I keep saying he's doing great, and then, I have to say I didn't see the transaction report yet today with my own eyes, but he has not been, they have to list him as returning to practice at some point, or that you formally started the clock, and as of yesterday, he had not been listed in any fashion, but I think he's closing in. He's still working on the side field, while the team is practicing. So he's doing well enough to be at that stage. And, that's kind of where you are before you return to practice. You're out there with the trainer and you've made enough progress to be there. But, they really miss him. He's their only real true nose tackle. And I think sometimes, as good as they've played on defense, you can see his absence.
Jeff, we've been pondering for the last couple of days since Nate brought it up yesterday. What do the Broncos do for coverage in Saquon Barkley when he comes out of the backfield? I feel like the plan has been solid against the run for most of the year, obviously, but the backs and the tight ends sometimes seem to bite this team, at least the good ones. Who do you think gets the assignment against Barkley?
Well, I think ultimately, I don't know if we're to that point yet, but I think that's on John A. Barron's menu at some point, as the dime linebacker already. And I think they envision that some possibilities there at least, and then when Greenlaw returns, obviously, but they're not to that point yet. Maybe close with Barron, but they got to figure something out because, he had a big play last week. He leaks out of the backfield and the poor linebacker is trying to keep up, and it becomes a scramble play, and Barkley does what a wide receiver does on the play. He goes deep on a scramble play. So they got to be aware, and they got to be aware late in the down because that was a pretty heady play by a running back in the pass pattern to go full wide receiver scramble drill mode with pretty seamlessly. So it's an issue, and people have gotten them on the wheel route this year already. So right now, it's been Sternot or Singleton, and coordinators are looking to pin those guys. But I think ultimately, Barron could be in that mix at some point.
Talking to our buddy Jeff Legwold right now. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Jeff, your old buddy Vic Fangio now goes up against Sean Payton's offense this week. What do we think Vic is going to do this week? How is he going to attack Denver? Because, Vic Fangio is a zone guy to his core. But at the same time, this year, Vic Fangio has run more cover one than he almost ever has, and he's not been afraid to man guys up, and he's got Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean out there, and he's got the horses for it, and he's also well aware, hey, Bo Nix, good against zone, not so good against man. What do you think is going to be the play here for Vic Fangio going up against Denver's offense?
Well, knowing Vic, I think you'll certainly, at some point, for a half a quarter or a couple possessions, he will test Nix's patience. Because the book on Nix is eventually he's going to want to chuck it. That he won't wait it out, so to speak. And I think that's why, Monday after the game, I think that's why Sean Payton was so intent on saying, Bo Nix did a really good job throwing underneath, and our work underneath was important. I think that's the message he's trying to give Bo at this point after all those missed deep balls in week 3. So I think they're trying to get him to understand you've got to pull those safeties up, and then you can go after it. And, them running the ball better will certainly, even Vic can't hold both those safeties back if he can't defend the run with 7 in the box. So running the ball is the best way to get Vic Fangio out of testing your patience for an entire game, because he won't budge if he thinks he's got you in that regard. The other thing that's rare for Vic this year is he's got 2 rookies starting on defense, and that is not something he likes to do too much. And, I've heard him quote, Hall of Famer Bud Grant, that for every rookie you have starting on defense is a loss on your record. So, that's not something they've had to adjust some things because he does have 2 rookies. And Tampa last week got both of the rookies for touchdowns. So I think that's an area where the Broncos, can look a little bit and maybe go after it.
All right, my guy, the balloon popper. Let's talk about this Philly offense, in particular, the Philadelphia Eagles overall. Are they playing well? They've won 20 out of 21 games. It's darn impressive. But Nate came up with all the numbers that suggest, there's a lot of things going their way. They are catching some breaks. So there's Super Bowl champs, right? But the numbers, the passing game, it all just seems a little off. Would you say this team's playing well?
Well, I've told people, Andy, and I've looked at a lot of games over the years. I am not certain how they've done it, but all they seem to be good at is scoring touchdowns. They don't move the ball particularly well. They don't run the ball well. They're one of the worst, by the metrics, they're one of the worst passing teams in the NFL. Yet they're 8th in scoring, and they're number 1 in the red zone. So, wow. I don't know how you even do that, but all they are good at is scoring touchdowns. You make even the smallest field position error, they're up in your face with it. And I think that's the issue. You have to play clean. It's not enough to hold them, for 2.8 yards a carry, or that, Hurts throws for 180. That still might not be enough to beat them if you gave them too many short fields, because they're going to score touchdowns. I think they're perfect inside the 20 this year. So, like I say, they test your ability to close out drives and to keep them in positions where they can't hurt you.
Talking to Jeff Legwold here. Jeff Legwold, as always, is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. You start with a job and you end with a career. All right, Leggy, Bo Nix, in this matchup going up against Fangio and company, Is this the biggest measuring stick game that Bo has played so far? Like, let's put a little bit of expectation on this game. Is this the one that if Bo Nix goes on the road and wins it, then suddenly Sean Payton's summer bravado starts to look justified?
Yeah, I mean, look, the Eagles are good. They're 4-0. They're not the Eagles of last season, but this would be, if you combine everything, the road, the environment on the road, and the team they're playing, this would easily be, I think, Sean's best win if they pull it off. And that would make it Bo's best win. But they're both going to need their best day. And I think it would be a shame if the Broncos discovered their run game and stuck to it only against maybe the worst defense they'll see all year. It's not proof to me until they're willing to do it in a game like this. Are you willing to do it in this kind of atmosphere, this kind of game? And but it is. It would be their best win, certainly. And that's saying something. And it's something they need. If you're really going to be serious about being there at the end, you got to get a couple of these during the regular season.
All right, Jeff. I love the question from Nate. We'll pose it to you, although I think you just tipped your hand on the answer with that answer right there. If we're talking about a Broncos win on Monday, who's the player we're talking about, offensively and defensively?
Well, defensively, I just think if Benito can harass Hurts more than he's been harassed, he's very good now at this point in his career of understanding the moment when he should leave the pocket. Like, he doesn't leave too early like a lot of mobile guys do. He leaves at the right time, when he's got to save the play. And if you play a lot of man defense, which the Broncos do, your back is turned, and that makes it tough. So I think Benito's got to get him on the ground. He's one of the strongest quarterbacks in the league. And offensively, I personally think if Dobbins has a big day, they've won the game.
That's a good thing to say right there, and let's hope that that's going to be the case. Jeff, have you ever bumped into Brandon Jones at the rec center swimming at 5 a.m.?
You a swimmer?
Did you head out there to actually cover one of these sessions?
I can't tell you how much sometimes it's fun for guys just to tell you something that's really a funny, interesting life. I know a lot of people who swim in the morning as part of their regimen, and the picture of him just being at the rec center at 5 a.m. before, he did this in training camp, fellas, 2-a-days and all the rest of it in the hot sun. This guy is over there swimming at the rec center because they don't want him to run extra conditioning like he used to. So I just think it's, he said Miami, when he was in Miami with the Dolphins, that they had a lap pool in the facility. So he had to think of an alternative. So he just got a rec pass like the rest of us. And I just love that. I just think he's a really thoughtful guy. I like talking to him. I'm never disappointed. And he's a really good football player who doesn't tell everybody he's a really good football player.
So you didn't go to the rec center to watch it? Because now we were wondering, what's the get-up? Is he Speedo guy? Is he what did you call those other shorts that they wore, the speed shorts and the Olympics?
Does he have the longer ones?
Yeah.
That's what the Olympic swimmers rock now. Yeah.
Or does he do board shorts like, us?
Nobody's doing board shorts swimming at 5 a.m., dude. Come on.
I am. I'm showing up.
Yeah. That would be awesome. You rocking the board shorts at the 5 a.m. swim off.
You swim. Hey, swing by the edge. I'll do it just one day for you, Leggy. Hey, you know what? I'll plug my nose while I swim one-handed, too. I won't even put the plugs or the goggles in.
You got to have the nose plugs on.
No, not doing it.
Clamp.
Throw a little chlorine. Clear that place out.
There's actually a few Broncos that swim. I think it's interesting that they're discovering might be a good way to save your knees a little bit.
All right, who's the heaviest dude that swims? Do you know? Do we have a D tackle swimming? We got an O lineman swimming. What do we got?
I've been told John Franklin Myers has been seen at a Lifetime Fitness, swimming laps, baby.
That's awesome. That's a large man, by the way. Like if you're in the same lane as him, like if you're going the opposite direction, you can't get by that dude. That is a lane for one right there.
Oh, yeah.
If JFM is in there.
Listen, man, that's a whole weight. Are you kidding me? That's knocking some waves over the other couple lanes.
That is a big dude. All right, Leggy. This game, okay? What is your sense of how it goes? Like, I know you said if J.K. Dobbins gets going, the Broncos can come away with a victory. Should Broncos fans trust that Denver is going to lean into their actual path to victory in this matchup?
Like I say, until I see it in a game like this, I think it's a question mark. But I'm intrigued to see if he goes with a little tempo, because Vic Fangio ordinarily doesn't like to sub a ton. He switches a lot of things in coverage and pre-snap and all that. But, I think tempo could work a little bit too. And I would do what Tampa did, which was attack those rookies and see if they're up to the challenge. You got one at linebacker, Jihad Campbell is the rookie linebacker, and they got a rookie safety. So, I think those are things Tampa did with success. But look what happened in Tampa. Blocked punt. They're leading 7-0, and they haven't moved the ball at all in offense. And, they make that sort of momentum last the rest of the day because, you guys know I say it, but teams that have won don't have that question in the back of their mind anymore. They know. And that makes them really hard to beat in close games.
I just love that Vic Fangio quotes Bud Grant on the regular. It's Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN.com. Get his stuff right there. His latest piece on Brandon Jones is great. An excellent insight and wonderful sports writing by our friend Jeff Legwold, who we will talk to on Monday here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Leggy, travel safely. Thanks, pal.
Thanks, fellas. Next time I'll talk to you from London.
All right. Good stuff.
Golly.
From Jeff Legwold from jolly old London. Hey, at halftime at tonight's Mountain Vista Valley Christian game on 92.5, tune in. We'll honor the Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes.
By the way, the long shorts, I just looked at the text line.
Yeah.
They're called jammers. Jammers.
Jammers.
It's a jammer.
Okay.
Not jammies, jammers.
As in, get yourself a pair of jammers?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to.
Nah, you don't need it.
No.
You don't swim enough, do you? You a swimmer?
I don't know. No.
You get the earaches?
No. Especially over at my rec center. Again, it's nothing but aqua size in there, okay? The octogenarians have got that thing locked down.
It's their deal? I got it.
They got the pool. They got the basketball courts, which are now only the pickleball courts. It's a wonder I can find a damn treadmill. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Nate Kreckman from my friends over at Roller Auction, still going, and you've got until next week, the October 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Well-maintained, used city and county vehicles that you can pick up at public auction and get great prices on. Make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. And remember, guys, everything is online at Roller Auction. It's not in-person auctions. You will do it all on their website, which is a great user-friendly website. It's called roller.bid. That's how you get there, roller.bid/altitude. That signs you up to be able to bid, and then you also are eligible to win tickets from us. We're giving away Nuggets Heat tickets for November 5th. That's the next ticket giveaway for one lucky listener that signs up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. I'm looking at this auction right now, government fleet vehicles and equipment auction, price of used cars through the roof. Guys, they got a Chevy Malibu right here, straight from government service, under 65,000 miles, $1,600. This is a well-maintained vehicle right here. It'll get you where you need to go. Go to roller.bid right now and check this out. SUVs, sedans, vans, trucks, work trucks, whatever you may need. This government fleet vehicles and equipment auction, great place to save some money and get yourself a great used vehicle. Bud Light Football Friday on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to always enjoy responsibly. We got high school football tonight. Mountain Vista, Valor Christian. We have got games all over the place here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, so make sure you keep it right here. Colorado, obviously, on the road at TCU. Mark Johnson, 5:45. We'll talk to Mark Johnson, voice of the Buffs, coming up here in 1 hour. Taking a look at this weekend in the NFL. Obviously, got going last night. What a win for Kyle Shanahan and the Niners. Go on the road, beat the Rams in that way. LA going in for the winning touchdown, and boom, ball gets punched out. Kyron Williams coughs it up. And then the fourth down call. I loved McVay in the press conference. Now, I would have loved him if McVay, had called a better play, but also.
But that's how you wear one for your team.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And to be fair, I agree with him. The call did suck. Very bad play call. And poorly executed, too. It was just, you go back and look at, I don't know who the fullback was blocking on that play. I don't know what you guys were up to, but it got snuffed out in a bad way.
All right, just going off that last night, this is crazy. And I guess I haven't put 2 and 2 together in my head. Let me go find the tweet from Adam Schefter. I meant to send this to you guys earlier.
Okay.
Is Christian McCaffrey on his way to the Hall of Fame? Adam Schefter, and I got to go find the tweet, but Adam Schefter, who you can hear on this very radio station Monday mornings, Thursday afternoon, he joins the morning show and, of course, PhD. But he had written a tweet that I saw this morning saying, on his way to the Hall of Fame, ... And I guess I stopped, and look, he's a local kid. I'm not saying that he shouldn't be, but it's just so funny because here's this kid that, made national fame here for whatever's going on. What was the thing, the mascot game that Christian had played in? But to think about now, he may be making a case on his way to Canton. Christian McCaffrey now has moved into exclusive company as far as yards from scrimmage. He's got more yardage. He's just behind Adrian Peterson by about 15 yards of total scrimmage yards. Ahead of him on this list, Adrian Peterson, LaDainian Tomlinson, Emmitt Smith, Eric Dickerson, Jim Brown. He's got the lowest. He actually already has more touchdowns than Eric Dickerson had at 84. But looking at this graph, everybody I mentioned, is Peterson, he's not in the Hall of Fame, right?
Adrian Peterson, no, I don't think enough time's elapsed. He's a first ballot guy, though.
So he'll go in. LT obviously is. Emmett is in there. Dickerson and Brown, they're all in there. And so basically with another 1,000 yards from the line of scrimmage, 1,001 yards, and Christian's going to eclipse the all-time mark by Jim Brown. How about that? Now, Jim Brown he's got 19 more TDs than Christian does at 103. But Christian McCaffrey, Hall of Famer, have you ever put the two together?
I guess I put it together in he's on the way. But when you start stacking up what he has done for his career,
right? That's kind of the look. Yeah, I guess to describe, you kind of did that like head bob.
But no, but think about it though. Like, okay, the great dual threat running backs of our life, and that's really in the modern NFL. That's what you have to be. Like Derrick Henry is very much a throwback, and he's clearly a future Hall of Famer. We know that about Derrick Henry. But in terms of so I would say Marshall Faulk.
Yep.
Colorado running backs coach. LaDainian Tomlinson. Christian?
Yeah. Because try to come up with somebody that catches the football. They said, I remember the scattering report on Christian coming out of college.
Yeah.
He has hands like a wide receiver.
Right.
Right? And he was part of some pretty good Carolina teams before they went bad. He got hurt. And then, of course, he's found new life in San Francisco. Looking at the company he's in for
right.
most, and again, he's not done. He's not even done with this season. He could get another 1,000 yards this season from the line of scrimmage. They'd have to have a pretty good year, and I don't know that it's likely. But let's say he just has another 500 yards from the line of scrimmage, and all of a sudden, his total jumps ahead. He catches up with Eric Dickerson. He's so close to passing some of the game's greats. It's amazing, man. It's
So I'm looking right now. I'm looking at career scrimmage yards for running backs. Career scrimmage yards for running backs. He's 43rd all time on that list right now. But also, like, another 3 healthy seasons, and you start talking about him being like top 25 of all time. And when you're looking at the names at the top of the list, I mean, it's peak of the peak. I mean, that's what you're talking about right there in terms of scrimmage yards. Like, this is these guys are all Hall of Famers to a man across the board, which would then put him in that kind of category. But yeah, he's exactly what a modern NFL running back is he not? Now, again, like the rushing yardage thing, because bell cows don't exist anymore. So that is always going to get a little bit thrown off. But what are you in terms of a total yardage guy, a yards from scrimmage guy? That's what he's got going for himself. And he's, yeah, you're absolutely right about that. He's an all-timer.
It's so funny. Look, I guess for people that don't know, I think most do, but maybe you don't. I worked with Christian's dad. I worked with Ed for 2 years doing a radio show. It's just always his kid. You know what I mean? Like, I remember Christian coming on our radio show because he doesn't love doing media. He's kind of like Jokic and Murray and those guys, McKinnon and McCarr. So he didn't do a lot of media, but of course, what's he going to do? You know what I mean? What's he going to do? He's not going to tell his dad no. And so we get him on, and he's just joking with us about buying a boat. Of course, his dad's losing his mind. You're not going to use your signing bonus on a boat. And he goes, no, Dad, I'm doing a boat. And then we started naming the boat. And all. His dad's getting mad at me and Romy for encouraging him, and we all are having these big laughs. And that's Christian McCaffrey to me.
Yeah.
And just to see Adam Schefter put him up there in the Hall of Fame company, I'm just like, yeah, I guess he's got. But you say you think he needs 3 more years before you're going to stamp it, 2 more years, yardage number, what would you say?
Well, Andy, here's the other thing. Here's another way of looking at it, okay? You know what you call a Hall of Famer? A guy with a boat. I bet every guy in the Pro Football Hall of Fame has a boat.
I'm pretty sure he bought that boat, according to his Instagram.
Okay.
Because remember, he was in Carolina. He actually had something to sail it on.
Good on him. What's the other game you're most eager to watch this football weekend besides Broncos-Eagles, which is one of the best games of the weekend?
Oh, let me go get the schedule up here. Let's see. The one last thing, you and I said that game would be. I didn't think the Niners are going to win, but that was a pretty good one. I cannot wait to get an eye full of Giant Saints. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, that could be a low-key fun little win.
Saints are favored
I knew you were going to say
game.
that. I know.
The Saints are favored.
Again.
That is wild.
That reaction.
Yeah.
Do you think is Chargers-Commanders a fun game considering that the Commanders are down a lot of their receivers?
Nonetheless, like that's a huge game, by the way. That's a Fox game coming up here on Sunday. It's a get-right opportunity here for the Chargers, but that's a huge game for them. I think.
How about Seahawks-Bucks?
Seahawks-Bucks, a great game. That's a sneaky great game. Sam Darnold is playing out of his mind, by the way, right now. Like he's doing exactly what Kubiak is asking of him, and he's doing it very well. That's a good combination right now that's going on for Seattle. I got a sneaky suspicion Patriots-Bills on Sunday Night Football is going to be good.
I wondered if you were going to say that because they were showing some things. They were breaking down the film on ESPN today on Get Up. And Bart Scott was going off about how, and who's the receiver? The old Atlanta receiver that's on there too. I keep forgetting his name. But anyway, they were both breaking down how
Andre
Josh.
Rison?
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
Now are we going to do all-time?
Julio Jones.
Julio Jones, all-time Atlanta receivers.
Mike Pritchard.
Mike Pritchard's a good one.
Shout out to our dude.
Who was the one who got his house? Andre Rison by left eye.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Anyway. They're breaking down how Josh McDaniel's starting to get some of his offense cooking right now, and the routes are really throwing people off, and Diggs is really taking to it, and Diggs and May are getting this chemistry going. That could be a much more fun game than maybe people think because of what the Patriots have been the last couple of years.
Did you know right now?
In a game you hear on 92.5.
You do hear that game. That right now, Drake May leads all NFL quarterbacks in success rate. Meaning he is keeping his offense ahead of the sticks with positive plays more than anybody else in the NFL. Do you realize what that means? The play in the NFL in the year of our Lord 2025 that has the most likely outcome to be positive is a Drake May drop back.
Who would have thought that?
I know, right? And yet McDaniels has kind of got him cooking a little bit right now. It's kind of working.
What would have Mac Jones been Had
Right.
McDaniels never left the Patriots.
I think he would still be the starting quarterback of the Patriots.
I think you're probably right.
I really do. Now,
okay, is Bill still there?
Great question. Great question.
They don't go through the stink they went through where he had, a special teams coach and a defensive coordinator trying to help Mac Jones win a game.
I wonder, it feels, though, with the interpersonal issues between he and Kraft that have now even further come to light, like that thing was absolutely going to expire. I think Jets-Cowboys is going to be a sneaky, stupid game.
Really?
I do. I think that game is going to be really fun. Total on that game is 48.5. I think that's a high-scoring game. Cowboys can't stop a nosebleed, but they can score a ton of points. And believe it or not, the Jets' offense is better than it looks, especially with Justin Fields out there running around and design runs. And I actually kind of like the Jets to win that game at home. I like the Raiders as a 6.5-point dog on the road at Indianapolis. Like, they kind of got the Ashton Genty thing going a little bit last week. I find that game very, very intriguing.
Is there anything interesting about the Browns taking on the Vikings? Is there any intrigue with Dylan Gabriel?
I was going to say just how many times they show Shedeur Sanders standing on the sideline on TV. That's what's compelling about that.
Because he won't. Well, he'll be in uniform as the emergency guy, right? But technically, he doesn't have a shot to play unless both Flacco and Gabriel are hurt.
Did you realize the Dolphins are road favorites at Carolina?
Who did Carolina they beat Atlanta a couple
2
weeks ago. Like, how did that happen?
Beat them 30-0 and then turned around and lost by $1 billion to the Patriots. Going to be a fun NFL weekend. Of course, we'll have Sunday Night Football right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the Patriots and the Bills. We've got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the league. That's coming up here on the other side. Broncos-Eagles drinking game coming up at 5:20. Mark Johnson at 5:45. Also coming up in hour number 3. We're going to talk real sports here on this show. None of this namby-pamby football and baseball stuff that we talk about all the time. No, everybody. We're talking real sports with the greatest athlete here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That's Mark Springer.
Break out the eye of the tiger.
That's right. Yeah! We're going to be talking about that as well because Spring's going to be in action this weekend. We'll tell you how coming up. Scott Friday, Bud Light Football Friday, It's all happening on a Friday on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 right now. It's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the league. Let's go, Spring.
All right, let's look at that Broncos injury report on a Friday. It is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Everybody who's on the injury report, except for one dude, was full today. That's Nate Atkins, Nick Bonito, Jonah Ellis, Quinn Miners coming off that illness, Marvin Mims Jr., and Alex Singleton. So they are all expected to play. There's one player who is out. That is Lucas Kroll with a foot injury.
Andy, he was inactive last week. He didn't get a uniform with the return of Evan Engram, so I don't really I think we've reached the point of the Lucas Kroll experience where, last year Sean Payton is telling us, everyone's going to know who number 85 is, and now I think Lucas Kroll not getting a uniform last week was kind of an indication of his standing within this organization right now, and he's got a foot injury and he's out. I wish him nothing but the best, but I'm not trying to be glib about this. I don't think this is a big deal for the 2025 Broncos that Lucas Kroll has a foot injury.
Not necessarily. No, it's not at all if Evan Engram gets going and cooking and we actually see what this guy we thought was brought here to do. But if it continues to just kind of remain stale, then it gets a little interesting. I don't know. Nate Atkins battling back from the concussion. As Spring said, everybody was full except for Kroll. So, wow, it was kind of rhyme. Anyway, Atkins good to go. I guess we'll see. Look, this team, you know what, Nate? Maybe we just need to quit expecting him to use the tight end so much. I just thought a tight end was going to be a big part of a Sean Payton offense, and maybe it just isn't going to be with this collection of receivers he has. I don't know. Or maybe Evan Engram comes out this week and finally shows us why they're so excited to sign him.
Yeah, a guy that overcame injuries, a guy. You know what's weird, though? The first week of training camp, they were just like, we were all marveling of just like, man, this Bo Evan Engram thing is amazing. Ever since then, it's just not really existed.
Well, ever since they went live in the second week, nothing really looked the same as the first week.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
That's what's been wild.
Had a 58-yarder in a preseason game. Then again, optimism went back up. See, it's going to kick ass in the regular season. And again, it's been largely quiet so far. Now, fortunately, the Broncos have Sutton has basically been good every week except for week 2. The Indianapolis game, he was pretty quiet. But outside of that, he has been outstanding. Franklin has had, I would say Troy Franklin has had 2 very good games this year. Marvin Mims has had a good game so far this year. So the contributions are kind of happening. It's just, let's be honest, 4 games into this year, this is an underwhelming pass-catching group, and I would say nobody else has really emerged. It's one of the things that worries me a little bit for this matchup against Philadelphia is a team that has as many good corners as they do. Who's going to be the other guy besides Courtland Sutton that's going to stress the defense?
Yeah, it's why you may have to lean into your run game, Nate. Sean may just have to go against his better instinct. You just may have to run the ball this one. Just get this darn win. Bo doesn't have to go light show for this to matter. Just get the win.
Yeah.
It's still a win for both of you guys.
Yeah.
It does not matter. Just find a way to win this dang game.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, for the Eagles, here's their injury report. Inside linebacker, Jahad Campbell did not practice today due to personal reasons, but it appears we are going to get the return of inside linebacker Nakobe Dean for Philadelphia. Hasn't played since January, coming off of the patellar tendon injury. He was a full participant in practice today, as was Dallas Goedert and Grant Calcaterra, a couple tight ends for them. Defensive tackle Jalen Carter, cornerback Adoree Jackson, tackle Lane Johnson, all full participants in practice. Also, Devontae Smith, the number 2 Eagles wide receiver, he commented on A.J. Brown's drama, talking with The Athletic. He said, quote, A.J. wants what's best for the team. Things aren't necessarily going our way offensively. I don't think nothing wrong with him wanting better in that situation. I certainly feel the same way. Offensively, we need to be better.
Okay, a couple of things. First off, Nakobe Dean is not playing. He is not returning to the active roster this week. He is out. He was a full participant today, but I think it's a little bit similar to what we're kind of looking at with the Malcolm Roach thing of like practice for a week, but he plays next week. So no Nakobe Dean for the Philadelphia Eagles, even though he has been practicing this week. As for the A.J. Brown thing, I watched a little bit of a film breakdown that Ted Wynn did on The Athletic this week about the Eagles' offense. And Andy, I'll tell you this, okay? After watching that, kind of starting to understand why A.J. Brown's pissed. Again, like, yes, they're 4-0, and he's a very well-compensated football player. But he got those 9 targets last week. They were not good targets. They were like Jalen Hurts throwing late against zone, like waiting until coverage was just sitting all over AJ to throw him the ball and hope that he was going to go and make a play. Like, do I think that AJ could have handled all of this better? Undoubtedly, but also this Eagles offense is a friggin' mess, and they are not using him well. Like, they need to get back to moving him all over the formation. Line him up tight, line him up wide, motion him more. He's an awesome receiver, but this offense really is trash right now. And the opportunity that this Broncos defense has to go out there and just wreck these dudes is very, very real coming up here on Sunday, because their new OC, Kevin Patullo, this guy's really bad at his job.
Dude, it's funny because when I asked Jeff Legwold about are they actually playing well and what do you make of the offense, I thought we were going to get the standard kind of, the middle of the road Jeff answer of, but they're still good and they're Super Bowl champs and they're winning and you can't knock winning. And instead he comes out and says the only thing they could do good is score touchdowns. And nobody seems to explain this success. So, look, it's another reason to put in the positive column for why the Broncos should go get this game. If this defense, we keep saying it, if it's as good as we think you are, here's another kind of struggling offense in a way for you to go make hay against.
Yeah. Do you think this is a game they should win? I mean, I'm curious. I think it's interesting you use that word. Not trying to parse a word on you or anything else like that.
The more I hear about how bad this Philly offense is, I'm starting to feel like maybe they should win it. But listen, I don't like the Bo versus Vic Fangio matchup.
Yeah.
Bo is a young guy. Scott keeps pulling out this stat, and I'm not sure where he found it directly, but apparently Leggy brought up a stat that Fangio's 30-2 the first time he faces a young quarterback. He just does things they're not used to seeing. So, yeah, I'm worried he's going to scramble with Bo's head a little bit as far as what the coverages are. Does that lead to some interceptions again?
Right.
Don't want to see that happen. Now, hopefully, the Broncos can do the same thing right back to Jalen Hurts and get it back. But it's in their building. Like, again, if the Eagles are coming here, I'd probably put it as you should win it.
Yeah.
But since you're going there, I'm not ready to use the word should.
Yeah, I'm still a could guy over here on this game. I can't get to should on this matchup here. I'm a real could guy. Spring.
I like that.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah. Hey, where's Sean?
Good.
Yeah,
Good,
there it is.
Good, would,
Yeah,
should.
Uh-huh.
Hey, injuries concerning the AFC West and the matchups for those teams this weekend. For the Commanders, they are in Los Angeles taking on the Chargers. Jaden Daniels is going to play. He's going to play. Very well might have a brace on that knee. Joe Alt, the now starting left tackle for the Chargers, is officially out. That is no surprise. Today, Jim Harbaugh was asked, what's their plan? At offensive line, no Rashawn Slater, no Joe Alt. What are you going to do?
We just keep that to ourselves. No sense releasing that information. But we have a good plan, good idea of it. Yep.
I'm just going to not tell you.
I would have loved it better if he just would have given a nice, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
All right?
None of your business.
Yeah. None of your beeswax.
Got an idea? Why don't you mind your business back there?
What is this, a press conference?
Yes. What are you?
Oh, wait.
Oh, you're allowed to ask me questions. Anyway, I'm
keep,
not telling you.
I'm going to go ahead and keep that to myself. Uh-huh. You know what I bet they're going to do, Andy? I bet they're just going to start as backup.
It would make sense.
I'm gonna go out on a
next guy on that depth chart.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say the next guy in the depth chart, the next man up, is gonna play. But
he's a good player.
Yeah, that's what could
and that
happen.
guy is good. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, the 1-3 Raiders are at the 3-1 Colts. The Broncos played at the Colts. Now the Raiders get their turn. Raiders are 7-point dogs, but it looks like Brock Bowers will play. He's listed as questionable coming off of a knee injury he sustained early in the season, but Pete Carroll saying today that they think he's playing.
Yeah, he's not the same guy, though, and even he's admitted it. He's struggling with the knee injury. They don't really want to go into it. He's not as explosive as he was, and he's just not the same guy. And that's a guy I drafted in fantasy. You don't go with Joe Burrow, so it's all going swimmingly.
By the way, did you happen to see on Ashton Genty a little bit of what unlocked him this week?
No.
It was his stance. Like, Genty was always a stand straight up in the backfield guy, and Chip Kelly didn't like it and had him, like, getting down, and Genty struggled mightily, and last week he went back to standing straight up, and he busted out and ran for $138. I would say if you're Ashton Genty, that's one where you go look at your offensive coordinator and just went, shut up, man.
Doing it my way, bro.
Exactly.
Did you see those 2,000 yards on the highlight tape? I know you did. That's why you drafted me. I'm going to go ahead and go back to what I'm comfortable with, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
That's like a hitting coach tinkering with something you didn't need to mess with on a 400 hitter.
Yeah, just because it doesn't look exactly how you want it to look, Chip.
Yeah.
Deal with it.
People didn't love how Phillip Rivers and Brett Favre threw the ball either.
Right.
They did all right. Figured it out.
Yeah. And then Pete Carroll basically threw Chip Kelly under the bus where he was just like, I love that he went back to that stance.
Yeah. I'm going to tell him to shut up next time.
Yeah. So there you go, everybody. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. By the way, Lamar Jackson ruled out for Baltimore. Not a surprise to anybody. Broncos, Eagles, Sunday, 11 a.m. You want to have a couple of drinks and some snacks during the game? Well, you can play along at home. The Kreckman and Lindahl Broncos, Eagles drinking game is right after this. Bud Light Football Friday. Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. We're here with you until 6 o'clock. But right now, it's Friday afternoon, Andy. That means it is time for your Broncos-Eagles drinking game. Okay? Sunday, 11 a.m., CBS affair. Nance, Romo, Wolfson. Number one crew. We haven't seen many of these in recent years.
The Broncos!
But these guys have called some of the losses. Have they? When was their last big Bronco win?
Great
question. Did they get the Sunday Chiefs win at the end of the year? Did they get assigned to that? They had the playoff game and they had the Baltimore game. That's what I specifically. Or wait, was Baltimore Harlan?
You're going to remember this stuff better than I do. I did.
Where did we get the 69 yards? When did that come?
69 yards. 69
Was that the run?
That was Jonathan Taylor this year.
69 points.
69 points was the Miami game.
Will never be forgotten.
Those live on forever.
No, you know what? I remember Romo and Nance getting the Baltimore game because I thought to myself, of course they finally get a Bronco game and it's a blowout.
Yeah. So got him last week in the Buffalo game, last year in the Buffalo game, but now we got him. Here we go. Regular season action. The Denver Broncos and the Philadelphia Eagles raised to the level of go get Nance and Romo. So let's fire this thing off. So here's the thing on the drinking game. Number one, always drink responsibly. We ask that you always drink responsibly.
And drink whatever you want.
And whatever you want. If you don't,
it can be a water.
Exactly. Whatever beverage you choose.
An orange juice. This is an early game. Get a little OJ in.
A nice squirt. An RC, perhaps.
An RC? A Mr. Pibb? What else are you going for?
A Big K brand lemon lime. All right? Whatever your beverage of choice is, enjoy it during the game, but play along at home. Andy, we start with Broncos and Eagles on Sunday with, let's start with penalty props. Last week, they're pretty much all Cincinnati penalties. Not huge issues with Bronco penalties last week. So that was good to see. But, Andy, you have now got this in our head. Troutman penalty, drink.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Although he had a good game last week. I don't think he had a penalty, right? He had actual catches.
Clean sheet. Garrett Bowles, you always will remain on the list.
Holding offense, number 72.
There's a reason why those drops aren't hard to find. Trent Sherfield, clean sheet since the opener. So good job on you, my guy.
Holding, offense number 5. 10-yard penalty, first down.
And finally, Mike McGlinchey, road game, Andy. Road game for McGlinchey, so watch out.
McGlinchey. Well, start.
Yeah, this one is going to be
69. 5-yard penalty.
It's been a rough first quarter for the right tackle.
Yeah. I want to stay on one more penalty. If Philadelphia false starts on a tush push.
Yep.
The tush push false start, which is a point of emphasis for the officials, go ahead and drink.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
But Philly tush push false start, drink. All right. Here's a game prop for you. Broncos have the best red zone defense in the NFL. Eagles have the best red zone offense in the NFL. Philly 11 for 11 scoring touchdowns inside the 20.
It's got to be an all-timer, isn't it?
It's phenomenal. Andy, if the Broncos force a field goal or an empty trip inside the red zone,
pop the champagne.
Finish that drink. You're right about that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
I'll
right.
take a drink.
You're knocking them off the 1,000 line. Go ahead and do it. Eagles offense, Andy, top 10 in both third and fourth down conversion rates. Geez, how do they do it? If Philly converts on a third down, drink. If Philly converts on a fourth down, 2 drinks.
Half that thing.
Yes. Andy, if you should see a large, bald Italian man on the sideline there in
Big
Philadelphia, if you see Big Dom, have a drink.
Yeah, because he's not allowed by Sirianni anymore, right? He's more in the background now.
I think they pushed him back a little bit.
Yeah, so
he went,
he's not. It's not quite as frequent.
Didn't he bump an official? Wasn't that what it was?
No, he shoved a
you're
player.
Right. That's what it was.
I think it was Fred.
Was it Fred Warner? You're
Yeah.
right about that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So if you see Big Dom on the sideline, drink. Also, and the NFL has gotten really big on the coordinator shot. Every time they show Fangio in the booth, drink.
Dude, they love Fangio.
They do.
They're always showing Fangio. Why? I don't get it.
He's good TV.
He's not Sean McVay.
He's
not LaFleur.
No, but he looks like a football coach.
Oh, he does.
The funny part is I feel like the two coaches I've seen in the coordinator box the most this year on the unfortunate underneath shot has been Vic Fangio and Chip Kelly.
Yeah.
Two guys that combined for 4 chins.
Right.
So
yeah,
it's can't you get him an overhead shot?
Sure.
Maybe a better angle of those guys.
Yeah. See, I always wonder too, like, does the light go on? Are they aware they're on? Like, does something indicate, hey man, camera's working? Because I've had to do in the early days of the Mammoth broadcast, they give us a GoPro they would tap into every now
But
and
they
again
would
to give us
tell
a
you when
booth
you were
shot.
on.
They would. There was
Yeah.
no light. So I do wonder if Fangio knows how often they're putting his schnoz on there.
Yeah, because if you don't want to get like caught picking your nose or whatever unfortunate thing a person may be doing in a given moment.
Would that shock you to see Vic go get a bat out of the cave? He's an old grubby defensive guy, right?
Right. He doesn't.
Yeah.
He has no comportment or anything else like that. He's Vic Fangio.
Doesn't smell of Corinthian leather.
No. He smells of chaw and meatballs, probably. This gray sweatshirt. So if you see Vic Fangio in the booth, yeah, you need to go ahead and drink. All right, Andy. It's a Nance and Romo affair on Sunday. I got some Nance and Romo props for you. This first one, we don't even have to if this thing. Just drink when Nance opens the broadcast with a hello, friends.
Hello, friends. So good to have you with us.
Uh-huh.
You think he's going to do that in Philly?
Yeah, he does every time. 100% of the time.
All right.
Yeah, he's got a catchphrase.
I got to be honest with you. Well, I know he's got a catchphrase, but I don't normally catch the exact.
I'm
waiting for kickoff.
You do. I don't know if I ever told you this story before, but we were standing outside the Broncos press conference room. This was somewhere in the Manning era, late season, and we were waiting to go in for the press conference with either Fox or Coobs, whomever it was at the time. And Nance and Phil walked by, and as they walked by, I just dropped a hello, friends. And Nance turned over and said, hello, friends. It was a good moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you record it?
I had a much better interaction with Jim Nance than I did with John Gruden in the elevator. I promise you that. If Jim Nance gives us an over-the-top Broncos.
The Broncos!
Go ahead and drink. That was as excited as you ever hear Nance.
Was that the playoff game solo touchdown
That was
where we got
Nick's
that
to Troy
from?
Franklin.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
The Broncos!
Tony Romo, Andy.
Could do all sorts of these.
We're just going to go with the Tony Romo weird noises
Random
prop.
sounds.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Touchdown. That's a catch.
Yeah, Nance has had enough. I'm just going to speak some English if you don't mind.
Oh, boy. Yep. Field position, everything points. This is huge, Jim.
You think Jim's getting a little tired of Tony?
I-
You think Jim's getting a little annoyed that he double stamped the old let's put Tony in there?
By the way, last night, Herb Street had a real
dude,
the hell are you talking
there
about,
were like
Al
two
moment?
or three of them with Michaels. Michaels couldn't figure out that there was a roughing the passer. He could not understand how they got pushed up. They blasted Mac Jones, bro.
The whole time he thought the penalty was on the Niners.
Yeah, he goes, it's coming back. No, it's not.
No, it's
How
not.
did they get to the 41? It's 15 from wherever they were.
All I can assume, I had to assume that somebody was in his ear on that because he was lost. Hey, tune in tonight at 7 o'clock. See if it happens to me. All right. See how confused I can get during a broadcast. You'll enjoy it, everybody. Also, standard Philly B-roll. If you see a cheesesteak on television,
the cheesesteak getting cooked on the old flat top,
right?
The shot of the Rocky statue,
obviously. Liberty
what
Bell.
else do they
What
do?
about the Liberty Bell?
The Liberty Bell. There's no. Do they tailgate? There's probably got to be some tailgate thing going on. You know,
They
if a
tailgate
guy's
and
wearing a
punch each other.
medallion with too much chest hair coming out the top, drink. Really for your own good to try to forget that image.
Patrick Surtain, pass breakup, drink.
Drink.
Mm-hmm.
I like Pat.
Nick Bonito, sack or TFL, drink. Bo Nix scrambles for first down, drink. Bo Nix interception, drink.
Duh. Brutal.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anything else you got for us, Andy, on this?
You know what? Ticky-tack call on either the corners. Drink.
Oh, well, yeah.
On Moser or Surtain.
Yeah.
Like a pass interference that probably didn't need to be called, but they did it anyway.
Yeah.
Because both guys have been getting it a little ridiculously.
Moss in particular.
Yeah.
I feel
he's
like a
gonna
lot
get
of the
picked
calls
on.
against him have sucked.
If Alex Singleton is seen chasing a back that has caught the football, have a drink.
I don't think Surtain had one last
He
week.
did. He had the 5-yard illegal, that stupid illegal
Oh, you're
contact.
right.
And I was like, come on, man.
You're right about that.
You're going to do this tonight?
His PI against the Chargers was a good call.
It was.
That-
but the
that one was
Bengal one,
blatant.
I'm like, really?
Yeah,
Really?
you're right about
They're
that.
trying. And first off, they're trying to undercut him with
Mhm.
those dumb crossers. But no, what do you think about that? If you see Singleton chasing the back, likely Barkley, go ahead and have half a swig.
Ooh.
Like, half that drink, baby.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
Just saying.
Remember
Just
to
saying.
enjoy responsibly,
You know what
everybody.
goes good with a Bud Light?
What's that?
Taco Bell.
That is true. So, let's dive into this. Tomorrow is October 4th, and that's a big deal both in the city of Denver and on this show, because tomorrow our very own Mark Springer will be participating in the 8th edition of the International Taco Bell 50K Ultra Marathon. Andy, that's right. Spring is going out to run. Spring, what time you start? 7:30 a.m. tomorrow.
Yep.
Is the start time, okay? The Taco Bell 50K. So here we go. Spring's got to be present at all 10 Taco Bell stops along the course. Zero tolerance for course cutting. I'm not worried about Spring on that one.
No, I have integrity.
Yeah.
He's ran real marathons.
He
The
has.
guy plays golf and tennis, and he lives by the rules.
He does. He's an honorable individual. He's got to eat a menu item from at least 9 of the 10 Taco Bell stops. By the 4th stop, Spring will have consumed at least 1 Chalupa Supreme or 1 Crunchwrap Supreme. By the 8th stop, he will have to have had at least 1 Burrito Supreme or 1 Nachos Bel Grande. Again, these are race rules. And he must finish in under 11 hours. So if you're starting at 7:30, that's 6:30 p.m. cutoff time. So this is going to be...
They want you to have a Taco Bell dinner, too.
They do. Breakfast, lunch, and, okay? Drinks do not count as food. And Spring, you must keep all receipts and wrappers for confirmation of stupidity at the end of the run. I didn't know you had to keep the wrappers.
Yeah, the wrappers is kind of annoying.
Yeah, so do you have like a knapsack you're taking with you?
I wasn't prepared for this. Actually, do I need a fanny pack? Because I don't want a full. Those wrappers can get bulky.
I got some you can borrow.
Okay, thanks, man.
Although I don't know if I have.
I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
think it's
I
in
got
my
this
truck.
like light nuggets backpack type thing. I'll bring that.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. An off-course bathroom break will be allowed at Wash Park.
See, just one. Ooh, that's tough.
Boy, that line you don't want to be in. Hey, get there early.
But you'll have to.
Don't be on the tail end of that sucker.
I mean, they'll have bathrooms along the way at the assorted Taco Bells.
Yeah, at the Taco Bells themselves. That's right.
And no on-course Pepto, Alka-Seltzer, Pepsid AC, Mylanta.
Spring's
will be
young
allowed.
enough. That ain't the worry.
We hope.
Yeah, I'm fine.
We hope that's going to be the. I wouldn't take Mark Springer as a user of those particular performance-enhancing drugs
now,
anyway.
look at his physique.
Yeah. Okay,
He's got
Spring.
nothing causing harm.
You see these guns?
Okay, so Spring, how are you feeling? Like, where are you at mentally going into the race?
Not looking forward to it.
I was
I'll
going
be
to say, as we
completely
get
honest.
closer, are you all of a sudden wishing you'd
No,
not?
I've been thinking all month, but I know I just got to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, you
It's
you
just,
said you
I
could.
said I would. I said I could, and I may as well. Like, why not?
Yeah, what else are you doing tomorrow?
I may as well, but I don't want to.
I'll take the challenge. I'll accept it.
Okay.
See, here's what's funny is I go like, Spring, just do what you want to do and bag out when you're ready. But he's a competitor.
No, he's going to
Yeah,
finish.
I can't. I'm not that
force
person.
himself to the end.
I'm not worried about him not finishing. What, as of right now, like in terms of like, what is your biggest concern?
It would the distance, the 30 plus
That's a
miles,
lot
the
of
50.
running,
And I'm not gonna
That's no joke.
I mean, I think I'm gonna really yog this thing.
Yeah, you don't
with
need
the
to,
soft
we ain't looking
J.
for a first finish, my man. We don't need any
And
top
I do
five
think,
here.
I mean, the 11 hours, I should finish by then. I should finish a few hours before then, even with a yog.
Are you? But here's my question though: is once you're on course, is the competitive side of your brain going to kick in, and are you going to try and win this thing?
No, because I know there's going to be at least one dude who's taking this very seriously.
Who trained?
There's always one.
Yes.
Yeah. Somebody who trained. Yeah, somebody wants to win that thing.
It's pool hall guy that showed up with his own cue.
Without a doubt.
And he's ready to take you down.
What about Spring? What's your eating strategy? I'm sure you've mulled this over in your
Yeah.
brain. How are you going to attack this thing?
I mean, I'm thinking I'm going to eat at the Taco Bells and not run and eat.
Good
Probably
move.
a good call, even though in your TikTok you are running and
Yes,
eating.
and that's part of the. And I already kind of felt like I was going to not run and eat before my training video,
And the
where I ate
TikTok
a
confirmed
breakfast.
it?
Yeah, it's really difficult to
It
run and
sounds like it.
chew. You got to chew.
You got to breathe.
You got to breathe. You got to swallow. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
We know about eating.
Yes, but it's underrated. You're like, I could run and eat. Actually, it's kind of tough.
Yeah, it's tough to do. It's the old walk and chew gum, except run and eat a nachos Bel Grande all at once.
You got sharp chips.
What's your sauce strategy? Are you going to go sauce?
I'm not a big sauce guy, even
Okay.
on
Probably
my
a good
Taco
call.
Bell proper. I'm a huge cheesy gordita crunch guy.
All right.
But it already comes with this like specific sauce on it that I enjoy. I don't need extra sauce added to it.
Okay,
Are you going to get the Bel Grande out of the way early or save it for the end and then walk it off?
Well, I know I have to get a Chalupa Supreme or Crunchwrap Supreme out of the way early, so I'm going to start with that. I think it won't be my first one, but like second or third stop, I'll have to do that, and then it'll be Nachos Bel. I'll probably the Nachos Bel. That's a lot. Then my hands get all dirty.
Sure.
I think I'm going to go Burrito Supreme.
What are you eating in the non-required stops?
The lightest items I can, such as just probably the basic taco.
Okay.
Dude, get the chicken quesadillas or something like that.
Well, I do enjoy their quesadillas.
That's a lot of cheese, though.
Yeah, but they're not heavy.
They're not
Cheese.
heavy.
Okay.
But the tacos are lighter. I think their
Okay.
tacos are even lighter than. There's a reason, like, when for the Rockies, get 7 runs, you get tacos the next day. I got your tacos right here. There's not
Rocky's taco special.
The tacos really aren't that much.
That's true.
No, they really are.
That's
There's not
true.
much to them at all. Are you going to go? You got to go Chalupa too. You can't do Crunchwrap. Do
But
the
I ha-
Chalupa.
Okay. You're suggesting Chalupa over Crunchwrap.
Yeah, man, Crunchwrap. Now you got the extra tortilla with the crunchy. So just do the Chalupa.
Okay, I'll do Chalupa Supreme by the 4th stop.
Okay.
Yeah.
What how do you feel like you're going to be doing in terms of like the
What's tomorrow night hold?
pushing yourself
Well-
with the full stomach?
That's where the yogging comes
Yeah,
in.
yeah. No, that's that. I'm afraid of that for
That's
sure.
going to be a little strolling. He could start out, and then when he feels like maybe it's cleared the deck.
Am I allowed to puke? Now, I would never
Probably
force
not.
myself to puke, but like if it, like Nate, you like the challenge, and when they do the eating challenges, they'll puke just naturally.
Sure.
Like if that naturally happens, I don't see in the rules where I can't puke.
Yeah, but you got to eat again in that same mouth.
That's true.
Unless you puke at the end.
Yeah, the only vomiting caveat is if you were to take part in because there's extra challenges, the Baja Blast challenge, in which they ask that you drink an aggregate of 2 liters of Baja Blast during the run without vomiting. That's the only mention of refunding at all in any of the rules. So if you have to, Spring, just again. Sorry, everybody, if you're eating while you're listening to this. When you were like a high school athlete, like in conditioning and stuff like that, were you a puker?
No.
Okay, that's good.
I've never been a puker, but like I've never done anything like this.
Okay. Yeah, because I had like teammates in sports and stuff like that. Some guys like during the sprints and everything, they would just walk off and just Ralph one out, Brian Cushing style, and then just get right back to it. Which honestly could be an advantage in this.
It could be. See, I don't see because there's the Baja Blast challenge. There's also the Diablo challenge where I could lather all of my items with Diablo sauce.
Don't do that.
But I don't see any added incentive to do it.
To not puke.
Or to like, there's not like an extra reward.
Yeah.
You know? So I'm here to challenge myself, but not to, I don't need the extra challenges.
No, man, you finished this. You've earned all our love and respect.
You have.
You know, I'm just here for validation.
I don't care even if you're the last guy at 6:30 to cross the line.
Yeah.
You've already been a better man than any of us could be.
I will, so Spring, I already, I'm going to be out there with you tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
I'll be. I'm not going to be there at 7:30.
I don't expect you to.
Okay, but I'm going to be out for the earlier portion of this thing. I'm going to be out there to support you, folks. If you're around Denver tomorrow, go out and support the Taco Bell 50K and support our own Mark Springer.
Yeah,
because I have a feeling the encouragement is going to go a long, long way.
And I also am going to try to maybe go live on Twitter. For at least one portion, maybe multiple portions. If not live, post a video or two as I'm running so you can commiserate with me.
Follow along.
You can chat with the crew.
At Mark
chat
and Mark.
while you eat.
Yes. Okay. There you go, everybody. Spring tomorrow, Taco Bell 50K, the greatest athletic contest in the city of Denver this weekend. Mark Johnson.
A cool medal, doesn't he?
He better.
They said they're going to give me something. They didn't even clarify what.
Like that.
They're like, hey, if you do this, we'll give you something.
Yeah, diarrhea. What?
Mark Johnson joins us
Diarrhea.
from Texas next. Colorado football is back. Cheer on your Buffaloes with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, official partner of the Colorado Buffaloes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Let's go to Fort Worth, Texas right now. Amon G. Carter Stadium. The Buffs and TCU coming up here tomorrow night. These two teams have played some pretty famously great games over recent seasons. Joining us right now, voice of the Buffs, Mark Johnson. Mark, how you doing, man?
Fantastic. It's not terribly hot down here, so that's a good thing. But I'm looking forward to the ball game tomorrow night.
As we all are. Mark, let's start with the offensive performance last week, which came out very strong and then stagnated considerably as the game went on there against BYU. As you have basically nearly half a season's worth of evidence of what this thing looks like. Mark, to you, and from what you're hearing from Coach Barnett, what are the key differences when it's going well and when it's very much not?
Just simply guys not making plays, guys not making the right read, making the right play at the right time. I mean, as I went back and looked at the film of that game last week, boy, my goodness, there were some missed opportunities. I mean, guys smack wide open that were not found. A guy dropping a ball, those kind of things. And so, considering how well this offensive line is playing this season, and, it's interesting, I don't know how much you guys look at Pro Football Focus, but Colorado's line is playing as well as just about anybody in the country right now. Yeah. I mean, their grades are really, really high across the board. Jordan Seaton's the number one pass blocking tackle in the country. I think in time spent between snap and pressure, Colorado last week was number 1 in the nation. Their run blocking's been very good, according to PFF. And so their line's playing well enough for this thing to be a whole lot better than it has been.
I'm just curious because you guys flew out there today. What do you feel like the mood of the team is, Mark? I know you're not necessarily the biggest mood guy, but that was a weird game last week. Has it had an effect?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've been around the guys all week long doing various shows and interviews and being out of practice, and everyone seems dialed in. I didn't notice anything really that much different this week than I'd seen in previous weeks. So, I can't say that there's, listen, I've been around a lot of bad seasons, and you can kind of feel when it goes south real quick. And that's not the feel you get from this thing. I mean, guys, think of this for the second. I mean, I know they're 2-3, and that's the reality of it, right? The old Bill Parcells line: "You are what your record says you are." The combined record of the teams they've played are 15-2.
Yeah,
they've lost to 3 undefeated teams and 2 teams who I think are very, very good football teams in Georgia Tech and BYU, and they were within 1 possession at the end of a ball game with about 2 minutes to play. So, the sky's not falling. It's just you got to take care of business, and they're going to have another one of those kind of games and those kind of opportunities tomorrow night.
Taking a look at the other side of the ball, we asked you about the offense, but this TCU passing attack, and I mean, Josh Hoover, this guy has put up some big-time numbers, 53 touchdown passes and 23 career starts. Eric McAllister is a really, really good wideout. Defensively, what have you thought of the performance that the Buffs have had in terms of being able to stop opposing passing attacks?
Inconsistent.
Yeah.
And right now, when you look at it on the back end of that defense, you see, just from a health standpoint, and Colorado's got as many injuries. I don't know if everyone else isn't being as honest as the Buffs are, but Colorado's injury report's much longer than everybody else in the Big 12 right now. You've got Makari Vickers, who's questionable. I expect him to play tomorrow night. R.J. Johnson is out. Tion Parks got torched last week. They went after him heavy and early in that ball game. DJ McKinney on their side has been very good. And so they've been real inconsistent on the back end of that defense this season. We got so accustomed last year to having DJ McKinney and Travis Hunter, you never even thought about it. They're a man-heavy team. And I was talking to Rob Livingston yesterday, and I said, why don't you play more zone? And he was talking about how, you bring guys together. It takes time to kind of build that. So you pick your poison. So they're man heavy on the back end, and those guys have had some issues this season, and injuries certainly haven't helped that.
You get the sense that maybe there's a little payback on the mind of TCU. I know that when we watched the first game of the year, their coach talked about it with the crew and not letting Belichick get him the way Deion did because he wasn't quite sure what to expect. Do you think they got any payback on their mind?
Well, I'm sure that's been part of the conversation. I want to talk to Brian Estridge, who's my counterpart with TCU and has been here a long time, and he says it's come up. Now, what does that mean in modern college football, the way rosters turn over, right? I mean, coaches remember. I don't think players have much concept of that, anymore. There's too many guys, too many moving parts, guys coming in and out. And so it'll be a storyline tomorrow. I don't know how much that plays into the reality on the field.
By the way, do you and Estridge ever just sit around and see who can out-scream each other during a broadcast with the deep voices? Man, that is two elite touchdown callers right there between you and Estridge, Mark.
Well, every time we call each other, we just talk to each other that way the entire time. That's all we do. We just holler at each other through the phone lines, and he and I came up at the same time. I've known him for 30 years or so. I guess when he was at Miami of Ohio, I was still in the high school games. First time we ever met. So he and I have been good friends for a long time.
All right. Did you go to the stockyards? Did you go be a cowboy? You just going to cowboy it up around there? You going to Billy Bob's, Texas tonight? What are you doing?
No. We're going to a Stockyard Steakhouse tonight, and I just got to the hotel room here about a half hour ago. It's been a heck of a long travel day, so I haven't had a chance to be down. I'm going to try and sneak down to tomorrow and check out a couple of things. But, this is kind of my peeps down here, so I always enjoy, other than the heat and humidity, I love coming down to Texas.
Yeah, 5:30 kickoff. Mark, kind of last point. TCU and I mean, Arizona State did not struggle to move the ball against those guys last week. Like, I felt like BYU sort of profile, and quite frankly, Georgia Tech profiled as the kind of team that could out-physical Colorado, and they were able to do that. Is this a better matchup in your mind, maybe, for the Buffs that they're going up against kind of another track team like TCU?
Well, I'll tell you this. I thought BYU might be able to have physical Colorado last week, and I don't think they did. The line of scrimmage was not where Colorado lost that ball game. Now, all during the week, Gary and I talk all the time, but he watches a lot of tape on the opposition, and so he told me this week, he goes, BYU's pretty physical. Keep in mind, guys, they ran for 258 yards on North Carolina.
Yeah.
Now, I know North Carolina's not a great team, but this is not a team that's not physical in TCU.